A distressed voice rang out. What do I have to do for you to love me? In that grand castle, a princess was willing to throw away her dignity just to beg the man she called father. That princess was none other than Athanasia. The painful words of the little princess kept echoing. Do I have to be like Jeanette? Then Athanasia cried and said, If I do, will you treat me like Jeanette, gently calling my name? And looking at me with eyes full of warmth, will you hold me with those hands instead of pushing me away? Only then did the man called father slowly utter cold words. That will never happen, even if I die. Athanasia seemed completely stunned, but she hurriedly asked, Why? I'm your daughter. I've been by your side longer than Jeanette. That father was none other than Claude. Claude indifferently looked at his daughter who was kneeling and begging him, but Claude only coldly glared at Athanasia and scolded, You fool! That contempt. That voice was so cruel, cruel enough to make one's ears bleed. Athanasia tremblingly let go of his hand. Before Athanasia could even snap out of it, Claude continued to drop bitter words. You have never been my daughter. The eyes of Athanasia now held no lingering attachment whatsoever. In the end, Claude remained just as heartless. At this moment, Athanasia's crystal blue eyes held nothing but the blue of despair. One day, I suddenly became the princess. Right now, in the body of a newborn baby, Athanasia was utterly shocked to see herself in this body. Ah! Athanasia was so surprised that she dropped her toy. Clank, 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 clank. The toy just rolled away from Athanasia. Clack, 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 clink, 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 clink. But Athanasia couldn't stop panicking. What is this? Why am I thinking about that novel? It was a novel I read because a guest left it behind at the shop. That book was titled Lovely Princess. Its title and plot were incredibly childish, and the name of the princess who got executed seemed to be my name. Athanasia angrily flailed and struggled. Get out of my head! This is so unlucky! The maid, Lily, who was nearby, suddenly noticed Athanasia's toy rolling toward her. Ah, Lily! Hurriedly went over to pick it up, put it back into Athanasia's hand, and said, Oh my goodness, why do you keep dropping it? Athanasia inwardly countered, It's normal for babies to drop things. Lily continued, Don't cry anymore, just be quiet and play with this. In her heart, Athanasia couldn't help but scold Lillian. Hey! The toy fell on the floor, and she didn't even bother to wipe it before giving it to me to play with. Are you looking down on me just because I'm a poorly treated princess? Then Athanasia crankily burst into tears and dropped the toy again. Wah wah! Lily angrily said. What is it now? I still have a lot of sewing to do. Oh, all right, let me get it back for you. But Athanasia showed her disapproval by shaking her tiny hands. Ugh, I hate this. This isn't my thing. At my age, I have absolutely no interest in this rattle. Lily tilted her head and whispered. The princess must be tired now, right? After that, Lily gently picked Athanasia up, then slowly placed her in the cradle and softly said, Lie down here, okay? After finishing up, Lily turned around and left. Athanasia watched Lillian's departing figure and couldn't help but wonder, is she going back to the servants' quarters? If you come back here bringing something else like that rattle, you'd better not come back at all. Athanasia flailed around comfortably in that tiny cradle. Wah, oh, ah. Those crystal blue eyes suddenly lit up. Ah, oh! Athanasia looked at her wriggling body. Athanasia tried to move her limbs a bit. Man, I'm still not used to this body. I'm sure I fell fast asleep after taking a few sleeping pills. Then I woke up and turned into this form. What does this mean? Suddenly turning into a baby. But moreover, this is the body of a princess. Princess Athanasia felt completely brain-wrecked. This is crazy! Suddenly, Lily panicked and burst through the door, her frantic voice ringing out. Princess! Oh! Athanasia was utterly startled. Oh, this girl is like this every day. How can you open a baby's room door so loudly? Lillian came back and said, The butler said we're running low on budget, so please just play with this for now. Saying that, Lillian went back to her work. Don't cry anymore, I'm very busy. But Athanasia cried out of grievance. So cruel. I'm still a newborn, this is too much. I guess this is how I get treated, even as a real princess. Being an orphan in my past life, it was fortunate to be born as a princess with a golden spoon in my mouth. But thinking about my tragic fate, Athanasia wept bitterly, in secret. Athanasia couldn't help but blame fate. Why do I have to be a mistreated princess? Athanasia thought about Claude. her father, in this world. Just thinking about that man's appearance, Athanasia angrily cursed, "He's a psycho!" Athanasia startled herself with her own thoughts. Eek! Athanasia's body trembled, flinching. According to the gossip from the maids, it seems like I was picked up and brought here to be raised. Right now, I'm living in the Ruby Palace, an incredibly magnificent palace. The previous emperor's concubines used to live here. They used to gather here to chat. Word has it that on the day I was born, the emperor suddenly slaughtered everyone in the palace. My mother was a dancer who was invited to attend a banquet at the imperial palace. Because my mother was very beautiful, she caught the emperor's attention. Not long after, Athanasia's mother became pregnant, but on the day Athanasia was born, the cruel father set me down and he wanted to kill me. After that, father abandoned me, even though I am also his daughter. That's why I live here. Here, the maids in the Ruby Palace are my sisters. Thinking about this tragic situation, Athanasia inwardly cursed Claude. This cruel emperor, what is he doing? How dare he abandon his own child, a newborn baby? Like me, yet he left me behind in that brutal massacre. Sob. Every night when I hear the sound of children crying, I have nightmares. But what's even scarier than a nightmare is the emperor's face. It's way more terrifying. I've tried so hard to be a princess, but is my fate really this miserable? Am I going to die here one more time today? In this castle, everyone is bound to die. What am I thinking? I have to find a way. Athanasia was utterly depressed. Everyone says that my name was given to me by my mother. Athanasia, that really is a luxurious name for a princess like me now. I see that my name is exactly like the name of the tragic princess in that romance novel, Lovely Princess. That name carries the meaning of living healthily and happily in the hands of the emperor. Coincidentally, Princess Athanasia in the novel also had to face a tragic death at the age of 18. She was also killed by her imperial father. Athanasia thought miserably. Why am I thinking about that novel again? So unlucky. Lillian, who was nearby, looked at Athanasia's demeanor and softly whispered, "What's wrong? Why isn't she asleep yet?" The other maids chatted with each other. Anyway, this baby can't crawl out. You know, Lillian is a special child. She's very troublesome. Let's just rest a bit. But what if the baby suddenly cries? What should we do now? Let's try rocking the cradle. She'll probably fall asleep quickly. Aigu, here it goes again. We'll all have to stay in this Ruby Palace and be treated poorly. Lillian gently picked Athanasia up and softly comforted her. Athanasia was deeply moved. If only someone could hear my crying every day and understand it, that would be nice. The girls said if I stop crying, they'll go out to work. If I don't stop crying, Lily will be very worried. I'm sorry. Suddenly, a loud sound of a door opening slammed. Slam! Athanasia looked toward the door in surprise. Huh? A bunch of servants suddenly walked in. Athanasia looked at them in utter shock. Since she was born, the emperor hadn't visited her even once. He always neglected her, so was she sad? Not at all. Her next goal was to live like a proper princess. For now, she would take a few ornaments from this room. Thanks to those items, she could party and dance for the rest of her life. So please spare me. Lillian gently put Athanasia down, covered her with a blanket, and whispered, "You haven't received any attention from the emperor, so you must live well, okay?" Athanasia softly replied, "Yes." She told herself that from now on, she would go to the imperial palace every day to eat 3 full meals and lie on a bed that was both comfortable and warm. No matter how many difficulties she faced, she would still try to live well. Athanasia softly cheered herself on. She definitely had to try crawling down from this cradle just once. Thinking of the warmth Lillian brought her, Athanasia couldn't help but marvel. Because I eat well, sleep well, and practice hard, I'm developing really fast. At this moment, Athanasia listened intently to the story the nearby maids were enthusiastically discussing. We are like candles flickering in the wind. If I use my hands to act this out this time, without using my voice, would they understand that I'm about to be killed? That's right, they were also accidentally abandoned in this situation. I heard that a ghost appears in the kitchen every night, right? It's so terrifying. We don't even know when it will show up. After hearing these words, Athanasia inwardly agreed. Exactly. I don't want to live in this castle anymore either. If I gather enough money, I'll run away. Stay optimistic. Athanasia smiled happily, looking at the glittering toy in front of her. Lillian excitedly picked up the toy and said, "If I do this, do you like it?" Athanasia happily replied, "Wah!" Lily couldn't resist this cuteness. She burst into laughter and rubbed Athanasia's cheek. "My playful little goldfish." Athanasia inwardly replied with a giggle. "I really like you too." Seeing Athanasia like this, Lily couldn't help but marvel. "You're just too cute." Then she gently kissed Athanasia's cheek. Some time passed just like that. Athanasia thought to herself, while everyone else was extremely stressed, she actually felt at ease. Every day she ate well, slept well, and exercised hard, and she grew bigger over time. If only I could walk quickly, that would be great. That way I can quickly gather a lot of savings. Suddenly, a sense of guilt popped up. Am I feeling guilty? She felt like the decorations in her room were shrinking. The ornaments were disappearing one by one. Athanasia stared pensively at the toy. I used to be hurt, and Lily would be the one to soothe that wound. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling hit her. I have to change my diaper, but I'm so embarrassed. Wah wah! After having her diaper changed, Athanasia listened to Lillian reading a book to her. Lillian's gentle voice echoed. The magician of the tower is the one with the strongest magical power among all magicians today. Athanasia was completely astonished. A magician? Lillian said. I heard that magicians exist in this world. But Athanasia seemed to have discovered something new. It seemed this wasn't an ordinary country. Does another world really exist? She excitedly touched the tower in the book. Lily continued reading. The magicians of the tower use magic to solve the empire's affairs. Athanasia enthusiastically looked at the book. Wow, I want to see too. I want to see magic. Lily kept reading. I heard those people have a very cold heart. Logic triumphs over emotion. If you have an evil soul instead of a strong intellect, you will use that power for personal gain. There is a hypothesis that this Obelian dynasty once killed a magician of the tower. Athanasia told herself that in the future, she definitely had to see magic with her own eyes. Suddenly, Athanasia noticed an image. Huh? She pointed at the man in the picture and babbled. Lily suddenly said. Oh my goodness, I wonder who this person is. Athanasia looked dazed. Wait, no. Lily continued. Yes, that's right. That person is the princess's biological father. Athanasia was utterly panicked. What? The very man who abandoned his own wife and daughter? Wonder what that scumbag is doing now. But Athanasia excitedly pointed at Claude's picture. He. An evil villain. Lily misunderstood that Athanasia was happy to see her biological father. Princess, you're so smart. The current emperor of the Obelian Empire. I heard that the former king and the demon took advantage of the tyrannical government, aligning with the crown prince to take the throne and... Athanasia instantly realized it was the massacre at the Ruby Palace. I really didn't know he became a wise ruler, even if this is a fairy tale. Athanasia actively watched and turned the page. Lily continued. But this book doesn't mention His Majesty's honorable name. Do you want to look at this picture one more time? Athanasia looked at the man in the picture with disgust. However, I'm not curious at all. Out of all the people I know, he's truly an evil villain. Lillian said. The princess's father is Claude. He is the emperor of the Obelian Empire. Athanasia's face suddenly froze. Question marks kept popping up. What? Athanasia's face panicked, her eyes wide open. She thought, no. A gloomy shadow loomed over the book. Why is his name exactly the same as the emperor in that novel? Talk about bad luck. Let's see. What was the plot of that novel again? Lovely Princess was the popular novel on the internet. Lillian was still smiling and reading the book to her, saying, Athanasia de Alger Obelia. Her face went blank, breaking out in a cold sweat, wondering, huh? Even the princess's name there, and my full name. The nanny calmly continued, the princess is His Majesty's only daughter, but after looking at the images and plot in the book, Athanasia was incredibly shocked. Whoa, everything is identical. It's hard to explain, but why does the back of my neck feel so chilly? Haha. A book about the lives of two princesses, featuring the character of the lovely princess as the title. Out of the Empire's two princesses, the main character is the second princess, Jeanette. She was someone with a fresh appearance and a beautiful heart, with porcelain skin, silky blonde hair, and emerald blue eyes. She was a girl who was always joyful and loved life with a smile on her lips. She lived in a magnificent palace surrounded by thousands of flowers. She treated everyone around her very well. Her reputation spread far and wide. Not only was she loved by the citizens of her own country, but she was also adored by the people of the entire continent. And among those who loved Jeanette was her father, Emperor Claude, a tyrannical man with a sharp, cold gaze who was rarely seen smiling. He was praised by the citizens as a national hero, but in reality, his older brother, the successor, died, so he personally took the throne and was a completely heartless person. Jeanette still loved him even though he was a cold-blooded man. She was innocent and cheerful, with a naive face, unaware of the danger lurking beside her at any moment. Claude learned of Jeanette's existence late. At first he was indifferent, but Jeanette's unrealistic cuteness eventually brought down the ice-cold Claude when Athanasia was born. She lay in her cradle, clutching the blanket and chewing on it with a rather unhappy expression. Bad guys. In contrast to Jeanette, the first princess seemed like someone who wasn't easily bullied. The first princess, Athanasia, was the same age as Jeanette. Right after Athanasia was born, it was immediately reported to Claude. But he ignored it and left the baby girl in the concubine palace. Athanasia grew up to be a submissive princess. She just roamed around by herself, with few people paying her any attention. The first time she met her father was on her 9th birthday. While lying in bed in her room, Athanasia was drawn by the light and sounds of the banquet, so she left her palace. Athanasia ran into Claude in the palace's rear garden. The two of them stood staring at each other for a moment under the bright, dazzling lights of the palace shining upon them. Athanasia. Her jewel-blue eyes widened as she blankly stared at the emperor, but he only turned around and shot her a completely chilling glare. She took a step backward. Naturally, the heartless Claude brushed past without bothering to say a single word to her. She could only stand there watching with a somewhat unhappy gaze. In a flash, 14 years passed. On Athanasia's 14th birthday debutante ball, while she was hand in hand with someone walking into the ballroom. This was supposed to be the happiest day of her life, but her hopes were shattered, and in the end, this pitiful princess even died at the hands of her own father. She was exposed as the person who put poison into Jeanette's cup. So many eyes locked onto her as she collapsed to the floor across from her sister. Naturally, she was framed. The real culprit was Jeanette's aunt, who plotted to turn her own niece into the heir to the throne. Even without doing that, Athanasia wouldn't have received her father's love anyway. On the contrary, if she knew the truth, even if she had to drink that cup of poison, she would still save Jeanette. Because if anything happened to Jeanette, Claude would be very sad. But Athanasia... She was such a naive and pitiful princess. Jeanette's aunt did everything she could to throw her into prison and steal her title of first princess. Inside the dark dungeon, tears always rolled down her cheeks. She always wondered what kind of person Claude was. A while later, he killed Athanasia on a day he felt she no longer needed to exist in this world. 9 years have passed since she met her father at age 9. Now it's her 18th birthday. Time flies so fast. In the end, the truth came to light, but Claude still felt no guilt or regret for his deceased daughter. His face remained cold and indifferent to everything, acting as if it never happened. That being said, it's not that I like Athanasia, but she's better than Jeanette and Claude in this world. If only I am happy, that won't do. Why is that? Back to reality, Athanasia's figure looked distressed. But her eyes were welling up with tears. It looked like she could cry at any moment right now. With one hand holding the golden orb, and the other hand resting on the ground, her face was downcast as tears poured out. She cried louder and louder. Wah, wah, wah! Hearing the loud crying, the nanny ran in, panicked. Princess, what's wrong? A while later, she lay asleep in a daze. When hearing the loud crying, wah, 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 coming from the little princess's room, Lily the nanny panicked, pushed the door open hurriedly, and ran in while calling out loudly, Princess! Right now, Athanasia was facing down on the floor, crying. Lily ran over and hugged the princess in her arms with a worried look. Princess, why are you crying like this? She still buried her face in the nanny's shoulder, crying loudly. The nanny looked at her with a gentle, affectionate face and asked, Are you hungry? By now, she had stopped crying, thinking to herself, Lillian is my absolute favorite maid. Then Athanasia thought about the story she just saw in Lovely Princess. Only she believed in Athanasia's innocence, but because of that, she sacrificed her own life. Speaking of this maid's life, Lillian was the second daughter of a count. She didn't need to be a maid, but she voluntarily came to be Athanasia's nanny, casting aside fame and wealth. The reason for making such a choice was because of Athanasia's birth mother, Diana. At a grand banquet that Lillian was also invited to attend, when she saw the beautiful Diana with dances that made it impossible for viewers to take their eyes off her, she deeply admired Diana's freedom. But unfortunately, Diana caught Claude's eye and was locked up in the Ruby Palace. Loud crying rang out again. Wah, wah, wah! Athanasia cried loudly again, thinking, Claude, that bastard! Lily flusteredly lost her composure, trying to coax her. Princess, please don't cry. A black scene shrouded Athanasia's mind. At this moment, she realized and worried. I've been isekai'd into a novel. Then aren't I a goner for sure? She will die with me too. The maid was placing her on the bed to change her clothes. She wondered, she's not hungry, and she didn't poop either. After hearing that, Athanasia thought, I didn't poop, okay? Then kept crying, wah, 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 wah. She picked her up against her shoulder again, patting her back, saying helplessly, Why have you been crying so much lately? Don't cry, princess. I am right here. The more Athanasia thought, the more aggrieved she felt. Ah, Lillian, why is your name Lillian? Why am I Princess Athanasia? Blame arose in her mind. I want to be Jeanette. I don't want to be Athanasia. No matter what, I must escape from this place. Heaven, please let me grow up fast. Time slipped away as spring came and went. Thousands of flowers bloomed according to the seasons of the year. Our princess has now grown bigger and become an incredibly adorable little girl with shiny blonde hair, always tied up neatly. Her jewel blue eyes still sparkled just like when she was a baby. She skipped and jumped around the flower garden in the rear palace. When she saw Hana, a maid, walking past, she called out loudly, Sister! Sister! Athi wants to eat chocolate! Hana looked at her with a happy, affectionate face, then bent down, smiled, and asked, My lovely princess, do you want to eat chocolate? Yeah. Athanasia put both hands out in front of her face, answering excitedly, Yeah, I love chocolate. I want a lot, a whole lot. Hana put a hand to her cheek and giggled. Is chocolate that delicious? Aizu. Athanasia raised her hand high to assert firmly, I love it so much. Of course, I love you the most, the one who gives me chocolate. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Hana, what are you doing? Hana turned her face back in total surprise, stammering, Sashi! Sashi scolded loudly in a quite angry tone. Didn't Lily say not to give the princess snacks without permission? Athanasia covered her mouth without saying a word, standing quietly and looking at Sashi. It looked like she was afraid of getting scolded if caught. Hana regained her smiling face and explained, Just a little bit. Sashi still had a very strict look. What if everyone thought like that? While the atmosphere was still a bit tense, Sashi was suddenly pulled by her shirt by Athanasia, who had a sparkling look and expectant eyes, whispering, I want to eat chocolate. As she spoke, she kept tugging the maid's shirt. Sashi still firmly refused. Princess, you can't. The princess blinked her eyes expectantly. Sashi's heart melted a bit, though her mouth said, This really won't do. Her hand took out a cloth wrapping chocolate inside. Then she knelt down and placed it in the princess's hand, whispering softly, You absolutely must not tell Lillian, okay? Seeing this scene, Hana's jaw dropped. Snacks will cause cavities! Then Athanasia ran close, kissed Sashi on the cheek, and whispered into her ear, Thank you, sister, making her blush. Hana stood nearby, clenching both hands and frowning. What the? Sashi, just now you told me not to feed the princess, but Athanasia skipped away to play. Behind her, those two were still bickering back and forth. What did you say? Do you think I'm like you? Is that so? You even let the princess eat chocolate first, huh? She's going to kiss me. Athanasia skipped and jumped around the flower garden, thinking to herself, In the blink of an eye, I'm already 5 years old. These past few years, the maids have treated me very well. She stopped in her tracks, thinking about the things she used to do. Before, I hated them and tried to fix them, but getting close to them is way more beneficial. Thinking back to the past, she felt she was wrong. No need to make others hate you and get bullied, right? Right, I also noticed the gold items in the room are getting fewer day by day. She turned around, suspicious of the maids in the palace. The workers in the palace come from poor backgrounds. It's easy to get greedy when seeing gold. At first, they weren't this arrogant, but gradually they realized the emperor doesn't care about me at all. Then she thought about the gold coins dropping around her place. also getting scarcer by the day. They started targeting the property in the palace. When I'm the only one left in the palace, they will get very reckless. Not just decorations, but even the rubies embedded on the walls are gradually disappearing. Then this morning, Athanasia rested her chin on her hand, looking pensive. Even the amount of food I eat is getting smaller day by day. This is too much. I was even once accused before the emperor, but he'd probably chop my head off. In the end, it was still Lillian who stepped up to resolve it. The maids who used to sneakily steal things were expelled from the palace, and the items had to be returned to me, too. Then she thought about the chief manager. Could the manager be cutting expenses? I've seen through it since she mentioned the budget wasn't enough, not even buying toys for me. But she smirked and rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, the things I hid haven't been discovered yet. But sometimes she still worried, her heart thumping. Did I hide too much? While she was deep in thought, a maid holding a laundry basket walked in, asking with a smiling face, "Princess, where do you want to go?" She turned her head back and calmly replied, "To pick flowers to give to Lily." Suddenly the maid held a handkerchief, wiped Athanasia, and said, "But you must wipe your mouth clean first. Do you like eating chocolate that much?" Athanasia raised her hand to signal the maid, saying, "Eating chocolate is a secret, okay?" "Yes, yes, princess," the maid quickly replied. At this moment, she suddenly realized, "Aizu, what am I doing?" With an embarrassed, shy face, as Athanasia spread her two hands out. "Oh dear. My hands are covered in chocolate too." Then she looked down at her clothes, thinking, "Guess I'll use my clothes to wipe it." At this moment, she thought of the fountain, then stood hesitating. Should I go to the fountain in the Ruby Palace? There are many beautiful places. The fountain scenery was incredibly poetic, with clear blue water murmuring, surrounded by drooping green trees with brilliant yellow and purple flowers. Right in the middle of the fountain were statues of a young man and woman, sculpted very artistically. As Athanasia excitedly put her hand down into the fountain, she thought, "But it doesn't seem suitable for a child to play here. This kid's body is really awesome today." As Athanasia stood on her tiptoes, her eyes sparkling, she lowered her face toward the clear, shimmering water, as if not believing her own eyes. "So beautiful! Unbelievable! Is this really me? I want to take a bite so bad." She kept immersing herself in looking at her reflection on the water, then felt, "I heard I look exactly like my mother, only my eyes are like his." Only the royal family descendants are passed down the jewel eyes. In this world, everyone has their own magic, but the royal family is very special, which is why they possess eyes like this. She thought about Jeanette and what everyone said. Everyone says only I have eyes like Claude, but actually there's also Jeanette. When she got bored of the fountain, Athanasia ran to the flower garden again, looking and touching each type of flower, thinking to herself, "The garden has so many flowers." But she suddenly looked up at the sky. Only now did she realize she was lost. "Uh-oh, where is this?" She looked around the vast flower garden, feeling a bit worried. "This..." Athanasia looked dazed. "What happened? Where is this?" She walked into a forest, panicked. "I'm totally lost." The forest was full of flowers, grass, and leaves. As Athanasia ran, thump, 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 because something was appearing up ahead, she ran while saying, "Over there!" Athanasia's face was astonished before the sight of a huge palace. "What is this?" The little girl stood before the grand scenery, pointing and saying, "This isn't the Ruby Palace. Did I get lost all the way here because I was too busy picking flowers?" The glittering sunlight shone on the palace, making the palace look even more dazzling. Athanasia, with her tiny body, was curious. "Does no one live here? But it looks like someone lives here because it's very clean." She tiptoed inside, thinking that no one was here at all, because the inside was completely empty. She ran back and forth to explore. Suddenly, Athanasia's eyes sparkled. She suddenly went, "Ah!" Resting her chin on her hand, an idea suddenly clicked. If no one lives in this palace, can I use it? Finally, I don't have to worry about a place to hide my money anymore. The Ruby Palace also has its limits. In her heart, she asked herself, "Is this destiny? I just need to be careful when they clean up. I've decided from now on this building will be mine." Athanasia was remembering what she once thought. Perhaps in my past life, I died because I took too many sleeping pills in the winter. In the room, there was no heater, so I froze to death. Athena was very lonely, but she wasn't a stubborn child. She told herself, I absolutely don't want to go back to my past life. Her hand was holding a drawing pen, but her mind was in a tangled mess. I should forget about Athena's death and try to think through everything calmly. It's already dinner time, and I haven't made any money yet. Anyway, I will have a home. That will be an even more wonderful paradise. The MC has been revived. She scribbled randomly with her pen. I learned the writing here very easily. In this world, at my age, people still don't know how to read words yet. But if I know all the letters, it will cause everyone around me to be astonished, and they will shower me with praise. The princess, our princess, is so smart. This will cause everything to be ruined. Anyway, my purpose in life is to overcome hardships. That's why she was taught to study from a very early age. Beside her was also Lily. Lily said, I'm really happy to be by your side. Athanasia replied, because I have Sister Lily by my side, I'm very happy. This is truly blissful. And an even luckier thing is that the Ruby Palace is isolated from the outside, so news about me won't leak out. Yes, Athanasia thought to herself, but how am I supposed to avoid that bastard Claude? If the stars here are bright and glittering at night, I'll sneak out. Those were exactly her thoughts. Suddenly interrupted when Lily asked, Princess, shall I bring up some milk for you? Athanasia replied, Yes, that's great. Lily walked out of the room while saying, Yes, I will bring up some more milk for you. The sound of the door clicking shut rang out. Princess Athanasia suddenly sat up, dragging a pink bag from under the bed. As she pulled, she kept saying, Come on, hurry up! Heave ho! Heave ho! The little princess panted, tying them to her legs to hide them. I secretly hid these pretty bags. I thought I'd stay in the Ruby Palace for a bit longer, but then she overheard Lily's conversation with a servant. Today we're going to clean the palace a bit earlier. Hearing that, Athanasia thought of her gold, silver, and treasures. She pulled down her skirt to hide the secret bags. All right, it's a bit heavy, but I have no other choice. If I just make a few trips... Suddenly, the scene shifted to the princess. Athanasia got into bed, covered herself with the blanket, and was being kissed on the cheek by Lily. Good night, princess. Sweet dreams. Lily walked out, and the door closed with a click. The space inside the room became completely silent. The princess used her tiny body to push the huge door open. She walked cautiously, fearing she might get caught. Athanasia jumped down with a soft thump. The princess ran fast because she was afraid of being seen by others. After running a good distance away from the palace, she exhaled. Phew, I've finally arrived. She stumbled along while complaining. Her tiny hands parted the foliage, she thought. Since I hid it inside the building, it might be a bit difficult to get it out. Suddenly, she remembered that she didn't have any digging tools to bury these two bags. If I get dirt on my hands, Sister Lily will find out. The princess was pondering, I can't do that. I'll just hide them on my person and come back tomorrow. Then the princess continued running back home. Out of breath, she had a brilliant idea. I'll have to ask Sister Hana to play house with me, acting out adult chores like digging soil and planting seeds. As the sunlight hit the palace, Athanasia also managed to return to her room. After entering the room, she collapsed onto the bed, letting out a big sigh. She thought that if this kept up, she would age prematurely. A moment later, Lily's voice called out, Princess, time to wake up! But Athanasia had already fallen fast asleep. Lily came closer and saw the princess sleeping very soundly. The princess isn't awake yet. Why is she sweating like this? Is she tired? It looks like she caught a mild cold. The princess woke up and said, The room is so hot. The sun was shining brightly into the room. Lily asked, Is summer already arriving, princess? Starting tomorrow, I will draw the curtains. Do you have a small request for Lily? Please give me a glass of cold milk, Lily replied, then drink it before taking your afternoon nap. Since then, I sneaked out of the Ruby Palace once again. I went once every few days to avoid being detected. Athanasia was hesitant. Actually, my current life is very good. I want to keep living like this, but... In the princess's heart, she was filled with anxiety. There's a massive time bomb in this palace, and that's Claude. That's why these things are extremely precious to me. One could say they were her safety net. I don't know when I'll need them, but they will protect me in the future. The princess silently walked toward the unfamiliar palace. This place still hasn't become popular. Today, I won't go this way. Catching Athanasia's eyes were glittering golden baby statues. She thought, Is this really real gold? That's insane! Everything in my palace is made of marble. I wonder if there are many of these things. If there are too many, I'll steal a few. Athanasia ran around, glancing at the statues. Are these really humans made of gold? She touched those statues. Suddenly, a white-robed figure appeared behind her. The white-robed person whispered, "Since when did a child start living in my palace?" Athanasia also sensed a figure standing behind her, sending a chill down her spine. The mysterious person asked, "Since when did this creature start being in my palace?" After hearing those words, the princess felt someone behind her. She turned around in surprise. She saw a tall man, and accompanying him was a red-haired young man. The man's face was ice-cold and filled with killing intent. The whistling wind made his face look even more terrifying. Suddenly, Athanasia dropped the bags she had tied to her legs earlier. The bags hit the ground with a thud. Jewelry and gold rolled out of the bags, scattering all over. The red-haired young man glanced over, surprised to see a child possessing so many valuable items. The man with the cold face then spoke. "This face. Seems like I've seen it somewhere before." The expression of Athanasia was panicked, thinking, blonde hair, jewel blue eyes. Though I've never met him before, this man is Claude de Alger Obelia. He was the exact man right in front of her. Suddenly, Emperor Claude said, "That's right, the dancer from Ciudadana, that you look a lot like that girl." Princess Athanasia was utterly panicked. Why is he here? Aren't I only 5 years old this year? And this isn't the rear garden either. The emperor's hand was about to touch the princess. Claude said, "This is not a place where someone like you can come." The emperor's guard, Felix Rebane, immediately called out, "Your Majesty." Suddenly, the emperor smirked, placing his hand on Athanasia's chin. The emperor spoke. "I finally remember now. Your name, given by that girl, is Athanasia." The emperor lifted Athanasia's chin, making her feel terrified. Her limbs went completely stiff. The emperor's guard, Felix Rebane, standing nearby, also felt nervous for the princess. Emperor Claude said, "Back then you were just a newborn baby that could be crushed to death. Naming this girl Athanasia." Memories suddenly rushed back. A woman weeping while holding a newborn baby in her arms, surrounded only by pools of blood in the Obelian Empire. A name that means immortality, so that in the future she could succeed the throne and officially become the emperor. But it must be personally bestowed by the emperor. This is quite amusing. Emperor Claude's gaze was incredibly brutal, with traces of blood still on his face. Claude almost killed Athanasia, but when he learned Diana had named her after his middle name, he became highly intrigued. At first, the princess wasn't allowed to carry the royal family's name, but from the very first time he saw her, His Majesty gave her his own name. That proved His Majesty deeply loved the princess. The emperor said, "I really want to see if it can survive just like its name. Look at you. You've grown a lot taller than before." And now, Princess Athanasia stood before Emperor Claude, her body trembling violently and sweat pouring down. She thought, "I've grown a lot taller? Could it be that Claude wants to kill me again? I don't want to die. I absolutely don't want to die." Why is it like this? Didn't the novel say that even though Athanasia was 9 years old, she still hadn't caught Claude's attention? Why is there so much drama now? Suddenly, the emperor, the princess, and the guard that all looked down at the ground. It turned out one side of Athanasia's bag had dropped some gems, which rolled right to the emperor's feet. Athanasia froze right on the spot. "It's over. It's all over. Treasure number 7 and number 8 are both lying on the ground right next to the emperor's foot." The emperor's sharp, cold gaze swept down to look at the stones at his feet. Princess Athanasia could only stand there, holding her breath. Then the emperor stepped on the gem, crushing it into pieces. Emperor Claude used both hands to lift Princess Athanasia high up, making their eyes lock. The emperor body-shamed Athanasia for being chubby. "I didn't expect you to be this heavy. No wonder you're so fat." Athanasia's face went completely pale, thinking, "My weight? No. Why is he talking to me?" She thought, "You are the cruel and cold father that I know. He treats Jeanette very well, but not Athanasia." Right after that thought, the emperor asked, "What are you doing in my palace?" This made Athanasia outraged. "What?" She suddenly realized, "Is this his palace?" Then could it be that this palace is decorated more simply than the Ruby Palace and only the actual emperor can use it? While overthinking, Athanasia glanced at the emperor. It seems when Athanasia was 9 years old, she went to the imperial palace. If I follow Athanasia's path, I might be able to escape faster. At this moment, Emperor Claude was still holding the princess. The emperor's guard asked, "Do you think this child is a toy?" The moment the question was asked, Athanasia already thought up 77, 49 worst-case scenarios in her head. While thinking, she cried inwardly, "Am I going to die? If I came here without his permission, will he kill me? I left 4 teeth marks on the angel statue. Am I going to live here and die here from now on? Suddenly, the emperor handed the princess into the hands of Felix, the guard. It seems this brat got lost while playing too far from the Ruby Palace. Entertained the guest. Felix's eyes looked straight at Athanasia, his gaze carrying a hint of fear. The emperor instructed Felix, the guard, bring up cake and tea to entertain the guest. The sunlight shone into the palace, making the scenery look even more poetic. Athanasia sat properly on the chair. In front of her was a lavish spread of cake and tea. Opposite Athanasia was Emperor Claude. She thought to herself, what on earth is this situation right now? Her eyes avoided the emperor's gaze. She didn't dare to look at him directly. The emperor suddenly asked her, are you mute? Why aren't you saying anything? The princess replied, hello. The emperor said to Athanasia with an arrogant look, you're quite quiet. It makes me lose interest in you. Princess Athanasia suddenly remembered. Is it because I'm boring that he kills me? Scenario playing out in her head was exactly when the emperor asked her, are you mute? And she replied tremblingly, no, I can speak. That scenario terrified her, so she quickly forced a bright smile. The emperor asked Athanasia, is this your real voice? Then why have you been keeping quiet from earlier until now? Suddenly, Felix the guard said to Emperor Claude, Your Majesty, I am terribly sorry, but at the princess's age, almost any child would be shy and embarrassed when meeting a stranger. The emperor asked back, Is that so? His sharp, cold gaze pierced toward the princess. The emperor thought, Is this brat anxious? Even though an adult was sitting right in front of her, Athanasia was still putting on a bright smile. She thought, Since you've already heard my real voice, just let me go! She cried in her heart, sob, sob. The emperor leaned down, looking at them like a mighty dragon and a timid little bunny. The emperor said, Felix, go outside. Felix immediately knelt on one knee on the ground and complied. Yes. As he walked out the door, Felix turned back to look at Athanasia. She internally begged, Please don't leave, mister. Inside the room, only the two of them remained, making the atmosphere fall into dead silence. The emperor asked, It seems your nickname is Athi? The emperor called, Athanasia. Athanasia lowered her face and answered, Yes. The emperor asked further, Do you know the meaning of this name? She naively replied, It means a great thing. She was both stressed and had to force a cute smile on her lips. It turned out she already knew the meaning of her name, which was taken after Emperor Athanasia. The emperor asked, My child, how did that wench dare to use this name for you? If she were still alive, I would lock her up in the Forgotten Palace. This proved that even Emperor Claude didn't like it. The name of the Obelian emperor means immortal and eternal, which is only granted to the official heir. His half-brother, who was the crown prince, was killed, and the crown was handed to Claude. She thought, I really have no intention of harming him. I completely don't care about this emperor throne. I will live quietly and sneak away secretly. That is my purpose in life. Claude said, You're only 5 years old this year. So Athanasia submissively asked the emperor, Why do you have these things to eat, father? Her arm was trembling, while the emperor Claude stared at her and said, I intentionally ordered the servants to bring out cake and tea for you because I really like children. If you don't eat, I will punish you and throw you out on the street. Inside her heart, Athanasia was terrified and thinking, I'm being threatened. What a piece of trash. But on the outside, she said, I will eat happily, father. Just as she was staring at the piece of cake with a full stomach. This has 100% calories and will cause bloating and indigestion. But if I don't eat, I might get killed. If I disobey his orders, I don't know what will happen. Right now, my face must be completely pale. Emperor Claude was still watching her intently. Suddenly she said, Sister Lily taught me. Before she could finish her sentence, the emperor cut in. Is that so? The person you're talking about is Lillian York, which startled Athanasia. How does he know her full name? The emperor said, 5 years ago, she was the one who stood before me without any fear. She thought, Lily? That's a story of the past. The first time I saw Athanasia was 5 years ago. Did Sister Lily stand in front of him to block him? While resting his chin on his hand, the emperor said, The first time. I heard your name was from her mouth. She suddenly remembered. So it was Lillian who saved Athanasia? Where is Lily? Athanasia felt deeply grateful to Lily. She blocked this bastard's way. This is so touching, how brave, Emperor Claude continued. She blocked my way, but I couldn't kill her. Only your mother and that wench are the only two people who could do that. Athanasia listened to the words the Emperor spoke while eating, her face turning paler and paler. Emperor Claude opened his mouth and said, "You know who I am and what position I hold here, right?" Suddenly, Athanasia dropped her fork with a loud clank. Her face was struck with horror. She froze completely. The eyes of the Emperor and Athanasia both shared the exact same jewel blue color, like crystals. She was terrified, because her eyes couldn't avoid the Emperor's gaze. "I think he is very strange. Why did he bring me to this place?" Really wanted to think of this simply. His sudden interest was her chance to win a reward. This was a test. I will live longer, or I will die, Athanasia thought, but those things weren't listed in the book. I wonder when Athanasia was 9 years old, did she have to take a test from Claude, just like me right now? In her heart, she was restless. What should I do now? What do I have to do? While the atmosphere in the room was dead silent, Athanasia accidentally blurts out, "Oh, Papa!" By the time she realized it, it was already too late. Her face went totally dark, cursing the Emperor in her heart. The psycho. That exact moment made her feel like her blood pressure was skyrocketing. She thought, no matter what, I shouldn't have said that. Papa? Papa? I'd rather he just kill me. So embarrassing. She had to use her brown-nosing skills. The Emperor of the Obelian Empire is truly grand and majestic. Then suddenly, Emperor Claude asked, "Are you flattery baiting me?" The Emperor's gaze was ice cold. Athanasia sat there looking at the Emperor, thinking, "What? What's going on? Did I fail? What the hell? Scared the life out of me!" And look at this, she wondered. Does Emperor Claude like Jeanette? So if that's the case, if father only cares about her alone, then... Suddenly the word, "Papa," was uttered. Both of them were staring at each other's faces as Athanasia froze right on the spot. She was anxious. Why? Why isn't he reacting? I really don't know anymore. Then she looked at the Emperor with affectionate eyes and called out again, "Papa!" Someone tell me that I'm setting up a death flag right now. She thought from the results. If I speak, I'll live. I want to go back to my room because I'm very sleepy. In the meantime, over at the Ruby Palace, everyone was frantically searching for the princess. While the atmosphere at the Ruby Palace was incredibly gloomy, a man appeared. It was none other than Felix the guard. I was carried and escorted back by the Emperor's knight, Sister Lily. Snatched me away from Felix's hands while the surrounding servants looked on with worry. Felix the guard had a surprised expression because the stares from the servants and Sister Lily looked as if they wanted to eat him alive. Everyone assumed he was the kidnapper. Princess Athanasia was still throwing a tantrum at Felix because he left me all alone with Claude. I'm not going to help explain things for him. Then suddenly Felix said, "His Majesty will seek out the princess again soon." All the servants and even Sister Lily were shocked after hearing those words from Felix. Huh? What now? Not understanding what was going on. Why is everyone so surprised? Both fearful and joyful, she thought. Everyone is saying that I'm receiving the Emperor's attention. Why would that bastard Claude want to find me? Don't like it. Ah, but I only live once, and I'll do whatever I want. Sister Lily advised her. If the Emperor comes, you must follow him. That is your destiny. The princess stood there dejectedly, with a spacing-out expression. Lily, worried, asked her, "Princess, are you hurt?" Suddenly Athanasia dodged, which made Lily worry. "Princess, let's get out of here." Night gradually fell as the moonlight appeared. Princess. Athanasia was writing. Plan A failed. She thought to herself, I'm going to run away from the Ruby Palace. Until then, I can't let Claude discover Plan A. Suddenly she crossed out the words she had written. While pulling the blanket over her head, she thought, I really have too much free time. I think I'll have to be careful on my 9th birthday. She remembered the palace from this morning. That simply decorated palace was Claude's palace. Why is the Emperor's palace not close to the rear palace? And why isn't there an empress? While looking at the paper, she plotted Plan B. Before I turn 18, I will gather money and then run away from this palace. That's right, this is still highly possible. Of course I met Claude 4 years early, but back then I thought he didn't want to kill me. The princess hesitated. Should I continue to hide my pretty appearance? When I escape from the imperial palace, I'll disguise myself as a maid and crawl through the dog hole to run away. Her gaze gradually lowered. and this is my greatest hope. Right after finishing her thoughts on Plan C, which was to act spoiled, flatter, and capture Claude's heart, her face suddenly went dark. Sitting curled up in a corner, she dropped the piece of paper, thinking to herself, "That's right, this plan isn't impossible. I'll research the content in the book first. I'm such a foolish girl. Can I create a close relationship with Claude to kill him right after?" Finishing that thought, she collapsed onto the bed. Just a moment ago, I called him Papa without any fear whatsoever. Moreover, I saved his life. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt, rolling around on the bed. "This is just too embarrassing. Sob, sob, sob." Suddenly, she made up her mind. "I'll execute both Plan B and Plan C at the same time. These will be my dark and embarrassing days. I guess it's an investment for my future." Just then, Sister Lily called into the room. "Princess, it's time for bed." At that moment, the princess was looking out the window, seeing the glittering stars. She replied, "But I can't sleep." The scene shifted to the next day. The emperor appeared and said, "Lily York, long time no see." Lily bowed her head and knelt before Emperor Claude. "Your servant is truly honored to meet the son of Obelia again." As for Princess Athanasia, she stood in one spot, her tiny figure wearing a blue dress looking incredibly adorable. Lily explained, "Because my work has been a bit busy lately, I haven't had time to pay proper attention to the princess." But Athanasia was trembling in fear. The emperor said, "But for Athanasia to have such a healthy body, you must have worked hard." Lily replied, "Thank you, your majesty." "Right, Athanasia." Thought to herself, "Is he joking? I basically don't need you to care. You had completely forgotten about this daughter anyway." Suddenly, the emperor said, "From now on, I will take care of her. You don't need to worry about her anymore." Then the sly face of Emperor Claude smirked. As for Princess Athanasia, she froze right on the spot. Standing like a statue, she smiled. "What? I don't need you to take care of me." She struggled inwardly. "I didn't request for you to take care of me, though. Why can't you just pretend you don't know me? You never cared about the existence of a daughter like me anyway, and I don't need your care." The emperor continued, "From now on, Athanasia will receive the treatment of a true princess." She couldn't understand at all. Originally, you didn't care about a daughter like me. The novel clearly stated that Claude never regarded Athanasia as his daughter, so what on earth is he plotting now? A moment later, Lily and the princess hugged each other tightly. Lily comforted the princess. It's okay. But in Lily's heart, she thought, "It's best this way." Some time has passed since then, but things between me and Claude remain the same as before. Emperor Claude said to Princess Athanasia, "It seems you've gotten a bit fatter again." Athanasia thought, "It's only been 5 days. Is that really necessary, gosh?" But on the outside, she was cheerful. Heh. Papa is also very handsome," the emperor and the princess were talking to each other. Over on Lily and Felix's side, the expressions of those two went from surprised to terrified and astonished, displaying a whole range of emotions. The princess said she and Claude had met more than twice now and had spent time together as father and daughter trying to outplay each other. But she realized no matter how disrespectful she was to him, he didn't actually want to kill her. On the contrary, if she became terrified and answered his questions politely, his mood would get. The emperor and Athanasia stood opposite each other. She was trembling. Honestly, she could collapse at any moment right now, her heart thumping. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, Emperor Claude turned around and called, "Athanasia, follow me." All three of them, Princess Athanasia, Lily, and Felix the guard, felt terrified. He really is a guy who likes to scare people. The emperor said, "While I'm still in the mood for a stroll, hurry up and get on the boat." The scenery before them was extremely poetic. Seeing the water, Lily quickly said, "Your Majesty, the princess is still afraid of water." Emperor Claude ignored her. "I am right beside her. What is there to fear?" The princess thought to herself, "You're the one making me scared." The princess tugged at Lily's skirt. She wanted to tell Sister Lily, "Don't say anything more, Lily, or your life won't be safe either. Honestly, I don't want to go anywhere either." The emperor turned his head back and asked Princess Athanasia, "What's wrong? You don't want to go?" Athanasia's big, round eyes smiled so hard they turned into crescent moons as she replied, "Not at all. Athi wants to go with Papa, right?" While she spoke, Lily was standing nearby, extremely worried for the princess. The emperor picked the princess up high from the ground and placed her properly on a seat. She felt totally uncomfortable. Man, we're really on the boat now. There's no escaping this. The boat began to row away. The deep blue water made the princess completely forget her recent anxieties. Wow, this is amazing! The emperor and Princess Athanasia sat on the boat floating on the water. She wondered, do all members of the royal family get to ride a boat like this? She curiously peered over the side. But how does this boat move? There are no oars. Could there be people underneath? The emperor asked, "What are you looking at, princess?" She felt awkward, internally wishing, "Please don't talk to me, don't look at me." But how should she reply? The weather today is so beautiful, the lake water is so blue. Suddenly, Athanasia complimented the emperor. "Papa's hair is so sparkly and pretty. It's both sparkly and dazzling, I love it so much." But deep down, in her mind she thought, it really is gorgeous. It looks like honey gold. Maybe because I was too poor in my past life, I love anything that looks like gold. Suddenly, Emperor Claude smirked, which startled Athanasia. The emperor then brought up the past with the princess. "Oh right, I remember you had a bag of treasures that day. I'm keeping your precious items for you. Next time, come get them yourself, Athanasia." Immediately felt heartbroken, her face turning gloomy. She was confused. Why do I have to get them myself? Looks like my time is up this time. Athanasia stared at the emperor, his shiny blonde hair, combined with the imperial robes he was wearing, made her wonder. She was trying to remember. What country's outfit is this? Egypt? Greece? Some oil-rich kingdom? But it actually suits him quite well. Looking closely, it's very handsome and charming, even though I hate to admit it. Now I understand why those women threw themselves at him like that. It seems in the side stories of the lovely princess, Diana genuinely loved Claude. The emperor's eyes sparkled like jewels, also known as jewel eyes. She dazed out, wondering, are my eyes that color too? The boat drifted along the deep blue water. Suddenly the princess spotted a very beautiful flower. "Oh, what kind of flower is that?" She turned around to look down at the water and saw a flower blooming in the middle of the lake. "A flower? What is this?" The princess looked at the flower, while Emperor Claude looked at the princess. Out of curiosity, she leaned her body closer to the flower. Just a little bit more, and I can touch it. She was trying her best to stretch out her hand. She was curious. Is it a lotus? No, the water is so clear and blue, and its petals are translucent. Can lotuses bloom on a lake? I really want to pick one. Suddenly, she tumbled into the water. The lake water was very deep. She thrashed around, trying to keep her head up. She clung to the boat and said, "Save me!" But Emperor Claude, after seeing his daughter fall into the lake, didn't care in the slightest and just looked at her with an expressionless gaze. This made Athanasia unable to believe it. She panicked when she saw the emperor's gaze, a gaze without a single shred of sympathy. She thought, he's not going to save me. The princess was being pulled deeper and deeper down by the vines under the lake. She was absolutely certain that this man would not save her. Am I going to die? No, this absolute bastard. While thinking that she was going to die, she was pulled onto the shore. As soon as she got up, she coughed uncontrollably. Lily, worried sick for the princess, screamed, "Princess!" The emperor's hands were still dripping with water. It turned out the one who pulled Athanasia out was actually the emperor. Lily asked the princess, "Princess, are you all right?" Suddenly, Emperor Claude called out, "Felix, starting tomorrow, teach Athanasia how to swim. If a child of Claude drowns, wouldn't that be a total humiliation to the world?" After speaking, the emperor turned around and left. Lily comforted the princess. "Princess, everything is all right now. It's fine now." But Athanasia was still terrified and kept coughing continuously. She trembled and sobbed, collapsing into Lily's arms as her vision gradually blurred. She was brought back to the palace. Having fallen fast asleep, she still remembered the scene from this afternoon. She felt the emperor was a psychotic bastard. A 5-year-old child falls into a lake. How could he just stand there and watch with those cold eyes? Thinking back to Emperor Claude's completely expressionless eyes made her spine go cold. She thought, I need to quickly gather enough money to get the hell out of here, while lying on the bed feeling resentful. What plan C? How can anyone handle that cruel tyrant? Tears welled up and streamed down her face. Suddenly her stomach growled, craving chocolate. She snuck out of her room. I seriously cannot resist the temptation of chocolate. But in my past life, let alone chocolate, I couldn't even eat expired food. I wouldn't even dare to dream about this kind of luxury snack. While she was stealthily creeping around to grab it, a figure appeared behind her. She turned around. It turned out to be Lily. Lily called out to her in a rush. "Princess, please come out here and see! Princess!" Athanasia still didn't understand what was going on. A crowd of maids appeared and said, "Princess Athanasia, we are truly honored to serve you." Princess Athanasia was startled. What is the meaning of this? Then suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached with a click-clack, kneeling down in front of her. Felix Reborn respectfully greeted her. "Greetings, Princess. From this day onward, I will be the one to protect the princess." Both Lily and Athanasia stood dazed, looking at Felix. The princess was thinking to herself, "What? I know this is His Majesty's order, but why does it have to be Sir Reborn? First he dumps me in the water, and now he sends someone to serve me. Is this a carrot-and-stick strategy?" Felix smiled gently. The surrounding maids were gossiping up a storm. "In any case, I don't think this is necessary for the princess. His Majesty has already made the decision." "This is insane." Meanwhile, Felix was still kneeling before Princess Athanasia and Lily. He said, "His Majesty mentioned that I must take good care of the princess because she won't be staying here anymore." "Yes, starting from today, please take care of me, Princess." Athanasia pouted with a long face. "I don't want to go." Lily quickly said to the princess, "If you wish, Princess, I will definitely find a way to see you." Athanasia asked Lily back, "When?" Lily replied, "In 10 days, all right?" In her heart, Athanasia was cursing Emperor Claude. That bastard Claude. Not only did he add more maids for me, but he even changed my original lady-in-waiting. What? Transferred to another palace? The maids I spent so much effort winning over. She collapsed, saying, "The new maids are extremely arrogant toward me. When I spend all my money, will they help me hide it?" Suddenly, Felix cut her off and said, "Princess, please don't be mad anymore. Why don't you try pouring your heart out to His Majesty?" Right after those words were spoken, 4 eyes fixed onto him. It was the princess and Lily. Sensing the suffocating atmosphere, he continued, "As it happens, His Majesty wishes to have dinner with the princess today." Hearing this, Princess Athanasia and Lily felt their souls leave their bodies and fly straight to the heavens. Princess Athanasia thought, "Well, I've already died once. If I die now, I wonder if I can get reincarnated again." She suddenly remembered Felix mentioning that those lotuses, living in the middle of the lake, possess magical power. This was exactly the flower the princess reached out to touch before falling into the water. It's a terrifying plant that can bewitch people. Once humans fall into their trap, they drag them underwater and suck out all their nutrients. She also recalled Emperor Claude's indifferent gaze when she fell into the water, and internally cursed, "Cool my ass, you absolute bastard, Claude! Sitting there watching so callously in that situation." Lily said, "Princess, it would be better for you to change your clothes." But the princess, standing next to Felix, replied, "No." She thought, "Why should I dress up for that bastard?" Lily said, "Sir Reborn, please back me up here." And Felix immediately said to the princess, "No matter which outfit Princess Athanasia wears, you still look incredibly adorable. Surely His Majesty will think so too." The princess was startled. "What?" Lily immediately thought, that's true." Athanasia was complaining in her heart. "Why were you persuaded so easily? Claude is not like that." Then Felix carried the princess while saying, "Let's go, Princess." The princess waved her hand to say goodbye to Lily. "I'll be right back," Lily instructed. "Be careful, Princess." They arrived at the palace of Emperor Claude. Felix was carrying her in front of the emperor's room. Felix said, "Your Majesty, I have brought Princess Athanasia." Suddenly Athanasia said, "Mister?" Felix asked back, "What's wrong?" Athanasia replied, "Why are there no maids or guards in this palace?" Felix answered the princess's question. "Because His Majesty wants to do things himself. There are no maids, and guards are unnecessary." Athanasia's face looked completely blank and confused. Felix instructed Princess Athanasia, "Princess, you shouldn't call me that either. Please call me Felix or Reborn, and you don't need to use honorifics." The two stood outside Emperor Claude's room for a while, but no one came to open the door. Felix said His Majesty was probably taking a nap, but Athanasia felt disgusted by him. "Calling me here and then going to sleep? Talk about rude. Actually, this is even better," Princess Athanasia suggested. "Then Athi will go home, okay?" But Felix said, "That won't do. Do you want to go inside and check?" Athanasia's face shifted from happy to panicked. "What? No, wait," Felix added. "If the princess can personally wake His Majesty up, he will surely be very happy." Immediately, Felix pushed the princess into the room and said, "I will wait for you out here." Standing in front of the door, the princess was terrified, her face turning completely pale. She cried internally, "Felix, you absolute piece of trash." She tried knocking on the door and whimpering, but it wouldn't open. Having no choice left, she felt gloomy and thought, "Is it possible he didn't hear my footsteps coming in? I wonder if he's faking sleep." She tiptoed forward step by step, wondering whether she should wake Claude up. If he didn't hear my footsteps, do I have to go over there and wake him? Looking around the room, Athanasia noticed it was rather simple, unlike what she had imagined. Opening the door leads straight to the bed. I heard the former emperor was not only brutal, but also extremely extravagant. Suddenly, a massive painting caught her eye. Even more shocking, the entire painting was made of gold. She had to cover her mouth with her hand for fear of making a sound. "It's all gold! I never saw these things in my past life." She was bewildered. "Is that wall really made of solid gold?" She ran with thudding steps. All the paintings were made of gold, but a broken painting was lying on the ground. She turned back to look. The woman in the painting had brown hair and blue eyes. Athanasia thought this body seemed to know who that was. She uncomfortably turned her head away. Maybe I shouldn't look. Suddenly turning around, she saw Emperor Claude lying right in front of her. She trembled, her heart about to leap out of her chest. The emperor was lying on a couch, sleeping right in the middle of the room. She wondered, why does he have a bed but chooses to sleep here? The emperor's handsome face reminded her of a sleeping prince in a fairy tale. She curiously wanted to touch his face. Will he wake up? Her tiny hands reached toward the emperor's face. She looked at the emperor and saw he was sleeping very soundly. She clenched her fists, contemplating, should I take this chance to punch him? I might not get another shot at hitting this guy in the future. She was getting angry, and the fire inside her was burning furiously. Now is the perfect time to do it, including the time he pushed me in the lake the other day. Her tiny hands tightly clenched into fists. Suddenly, she raised both hands into the air, getting into position. Whatever happens, happens. All of a sudden, a button on the princess's clothes popped off and flew right into the emperor's forehead. Before she could even swing her hands, the emperor opened his eyes and glared. Her eyes panicked. She quickly brought her hands down and placed them on the emperor's chest. She pretended to rock him. "Rock-a-bye, father, rock-a-bye." At this point, she couldn't think straight anymore. What should I do next? She hurriedly kept singing. The moon is smiling at us. Goodbye to today. The sparkling stars are smiling to welcome you. Tomorrow will be a wonderful day. I had a beautiful dream. Good night, my baby. While singing, she kept overthinking. I wonder what I looked like when I raised my hands. Did I totally ruin my image? The emperor asked. Athanasia, what were you just singing? Athanasia immediately replied, It's the Bye-Bye Bad Dreams song. While internally cursing the emperor. This psycho. Does he really not know it's a lullaby? Everyone knows this song. But on the outside, she fake smiled brightly. Papa, good morning. The emperor immediately corrected her. It's not morning anymore. She resented the emperor. Can't you just let it slide? Then suddenly, Emperor Claude asked her, Did Felix let you in here? As the emperor brushed his hair back and stood up, a pack of shredded abs caught the princess's eye, startling her. The emperor said, We'll have dinner here. Athanasia turned her face away to dodge the view out of embarrassment. Then came the meal. A lavish spread of food was laid out on the table. The two sat opposite each other, but very far apart. The emperor asked her, You seem to be in a good mood. Looks like life has been pretty good lately. Athanasia thought to herself, You knew I was sick and you still say that? She smiled brightly, praising the emperor. Papa is so handsome. Plan C echoed in her mind. Plan C, don't forget Plan C. Even if it's for Plan B, because my life is very important, I can't make him lose face. The emperor's eyes stared intently at Athanasia. She wondered, Why is he staring at me like that? Making her break into cold sweat. The emperor said, Eat. I had dinner prepared specifically to your taste. She thought, Wait, is that beef? But said, Enjoy your meal too, Papa. She struggled to cut it while the emperor kept staring at her. Suddenly, both the fork and spoon flew up, spun a few times, and dropped to the ground. The emperor said, You need to learn more etiquette. Tomorrow, I will have someone come to teach you. Princess Athanasia sat submissively in her spot. This is going to shorten my lifespan, the emperor continued. You didn't receive a proper education before, but from now on you will be better educated. Princess Athanasia felt like the emperor was insulting her former maids. Aren't they all nobles? But on the outside, the princess smiled and promised the emperor, I will study hard, father. The emperor was still looking at her intently, while she was still trapped in a pile of thoughts. What the heck? Do I look that stupid or something? That gaze was still fixed on her. She trembled. This is insane! I'm gonna choke! Then night fell, and a tiny voice spoke up. Lily, I want to hear you sing me a lullaby. Princess Athanasia acted spoiled with Lily. Lily said, All right, which song do you want to hear? Lily pulled the blanket over her and comforted her gently. Lily kept singing as the night fell quietly and silently. Please drive away the bad dreams. The sparkling stars are smiling to welcome you. She chuckled internally. As expected, her singing isn't as good as mine. Lily kept singing, Goodbye to today, tomorrow will be a wonderful day. Over on the emperor's side, Claude was staring at his daughter's button, reminiscing about the princess's facial expression and a woman with red eyes who looked very gentle. The emperor thought, the brat isn't as disrespectful as Diana was in her youth. Surely she still doesn't know who Diana is. Just one more year and I'll be able to forget her. Felix the guard also fell into deep thought. Then Felix said, Your Majesty had a good time having dinner with Princess Athanasia, didn't you? A smile appeared on Felix's face. Suddenly, the emperor asked back with an ice-cold face. Adorable? I haven't felt that way in a long time. Both of them looked at the broken painting on the floor, which had been neatly put away in a corner of the room. The emperor stood up and said, Get out, I'm tired. Felix replied, Yes, please rest early, Your Majesty. Felix the guard looked out the window as the glittering lights shone into the room. Meanwhile, the emperor collapsed onto the couch in the middle of the room. In Felix's thoughts, even though Your Majesty says that, you probably haven't forgotten her yet. I hope that one day, the sunlight will smile and welcome you. Athanasia politely bowed and said, Thank you for teaching me the art of tea etiquette. Felix and the maids looked at Athanasia endearingly and praised, Oh my God, so cute. In the morning, Athanasia stood opposite Claude as if to ask him, How is it? Am I adorable? Athanasia herself had tried very hard for this meeting. I didn't know how to act cute, so I practiced so many times. On the contrary, Claude didn't react and instead called out, Felix! Hearing his master's call, Felix respectfully replied, Yes. A moment later, Felix carried Athanasia and placed her on a chair while she secretly thought, I wonder what he expects from me. Athanasia, with an unyielding spirit, flashed a sweet smile to greet Claude. Good morning, Papa. Athanasia knew that the current time was 10 a.m. This morning, Athanasia recalled the things she had done recently. I woke Claude up a month ago. That time I had to rock him until the afternoon. Rockabye, rockabye, good morning, Papa. From then on, Athanasia regularly did this out of habit. Since then, she greeted him with a good morning every day, but the result Athanasia got was, of course, Claude never answered her. Athanasia suddenly remembered her dream last night. Yesterday, I saw Papa appear in my dream. In that dream, there was me, Papa, Sister Lily, and Felix. While watching the moon and picking stars, we played together very happily. But that was just a dream, nothing more, but... Athanasia swung her legs while exclaiming, Heh, but it was a beautiful dream. Athanasia stared intently at Claude and thought, because I got to play with Papa, I actually felt very happy. Cake was brought up to Athanasia, and she was quite repulsed by it. I can't eat this, I can't eat cake, I don't want to endure it in silence. Suddenly, Athanasia realized something. Athanasia asked herself, Huh? What's going on? It turned out a maid was staring intently at Athanasia in astonishment. A moment later, Athanasia understood. Ah, this is the first time these maids have seen me and Claude talking to each other. Athanasia looked at the maids and knew that because of this, they were standing from afar, watching closely. A gentle breeze blew. Athanasia was eating the cake piece by piece and looked expectantly at Claude, who was spacing out. Athanasia asked herself, Here too? Is he half asleep? But he had already slept before. Claude was still spacing out. Athanasia secretly thought, he sleeps until the afternoon to wake up. Suddenly, Athanasia called Claude, catching his attention. Papa, are these delicious? Claude looked at Athanasia, then Claude said, Delicious, but I don't like this flavor. Seeing Claude say that, Athanasia then said, I'm just like Papa. I don't like this flavor either. Hearing that, Felix suggested, Then Princess, please enjoy this one with a lighter flavor. Athanasia also agreed. Okay, but it must be the same as Papa's. But Athanasia silently thought, he's so thoughtful. I wonder how big my guts have grown. If Claude found out I'm this bold, he'd probably kill me. Therefore, it's better for me to hide it. Every day she only ate honey or milk, but here she only received cake. So Athanasia imagined if she were to express her excitement and say, "Give it to me." If she wanted to eat, no one could stop her. A new teacup was brought to Athanasia. She picked up the teacup, looked at it, and smiled. Athanasia smelled the aroma of the tea and praised, "It smells so good." Felix's voice rang out, reminding Athanasia, "Be careful." After Athanasia drank the tea, Felix smiled very happily because he saw how adorable she looked. "Ha ha ha!" Then Athanasia slowly enjoyed the tea. Afterward, Athanasia exclaimed, "This aroma is so fragrant. Wonderful." Athanasia said with delight, "I like it very much." At the same time, Athanasia also praised the teacup. "It's like a sweet-smelling flower blooming in my mouth." The moment that praise was uttered, Claude's expression immediately changed. Even Felix was startled after hearing that compliment. Athanasia stared at the two of them and asked in confusion, "Huh?" Athanasia looked at Felix and wondered, "What's going on?" Then Athanasia looked at Claude and wondered again, "What's up with that reaction?" Then Felix's voice said, "I guess the princess likes it very much. That is a type of tea that His Majesty loves to drink." Felix's voice softly rang out. Felix revealed, the first time Diana drank it, she loved it too. Hearing this, Athanasia asked back, "Did my mother and I say the exact same thing?" He softly replied, "Yes," as Felix gently recounted. The first time His Majesty enjoyed lipe tea was because of Diana. From what I know, the sweetness in lipe tea is extracted from a type of grass on the mountain. Then Felix suddenly suggested, "Ah, you two please sit here while I go get more cake and tea." Suddenly, Claude's voice rang out, "I don't remember that." After that, Claude looked at Felix with an ice-cold glare and warned, "Today you have said a lot of things you shouldn't have said, father." Claude immediately ordered Felix, "Leave, you're too noisy." Felix immediately obeyed the order and excused himself. Blessings and glory upon Obelia. Athanasia was bewildered and didn't understand what was happening. Athanasia wondered, "What's going on?" Athanasia secretly thought, "Was that the first time he did something for a girl? Really?" Athanasia stared intently at Claude and exclaimed, "Unbelievable!" Suddenly, Athanasia remembered. This portrait, I still don't know who its owner is. Claude himself still sat in silence, looking grim and saying nothing. Athanasia helplessly looked at Claude and secretly thought, "If I knew coming here was just to drink tea, I'd be better off staying home and drinking milk." When Athanasia happily thought, "Heh, I love drinking milk." By evening, while Athanasia was drawing a picture in a room, someone asked her, "Who is the princess drawing?" Right, hearing that, Athanasia turned around and replied, "Silly Felix, isn't this the most beautiful Lillian in the world?" Suddenly Felix said, "Ah, I know this one. It's His Majesty, right?" But Athanasia snapped back, "Wrong answer." Athanasia suddenly pulled out a drawing and introduced, "This is Sir Felix the Knight." Felix then took the drawing and asked blankly, "Is this really me?" Felix happily turned around and said, "Thank you, princess. I will treasure this until the day I die." Hearing that, Athanasia just shrugged, and then Lily's voice asked what was going on. She also handed Lily a drawing and said, "Ah, this is a gift for you, Sister Lily." Lily held the drawing and exclaimed, "Oh my, am I really this beautiful?" Hearing that, Athanasia followed up with a compliment, "You're as beautiful as the sky." While drawing, Athanasia thought, "This is so fun, and this one is that bastard Claude." In the drawing, Athanasia was kicking Claude. Seeing the drawing, Lily's voice said, "Are these His Majesty and the princess? His Majesty will surely be very pleased." Hearing her say that, Athanasia silently rebelled in her heart. "No way. I don't want him to be happy at all. I'd rather have him kill me than draw that evil guy." Pointing to a corner of the paper, "Look at this spot. Is this drawing empty?" Suddenly, Athanasia called out, "Sister Lily!" Hearing her call, Lily gently replied, "Yes, princess?" Athanasia suddenly asked Lily, "What did my mother look like?" A strange silence fell over the room. Not noticing anything, Athanasia continued, "I want to see my mother. I don't know what her face looks like at all." A moment later, Athanasia asked further, "Was my mother's hair like yours, Sister Lily? If it wasn't, then it must have been curly, right?" Hearing that, Lily smiled very gently and replied, "Your mother's hair looked very much like yours. She was a blonde girl with waves like the sunset." But Athanasia asked again, "Is that so? Then was my mother's forehead broad?" Lily calmly replied, "It was a bit narrower than yours." Athanasia asked further, "Her face looked just like mine too, right?" Lily replied again, "That's right." While Athanasia and Lily were talking back and forth, Felix remained silent and said nothing. After hearing Lily's answers, Athanasia happily thought, "Awesome, now I can draw my mother." Lily looked at Athanasia's drawing and praised, "You drew your mother beautifully, just like Princess Athanasia." Next, Athanasia asked, "Does it look like mother?" While working hard on her drawing, Athanasia asked, "Was my mother really that beautiful?" Lily replied, "That's right, just like a fairy." Yes, hearing that, Athanasia silently recalled in her heart that even Claude, the emperor of Obelia, fell for Diana, and eventually she gave birth to Athanasia. While drawing, Athanasia exclaimed to herself, "That's the power of a true beauty." Suddenly she said, "I want to see my mother too." As Athanasia kept drawing non-stop, Athanasia suddenly looked at Felix and Lily in confusion and wondered, what's up with these gloomy expressions? But Athanasia pretended not to understand anything and turned back to keep drawing. However, in her heart, Athanasia wondered, could the person I met in that room made of gold that day be my mother? Did I say that too loudly? A quiet stillness filled the space between the three of them. Suddenly, a worried voice called out upon seeing Athanasia panting. "Princess!" Lily asked in confusion. Those thoughts. Do you actually have those thoughts?" Hearing Lily ask that, Athanasia was startled and panicked. What did I just do? Things just got way worse." Felix's voice rang out, comforting Athanasia. "Princess, His Majesty doesn't hate you." Felix knelt down and told Athanasia, "I swear by my title and my courage." Then Felix used all his sincerity to declare that His Majesty does not hate anyone, whether it's you or Lady Diana. These words from Felix left Athanasia completely shocked. Meanwhile, Felix tried to advise Athanasia, "You can comfortably speak with His Majesty. You are still young, Princess. You don't need to suppress yourself at such an early age." But Athanasia coyly replied, "Not at all. Athie is really fine. Right now, I don't want to see Mother anymore, for real." Hearing that, Felix thought, "Is that so? Then how about this? If you find it difficult to ask His Majesty, I will ask him for you." This offer from Felix made Athanasia feel completely helpless. If so, how is that any different from the beginning? No, Athanasia suddenly panicked and shouted loudly, "No need, it's fine, I will definitely— Oh my god, I said no, I don't want that." While shouting, Athanasia pushed Felix over. But instead of Felix falling, Athanasia was bounced back and fell flat on her back. Oops! Seeing Athanasia fall, Felix was also incredibly panicked. Athanasia sat on the ground and said resentfully, "If you ask Papa, he will hate me. He will really, really hate me. I already told you I don't want to see Mother right now." Right after speaking, Athanasia jumped right up. The next morning, Athanasia ran off to the astonishment of Felix and Lily. Both of them cried out, "Princess!" The next day at the palace, all three of them, Lily, Athanasia, and Felix, looked extremely pale. Yes, Athanasia recalled that she had stayed up all night. Last night, Lily stayed by her side and comforted her while she pretended to sleep. "Princess, Lady Diana is always by your side." At this moment, Felix looked a bit hesitant as he said, "We should head out now, Athanasia." Staring intently at Felix made him a bit flustered and awkward, while she was entirely occupied with the thought, did I overreact too much yesterday? When Athanasia felt there was no other way, she suddenly grabbed Felix's clothes and said cutely, "Athie's legs hurt so much, Lily." Athanasia whined to Felix, "Carry Athie!" A moment later, Felix also agreed, "Yes, Princess." Seeing this scene, Lily breathed a sigh of relief. Lily looked at Athanasia on Felix's back and said goodbye to them. "Return safely." Athanasia also happily waved back to Lily. "Bye-bye. See you later." Athanasia stared at Felix with a teasing thought in her mind. Look at them. They're like a newlywed couple. Do they really not have feelings for each other? Felix himself didn't know what she was thinking about him, so he just spoke up. "Today we are going to the audience chamber." Athanasia suddenly blurted out, "You won't get Lily anyway." A bit later, the two arrived in front of the audience chamber, but the door was tightly shut, so Felix had to tell Athanasia, "It looks like you have to wait for a bit." Seeing that, Athanasia silently complained in her heart, "As always, Claude always has these weird rules. If he wants people to wait, he should at least let them sit in the waiting room." While waiting, the door to the room suddenly cracked open. A white-haired man walked out of the room, and upon seeing Felix, he greeted him. Master Robane, Athanasia, said nothing but stared at that man. Then Athanasia praised him. Whoa, what a charismatic guy. Felix also greeted him back. Duke Alpheus, it has been a while. As soon as she heard this name, Athanasia was startled in shock and screamed in her head. What? Alpheus? The ducal family that raised Jeanette until she was 14 years old? At this time, that man was still chatting with Felix. I was wondering why I didn't see you at the audience hall. Who would have thought you were here? Meanwhile, Athanasia was remembering the male lead of this story. Athanasia realized the white-haired man standing in front of her was his father. Observing closely, she noticed he also had silver hair and golden eyes. When he spotted Athanasia behind Felix's back, he suddenly said, Oh, please forgive me, I didn't notice you. Next, that man respectfully greeted Athanasia. Roger Alpheus, it is an honor. May blessings and glory be upon Obelia. Athanasia still hadn't said anything, but kept looking at Roger to evaluate him. Roger Alpheus seemed to be an ambitious man, but Athanasia believed he lived a very successful life by exploiting Jeanette. Suddenly, Roger raised his eyes to look at her. That look from Roger made Athanasia confused. Huh? What's with that look? Athanasia also looked back at Roger with wide, innocent eyes. While in her mind, she wondered, is he comparing his credit card balance with me or something? After that, Athanasia forced a smile at Roger. While in her head, she wondered why Roger had that kind of gaze. As a 5-year-old girl, she felt she had to say something, so Athanasia spoke up. Hello, white-haired mister. But in her head, she thought, Oh, really? How is Jeanette doing lately? Suddenly, Athanasia called out, Whitey! Hearing that, Roger asked in surprise, Are you calling me princess? Athanasia replied, Mister, you look exactly like my dog Whitey. Then Athanasia held out a lollipop in front of Roger and offered, Do you want to eat this, mister? It's very delicious. Seeing this, Roger reluctantly reached out his hand to take the candy and said, Thank you. But Athanasia suddenly pulled it back. Then Athanasia suddenly shouted loudly, Woof woof! Bad boy, woof woof! How can a dog eat candy? Hearing Athanasia say that, Felix burst out laughing to the point of coughing, while Roger froze because he was told, Woof woof. But a moment later, instead of getting angry, Roger even praised Athanasia. You are truly an adorable princess. Hearing that, Athanasia generously thought to herself, Sigh, maybe I should stop teasing him now. After that, Athanasia told Felix, Athie wants to see Papa. Since she requested it, Felix immediately agreed. Yes, then we should head inside. As Felix carried Athanasia inside, she turned around and waved to Roger. Goodbye, white-haired mister. After Athanasia walked inside, the door gradually closed with Roger's face looming outside. As the door shut, a sly smile also appeared on Roger's face. From inside the audience chamber, a respectful greeting rang out. It is an honor to meet you. May blessings and glory be upon Obelia. The audience chamber door was completely closed. Seeing that Athanasia and Felix had walked in, Claude spoke up lazily. You're here? While carrying Athanasia, Felix replied, Yes, your majesty. I ran into Duke Alpheus. Athanasia also chimed in and said, Mr. Whitey. Hearing Athanasia call him that, Claude asked in confusion, Mr. Whitey? Athanasia immediately explained, Because he looks like a dog named Whitey, Papa. After hearing this, Claude remained silent and said nothing. A moment later, Claude covered his mouth with his hand. Seeing this, Athanasia wondered, Ah, he laughed? Claude was silent for a moment, then praised, That nickname actually suits him quite well. Looking at Claude's expression and compliment made Athanasia sigh helplessly. Joking about someone's future like that is a bit too much. After that, Claude said nothing, but just stared intently at Felix, who was carrying Athanasia on his back. Seeing this, Claude expressed his dislike and teased, A nanny already, are we? Being told that by Claude, Felix scratched his head and chuckled, heh heh, before putting Athanasia down. Meanwhile, Athanasia thought to herself, I don't think that's a good thing. Without thinking any further, Athanasia suddenly waddled over to Claude. Then Athanasia suddenly realized something. Ah! After that, Athanasia waddled back to Felix. Next, Athanasia handed the lollipop to Felix. He didn't think much of it and took it. Holding the lollipop in his hand, Felix looked a bit bewildered, while Athanasia waddled back over to Claude. Watching Athanasia run up to Claude, Felix thought. I heard that Rosaria also has a princess around the same age. That girl will become friends with the princess. Athanasia herself, upon running up there, was instantly fascinated by Claude's sparkling golden throne. Athanasia exclaimed, "Wow, look at all this gold!" Claude suddenly looked down at Athanasia while she was praising the throne. It's just too tempting. Being stared at by him, she suddenly got annoyed. To avoid exposing her true colors, Athanasia pretended to be overjoyed and thought, so she and I are going to be friends. But in reality, Athanasia was complaining in her heart about this. Is another kid about to show up in this palace? I feel awful just thinking about it. Felix transmitted his thoughts to Athanasia from below. I heard that kid doesn't have any friends at all. Hearing this, Athanasia panicked. I'm going to lose my mind from her being too noisy. Sigh, I was too careless. Furthermore, Rosaria has a son. Seeing her displeased expression, Felix could only give a forced laugh. Ha ha, I only know that much. But at this moment, Athanasia suddenly fell into contemplation. Athanasia thought to herself, sorry, but now I'm really curious about him. According to what Athanasia knew, he is 2 years older than Jeanette and 3 years older than her. Lost in thought, Athanasia didn't notice when she had been picked up. A moment later, Athanasia finally realized she had been lifted. Father Claude held Athanasia with one hand and openly criticized her. You're too heavy. Athanasia, having been suddenly lifted and called heavy, looked bewildered and angry. What? Athanasia's jaw dropped in shock as she screamed in her head. What? What did he just say? Why on earth did he bring up my weight? Claude didn't care what Athanasia thought. He carried her over to a certain spot and pushed the curtain aside with his hand. Behind the curtain was a soft bed. Athanasia was placed on the bed in complete confusion and bewilderment. Father Claude stepped onto the bed and said, You've been so noisy that it's making me exhausted. Hearing Claude say that, Athanasia lamented. The sun is already way past its peak. Oh, Athanasia sat on the bed while fidgeting her hands and feet, touching the pillows on the bed. Oh, this pillow is so smooth, so smooth. Is this the space right behind his throne? Athanasia suddenly thought to herself, could this be his resting place? Well, Athanasia wasn't paying attention. The hanging curtain suddenly closed. Claude had already fallen asleep at some point. Seeing this, Athanasia was startled and panicked. Athanasia exclaimed, Oh no! Athanasia couldn't believe it. What in the world is he doing? How can he be so reckless? Why does he have to be shirtless anytime, anywhere? Suddenly Claude spoke up. That song from back then. His sudden words scared the life out of Athanasia. Oh my God, you scared me! After calming down, Athanasia asked, The song? Claude reminded her so she would remember. The one you sang about driving away bad dreams. Hearing that, Athanasia finally remembered. Ah, that lullaby song. Because the title of the song sounded rather strange, Claude asked back, The lullaby song? Even though it sounded strange, Claude still demanded. Anyway, I want to hear that song one more time. Hearing this, Athanasia froze and wondered, Does he want me to sing him to sleep like last time? Athanasia didn't want to sing, so she made up an excuse. I forgot that song. Hearing that, Claude asked back, Oh, you forgot? Seeing that he said nothing else, she thought he wouldn't force her to sing anymore. All right, then. Claude suddenly asked further, How can you remember that song again? Hearing his question, Athanasia could only helplessly give up. Forget it, this guy is too stubborn. In the end, Athanasia had no choice but to say, I remember it now. Claude unexpectedly recounted. Right after I ascended the throne, some idiots tried to assassinate me in this very room, but I captured them all and made them kneel at my feet. They wanted to assassinate me? How utterly foolish. That day I killed every single one of them without letting them say a word. It could be said that many assassins had shed blood and knelt at Claude's feet. Next, Claude revealed. That is why I always have nightmares. After hearing the story told by Claude, Athanasia suddenly shuddered. Out of nowhere, Claude continued. I know a memory retrieval method that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Claude looked at Athanasia and told her, But I don't want to use it on you. After hearing Claude's words, Athanasia said in fear, I just remembered the lyrics a moment ago, but now I've forgotten them all. In her heart, she panicked. What should I do to remember that song now? Finally, she knew what she had to do, so she cheerfully blurted out, "I remember it now, the lullaby song," Athanasia said while trembling violently. "I will sing a song for Papa to hear." Athanasia cried tears inside while singing. As the night fell outside, Athanasia tried her best to sing, but internally, she helplessly said to herself, "Am I really going to stay like this?" Athanasia helplessly muttered to herself. She had to sing this song over and over again for that guy Claude until he was satisfied. To make sure Claude was asleep, she asked, "Is your Majesty asleep?" To be absolutely certain, Athanasia reached her hand toward Claude's head, intending to pull his hair to see if he was fast asleep. Outside, Felix was standing guard when he suddenly heard Claude's voice. Felix's voice softly echoed from outside. "It's truly rare for His Majesty to sleep without his guard up. The princess's song has put His Majesty in a much better mood." He also said, "I want to hear that song too." But Athanasia? Hearing Felix say that from inside, cried tears into the pillow and thought to herself, "This is so embarrassing." Suddenly, Felix asked, "Why is that, princess?" Then he added, "I am truly sorry about yesterday." Hearing Felix apologize to her, Athanasia raised her head to listen. Felix confessed his mistake. "I shouldn't have gone outside and left the princess all alone. I didn't think it through carefully." Hearing up to this point, Athanasia wondered, "Is there anything else?" Felix continued speaking from outside. "I only thought that it would make the princess happy." Felix's words gave Athanasia a lot to think about. Did he really think that way? First, I want to see my mother Diana. Second, I still don't know where my mother's portrait is hanging. After thinking like that, Athanasia lamented, "This is so heartbreaking, it's so frustrating and distressing." Suddenly, Athanasia said to Felix, "I'm sorry for hitting you yesterday." Hearing Athanasia's apology, Felix replied happily instead, "It's quite all right." "Ah," Felix reassured Athanasia. "It hurt a little bit, but it's all better now." Hearing Felix's words made Athanasia panic and say to herself, "Don't lie, I know it hurt a lot. Didn't you fall down?" Then Felix told Athanasia, "Actually, His Majesty isn't a bad person, Princess Athanasia, but he lost his mother when he was far too young." Hearing up to this point, Athanasia just remained silent and said nothing. Then Felix calmly continued, "My mother used to be His Majesty's nanny. That's why His Majesty and I became like brothers." Hearing up to this point, Athanasia suddenly understood. So that's why Claude was worried about Felix back then. I noticed that. Felix softly recounted, "When I was a child, I used to hate my mother because she spent more time with His Majesty than with me." An image of Felix's mother appeared as she sat next to Claude's cradle. Felix's voice calmly echoed, "But later on, when my mother passed away, I missed her so much." The image of young Felix standing frozen upon hearing the news of his mother's passing appeared. Felix had an intense yearning. "I really want to see my mother again, even if it's just once." Felix recalled the scene after his mother passed away, when the servants helped him change his clothes. "Now I no longer hate my mother for not spending much time with me." But Athanasia had been silently listening to Felix recount his own story this whole time. One day, Felix's deep voice, mixed with a bit of a choke, rang out, "I found an embroidered handkerchief that my mother used to carry with her." The image of a white handkerchief with a name embroidered in red appeared in Felix's memory, and his voice sounded a bit emotional as he continued, "And I saw with my own eyes that my name was embroidered on that handkerchief." At that moment, Felix cried a lot. Unbelievable as it is, I cried a whole lot. Felix's deep and calm voice kept steadily ringing out. She was so frustrating. Even though only my name was written on that letter, I knew she missed me terribly. Athanasia silently listened to Felix pour his heart out while playing with Claude's hair. Deep down, Athanasia recalled her own words. "Even though my mother and I have no memories together, she is my only mother." Those were the words Athanasia said to comfort herself. I told myself that. Athanasia's yearning call rang out, "Mother!" Athanasia sadly thought in her heart, "You are my mother, and I am an orphan child because I don't have a mother. You weren't by my side at all." A bit of hesitation filled Athanasia's heart. But if I really am Athanasia? At this moment, Athanasia's mind was completely a mess. I don't know what my mother's face looks like, or if I'm just a child adopted outside the Ruby Palace. In the end, I finally met the father who abandoned me in the past. A sad realization filled Athanasia's mind. I am the princess here. Suddenly, Athanasia's voice rang out. But this is a massive, massive secret. Athanasia's whispering voice confessed. Actually, I didn't see Mother last night, but I lied. I did it. Yes, even so, Athanasia believed. But it wasn't a lie, because in reality I didn't get to meet Mother. Her heart at this moment was speaking to the mother she had never met. I'm 5 years old now, Mother. I feel that way. Father Athanasia poured her heart out to her mother. I'm staying with Papa. Even though I don't have a mother, I can sing lullabies for Papa, so I won't cry. There are things Athanasia only dared to say to her mother in her heart while watching Claude sleep. He's biased toward Jeanette. In the end, he'll still kill Athanasia. Suddenly, Felix asked, Princess Athanasia, what is your dream? Hearing that, Athanasia hesitantly replied, A dream? If only I could do that, it'd be great. When Felix heard Athanasia say that from outside, he smiled to himself and thought, The princess will surely make her dream come true. Suddenly, Athanasia said, 18 years old. Felix didn't hear clearly, so he asked back, What was that? Even though Athanasia wished in her heart that Claude wouldn't kill her at age 18, on the outside she could only pretend and say, I want Papa to love me more and more. Athanasia said, As much as my love for Papa. Lots and lots. Athanasia said deceitfully, while raising both hands to the sky as if making a vow. But in reality, she thought in her heart, When I'm 10, then 18, I hope he won't kill me. Hearing Athanasia's innocent wish made Felix laugh happily. Cough, cough, cough. A gentle gaze appeared in Felix's eyes. As for Athanasia, she seemed sleepy. Seeing a comfortable spot, she wanted to roll over and sleep. Athanasia lay down next to Claude and closed her eyes to sleep. Before sleeping, Athanasia didn't forget to promise herself, I will definitely make that dream come true. In the endless darkness, a singing voice suddenly echoed. Athanasia's voice also suddenly rang out. Ah! Athanasia praised. What a beautiful singing voice. Athanasia wondered, Whose voice is that? On the lush green grass, someone suddenly appeared walking. Athanasia wondered, Who is that? In front of Athanasia, a girl with shiny blonde hair appeared. The girl's figure was blurry. Athanasia's voice rang out again. Athanasia tried to reach her hand toward the girl and said, Don't go. The girl's blonde hair still fluttered in the wind. The girl turned back to look at Athanasia. The moment she saw the girl's face, Athanasia blurted out, The girl smiled gently at Athanasia. Seeing that smile, Athanasia praised, So beautiful. Athanasia kept staring at the girl and wondered, A goddess or a fairy? Darkness enveloped them again. In the darkness, Athanasia's voice continued to echo, You really are extremely beautiful. Not knowing if she heard Athanasia's words or not, the girl kept on smiling. Seeing that smile, Athanasia herself was stunned. Even that smile. Right now, Athanasia was deep in sleep, and she had just been dreaming this whole time. In her dream, she praised, How magnificent her smile is. A rustling sound echoed as she sleepily muttered, Felix's voice rang out from outside. The princess must be having a very beautiful dream right now. Suddenly, Claude spoke up. She sang that song, the song that is said to drive away nightmares. Hearing that, Felix remarked, Yes, I'm sure the fairies will hear it and grant the princess beautiful dreams. Claude mocked his words. In this day and age, those things are completely absurd. Despite being teased, Felix still laughed happily. Ha ha. On the soft bed, Athanasia was still sleeping soundly. She let out a few groans and complained, So noisy. Seeing Athanasia cry out in discomfort, Claude stayed quiet to see how she was. Seeing that she didn't cry out anymore, he lamented, Quiet now. However, Athanasia was still sleeping soundly, without any guard up, while Claude sat next to her and observed her. Claude reached his hand close to Athanasia's hair. Then Claude gently touched that hair. At the same time, in the dream, Athanasia saw the blonde girl disappear, and Claude's voice rang out, What a pain. Go to sleep. Athanasia had a very good sleep and a very beautiful dream. 2 years later, Athanasia had grown a bit bigger by now, and currently she was staring thoughtfully at a basket of something. Then Athanasia stared intently at the basket and lamented. It's running low again. Looking at this basket of chocolates, Athanasia wondered, Who on earth did this? Athanasia recalled when the chocolate basket was still full. I came and secretly ate them. Because she snuck food, Athanasia was now a bit worried. But there's too little left, and I'll definitely be found out anyway. Athanasia recalled when she had a toothache. Besides, ever since I got a cavity, my cuteness doesn't work anymore. Back then, with a swollen face, she cried and whined about the pain, while Lily scolded her. See? From now on, you're banned from eating chocolate. After thinking for a while, Athanasia had to know what to do. If so, the final solution will be... Athanasia decided, I have to go to Father's place. Athanasia's eyes became full of determination. Along both sides of the corridor walkway were bright windows. Claude suddenly spoke up. So you're here. Claude stopped drinking his tea and turned his head toward the room's door. Athanasia happily opened the door and rushed over to Claude's spot. Father, Athi is here. The moment he saw her, he openly reminded her. You enter and leave my palace quite freely now, don't you? Athanasia ignored Claude, teasing her, just running over to Claude's side and acting cute. I suddenly missed you so much, that's why I came. Claude criticized Athanasia, making a fuss first thing in the morning. Hearing that, she could only give a forced laugh. Heh heh. Athanasia looked at Claude's expression and thought to herself, Claude's way of talking is the same as before, but when I cling to him, he doesn't show any annoyance. She asked herself, actually, Father doesn't hate me that much, right? Suddenly, Claude's voice rang out, allowing Athanasia. Take them. Hearing just that, her eyes lit up. Claude placed all the plates of cakes on the table in front of Athanasia. Her eyes at this moment sparkled, unable to hide her delight. Athanasia exclaimed in her heart, Look at all these wonderful, delicious cakes. Suddenly, Claude said, You seem happier to see the cakes than to see me. Hearing him say that, Athanasia was startled and replied, I'm happy because these cakes will taste better when eaten with Father. But in her heart, Athanasia lamented, Claude, he really notices everything. While eating, Athanasia thought, Anyway, time has changed everything. I never imagined there would be a day when I could walk over to Claude on my own 2 feet. But he lets me eat sweets to my heart's content. Seeing her stuff too many cakes into her mouth, Claude teased, Have your cheeks not burst yet? How strange. But earlier, she was only focused on eating and thinking, so she didn't pay much attention to him. I'm also used to his comments about my chubby cheeks. While eating, Athanasia thought, Papa keeps saying that, but doesn't Father still give me dessert like this every day? After that, Athanasia kept munching on the cakes while staring intently at Claude. Then Athanasia suddenly wondered, Maybe it's because I look too cute when I eat. But seeing the scowl on Claude's face, Athanasia thought, Or maybe not. Claude suddenly asked, You didn't run into anyone on your way here, did you? Hearing that, Athanasia wondered, Run into who? Claude didn't answer Athanasia's question, but just instructed, If you didn't run into anyone, then it's fine. But if you do meet them, just ignore them. After speaking, Claude scowled while drinking tea, while Athanasia still didn't understand what was going on. In her heart, Athanasia guessed, No? Then who could it be? Later, when Athanasia was walking in the garden, she ran into Roger, so she greeted him. Ah, Mr. Whitey! Athanasia reached her hand out and said, Whitey, shake hands. Roger helplessly replied, I've told you before, I am Roger Alpheus. Even though his mouth was explaining to Athanasia, Roger still reached out his hand for her to shake. So she happily patted his head and praised, Good boy, very good. After being treated like a dog and having his head patted by Athanasia, Roger suddenly touched his hand to his forehead. Then Roger called out, Princess Athanasia. Roger asked Athanasia, Don't you feel lonely without any friends to talk to? Hearing him ask that, she was a bit startled and asked back, Friends? But in her heart, she wondered, What does he mean by that? After a moment of silence, Athanasia replied, Mister, you're so silly. Of course Athi has a friend. Felix is Athi's friend. Hearing her call him a friend, Felix was surprised and called out, Princess! But Roger remarked, Wouldn't it be better if you had a friend your own age, Princess? Hearing up to this point, Athanasia just remained silent and said nothing. Roger calmly introduced, I have a child around your age. As he spoke, Roger's crafty eyes looked toward Athanasia. Roger continued his pitch to introduce a friend to Athanasia. He is a very smart and disciplined boy. He is 3 years older than you, so if you consider him an older brother, he will also cherish you like his own younger sister. A helpless silence occurred in Athanasia's mind, making her only able to laugh. Ha. Athanasia thought. Does he want to use me as an insurance policy? Athanasia mocked Roger in her thoughts. Because the relationship between me and Claude seems to be going well, now you want to use me as a backup item? And just in case Claude stops treating Jeanette well in the future, you can quickly switch over to exploiting me. Seeing Athanasia say nothing, Roger confidently asserted. Ha. Maybe it's a bit embarrassing to say this, but he takes after me and is very handsome. Seeing Roger so confident and recalling Claude's scowl earlier, Athanasia bluntly criticized him. If he looks like you, Mr. Whitey, then he's not Athy's type. Being bluntly criticized by Athanasia, Roger was awkward and didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, she looked at him and criticized him further in her heart. And besides, whether he's the male lead or not, he's only 10 years old. Does this old man want us to play house together or something? Refusing to give up, Roger continued to propose. If so, what about a girl the same age as you? Seeing this, Athanasia angrily cursed in her heart. Is this old man out of his mind? Hearing Roger say that, Felix asked back. Ah, do you mean your niece, sir? Getting his opening, Roger comfortably replied to Felix. That's right, my relatives are on vacation in the suburbs, so they asked me to look after their youngest daughter. Roger gently asked Athanasia, What do you think, princess? Being probed by him made her uncomfortable. What do I think, you crazy old man? You really can say anything, can't you? Are you planning to bring Jeanette to my side just to score points in Claude's eyes? While I'm cluelessly sitting here, not knowing when I might lose my life because I'm just a sacrificial pawn for your benefits. Even though she said that, Athanasia still understood. Of course I know Jeanette is completely innocent. Even so, Athanasia still confidently concluded. But I am Athanasia after all. Seeing Athanasia say nothing, Felix gently said, Princess, if you want to have more friends, I will also help you convince His Majesty. Hearing that, she hesitantly replied, Ha. But then, Athanasia gave a reply that left both Roger and Felix completely stunned. Athy doesn't want to make friends with people who are dumber than Athy. Hearing that, Felix reminded her, Princess. But Roger still tried to convince Athanasia. She is also very smart. You don't need to worry about that, Princess. But Athanasia still played innocent and asked, Then how far has your niece studied sociology, white-haired mister? Hearing Athanasia ask this, Roger was startled in disbelief. Without giving Roger time to process, Athanasia continued to ask, If she's that smart, she must have studied all the important parts, right? Even Felix was stunned by the quality of knowledge that Athanasia possessed. Because Max Weber's functionalism is too difficult, Athy is having to spend more time to understand it. But has she studied de Beauvoir yet? What about other studies? Theology, philosophy, history? Athanasia's childish, yet knowledge-filled voice continued to echo. Does she know Atlantean? What about the Pascal programming language? The sky knows everything. The truth can never be buried. Athanasia flashed a sweet smile and asked, The language of the Holy Sicansian Empire is also easy. She must have finished learning it too, right? To Roger's absolute astonishment, Athanasia gifted him a line, God will punish liars. Roger was dumbfounded by Athanasia's intellect. Even Felix couldn't believe what he had just heard Athanasia say. After that, a sigh echoed. Roger was helpless and had to admit, My niece also had an interest in learning from an early age, but her level can't possibly compare to the princess. Being praised by him, Athanasia laughed in her heart. Ha. Roger sadly said, I heard that the princess's understanding was just a bit ahead of hers, but after hearing the knowledge that Athanasia possesses, Roger remarked, It seems the two of them cannot be compared at all. After that, Felix suddenly said, Princess, I will also do my best to reach your standards. Hearing him say that, Athanasia was a bit startled and unexpected. On the green grass, a creature with soft jet-black fur suddenly appeared. Athanasia stood frozen, staring right at it. The small creature backed away, wary of Athanasia. In her heart, she squealed, So cute! Then she politely coaxed, Hello, come here, little guy. Want some food? But instead of being enticed by Athanasia, it turned and bolted, making her shout in surprise, Ah! Without thinking twice, Athanasia chased after the creature, yelling as she ran, Wait up! After chasing the creature for a while, Athanasia happily cheered, Gotcha, Blackie! Athanasia reached out and grabbed something that was also jet black. Suddenly, a voice shrieked, Ow, my hair! Kid, what do you think you're doing? Stop pulling! The voice left Athanasia completely stunned. Huh? A figure slowly sat up from inside the bushes. He spoke to Athanasia in annoyance. I said, let go. Athanasia looked at this person and couldn't help but admire him. Whoa! How can a guy look as pretty as a doll? He's gorgeous. Blushing slightly, she asked him, Who are you? After all, Athanasia knew that not just anyone was allowed in this area. Then Athanasia timidly asked the boy, What are you doing here anyway? The boy held up the creature Athanasia had been chasing and said, I caught this thing. Seeing the adorable creature, she called out its name, Blackie. Then Athanasia asked the boy, Are you its owner? But he just stared blankly without saying a word, only to ask her back a moment later, Is this your first time seeing one of these? Hearing his response, Athanasia was a bit taken. Huh? He didn't come to take it back? Why is he dodging the question? While she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Felix calling out for her. Princess! Felix's loud shout made Athanasia turn around to look. Seeing that Felix was about to reach her position, Athanasia called back loudly, Felix! But the boy suddenly snapped his fingers. Snap! As Felix searched around, he wondered, where could she have gone? A bizarre thing happened. Even though Athanasia was standing right in front of Felix, he couldn't see her at all. This left Athanasia completely bewildered. Huh? Felix? The boy behind her suddenly snapped his fingers again. Snap! Incredibly, Felix suddenly said, Ah, right, I still haven't finished learning those 10 Atlantean vocabulary words. Felix turned and walked away, leaving Athanasia in utter shock. I need to finish studying before looking for the princess. Athanasia realized who was behind this, so she turned back and asked, What did you just do? Staring at the boy, Athanasia took a guess. Could you be a mage? Ignoring Athanasia's shock, the boy kept staring intently at Blackie. Athanasia continued to ask, Can you do other things too, like other cool stuff? The boy replied, You mean stuff like this? As he conjured a transparent bubble. Suddenly, countless transparent bubbles floated into the air, filling Athanasia with joy and wonder. Athanasia gasped in absolute awe. Whoa, amazing! Her innocent, happy eyes followed the floating bubbles. In her heart, Athanasia confirmed, This is real magic. Then Athanasia happily jumped up and cheered. Yay! Meanwhile, the boy just stared at Athanasia with a puzzled look in his eyes. Athanasia playfully popped the bubbles. Pop! Pop! As they burst, a fragrance wafted through the air, making Athanasia praise. Wow, it smells so good. Athanasia was fully absorbed in popping bubbles until she realized something was off. Her body started feeling weird. Why do I feel a bit... Athanasia panicked as she found herself struggling to breathe. She began panting heavily. Suddenly, Blackie growled, Grr! The transparent bubbles instantly shattered, vanishing completely into thin air. Athanasia wondered in a daze. What happened? The boy sighed. Ha! He turned to Blackie and said, You dare disrupt me with a petty trick like that? The boy glared at Blackie with a hostile look. Being stared down like that made Blackie tremble in fear. The boy muttered to Blackie, How insolent! Should I just end you right here? He picked Blackie up, looking at it with a sinister gaze. Out of nowhere, Athanasia stepped in and snatched Blackie away from the boy's hands, shouting loudly, No, don't hurt Blackie! Athanasia demanded loudly, Aren't you Blackie's master? The boy said nothing, just keeping his eyes on Athanasia. Then he suddenly declared, You are its master. His words left Athanasia completely bewildered. Huh? The boy stared intently at Athanasia, then asked, First time seeing a mage? First time seeing a divine beast? What kind of rock have you been living under? Looking at her eyes, the boy deduced, Judging by those eyes, you're clearly of royal blood. You're the daughter of Kiel, right? But Athanasia replied, That's not my father. The boy probed further. Just as I thought, I must have slept longer than I realized. Then you must be the daughter of Tonitaz, his son, right? Feeling like this guy was talking absolute nonsense, Athanasia complained in her heart. He talks about past emperors, like they're his neighborhood kids. Finally, she just stated her father's name bluntly. What nonsense are you talking about? My father's name is Claude. The boy asked blankly, Claude? Is that the name of the current emperor? Athanasia immediately replied, That's right. The boy suddenly burst into a loud laugh. Ah ha ha ha! which startled Athanasia. He remarked, "Well, look at this. It seems I've slept through some kind of revolution." The boy kept laughing, leaving Athanasia completely dumbfounded. Suddenly, the boy noticed something. Huh? He unexpectedly lifted Athanasia's chin and said, "Wait a minute." Athanasia panicked and thought to herself, "What is he doing? How can he just touch a girl's face without permission?" The boy didn't seem to care about Athanasia's reaction at all, as he was focused on something else on her face. "What's this?" He stared at Athanasia with deep intrigue and said, "You're interesting." Athanasia's crystal-clear eyes were filled with confusion, completely lost as to what he was doing. He murmured, "This is the first time I've seen this." Suddenly, Athanasia felt a strange sensation in her body. The boy kept staring at Athanasia, then said, "This is going to be fun." Overwhelmed by fear, Athanasia pulled her face away from the boy's grip. Seeing this, he didn't stop her, only muttering, Maybe I should let it live." But Athanasia looked at the boy and wondered, "What? Is he talking about me?" Suddenly, the boy said, "It's a divine beast born from your own magic." He seemed to be explaining Blackie's origin to Athanasia, but Athanasia didn't quite get it. "A divine beast? What's a divine beast?" The boy calmly explained. "A divine beast is the crystallization of your magic. Once it matures, it will reabsorb into you, and then you can use its magic freely. Divine beasts are born when their master's power overflows past its limits." Finally, the boy concluded, "So, they usually never try to leave their masters." While he was speaking, Blackie suddenly let out a low growl. Seeing this, the boy teased, "Look, it's getting shy." Being called out, Blackie shyly buried its head into Athanasia's arms, while Athanasia was still trying to process everything. "So, basically," next Athanasia politely said to the boy, "Thank you for letting me know. Athie will—" Before she could finish her sentence, he suddenly picked Blackie up. Athanasia was stunned by his action. Athanasia asked in bewilderment, "Huh? Why are you taking my Blackie?" The boy casually replied, "When did I ever say I was giving it to you, kid?" Athanasia shot back, "But Blackie belongs to me!" The boy didn't back down either, arguing, "What nonsense are you talking? I found it, so it's mine. Whether I turn it into a stew or roast it is entirely up to me." The boy's words startled Athanasia. Athanasia angrily said, "Why are you taking my stuff? Give Blackie back. What are you planning to do to Blackie?" The boy replied in the same casual tone, "What do you mean, what? People sleep when they're sleepy and they eat when they're hungry. It's only natural." At this point, Athanasia kept jumping up, demanding to get Blackie back at all costs. The boy suddenly said, "Since I slept longer than I thought, my magic has weakened. If I eat this, maybe my magic will be fully restored." His words made Athanasia panic. "Huh?" The next morning, Athanasia started jumping up even more and shouted, "No way! Give Blackie back!" The boy acted as if it was no big deal and said, "Come on, kid, you don't really need a divine beast anyway. From now on, just keep living without using magic like before, and you'll be fine." Hearing that, Athanasia angrily tugged and pulled at the boy, shooting back. "Your weak magic is your own fault. Why should I give Blackie to you? Give it back. Give my Blackie back." Finally, the boy said, "Then how about this?" He made a proposal. "I will postpone returning it until it's fully grown." His proposal made Athanasia wonder, "Postpone? What does that mean? Why should I agree to that?" Hearing her question, he replied in a cold tone, "Why, you ask?" The boy suddenly asked Athanasia, "Don't you realize that I'm intentionally letting you off easy?" The boy's blood-red eyes stared intently at Athanasia. That gaze and those words left Athanasia completely stunned. The boy continued, "You should know this. I could put an end to you right here and take this thing with me anyway if I wanted to." The boy added, "But I'm not doing that because I find you quite interesting." His words terrified Athanasia, making her let go of his clothes. The boy reassured Athanasia, "Don't worry, I'm a kind-hearted mage. Though I might change my mind." He looked at Athanasia and smiled. Athanasia hesitantly asked, "Then what do you want from me?" Hearing that, the boy praised her. "Smart kid." He said, "You don't need to overthink it. It's very small and hard to notice anyway. Besides, I can get it without having to take it from you." Athanasia suddenly warned the boy, "Don't go demanding other things later." Hearing that, he made a vow, saying, "I won't. This condition is completely harmless to you. I swear." At this point, Athanasia could only think in silence. Then the boy suddenly said, I already told you that you won't lose anything, right? Here, catch. He unexpectedly dropped Blackie right into her arms. After that, the boy asked, "What's your name, kid?" Athanasia was a bit caught off guard, so she asked guardedly, "Why do you need to know?" Before Athanasia could finish, the boy asserted, "What's wrong? It's not like I'm a bad guy." But Athanasia was still extremely wary of him. Seeing that Athanasia didn't answer, he had no choice but to introduce himself first. "Well, at least you should know my name. I'm Lucas." The boy suddenly snapped his fingers. Snap! Then he instructed Athanasia, "Next time we meet, just call me by my name." The boy suddenly departed. "I'm off. See you later." A sudden gust of wind blew fiercely, making Athanasia cry out, "Whoa, whoa!" When Athanasia opened her eyes and looked up, there was no one left in front of her. Only the sound of the rustling wind remained. Felix gently spoke to Athanasia. "Princess, what is that in your hands? You ignored me, saying you wanted to play alone, and now you've returned with a new friend?" Hearing Felix say that, Athanasia asked back in bewilderment. "I said I wanted to play alone." Athanasia's blank gaze fixed on Felix. Felix slowly stood up and replied, "Yes, you told Lily the same thing too." Blackie's eyes suddenly began to sparkle. Blackie suddenly leapt right out of Athanasia's arms, making her shout in surprise, "What the?" Athanasia called out loudly, "Ah, Blackie!" Lily was walking over from a distance, while Lily was carefully setting the tray of cakes on the table and gently saying, "It might take a bit longer, but today's dessert is chocolate cake." Felix panicked and shouted loudly behind her, "Wait, Black!" Blackie suddenly pounced right on Felix, thumping him, making him cry out, "Ah!" All three of them, Felix, Athanasia, and Lily, stood frozen as they witnessed the scene before them. The three were completely speechless as they watched Blackie greedily devouring the chocolate dessert placed on the table. Athanasia was the first to react, gasping in shock, "Oh!" From that time onward, Athanasia lived together with Blackie. "This is how I raised Blackie." She gave Blackie a bath, and the little guy shook the water directly onto her. At night, the two of them slept together, but Athanasia also frequently fed Blackie chocolate cakes. "Blackie, eat up! Eat as much as you want. Our Blackie really is a good boy." Felix's voice suddenly rang out, reminding Athanasia. "Princess, we must get ready to go meet His Majesty." Hearing that, she only replied, "Okay." But Athanasia was quite reluctant to go see Claude. "Che, I was having so much fun playing with Blackie." In the audience chamber, Claude just looked at Athanasia with sleepy, sluggish eyes without saying a word. Athanasia kept staring right back at Claude. Neither of them said a single word to each other. Athanasia wondered, is he sleepy? Outwardly, Athanasia tried to give Claude a bright smile, but internally she complained, "It's been so long since you've seen your daughter, and you're showing me that groggy face?" Looking at Athanasia's expression, Felix also awkwardly cleared his throat. Felix gestured to let Athanasia know. He only slept for 4 hours. Oh dear, that must be tough, even for an emperor. Suddenly, he suggested to Claude, "Your Majesty, I see the weather today is very beautiful. Would you like to go out for a walk for a bit?" Athanasia's gaze stared straight ahead. Claude, who had been silent this whole time, finally spoke up. "A walk? Sounds all right." Claude stood up from his throne, which radiated a dazzling glow. Athanasia completely ignored Claude as he walked past her, because in her mind, at this moment, there was only the throne. No matter how many times I look at it, that throne is truly magnificent. I want to try sitting there for a bit. Athanasia suddenly grabbed the hem of Claude's clothes. Seeing this, Claude asked, "What is it?" But Athanasia was still blankly holding onto the hem of Claude's clothes, thinking, "What? If we're going for a walk, we should get moving." Claude said nothing, only staring down at Athanasia. The two of them looked at each other without any reaction. Athanasia finally realized what she had done, so she hurriedly explained, "No, I just noticed something stuck on Papa's outfit." Suddenly, she was lifted high into the air by Claude, making her shriek, "Whoa!" At that moment, Athanasia was lifted off the ground by Claude. Claude picked Athanasia up to her utter panic. Athanasia squirmed while crying out, Ah! Seeing that, Claude commented, "There's no need to squirm. You're already heavy enough as it is." After saying that, Claude sighed, while Athanasia angrily muttered internally, "I'm tired too." But Athanasia felt like she couldn't breathe. Sensing things weren't going well, Felix spoke up to advise, "Your Majesty, if you hold her like that, the princess might feel uncomfortable." Hearing Felix say that, Claude shot back, She doesn't even have to use her legs and just needs to stay still like this, so what's there to be uncomfortable about? But Athanasia kept squirming and gasped, I can't breathe. At this moment, Felix stepped in and caught Athanasia. Felix held Athanasia gently and suggested, Your Majesty, please try holding the princess like this. Having been saved in the nick of time, Athanasia breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank heavens, Felix advised Claude. Please try holding the princess the way I am doing right now. Seeing Felix encouraging Claude to hold her, Athanasia intentionally clung tighter to him. Right in front of both of them, Athanasia loudly declared, I'm going with Felix. After Athanasia said that, everything suddenly fell silent. Both Felix and Claude said nothing, just staring at Athanasia holding on to Felix tightly. Suddenly, Felix awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem. After that, Felix proposed as he thought to himself, It seems the princess prefers to be held by me. We should get going, Your Majesty. Please go ahead, the princess and I will follow closely behind. But Claude declared, I will carry her. His words terrified Athanasia. What? No way! Why? Then, Claude looked at his hands and said, The way you hold a child is so meticulous. It looks quite difficult, but I don't think it's a big deal. Suddenly, Claude's gaze shifted toward Athanasia as he said, It's just that, Athi, it seems like you don't want me to carry you. Hearing this, Athanasia immediately gave a fake laugh, and reached her arms out toward Claude. In her heart, Athanasia secretly asked herself, Maybe I've become too bold, huh? Claude carried Athanasia exactly the way Felix had held her, while Athanasia thought, I don't know when he might turn on me. He is a walking red flag after all, so I shouldn't be too careless. After that, Athanasia extended both hands toward Claude with a bright smile, while Claude just looked coldly at Athanasia while holding her. After that, Claude ruthlessly dismissed Felix. Leave, there's no more work for you here. Athanasia didn't dare say anything, only chanting to distract herself. I'm just a rock. As Claude carried Athanasia along, she kept repeating in her mind, I'm like a stone statue. I just need to stay still and calm down. As Claude carried Athanasia, he asked, Does Felix carry you often? Athanasia immediately replied, Only when we come to see Papa. Hearing that, Claude simply replied with 2 words, Is that so? Looking around, she remembered she had left the Ruby Palace only once, and that was just to see him. She abruptly proposed to him. Athi can walk very well on her own. If Papa holds Athi's hand, I can walk by myself. Hearing Athanasia say that, Claude replied displeased. Are you saying I'm not as good as Felix and want me to put you down because you're uncomfortable? Hearing him say that, she felt annoyed and thought to herself, why does he always have to ask questions like that? While a fly was buzzing around, Claude's voice rang out, instructing Athanasia. Unless you're coming to see me, don't let Felix carry you so often. It will form a bad habit. Felix's voice rang out from behind, asking, Your Majesty, may I come a bit closer? Claude glanced back at Felix without saying anything, while Athanasia kept staring at the fly buzzing in front of her face. Claude told Felix, I told you to follow from behind, 10 paces away. While Claude was speaking, Athanasia was getting annoyed and trying to find a way to swat the fly buzzing in front of her. Felix offered, If you're tired, I can carry the princess for you. But Claude told him, Shut up. Suddenly, a loud smack echoed. Athanasia accidentally slapped Claude right in the face. Athanasia stood frozen and bewildered by her own foolish action. Claude stared at the terrified Athanasia and let out a low, Felix witnessed this and panicked as well, while Athanasia frantically tried to explain. It's just that just now, Athanasia didn't dare say another word, only asking herself in sheer terror, What on earth did I just do? Athanasia panicked as she imagined her head being sliced off. Terrified, Athanasia stuttered an explanation. Fly. Fly, fly, fly. There was a fly. I was just trying to catch it. Hearing Athanasia say that, Claude replied, Are you implying that I am a fly? Hearing him say that, she grew even more terrified and thought, That's not what I meant at all. Athanasia hurriedly explained, No, there was a fly sitting on Papa's face. Because the bug was bothering Papa, Athi caught the fly. I got it. Felix also spoke up to back Athanasia up. If that's the case, I think if the princess just kisses that spot, everything will be fine again, right? As soon as Felix's voice rang out, Claude shot him a sharp glare, as if to say, "Don't tell me what to do! You think I'd actually do that?" Hearing Felix's suggestion, Athanasia immediately said, "Papa, smooch!" Crying, Athanasia leaned in to kiss Claude's cheek. In her heart, Athanasia lamented, "Survival really is tough." In the royal garden, Felix suggested, "Perhaps it would be better if I look after the princess from now on, right?" After saying that, Felix smiled brightly, like a flower at the tea table. While Athanasia looked gloomy, Claude just stayed silent without saying a word. Athanasia muttered in her heart, "Please, if you have no intention of helping, don't do this." Suddenly, Claude spoke up. "I think it's about time you learn martial arts." Hearing this left Athanasia utterly bewildered. With a red mark on his face from where Athanasia had slapped him, Claude calmly remarked, "You can't even catch a fly and just flail your arms around like that." Claude believed that if she learned martial arts, incidents like this wouldn't happen again in the future. Hearing his words made Athanasia feel helplessly terrified as she thought, "He has no intention of letting this go, does he?" No, Claude criticized Athanasia even further. "With those weak arms, what could you possibly achieve?" Claude asserted. "Right now, you'd lose to a fly." Hearing that, Athanasia complained to herself, "What? Is he mocking me?" Even Felix protested this demand. "But the princess is only 7 years old, Your Majesty." Hearing that, Claude bluntly criticized Felix. "And the man I assigned to protect her only knows how to carry her around all day. Utterly useless." His words struck Felix like a bolt of lightning out of nowhere. Boom! Felix stood nearby with a gloomy face while Athanasia thought to herself, "What more does he want in such a peaceful place?" Suddenly, Athanasia felt something strange happening to her body. "What's going on? My heart is pounding so fast." Athanasia's heart kept thumping wildly. Suddenly, Athanasia let out a harsh cough. Cough! Making Felix and Claude snap their heads over to look at her. Claude's expression instantly changed. Out of nowhere, blood started spilling. Athanasia covered her mouth as her dress and hands were suddenly covered in blood. Athanasia looked down and saw her hands soaked in blood. Athanasia panicked. "Huh?" Blood was still smeared on her mouth as she stared in utter shock. The surrounding space fell dead silent. No one made a move. Athanasia just stared blankly at her blood-stained hands, while Claude, who had been in a relaxed, lazy posture, bolted upright. When Athanasia looked up at Claude, Athanasia saw the sheer panic and terror on Claude's face and wondered, "Why is he making a face like that?" A moment later, Athanasia collapsed. Athanasia fell to the ground to Felix's utter horror and Claude's frozen shock. This morning, Athanasia slumped heavily onto the ground as darkness began to consume her. In the darkness, Felix's scream echoed. "Princess!" A voice tried desperately to wake Athanasia up. "Princess, please wake up!" Felix's familiar face appeared, filled with unceasing worry. "Princess, can you see me? Do you recognize who I am?" Athanasia's blue eyes fluttered open, welling with tears. Her chest was in agonizing pain. The little princess rolled over and began to cry out loud. Wah, Felix anxiously called out. Princess! Athanasia cried out. Hick hick, it hurts so much. Wah, oh my god, I'm going to die, she thought to herself. It felt as though her body was on fire, with sharp pains shooting through her non-stop. Felix hurriedly asked, "What should we do now, Your Majesty?" Claude berated the unfortunate mage who was kneeling flat on the floor. "Didn't I tell you to take care of her? What have you been doing?" The mage flinched violently. Claude demanded, "What did you do to make her condition get even worse like this?" The mage didn't even dare to raise his head, responding carefully with utmost reverence. "Your Majesty, I believe these are the symptoms of a dangerous condition. I can feel the pain just by looking at the princess's current state. With the way things are, the true source of this delirious curse hasn't been traced yet, so it is difficult to find a cure." Claude didn't care about the explanation. "I ordered you to find a cure at all costs, and now you dare say you don't know?" The miserable mage could only beg for his wretched life. Please forgive me, but indeed these symptoms look exactly like a curse, so I believe the only way now is to find the source of this magic." His conclusion was grim. "Even if you replace me with countless other mages, it's not certain they could help the princess." Claude asked in a freezing fury, "Do you want to die?" The mage flinched violently, taking a sharp breath, but Athanasia was still sobbing in pain, her tiny figure looking completely pitiful. He waved his hand. It seems you're begging me to execute you, Claude coldly ordered, having absolutely no intention of giving up. Summon the other mages. As for him, throw him into the dungeon. Very quickly, the man was dragged away by 2 guards, pleading in sheer terror. Your Majesty! But it was useless. Even as he was being dragged out, the mage continuously cried, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! All he received was a steel-hard warning. If you still want to live, then respectfully bow your foolish head and beg for mercy. If anyone else dares open their mouth to say such words, I will cripple them before having them killed. After speaking, Claude turned back toward his daughter. Athanasia was still crying very miserably. It hurts so much, Papa. It hurts, wah. The Emperor just stared in silence. He extended his hand. His massive hand covered over half of the little princess's face. Claude ordered, Too noisy. Go to sleep. Athanasia furiously cursed in her heart. Hey, your daughter is sick and practically dying, and all I get are those words? As she gradually fell unconscious, she was still scolding him. Seriously, how outrageous. He's absolutely hopeless. In her dream, Athanasia met that beautiful woman again. It's the fairy lady. She recognized the place. This is where I am right now. The woman sat quietly by the window, looking like a bird locked in a cage. Athanasia started pouring her heart out, even though the person opposite her couldn't hear or respond. Fairy lady, today I felt like I was going to die. Today I couldn't even drink any milk. I'm really, really tired. As expected, no one responded except for the fairy lady. There was another person in the room. The woman began to cry, her tears flowing down. Athanasia muttered in her heart, I wish I could talk to you. In her dream, she firmly believed that the lady must be waiting for that too. The tall figure in the room angrily stormed outside. Athanasia was confused. But I can't understand why this dream keeps repeating like this, she wondered. Shouldn't everything end once he leaves the room? The figure stopped right before the door. That person paused, seemingly lost in thought. Athanasia watched closely. Thud! He stomped his foot heavily on the floor, making a loud sound. The man spun around, but his footsteps were drawing closer and closer to that woman. She was stunned. Both of her arms were gripped tightly. Unexpectedly, the man was none other than the emperor of this country. He bitterly admitted, I lose, Claude said sorrowfully. From start to finish, it's as if I've been played with. But it's truly surprising when the emperor of a country humbles himself to this extent. If you want, I can even beg you. The woman asked through her tears. Why are you saying these things to me? Claude groaned in agony. If I don't do this, won't you just disappear right before my eyes? His voice dropped, sounding accusatory. Fine, I get it now. How truly foolish. This was just a game of love from the very beginning. You clearly knew the outcome beforehand. So why are you using this method to force me? She seemed to want to protest. Your Majesty, Claude begged, don't think about anything else. Just make your decision. Please don't go. Choose me. The more he pleaded, the more the woman in his arms cried, tears rolling down her exceedingly beautiful face at this very moment. Please choose me. The one Claude was desperately fighting to win against was none other than a life that hadn't even been born yet. He said in anguish, instead of that child who's slowly eating away at your life. Athanasia snapped awake, her crystal blue eyes popping open. She locked eyes with Lucas. He was mocking her as usual. Again? Do you think you look like Sleeping Beauty or something, kid? Seeing that face, Athanasia was blank and said nothing. In silence, she closed her eyes, as if she hadn't woken up yet. Lucas scolded. Ridiculous! Are you seriously trying to fake sleep now? The two of them began a meaningless bickering match. Athanasia demanded, Can't there be a neighboring prince for me instead? Lucas played along. Oh? Which country's prince do you want? Alanta? Huel? Sikansian? She furiously cursed in her heart. Seriously. Doing this is no different from wanting me to sleep until my next life. That was a very important dream, you know. Then Athanasia realized something. She had been worried about running a fever and feeling exhausted. But what was this? Huh? She didn't feel any pain anymore. She carefully checked her body. Lucas smirked proudly. Kid, you owe me your entire life. Kid? Athanasia asked back. Was it really you who cured me? Lucas confirmed. That's right. I hope you feel better. Otherwise, I'll die of a heart attack. She wondered. But how did you know I was sick? He nonchalantly let her know. It was just a coincidence. Athanasia didn't buy this answer. I can't believe you. You must have found out from somewhere. Finally, he gave in and said, Fine, I went and asked around, but I can't reveal who told me because I promised. Still, shouldn't you thank me? I even had to stop your dad from killing people. Athanasia grimaced. What? Why would Claude want to kill that guy in black? Lucas complained with a creepy grin that startled her. It's quite a hassle for me when I have to stay by your side all day like this. Athanasia looked at him with heavy skepticism, firmly concluding in her mind. There's no way this is the guy in black that Claude wants to kill. The room door creaked open. Claude and Felix stepped inside. Claude's eyes flickered slightly upon seeing his little daughter. When Felix suddenly popped his head out, he called out in sheer joy, Princess! Athanasia immediately bolted upright when she saw people entering. She quickly jumped down from the bed, calling out a long, Papa! But unfortunately, Athanasia lost her footing and tripped. Whoa, ah! She screamed as she braced for a painful fall. Claude Bissaud, startled, lunged forward and cleanly caught her tiny body. Athanasia was left completely nestled in his embrace. Both Athanasia and Claude were stunned. He carefully pulled his hands away. Athanasia gently stood up, thinking to herself, He actually accepted me? Lost in her cascading thoughts, she wondered, Does he not want to abandon me anymore? Suddenly, Claude's hands tightly held her. He lifted Athanasia up into his arms. Then Claude affectionately asked, Are you no longer sick? She recalled that dream, remembering how desperately he had held on to that woman. To answer Claude's question, Athanasia shook her head vigorously. He scrutinized her thoroughly, then turned to ask, There aren't any complications, right? As if suddenly remembering, she let out an, Ah! Papa! Athanasia was just about to snitch on Lucas. Papa, that guy... But before she could utter a coherent sentence, he shouted loudly. She flinched violently to everyone's utter shock. Lucas began making up a story. Ah! It took nearly all of my magical power just to heal the princess's injuries, Claude acknowledged. He wasn't of any help before, but your effort this time is indeed praiseworthy. Of course, it also had to be acknowledged that the princess was much happier after being cured. It was truly mind-blowing. The exact same guy who was just mocking and trolling the princess of this empire was now shedding tears, complete with a sparkling shoujo aura around him. That sob sounded way too real. Lucas carefully chose his words, his eyes sparkling with pure innocence. In truth, your humble servant only came here after hearing rumors that the princess was feeling unwell and under the weather. Much to Athanasia's utter shock. Every single word coming out of his mouth was just too cringy to bear. Indeed, in my heart, I was terrified that she might not fully recover. The more Lucas spoke, the more he showed off his top-tier acting skills. I only beg for your majesty's mercy if the power I gave the princess isn't enough to heal her wounds. But seeing her healthy like this, I have no regrets about pushing myself to the limit. To look like he used too much mana from his books, he slumped over and started coughing heavily. Cough, cough! Felix anxiously ran over and knelt beside Lucas. The lying scammer still didn't stop, ignoring the countless question marks above Athanasia's head. From now on, if she ever falls into this state again, if it ever happens again, I am willing to sacrifice my own body to heal the princess. Cough, cough! Felix proposed. Your Majesty, I think we should let the little mage rest. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't possibly listen to his whole heartfelt speech. Little mage, I bet you have plenty of friends, don't you? Lucas, who was in an adult body just a moment ago, had done something mysterious. Because now he was being called a little mage. Standing at almost the same height as Athanasia, he replied, Yes, that's right. A guy who just woke up after 100 years claiming to have plenty of friends. Who would believe that? Felix carefully helped Lucas leave. As he walked past her, he clearly flashed a smug smirk. It was incredibly annoying. But Athanasia was so fuming she was completely speechless, screaming internally, You! You! Lily then rushed into the room frantically. Princess! She quickly ran to Athanasia's side. Overjoyed, she called out, Lily! Lily was deeply moved. Princess, I can't believe I can see you like this again. I really... Yes, she was sobbing uncontrollably. A month ago, I thought I'd never be able to see the princess like this again. Athanasia was taken aback and asked, A month later? She received confirmation. Yes. Felix approached them, and the information he gave almost made Athanasia drop her royal persona entirely. From that moment until now, the princess has been in a coma for 48 days. Lucas was sitting comfortably, munching on cookies, making a crunch sound as if he owned the place. He remarked, "So lucky. If I were a bit later, I would have died." Athanasia just stared at him blankly. Lucas continued to praise the treats. "Gosh, why are these so delicious? I'll have her make some more later." She found this completely baffling. "First of all, can someone explain why I'm even here?" he asked, his mouth still chewing the cookies with a crunch sound. "By the way, isn't your dad the son of Etherianitas?" She replied, "Are you stupid? Etherianitas died over 200 years ago." Blackie ran over and tugged at her dress. Lucas said proudly, "Now this empire will be under my control." He secretly calculated, if I suppress the overflowing mana inside her on my own, it might trigger conflicts. I will make this empire change. Forget about other mages, even if no one knows the root cause. Lucas was extremely confident. They'll have to come to me for treatment anyway, because I am a young genius mage. Athanasia wondered, why is he acting so serious all of a sudden? Lucas held up a half-eaten cookie and proposed, "I want to eat that. Can we trade?" She quickly hugged Blackie tightly to her chest. "You can't eat him. No trading," he asked. "Is this the first time you've acted like this because of it?" She stubbornly snapped back. "So what?" Lucas let her know. "Because through frequent contact like this, your mana will return. Doing this once in a while will make your mana come back stronger. Otherwise, it will gradually fade away." Athanasia flinched in surprise. Still holding Blackie in her arms, she timidly asked, In that case, can I stay with him now?" He let out a deeply mocking chuckle. "Ha ha." His gaze instantly turned wild. Lucas threatened, "Since I can't fix that problem, I'll just kill it." Athanasia quickly objected. "No, you can't!" Blackie sat quietly in one spot. Lucas continued, "I gotta hand it to your dad for stepping in to stop this, no matter what." Athanasia sat quietly and listened. "Does your father really care about you, though?" He smiled and spoke cheerfully, but he looked incredibly shady. "Because if that's true, I'm afraid you're going to die. When it reabsorbs the mana, you'll be in extreme danger." Hehehe. She thought back to that dream and the recent expression on the Emperor's face. Blackie gently licked her hand. Hugging the little creature in her arms, Athanasia deduced, "So, even though he knew it would be dangerous to be around Blackie, he avoided me? No way anyone else could have a connection like them, right? Or is it just a habit like its master?" Blackie and them felt like a perfect blend of chocolate. Lucas's red-eyed eyes scrutinized her. He asked, "Do you really want to escape from here, kid?" Athanasia shuddered. Lucas continued, "You won't find anyone to help you if you want to escape from the palace." "Ah, no. What should I say now?" But his words scared her half to death. "Do you hate me?" "No. I want you to vanish from my sight right now. Let me ask you again. You don't hate me, right?" Lucas swiftly snatched Blackie from Athanasia. "Look, when I lift you up like this..." The creature squealed in fear. "Yep," he said with a nonchalant face. "I'm afraid I might eat it. It must be absolutely terrified." Lucas leaned in close to Athanasia and flashed a bright smile, but it didn't score him any points at all. Every word was a total threat. "So you definitely don't hate me, right? Luckily, what I said is the truth. Be careful. Anyone who goes against my wishes will get hurt." Looking at this friend her relative had set her up with, Athanasia was completely speechless. He hugged Blackie and slumped onto the chair, continuing to ramble. "So you definitely don't hate me, right? Why should I suppress its mana now when I don't want to play childish games?" Lucas admitted. "Honestly, its mana tastes better than I thought." Hearing this, her eyes widened. "Huh?" Obviously, he could read her mind perfectly, so he immediately shot back. "Don't look at me like that. I'm going to drain all its mana anyway. There's no other way." Athanasia couldn't process his bizarre vocabulary fast enough. What does he mean by tastes good? Tastes. She gradually started imagining the most horrific scenario, getting goosebumps. But why? That expression. Could it be? Unexpectedly, he tossed Blackie back and said, "Here, take it back." His crimson eyes directed toward the door. Lucas let her know. "Papa? Your papa is here." Claude walked in. Athanasia bolted upright, ran over, and joyfully called out, "Papa!" She clung to Claude and pointed at Lucas, planning to snitch on him. But Lucas was faster. He launched a preemptive strike. "I am so sorry for scaring the princess." While Athanasia let out a bewildered, "Huh?" Completely blank, Lucas stepped forward. "However, even as a mage, it is difficult for me to fully tame it. Keeping it by the princess's side is not good for her, so I will do my best to suppress its mana. He pulled that innocent face again with incredibly pure eyes. Seeing this shocked her to her core. Athanasia looked ready to hiss, screaming at the top of her lungs internally. How can he lie like that? Hearing Lucas's words, Claude immediately agreed. You're right, it's best to throw it away. Athanasia quickly tried to save it. Papa! Blackie won't hurt me, I believe in him! He picked her up, his cold gaze asserting unforgivingly. We cannot let it harm you again. Both master and pet were trembling violently. Blackie lay flat on the floor, looking completely pitiful. Athanasia screamed in her heart. Blackie, don't look like that! Ignoring the two small creatures trying to resist, Lucas continued his stellar performance. The princess's mana hasn't fully recovered yet, so she might be in danger during this period. Therefore, it's best not to let it interact with her for more than 3 to 4 hours a day. Felix smiled innocently and confirmed. Rest assured, I wonder if the mage can put his mind at ease now. Athanasia was grimacing hard. She probably wanted to scream out loud right now, but since she couldn't, she could only curse him internally. How annoying. Lucas left. Your humble servant shall take his leave. Claude ordered. Take it and get out. By it, he meant the pitiful Blackie, who was currently lying flat on the floor. Athanasia didn't give up. Why is Blackie not allowed to be like other pets? She tried to compromise. Papa, can Athie feed Blackie? Putting on her absolute cutest puppy dog face, Athanasia begged and pleaded. He must be really hungry by now, can I please? Claude looked at his daughter, trying her best, but he wasn't moved at all. He even said ruthlessly, Maybe it's better to just throw it away right now. Athanasia was horrified. Huh? What am I supposed to do with this guy now? Please, Athie wants to feed Blackie so bad, Claude bluntly replied. I changed my mind, there's no way now. She was forced to use her last resort and fake yawned. Ha. Athie is getting sleepy, Papa. While she was desperately trying to save Blackie, someone else was laughing at her misery. Lucas covered his mouth to stop himself from bursting out laughing. From an angle where Claude probably couldn't see, Athanasia used her most intense glaring gestures, ordering Lucas to take Blackie outside immediately. As she wished, he retreated. Good night, princess. Your humble servant shall take his leave. She continued to enthusiastically act it out. Yawn. So sleepy. Early in the morning, Claude brought Athanasia back to bed and tucked her in. He noticed. All right, are you faking sleep? He poked his daughter's forehead. He said, Don't move. Go to sleep. And with that, darkness enveloped her. The fairy lady briefly appeared in her dream once more. Late at night, when the moonlight was streaming into the room, Athanasia opened her eyes. She startled and rubbed her eyes. I clearly didn't want to sleep. How many hours did I sleep for? Claude was sitting right next to Athanasia's bed. He just sat there quietly, looking exactly like that shadow in her dream. No one knew what he was thinking with that pensive look on his face. Seeing him, Athanasia didn't know what to say either. Her mind raced. What's up with that dream about the fairy lady? Since she met Claude, he suddenly spoke up. The night is still long. Sleep a bit more. Okay, Claude said. I'll stay here until you fall fast asleep. Athanasia was a bit surprised, but she obediently pulled her legs back in. She closed her eyes. What is this? Athanasia thought to herself. Why is he acting like this? It seems... The next morning, Felix stepped up and asked, Did the princess sleep well? Looking at that face fast asleep, Claude answered, Yes, he ordered. The mages have returned and they still haven't found anything suspicious about him. Even so, keep investigating further. If we act cautiously, nothing bad will happen. Do not be careless. Wait for my instructions. Felix obeyed. Yes, Your Majesty. Claude sat next to his daughter's bed. He said, Originally, I thought how she died or how she disappeared didn't matter at all. Felix felt heartbroken. Your Majesty, Claude cut off whatever he was about to say. Let's leave it at that. No more talking. Get out. I'm not in a good mood today. But Athanasia was still sound asleep. For all the peace and prosperity of the empire, Claude remained by her side. He hadn't changed at all. I have always kept that hatred in my heart, always waiting for the right moment. Intense murderous intent was directed at the child. Kill it, day after day. I will kill it today. Today I must kill it. However, he still hasn't succeeded. If not today, then tomorrow. Over time, Claude lost his patience. Damn it. He thought back to that beautiful woman. After you die, everything should just end. Why on earth did you have to give birth to a girl who looks exactly like you? That tiny, radiant face said, Papa, good morning. Every time he saw that child, he felt agonizing pain. I've almost forgotten everything. I've almost forgotten everything about her. Yet that woman seemed to be right there before him. He hated the one who snatched her away. Thinking up to this point, Claude's gaze turned incredibly ruthless. This grudge won't disappear, even in death. But breaking out of those chaotic thoughts, everyone was trying their best to restrain him. Your Majesty, please calm down. Going back to the time Athanasia was in a coma, Felix and Lucas were stopping Claude from choking Blackie to death. Lucas proposed, Let's use it to restore the princess's mana as fast as possible. The little beast whined softly, pleading, Yip! He paused for a moment, then threatened, Do whatever it takes to save her. If she dies, don't expect to live either. Claude recalled that chubby face again. I've always wanted to kill it whenever I looked at its face, however, something had stopped him. Even so, I still want to look at it a bit longer. Claude went wild again. No, I clearly should still kill it with my own 2 hands. But for some reason, even so, I still want a little more time. That child appeared again. Athanasia. He clutched his head in agony. This feeling made Claude groan. How irritating. I hate you. The scene outside showed that it was already late at night, yet he was still sitting there, right by Athanasia's bed. She was sound asleep. He repeatedly muttered, I hate you. I hate you. Claude reached his hand out toward the child. Then he said nothing more, only silently touching the child, who was peacefully fast asleep. On a beautiful morning, Athanasia called out, Papa, put Athie down. Athie wants to walk by herself. Claude refused, saying, Don't squirm like that. This is faster. She was confused. We're just taking a stroll, so why the rush? Felix chimed in to convince her. Princess, please don't be stubborn. If your body isn't well, don't force yourself. Athanasia thought to herself, I just woke up from a 48-day coma and I'm trying to walk around because my muscles got weak from lying in bed for so long. Felix suggested, The weather's quite nice today. Let's head over to the back garden. Athanasia was a bit bored. Am I seriously going to be carried like this the whole time? Felix asked caringly. Your Majesty, are you tired? Let me carry her for you. He was instantly hit with a restriction. Stay 5 paces away. Felix obediently stepped back. Athanasia looked at him awkwardly. She leaned her head against Claude's shoulder. Aigu! Athanasia suddenly cried out. Aya! He asked, What's wrong? She replied, I think my hairpin fell out. A few short golden strands of hair were caught in the ornament on her head. Athanasia realized, the hairpin got caught in Papa's hair. Felix cheerfully stepped forward. Do you need any help, Princess? Claude said, Stop making a fuss. Just take it off. But as soon as Felix advanced a bit, he was reminded, Stay 5 paces away. He backed down gloomily. Athanasia pulled the hairpin out. I'll just take it off after we finish our stroll. She was startled to see a few golden strands on it. It was Claude's hair. Gasp! Athanasia turned pale and hurriedly hid the evidence. He looked at his daughter and said, Your hair is all messy. Athanasia didn't catch his drift and quickly patted her hair, complimenting him instead. Not at all. Papa is still as devastatingly handsome as always. Claude gently set her down. Her hair was completely disheveled. He reached his hand out. Athanasia looked at him, confused. She placed her tiny hand in his, thinking, Does he want to hold my hand? Claude brushed it away. Nope. He took the hairpin and carefully put it back in her hair, appearing deeply focused. Once finished, Claude remarked with satisfaction, Now you look better. Meanwhile, Athanasia was still completely baffled, with a bunch of question marks floating over her head. Before she could process her confusion, he took her hand. Claude led her along, instructing, Don't run around blindly. Walk slowly. Athanasia noticed that Claude had been acting very strange lately. The truth was, she had practically come back from the dead, but things had genuinely changed a lot compared to before. At the palace where Athanasia was currently living, dust was piling up everywhere, and the cracked walls looked completely desolate. Claude asked, Since when did this palace look like a pile of ruins? The dozen maids behind him shuddered in fear. He ordered, Temporarily move the princess to the Emerald Palace. Everyone's jaw dropped in shock. What was so surprising about the Emerald Palace that made everyone react like that? The Emerald Palace was originally the residence reserved for princesses throughout generations. In the novel Lovely Princess, this palace was what Claude had given to Jeanette. Of course, Athanasia had spent her entire life in the Ruby Palace. She thought nervously, is he planning to give me that castle? Did he eat something wrong? What if, when Jeanette appears in the future, he snatches it away from me and gives it to her? That would be so embarrassing, being granted a privilege only to have it snatched right back. But Felix spoke up. I think this is for the best, don't you agree, Princess? Athanasia replied passively. Claude expressed his thoughts. Come to think of it, I don't quite understand why your face always looks so displeased. Only then did she snap out of it and react. Huh? Is he asking me something? After that, Felix shared his opinion. Your Majesty, I believe the princess would be happier if she could have friends her own age. Athanasia caught on to the topic. Are they talking about that? She immediately replied, Athi doesn't want to be friends with Uncle White's son. Then Felix smiled and said, of course. She thought to herself, wait, wasn't that what he was talking about? He informed them, I met Alpheus a few days ago. It seems he intends to send his son to Atlanta soon. Claude remarked indifferently, then that's fine. We won't need to discuss this matter anymore. Athanasia asked, Uncle White's son is going to study in Atlanta? Felix replied, it seems he will be studying there. She muttered to herself, I wonder when Ezekiel will drop out to come to Atlanta. Probably right about now. And after so much calculations and choices, Lucas, with a top-tier friendly smile on his face, introduced himself to Athanasia. From now on, I will always be by the princess's side to chat with her. It is an honor to serve you, princess. Needless to say, she looked ready to hiss, wanting to scream at the top of her lungs at whoever brought him here. Felix explained, I thought this young mage was a perfect fit for the princess's requests, so I called him over. I recall the princess once saying she'd rather choose this young mage over Uncle White's son. Athanasia realized, so he's the one you meant? She tried to object. Athi doesn't want any new friends. Just Felix is enough for Athi. That guy completely missed her point and smiled happily. Thank you for saying so, princess. I am very glad. He presented his thoughts. But I believe it would be better if the princess makes friends with people her own age. Besides, I think an age gap friendship like ours would be quite awkward. Therefore, I want the princess to learn more from her peers. Athanasia absolutely did not want this, cursing internally, You idiot! But out of sheer frustration, she decided to complain directly to the person who made this decision. That guy isn't even a kid! What was Papa thinking? I'm going to clarify things with him. Athanasia stomped her feet furiously, thud, thud, but stopped dead in her tracks upon hearing, Blackie is very cute today. She spun around, turning pale upon seeing Blackie also looking blue in Lucas's hands. What? You actually dared to bring Blackie along? He smiled and said, It's so small. It doesn't even look like a single mouthful. Lucas praised, his red eyes flashing with mischief. Very cute, isn't it? Both master and pet were so terrified their art styles warped. Athanasia lamented, Why does my life keep turning out like this? Lucas sprawled on this couch and declared, For the time being, I'll be living here with you. I find this imperial palace pretty decent, quite cozy and comfortable. She questioned, How old are you really? He flipped through a book and replied, I'm about the same age as you, since from now on I can only grow old with you. Athanasia demanded, If you want to be my friend, you should at least know how to introduce yourself. Lucas boringly continued flipping through the book. You already know my name and age. What else is there to disclose? I've forgotten everything that could clearly explain who I am. Then he asked a counter question. So, how would you introduce yourself when making friends with someone? She was briefly flustered. I don't know. Athanasia began to ponder how friends usually introduce themselves to each other. Meanwhile, Lucas complained, Hey, this says Aetherinetus was the strongest mage of all generations. Seriously, that idiot? Athanasia showed a look of regret and pouty anger. If I knew this would happen, I'd rather have made friends with Uncle White's son. Lucas sighed, looking at her stubborn attitude. He said, If you want to make friends with him that badly, then fine. A few strange bubbles, seemingly magic, appeared on Lucas's fingertips. Then suddenly, something bizarre happened. Athanasia blinked in confusion. She was flying through the blue sky, or rather, floating without any support. Completely panicking, Athanasia screamed, Mommy! She began to freefall, the feathers from her outfit scattering everywhere like an angel. When Athanasia crashed into someone, that person caught her. The grass on the ground was kicked up along with the falling feathers. A loud thud echoed, sounding quite painful. Athanasia landed right on top of a boy who looked slightly older than her, groaning in pain. The other person cried out. Startled, she quickly backed away. I'm sorry! What caught her eye was the face of an incredibly handsome boy. While Athanasia was dazed, the boy asked in bewilderment, An angel? She broke into a cold sweat when she looked closely at the hair and eye color of the person who just caught her. Could this be Ezekiel? He called out again. Angel? Athanasia cursed internally. You're the angel here. How can anyone be this beautiful? She denied it. I'm not an angel. The boy wondered. Then why did you fall from the sky? Before the conversation could go further, a voice called out. It was the Duke looking for his son. Ezekiel, there you are. He looked up. Father. Roger asked, What are you doing here? Fortunately, Athanasia managed to escape just in the nick of time. She was panting behind a bush, her face pale. Ezekiel glanced slightly over and replied, I was looking for Jeanette. Hearing that her identity and existence were preserved, Athanasia breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. But immediately after, she secretly cursed Lucas. You absolute bastard! How dare you throw me right into the den of the White family? The Duke father and son were still talking. She's probably throwing a tantrum and ran off somewhere again. Yes, Roger carefully advised. I also told you not to worry too much about her complaints. She is indeed a precious asset to the Alpheus family, but you are my son. Ezekiel obediently replied. Yes, I've never forgotten that. Athanasia thought with a sigh. How can you say that to a 10-year-old kid? The Duke added. Anyway, search a bit longer and return soon, and make sure to comfort her before you come back. Seemingly all too used to this, Ezekiel quickly confirmed. Yes, leave it to me. Roger turned around and left. Ezekiel didn't look for Jeanette right away, but instead searched for Athanasia. Are you still there? The boy asked anxiously. I'm sorry I was a bit clumsy back then and couldn't catch you properly. Are you hurt anywhere? She clumsily replied, An angel isn't easily hurt by such accidents. Ezekiel hesitated. Are you really an angel? Athanasia's inner self screamed, Of course not! I can't say I'm the princess. How am I supposed to explain falling from the sky and landing right in this den? She stammered, trying to deceive the child. That's right, so don't come any closer. While Ezekiel couldn't react in time, Athanasia thought, I hope he hasn't seen my eyes yet. A moment later, the little Duke muttered, So you really are an angel? She sighed. As expected, he doesn't believe it. Then Athanasia pressed, Why are you smiling? You clearly called me a princess just now, too. Ezekiel hesitated. That's because, he blushingly and embarrassedly admitted, You're right. Seeing that expression, Athanasia wanted to scream out loud, So cute! She excitedly thought, A 10-year-old child really is so pure, unlike those guys. The faces of the three, Lucas, Claude, and Felix, popped up for comparison. Ezekiel was very considerate. If it makes you uncomfortable for me to come close, then I'll just stay here. He sat down on the other side of the bush where Athanasia was hiding. How did you end up falling down like this? Only then did her face flush beet red, her mind continuously echoing angel, angel, angel. She cut it short. That's a secret. Ezekiel chuckled softly. He replied, Is that so? Then neither said anything more, both enjoying the rustling sound of the trees and grass. Athanasia silently concluded, This is insane. Athanasia reminded him, shouldn't you hurry up and go find your sister? Ezekiel was a bit dazed. She added, Jeanette, you were looking for her earlier. Ezekiel opened up. So you heard everything? Actually, I'm hesitating on whether I should go look for her, because Jeanette is probably sitting and crying alone right now. He explained. I'll be leaving this place soon, so she seems very sad. Athanasia remarked thoughtfully. She must really like you. She asked curiously. By the way, what kind of person is Jeanette? Ezekiel hesitated, then replied. She is someone I must protect. But Athanasia pushed further. Then you should hurry up and go comfort her. What's with that heavy reaction? But he awkwardly added, I don't know how to comfort a crying girl. Her eyes widened in surprise, seemingly very intrigued. Huh? In the story, Ezekiel was an extremely cool male lead. Who would have thought? He'd have this kind of cute, anxious side too? Athanasia's mischievous side emerged. Now I want to tease him. Ezekiel seemed to want to ask for advice. Angel, when others cry, how do you comfort them? He quickly corrected his way of addressing her as Athanasia wanted upon realizing his mistake. which was quite commendable. However, unfortunately for him, she replied. How should I know? Ezekiel lamented. Ah, that's a tough question. Athanasia bluntly shot back. I've never cried before. Do you know how old I am? The conversation fell into a brief silence, then Ezekiel chuckled again. Athanasia hastily asked, Why are you laughing? What's so funny? He apologized but still smiled happily. I'm sorry, it's just because you're so cute, Angel. Hearing what sounded like a pickup line, she held her head in agony. Oh, what am I hearing from a 10-year-old kid? Athanasia began to realize the pointlessness of her being here, thinking, What am I even doing here? Lucas was about to get scolded, the culprit who put her in this situation. Lucas popped up, but before he could say a word, magic enveloped her, making a clicking sound. In the blink of an eye, Athanasia returned completely to her familiar room. Lucas asked, Are you all right, kid? You seem to have quite a lot of fun. You called me back later than I expected. He seemed completely unaware of the mistake he had made, continuing to talk. Did you learn how to introduce yourself? Bam! Bam! He took a few punches from Athanasia before he could finish his sentence. She was panting heavily with anger. Lucas held his head and cried out, Ow! Aya! He was surprised. Whoa, you're the first person to ever hit me. But why? I only sent you there because you said you wanted to make friends with Uncle White's kid. No, Athanasia was too fuming for words, but her sheer pressure successfully sent the message. Do you think I'm an idiot? Lucas broke into a cold sweat. All right, it's my fault. Don't be mad. She lowered her voice. Promise me you'll never do this kind of thing without permission again. He had never been this submissive. I get it. But Athanasia was still angry, plonking herself down on the opposite chair. Lucas recovered his composure a bit and started bragging about his power again. I'm a very powerful mage, you know. If I wanted to, I could easily blow away the entire Obelian Empire. But Athanasia grew slightly tense. So what? He pondered for a moment, then concluded. All right. So you still did that, even though you already knew. Ignoring the potential danger of Lucas, Athanasia suddenly startled as she realized, Wait, now that I think about it, I didn't say goodbye to Ezekiel yet, did I? Opposite her, the mage was still immersed in the novel sensation of being hit. What a strange feeling. No one has ever hit me before, not even my parents. On a certain day, Athanasia was studying diligently. Lucas walked over and asked, Are you planning to become a scholar or something? She replied, Does studying mean I have to become a scholar? I'm working hard simply because learning is fun and I like being praised. He remarked again, So you want to become the Empress? Athanasia snapped again. I just want to peacefully live past the age of 18, you creep. She ruthlessly kicked out the friend her father had recruited. Stop talking nonsense and go somewhere else. You're bothering me. Go read your history book or do something. I still have homework to finish today. Lucas scoffed. They're no fun at all. It's all completely made up. Especially the part about the Black Tower Mage. It's full of absolute nonsense. Athanasia was curious. The Black Tower Mage? Why? He reached out for the book while saying, If I have to explain every single detail, we'll never finish. But it's completely ridiculous to write that the Black Tower Mage destroyed the corruption of the previous Obelian dynasty and cleansed everything. I just find that kind of stupidity annoying. Lucas flipped through the book and ranted all at once. The part about the Black Tower Mage falling for Etheronidus, becoming his loyal subject, and trying to hide his desperate state after his death is all a lie. Finally, the section claiming the Black Tower Mage's face suddenly became hideous after an accident is total garbage. With his characteristic confidence and arrogance, he firmly declared, The Black Tower Mage has always been the most beautiful person in the world, and it will always stay that way. Athanasia frowned in confusion. Why is he getting so worked up? Of course, she also liked the Black Tower Mage, so she wanted to believe it too. Come to think of it, he even has a teardrop mole. Looking at Lucas, she thought to herself, aside from this creep or Ezekiel, why are boys so devastatingly handsome anyway? On a beautiful day, Athanasia was taking a stroll. She and Felix happened to run into the Duke. With his usual politeness, they greeted each other. Uncle White, hello. It is an honor, Princess, Athanasia thought to herself. Looking closely now, he and Ezekiel have a lot of similarities. The Duke expressed his feelings. Princess, I am so glad to see you are still healthy. He added, I was deeply worried when I heard the news that the princess, the treasure of Obelia, was gravely ill. I also heard about the young mage who cured you, and that he was chosen to be your companion. Athanasia understood immediately upon hearing this. Ah, I knew it. He's disappointed because Ezekiel failed and got replaced by a strange kid. She made an excuse. Athi is still a bit weak in Atlantean, so I can't be friends with your son or that girl yet. Seizing the opportunity, the Duke immediately shared. Actually, my son is about to head to Atlantia to gain more experience and knowledge. He proposed. Of course, his Atlantean is extremely fluent, so if you agree, he could help you with your Atlantean studies before he leaves. Athanasia put on a genuinely excited look. Wow, that's great! However, just as she planted a seed of hope, she instantly crushed it. Then Athi must study hard until your son returns. Startled, the Duke hurriedly said, No, I can tell him not to. Before Roger could get another word in, Athanasia tugged Felix's sleeve as a signal and said, Athi can become even smarter than I am now. He picked her up. Please tell your son to try his best in Atlantia too. The Duke was completely caught off guard as Athanasia successfully made her escape. Goodbye, Uncle White. Holding her tightly in his arms, Felix said with determination. As your companion, I will also try to study harder, Princess. I will put in even more effort. Athanasia praised him. Huh? But Felix is already truly amazing right now. Then she made a request. Hey, can you send me to that place again? Lucas, happily munching on a cookie, asked, Which place? That little white guy's estate? When? Right now? Due to his unexpected easygoingness, Athanasia was flustered. Huh? Are you really going to send me there? He scrutinized her. You're the one who asked me, or is this another joke? She quickly denied it. No, it's not. Although she was still completely bewildered, she brushed it off and accepted Lucas's help. Why is he suddenly being so nice? Did my punch actually work? Is there one more favor I need to ask? Also, the magic activated seamlessly. A painful thud echoed along with Athanasia's loud shriek, proving that Lucas's handling wasn't exactly gentle. She coughed miserably. Cough, 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 cough. Where is this? Why is it so tight? That creep Lucas! Why did he send me over in such a bizarre way? As Athanasia bolted upright, she slammed her head right against a wooden beam. She cried out in pain. Ouch! Ezekiel stared at her, his eyes wide with shock. The young Duke was utterly bewildered. What are you doing here? This is a fireplace. Athanasia was also completely caught by surprise. Ezekiel carefully helped her out. While coughing, cough, cough, and gagging from the soot and dust, she didn't forget to curse Lucas internally. That absolute bastard! The young Duke carefully and subtly dusted off Athanasia's dress. She secretly admired him. Wow, he does have a little sister after all. Those are the hands of a professional babysitter. Today, Ezekiel looked at her very closely, a bit too close. Today, Athanasia's eyes looked different. He muttered, Red eyes. The beautiful jewel blue eyes had been changed into a mysterious crimson color. Rewinding to before the teleportation magic was used, Athanasia had asked, Also, can you change my eye color? Lucas replied arrogantly, There's absolutely nothing in this world that I cannot do. And that was the origin of those eyes. She backed away slightly from Ezekiel. It would be better if you didn't stare so intently like that. He quickly gave her some space. I'm sorry. The young Duke lowered his head, embarrassedly. Athanasia thought to herself, He looks genuinely flustered. She started a conversation. But back then, did you know I suddenly vanished? Ezekiel immediately said, Yes, I was incredibly worried. With the innocent face of a child, he said with relief. I tried to guess many times, but it seems you were able to safely return to where you live. That's a huge relief. Hearing that, Athanasia felt a warmth in her heart and thought, I'm glad I came back, she said. Since I didn't get to say goodbye, I came back here. Ezekiel realized. So you came back because you felt bad about leaving without a proper goodbye? He rephrased Athanasia's words, meaning you came back here to see me, right? Ezekiel became flustered. She secretly gushed, Wow, this embarrassed expression is way too cute. Athanasia looked around and asked, What were you doing just now? Ezekiel honestly replied, I was just studying the curvature of time and space based on the anomalies within different sections of balance and logic, along with a commentary and clarification according to Gil Suller's reasoning based on the theory of relativity. Athanasia's eyes widened in sheer shock. She blanked out. What on earth? Is that the title of a book? Staring at Ezekiel's innocent, blameless face, Athanasia questioned herself. This isn't part of basic education, right? Why is he like this? She nervously tested him. How far along are you in sociology? Do you know Bill Roy? What about Joseph Lotus's reflexivity theory? Ezekiel calmly replied. I'm currently studying Harper Cole's symbolic realism. Oh, you know about Bill Roy and Joseph Lotus too? That's really surprising. The young duke suddenly requested, Speak to me in Atlantean. Athanasia was caught off guard. Huh? He urged her. Hurry up! Completely panicking, she said, Why are you suddenly asking me this out of nowhere? I can't think of anything at all. Athanasia just threw out a random question. Since you know Atlantean anyway, explain symbolic realism to me in Atlantean. Ezekiel explained with ease. It is a hypothesis conceptualized by Harper Cole in the year 231, symbolically approaching the consciousness of internal and external purpose within the subject. But Athanasia didn't stop there. How well can you speak Sicantian? He recited seamlessly. For you were born of my crimson-hued milk. You shall never escape from this decayed paradise. Ezekiel immediately picked up the next line. But when hundreds of long lifetimes have passed, I shall come to salvage you all. Therefore, on that fateful day of destruction, raise the blood-filled Holy Grail high and celebrate for everyone. Ezekiel praised her endlessly. My goodness, you've already memorized up to chapter 12, section 4 of the Sicantian scriptures. As far as I know, that's only taught to those aged 15 and above. That's truly incredible. At this point, she was completely shell-shocked. You even know which chapter and section it belongs to. Even I didn't know that. Athanasia was utterly astounded by the novel male lead's talent. I only recited a random passage from the scriptures, and he answered without a single second of hesitation. He even knows Harper Cole when I haven't even studied it yet, and he didn't make a single mistake with the highly complex irregular forms of Y verbs. She was completely at a loss for words to praise him further. Unbelievable. This really is the male lead. A knock at the door, knock knock, interrupted their conversation. Brother? Ezekiel was startled. Athanasia thought to herself, Jeanette? She asked, Is that your sister? A look of panic was written all over Ezekiel's face. A little girl stood right outside the door. Brother, may I come in? He called out. Wait a minute, I'll be right out. Ezekiel told Athanasia. Wait here for a bit, okay? She thought to herself, it should be fine, right? Just in case, I already changed my eye color. Indeed, Ezekiel just stood at the door. What's the matter? The little girl pleaded. Brother, please read a book to me. He was briefly taken aback. A book? Through the cracked door, the young duke was clearly having a hard time. Jeanette said expectantly, Yes, please finish the book you were reading last time. Ezekiel tried to decline. But I finished that book 2 days ago. The little girl didn't give up. Then help me brush Alice's hair, please. He tried his best. Alice is probably being dried right now. You put her in the laundry basket with Amy this morning. Jeanette is truly persistent. Then come to the greenhouse with me. Anne said the white roses are blooming today. Ezekiel was put in a spot. Jeanette, Athanasia realized. She just wants to play with her brother. Seeing the two siblings going back and forth like that, she felt quite awkward. Jeanette pleaded with all her heart. Father isn't here right now anyway. Come look at the roses with me, okay, brother? Ezekiel looked back at Athanasia with an apologetic expression. He obviously couldn't just leave her behind. Yeah, so Athanasia hid behind the curtain and whispered, It's fine, just go ahead. Jeanette stood at the edge of the door and asked, What's wrong? Is there something in the room? Ezekiel quickly made up an excuse. No, the window. I was just checking if the window was open. After a moment of hesitation, Ezekiel made up his mind. All right, let's go to the greenhouse. Jeanette rejoiced. Really? Athanasia thought. Just listening to her speak is so cute. Yeah, Ezekiel secretly tried to convey. I'll be right back, please wait for me. She had absolutely no intention of waiting, though. How should I know how long I'd have to wait? I'm just gonna leave. Or at least, that was the plan, until her means of transportation suddenly appeared behind her. Is she a chimera? He abruptly spoke up. Stop it! Athanasia shrieked, completely startled. Lucas took the full blast of that high-volume scream. He rubbed his unfortunate ears and complained. My eardrums are about to burst. She interrogated him. What the hell? What are you doing here? Lucas answered honestly. What do you mean, what am I doing? I just wanted to see who this person you desperately wanted to make friends with was. He asked her straight up. Is that girl a chimera? She gasped. Lucas looked out the window. Those kids are heading to the greenhouse, right? I should go check it out, too. Athanasia objected. Why are you following them? I was just about to go back. He smiled confidently. It's fine, we won't get caught. Snap! Lucas used his magic, a sound so familiar it was getting tedious. Athanasia grumbled, Ugh, wouldn't it be better if we just went back? The greenhouse garden was beautiful, with flowers and plants blending together to create a peaceful scenery. No, Athanasia anxiously looked around. Walking ahead of her was Lucas. Don't be scared, they won't be able to see us from over there. He asked, By the way, who is that girl? Is she his little sister? This was the first time Athanasia had ever seen Jeanette. She was stunned. An incredibly adorable little girl stood among the flowers. She exclaimed, Wow, so this is Jeanette? She's so beautiful and cute. Lucas evaluated carefully. How strange. No matter how closely I look, her magic isn't the purebred type of the imperial family. He seemed to ponder deeply, concluding, It's more like a mixture. Athanasia frowned in confusion. A mixture of what? Lucas suddenly asked. Do you know that little girl? She startled. What? Huh? What do you mean? He pointed out. She has the same eyes as you, but you don't seem very surprised. But Athanasia was tongue-tied. In the midst of her predicament, Jeanette spoke up, practically saving her by a hair. Really? Then you won't have to leave anymore. Ezekiel said softly. I'll tell you later. I'm sure Uncle and Aunt will understand when they hear it. Jeanette blurted out, the innocent girl asking, Why don't you just tell them that you don't want to leave this place? Lucas commented. Talking like that, isn't it completely pointless? Indeed, Ezekiel shook his head. Even if I say that, I still have to go. Jeanette began to sniffle. Why? Why is that? You said you would do whatever I wanted. The young duke coaxed her. But it's not like I'm leaving for good. I'll come and visit you often during every school break. No response. He added, If you write to me, I promise I'll reply. So don't act as if I'm about to disappear. Ezekiel was trying hard to comfort his little sister. Lucas remarked, These kids are being way too dramatic. Athanasia grumbled, Ugh, that's why I told you we should just leave. He sighed. Oh well. As Athanasia stared intently at the scene of the two kids comforting each other, it felt quite strange. With a familiar snap, Lucas and Athanasia were back at the palace. He stood firmly, thinking, What's up with that girl? She looks exactly like a chimera, but she isn't one. Yet she still looks like a chimera. Meanwhile, she was sitting on the floor, her body aching all over. However, unlike usual, Athanasia didn't explode with anger. Instead, she was terrified. A chimera? This is serious. Let's dive a bit into the background of that lovely little girl, Jeanette, the female lead of the lovely princess novel. The truth is, Jeanette's mother, Penelope Judith, created her. Athanasia carefully recalled, let's see. To be exact, Jeanette's birth was premeditated. The process was probably like an artificial one. But the Judith family had an ancient betrothal with Claude. Back then, Penelope had planned it out. She asked her father, Father, please delay the announcement of the betrothal, okay? Driven by bottomless greed, she could never be satisfied with accepting Claude, the one who was supposed to inherit the throne. This later led to a complicated affair, as she was seduced by the crown prince's successor, Anastasius. With deep jealousy, Anastasius had always considered Claude's natural talent a nuisance. Because of that, he welcomed Penelope. Claude had a miserable childhood. The name, Claude meant lame, and it seemed to sum up everything. Back then, Penelope promised, Claude, I will stay by your side forever. And then, Claude found Penelope and Anastasius together. There was no denying the fact that they had betrayed Claude, and they didn't even intend to deny it. Afterward, Anastasius even tried to drive Claude further into despair. In the end, for Claude at this point, even his only blood relationship was completely severed. Later, Anastasius ascended the throne as emperor, assassinated Claude's mother, and even tried to use black magic to kill Claude. However, Penelope was utterly horrified. Anastasius failed. He was killed by Claude, whose eyes at that moment were cold as ice. Claude had let Penelope escape before Anastasius died. He had used Penelope to conduct an experiment, and she was carrying a child infused with black magic. Anastasius was always aware that his magic wasn't as strong as Claude's, so he wanted to create a child who could surpass Claude. As for Penelope, from beginning to end, she only aimed for power. This child will elevate me to a higher status. Her eyes were completely maddened with the belief, it will help me. But in the end, she died during childbirth. A normal baby was born, ordinary in every way, except for her jewel-colored eyes. This was the story of Jeanette's early life. Athanasia lay on the couch, thoroughly furious. So Jeanette wasn't even Claude's biological daughter? And the real biological daughter was alienated for the rest of her life? So unfair, it breaks my heart. But no one except her parents knew the truth, so everyone still thought she was Claude's real daughter. Athanasia complained indignantly. To sum it up, it's quite a headache. Goodness, it hurts to death. I know drama-filled plays are very normal nowadays, but come on. The battle for the throne ended. Claude then sank into a state of misanthropy, living a highly decadent life. Then, a fateful encounter arrived, but later he met Diana. Athanasia made a deduction. I think Claude loved Penelope more than his own life in the book. Even knowing Jeanette wasn't his biological child, he still accepted her. Claude still kept a picture of Penelope. But Athanasia couldn't understand. Then why did Claude completely give all his love to Diana in my dreams? Frustrated, she repeatedly punched a pillow, thump, thump. Whatever, who cares anyway? What does someone else's past life have to do with me? Get out of my head, leave, scram, get out of here right now! Lucas tossed and turned. Why are you suddenly throwing a tantrum? Athanasia retorted angrily. What do you mean, tantrum? Don't treat me like a child. His next sentence sent a chill down her spine. That's right, isn't it? You're not exactly a child anymore. Athanasia sat up in panic. Eh? What do you mean I'm not a child? Why wouldn't I be a child? I'm only 7 years old. Lucas casually replied. Who said you aren't? Of course you're a 7-year-old kid, it's just that you're a little older on the inside. Terrified, she stammered. What does that mean? Her inner self was screaming nonstop. Don't tell me he already knows who I am. Now that I think about it. He figured out Jeanette's true identity with just a single glance. Lucas smiled a deeply fake smile, much like when he was acting in front of everyone, and said, I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that you matured early, like that little white guy's son. Stop it! Athanasia was in absolute terror. What the? Why does he look so scary? One beautiful morning, Athanasia acted affectionately. Daddy, I missed you so much. She tightly embraced Claude. He reminded her, Don't run like that. Be careful not to fall. Athanasia reached out her arms and called out, Daddy, pick me up, as she wished. Claude cradled his daughter in his arms. She giggled, heh, hugging him tightly. Athanasia adorably nuzzled her face against her father's neck. Felix joked, The princess is acting a bit like Blackie today, isn't she? Athanasia flinched guiltily. Gulp. Really? She nervously recalled the female lead. After seeing Jeanette, I can't slack off, the ultimate extreme cuteness of the royal bloodline. Still tightly hugging Claude's neck, Athanasia thought to herself, I must secure my position in the palace. She asked, Is Athie as cute as Blackie? Felix righteously and firmly replied, I believe you are the cutest existence in this world. Claude lifted his chin. Nonsense. Athanasia muttered internally, Hey, you don't have to exaggerate that much. Seeing that his words weren't convincing enough, he tried to reaffirm, You are very pretty and cute. No one in the world could possibly be cuter than you, princess. Claude walked off, ignoring Felix's efforts, coldly commanding, Stop talking nonsense and stay 10 steps away from us. He greeted her and asked, Does that mage suit you well? Athanasia wondered, is he talking about Lucas? Before she could answer, he added, If you don't like him, I will find someone new for you. Claude frowned, pondering for a moment before stating bluntly, Frankly, I don't think you need friends, but Felix kept insisting. He held her firmly in his arms and gently advised, So, if you want, I will find another child who is more suitable for you. Okay. Athanasia tugged gently on Claude's hair. He asked, What is it? She thought vaguely, Nothing. I just wanted to make sure this is really Claude. She let go of his hair and replied, Yes, let's go. Athanasia expressed, Athie really likes Felix and that mage. She smiled innocently, trying to please him. I really like the friends Daddy brought. Claude didn't say anything more. Carefully hugging her tighter, he seemed satisfied. If you like them, then good. He gently patted her. They continued walking, feeling each other's care. The wind blew, the leaves in the garden rustling, rustle, rustle. It was so peaceful. Athanasia soaked it all in. The feeling seemed a bit hard to understand, but she was definitely very happy, her short legs swinging slightly. Heh. But Athanasia hugged Claude even tighter as they and Felix strolled across the cool green grass. A few days later, I heard the news that Ejekiel arrived in Elantia. She sat on a chair, recalling, He told me to wait. A very intimate scene of the male and female leads hugging, despite being very young, appeared in her mind. Athanasia angrily slammed a book on the table. No way! She was fuming. The important thing is that a 10-year-old kid has read more books than I have? Heat radiated off her in waves. Athanasia dove into a towering pile of books furiously. I can't let this happen. I need to study much more. Lucas sighed in exasperation. Why are you studying? Come on. Ignoring the mage, she buried herself in her books under the lamp. He peacefully stayed by her side. Little Jekyll was also focused on his studies. In the morning, little Jeanette sniffled, crying out of loneliness. Then the years passed by like that. A doubtful question. My daughter? In a magnificent setting, the Duke father and son, along with little Jeanette, bowed respectfully. She cast a slight glance at the entire hall, where everyone was whispering and gossiping. Claude, from the highest position, looked down coldly as ice. Jeanette shivered. She peeked again, only to be scared, and immediately bowed her head again. Claude said, Interesting. I will hear the details in the audience chamber. Jeanette looked up. Claude slightly opened his mouth, intending to say something, but then stopped. He stood up and left. Duke Roger told her, Stand up straight. The Duke affirmed, No matter what outsiders say, today will still be your day, Princess Jeanette. She was a bit bewildered. Princess? Ezekiel offered his hand. Your hand. May I? They seemed to be preparing for Jeanette's debut dance. They heard the surrounding nobles buzzing. A new princess? This looks interesting. Look how pale she is. Stop bad-mouthing her! Among those people, only one girl seemed isolated. A thick gloom enveloped her. It seemed those words weren't directed at Jeanette, but she didn't look happy at all. His Majesty didn't even escort Princess Athanasia. This was originally her coming-of-age ceremony. The gloomy Princess Athanasia sank further into the darkness, as if her very existence was being swallowed up. In contrast to Athanasia, Jeanette was escorted by Ezekiel into the center of the radiant light. Jeanette was very worried about her sister, who had to stand aside, but she couldn't do anything to help her, as Jeanette walked across the red carpet to the place where she belonged. During a practice session, clapping hands signaled the command, Spin! And finish! Just as instructed, Athanasia completed the practice with an incredibly graceful bow. Her instructor praised her endlessly. Princess, there truly wasn't a single flaw in your performance. You executed everything exactly as the manual described. It was so light and elegant. Athanasia thought to herself, That's because I have fairy blood flowing through me. Something like that when moving. It would have been fine if the comments stopped there. The instructor further speculated. I assume the fact that your mother was a dancer helped you in situations like this, right, Princess? Athanasia stayed silent for a moment before immediately replying. I merely practiced hard according to your teachings. She sighed internally. Here we go again. Sigh. Athanasia thought wearily. The teacher always brings up the fact that I have commoner blood as if it's a flaw. Tisk, tisk. Does she really have to constantly mention my mother? After practice, she happily went to find Claude. Daddy! Athanasia jumped up and hugged his neck. I missed you today, Daddy. Claude reminded her. I told you not to run. She just laughed it off. Heh. Delicious-looking dishes were exquisitely arranged. Athanasia happily recounted her recent experiences while eating. I found studying logic very interesting lately. Also, every time I dance, the teacher says... Meanwhile, Claude watched her quietly. Athanasia startled when she realized she almost brought up the sensitive topic of her mother. She quickly corrected herself. That I look just like a fairy. Heh. But Claude must have realized something, he said. Just ignore her. Madame Pompadour always spouts nonsense. Athanasia felt a little indignant. What? My resemblance to a fairy is nonsense? Then it dawned on her. Her hands holding the cutlery froze in realization. Her birthday was also the day her mother passed away. On her 7th birthday, for the first time, Claude asked, Is there anything you want? Athanasia answered honestly. The maids usually give me chocolate. Hannah and Cess, in her imagination, were deeply moved. Princess, we didn't think you'd still remember us. Behind them was a literal mountain of chocolate. She muttered internally. In real life, I was an orphan. That day, Felix and Lily weren't as overly enthusiastic as they imagined, so... And she had never had a proper birthday party before. That day, Athanasia was astonished. I got a whole cake! Her 9th birthday was the first time she kissed Claude on the cheek. He tossed her a vault key and said coldly, Keep it. Athanasia trembled, her eyes sparkling with emotion. Huh? She suddenly jumped up and shouted, Daddy! Claude was completely caught off guard. his face looking exactly like this. In the novel, Athanasia's tragedy began from the first time she met Claude when she was 9. Here, Athanasia rolled around in her blankets, screaming, "Awesome!" But now that she was 9, Claude said, "Just like last time, if there's anything you want, you can tell me, or if there's something you want me to do for you." She shook her head, her satisfaction level having long reached its maximum. "It's fine, Daddy. As long as it's a gift from you, I'll love anything." He asked further, "Is there really nothing you need?" Athanasia immediately replied, "No, Daddy." Claude fell into deep thought. She couldn't understand that reaction at all. Choosing her words carefully, she continued, "To be honest, I just like being with you. Heh." The conversation seemed to have hit a dead end. Claude spoke up. "Finish eating first." Athanasia was utterly baffled. "What?" Felix asked with a bright smile. "Has His Majesty asked you about a birthday gift yet, Princess? Have you told him about what you'd like?" Athanasia replied, "I just said I like everything Daddy gives me." He was surprised. "Is there really nothing you want?" She began to take inventory of her princess assets. "I have more jewels than I need and plenty of vault keys. I also have my own private library, 4 rose gardens, and countless dresses and jewelry." Done with her list, Athanasia complained, "I don't know either. What kind of problem is this?" Felix quickly changed the subject. Princess, your coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. May I ask about your plans for your first dance?" The first dance at a coming-of-age ceremony. But usually, young ladies dance with their betrothed, or a close, unmarried male relative, like an older brother or a male cousin. Therefore, Athanasia asked the guard walking beside her, "Can I just dance with you, Felix?" Needless to say, he shuddered, turned pale, and coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. But Felix was clearly in absolute shock, layered with pure terror. "Me? The first dance with you, Princess?" Athanasia immediately gave him a way out, even though there was no way he could refuse. If you don't want to." Sure enough, Felix hurriedly denied it. "Of course, I would be deeply honored." By all criteria, Felix fit the bill perfectly. Duke's lineage, royal knight, single, handsome. Absolutely wonderful. This was the exact opposite of Athanasia in the novel, who had a miserable time trying to find an escort. She rejoiced internally. Felix was visibly flustered, rambling as he tried to find an excuse. "But how could I possibly dare to? I mean," he tried to persuade her. "There must be someone more suitable, right, Princess?" Athanasia was surprised. She truly didn't seem to realize. Does he not like the idea? Then she pouted, putting the issue aside for the moment. "All right, there are still a few months left to think about it." Felix was breaking into a cold sweat. "Princess, please do reconsider." But Athanasia huffed and turned around to keep walking. Upon returning to the palace, she was immediately scolded by Lucas, who had cut his hair very neatly by now. "You dummy, it's obvious your dad wants to dance the first dance with you at your coming-of-age ceremony." "What?" Athanasia scoffed and shot back. "Huh? I don't think you know what you're talking about. You're not supposed to dance with your father at your coming-of-age ceremony." Lucas replied, "Sometimes people still do it." As the fireplace crackled, Athanasia argued, "I heard nobody does that because it looks ridiculous." He pointed out, "Well, you and your dad are like that sometimes anyway," Lucas asked, but it was more of an assertion. "Don't you think your dad actually wants to do that kind of ridiculous thing with you?" Athanasia was speechless. "What?" she asked blankly. "What?" Only to be looked down upon by him. "What do you even study for? Just to become a bookworm?" Athanasia couldn't process the information at all. A meaningless, "huh?" escaping her lips. She put her hand to her forehead and pondered. "Really?" A massive seed of doubt had been planted. Lucas looked at Athanasia out of the corner of his eye. "See? Told you." He further asserted, "Your dad likes you a lot more than you think." She was still stuck on the thought. Dance the first dance with Claude at the ceremony? On another beautiful day, Claude was enjoying some tea. Athanasia called out adorably, "Daddy!" She radiantly shared, "My birthday is coming up soon, and my coming-of-age ceremony too." Blue outfits truly suited the princess wonderfully. How lovely. "That's right," Athanasia carefully brought up the topic. "I was thinking about who will dance the first dance with me." She glanced subtly at Felix while speaking. "Since it's a special day, I want someone truly special too." Felix was cheering her on internally. "That's right, Princess," Claude suggested. "Isn't Felix the best option?" He left the night wide-eyed with shock, his face practically screaming. "What?" Athanasia asked. "What do you think, Daddy?" He gently set his teacup down and evaluated. "Felix isn't a bad choice." She sought confirmation. "Really?" Claude allowed. "Do whatever you like." Athanasia recounted. "I asked Felix yesterday, and he said it's fine if I can't find anyone more suitable." Felix must have been trembling violently by now, stammering in a plea. "Princess?" He desperately tried to join the conversation. "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Unfortunately, Felix's efforts were a second too late. Claude said, "That works. Felix also mentioned your coming-of-age ceremony a few days ago." He added, "Felix said it's a special day, so it must be chosen very carefully." Back then, the knight had excitedly assumed, "Of course His Majesty will dance the first dance with the princess." Every word felt like a death sentence for his future career as a royal guard. "So, Felix will be thrilled to know you chose him." Felix looked entirely drained of color. Your Majesty, but what's with that expression? You don't look very pleased." Claude indifferently sipped his tea again, his eyes icy cold. Felix made a desperate attempt to save his own skin. "Of course I would be deeply honored. Wait, Your Majesty, that's not what I meant." But Athanasia looked at her father. Now, remembering what Lucas had asserted, "Your dad likes you a lot more than you think." She told herself, "I think he does care about me to some extent." But a sharp ding echoed. When another ding rang out, Athanasia's mood lifted. "Surely that's my fated sound." Nope, her fate was sealed. With the final ding, Athanasia tilted her head and requested, "Practice dancing with me, please." Lucas casually took a bite of an apple and replied bluntly, "No." She persistently explained, "I might have to dance with Daddy at the coming-of-age ceremony." She thought to herself, "Even though I'm acting like it's no big deal right now." "No." Athanasia explained her reasoning, raising her hand high to illustrate. "But our heights don't match, right? He's about this tall. I'll be wearing high heels, but what if I step on his feet?" Lucas immediately caught on to the princess's intention. "Ah, so now you want me to transform back into my adult form to practice dancing with you?" She confirmed. "Exactly. Weren't you around the same height as my dad back then?" Back then, meaning the first time they met a few years ago. "Yeah." Athanasia added, "If not, you can just change your height to match my dad's, right?" Lucas went, "Ugh, whatever. Why should I?" She started getting poetic. "O strongest mage of the empire, and the most beautiful young man in the world, Lord Lucas." But Athanasia used her cutest expression and a seemingly sincere plea. "Could you please help me?" He was slightly taken aback. Then with a snap, Lucas conjured up something that vaguely resembled a humanoid form and said, "I'm busy. Use this." It looked downright horrifying. Athanasia screamed, "What on earth is this bizarre thing?" She stood straight up, staring exhaustedly at the object that had just been pulled out. "You're always lounging around here. How could you possibly be busy?" Lucas replied with an attitude. "I'm busy breathing every day." But seeing that there was no room for further negotiation, Athanasia accepted the dummy, complaining, "At least give it eyes, a nose, and a mouth." She grabbed its hand and began to practice. The dummy swayed as it moved. Here Athanasia tripped over its foot. She fell hard and painfully, letting out a loud shriek. "Ah!" Lucas lay on the couch, laughing up a storm. "Rolling on the floor, fun times, ha 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 ha." She frowned in annoyance and complained, "What is this? Why does it keep wobbling? It doesn't even have joints. It's completely limp, just like a ghost." He chimed in, "Why are you talking bad about it? You'll hurt its feelings." Athanasia looked in shock at the thing she was pinning down. "Huh? Isn't it just a dummy? Does it actually understand what I'm saying?" Lucas immediately replied, "Of course not, ha ha ha." It seemed this guy thoroughly enjoyed driving her crazy. But Athanasia continued to practice. "Can't you make a dummy that looks more like a real person?" Lucas proudly declared, "Is there anything in this world I can't do?" She asked, "Then why not?" He frowned, clearly annoyed. "I already told you, I'm just not in a good mood, so I don't want to." Athanasia persisted. "Then do it for me. If you can turn it into a handsome dummy guy, that'd be even better." Lucas flatly refused. "I don't want to," he suggested. "I think you should just go practice dancing with Felix," Athanasia remarked. "How heartless can you be? Do you want him to stress himself to death?" Under the terrifying pressure from Claude, even breathing normally seemed quite difficult for Felix. Athanasia sat down to rest, sigh. This is so tough to figure out. She slumped onto the floor, sigh. I heard Jekyll has returned. Lucas asked back. Jekyll Alpheus? Athanasia thought to herself. He returned after graduating early from the Atlantean Academy. He's quite brilliant. She wondered, it's been 6 years, I wonder how he's doing now. Just thinking about that time makes me a bit anxious, but it's not like I've been doing nothing all this time either. Lucas asked, are you interested in that white-haired guy? She sat up to object. Don't say that. Do you have any idea how much I suffered every time that moment was brought up over the last 6 years? My dark past. He laughed. You should have said so sooner. If you're that curious, just go see him right now. Before she could even react, Lucas said, that's piece of cake for me. Then, snap! The magic activated. In the blink of an eye, the ceiling turned into a blue sky, and the wind howled past Athanasia's ears. Lucas's voice echoed. Coincidentally, I'm a bit bored too. Have fun, my friend. Once again, she was floating in midair. What a terribly familiar scene. Athanasia turned pale. That bastard! She went into a free fall again, cursing as she dropped. You psycho jerk! Unlike her not-so-peaceful landing back then. This time she was carefully caught. The other person kindly asked, Are you all right? Athanasia was cradled perfectly in Ezekiel's arms. He smiled gently. Every time we meet, you always surprise me. She stared blankly at the young duke as he teased. I missed you so much, my angel. But Athanasia was still stunned. Where did the cute little boy from before go? The adorable little kid from back then had completely grown up now. Athanasia struggled. Put me down. She was surprised. Huh? Not budging at all. Ezekiel said, I'll put you down right now. But Athanasia was set down very gently. She hurriedly stepped back immediately and stumbled. Ezekiel was startled and quickly supported Athanasia, asking, Are you all right? She replied, No, I'm fine. She thought to herself, Huh? Why is he suddenly being so respectful? No, Ezekiel said. This is only natural. But compared to 6 years ago, you've grown a lot. Athanasia looked at the young man, who seemed bathed in a halo before her eyes, unconsciously acting humble. No, how could I ever compare to you? The young duke smiled with a dazzling, blinding aura. Even a normal sentence sounded like it carried some romantic intent. But I recognized you at first glance. Athanasia froze, as if about to be swallowed by that light, exclaiming internally, As expected of the male lead. She was in a pinch, her brain working at full capacity. What do I do now? I've grown this much, how can I still use the angel excuse? Where is that psycho Lucas? Athanasia didn't know what to say, and kept backing away. Ezekiel spoke up. Could it be? The young duke asked, You don't remember who I am? She hurriedly denied it. No, of course I remember. Instantly, Ezekiel smiled radiantly. He felt relieved. Is that so? Athanasia was utterly bewildered. Why is he so happy? She asked hesitantly. Have you told anyone about me before? The young duke replied, Please speak comfortably. I've never told anyone. To be absolutely sure, Athanasia carefully instructed. All right, but you must keep our meeting a secret. Ezekiel affirmed, I already knew that without you having to say it. The leaves rustled, followed by a voice calling out. Ezekiel, are you there? Athanasia startled. She knew who that person was. Jeanette? Ezekiel grabbed Athanasia's hand. Forgive my insolence. He pulled her along. Let's go somewhere quieter. Athanasia was dazed. Huh? She thought. Shouldn't he just go see Jeanette instead? That way I could go back too. She said. You can just leave me here and go. The young duke seemed a bit reproachful and fearful. But back then, you disappeared without saying a single word. She startled slightly. Jeanette was confused. What should I do? If we don't go right now, we'll be late. The little girl called out. The two of them had already hidden behind the tall, neatly trimmed hedges out of sight. Athanasia suggested, Hey, it might be better if you just go. But Ezekiel didn't listen and made a shh gesture. Later they arrived at an incredibly beautiful area filled with only white flowers. Athanasia immersed herself in the breeze. The young duke shared, This is the place I come to when I want to be alone. Ezekiel introduced his secret territory, so to speak. She asked dubiously, And you brought me here? Athanasia pondered. Has living the princess life for so long made me too complacent with the present? Ezekiel said, I thought you would like this place. She muttered internally. It sounds like he always thought of me every time he came here. Here the young duke exclaimed, I was very shocked to see you suddenly appear in front of me. Athanasia smiled forcedly, cursing that good friend of hers in her heart. Me too. It's all because of that weird Lucas. Why am I struggling like this, yet he's still so considerate to me? The young duke bathed in the sunlight and gentle breeze. The visuals of a novel's male lead truly left people in awe. He hypothesized, if you came here just to see me, I would be very happy. Ezekiel felt a bit regretful, but it seems that's not the case. Then he accepted it. I don't know what the truth is, but if you want, I'll keep quiet. Ezekiel was flustered. So, Athanasia anxiously changed the subject. Don't you have an appointment with the person looking for you? You should go right now, shouldn't you? Contrary to her, Ezekiel was quite indifferent toward Jeanette. It's fine, she doesn't have to go with me. Athanasia got a headache, thinking, this is tricky. We'll end up meeting at the coming-of-age ceremony, and I won't know what to do then. She groaned. Ugh. Ezekiel spoke up again, as he began to feel nostalgic about 6 years ago. Before the day he left for Elantia, the little young duke stood all alone, so lonely. Every day, I came to the place where I first met you. Ezekiel poured his heart out. And after that, every 6 months when I returned to Obelia, I always came here. Every single word carried a sincere affection that had lingered until today. Athanasia didn't understand. But why? Ezekiel shared the same question. I asked myself that too. It was just a fleeting encounter after all. The wind suddenly blew hard, making Athanasia's hair flutter. The scenery was truly poetic. The young duke helped secure her hairpin, which startled her. The distance was a bit close. Why, though? They made a promise to each other. It's fine, next time I will. Before the deal could be finalized, snap, the magic activated. Lucas's frowning face appeared. Ah! Athanasia snapped out of it. Ah! She immediately yelled. Hey! Don't just move people from place to place on your own like that. At least give me a heads up. Lucas asked, do I look like I'm mad right now? An confusing question. Athanasia backed down and calmed her posture, replying, You kind of look like it. Lucas rubbed the back of his neck in agreement. Exactly, I must be really mad. She got inexplicably annoyed. No, the one who should be mad is me. Why are you? He cut in. It's just, why am I so mad? Lucas looked very irritated. He glanced at Athanasia. A chill ran down her spine. Suddenly, he vanished into thin air. Athanasia found it extremely baffling. Incredibly baffling. Was she surprised? Huh? Aren't Ezekiel and Jeanette supposed to attend the coming-of-age ceremony together? She asked. Does Mr. Alpheus's son want that, Duke? No, Princess. But having the honor to escort the princess is a great opportunity for him. My son will surely consider it a privilege. She concluded, so this wasn't Ezekiel's idea. He still hasn't given up on his plan to approach me, huh? Athanasia chose her words to decline. Since Duke Alpheus mentions him so much, Athi is starting to get curious too. Athi is really looking forward to meeting him at the coming-of-age ceremony. The Duke scheduled, Yes, we can introduce each other then, Princess. The two of them put on friendly faces, smiling and smiling, looking so forced. She cursed internally. Ugh, this old fox. Saying goodbye to him, Athanasia chatted with Felix. We never seem to run into the Duke of Alpheus's son, do we? It seems so, she thought to herself. Actually, I've met him a few times before. Yeah, Athanasia recalled the closeness back then. Ezekiel had said, It's fine, next time I will. Felix said, Ah, it's the mage guy. Lucas was walking not too far away. Athanasia ran over and called out happily, Lucas! She complained. Have you been super busy lately? It's even hard to see your face. He looked at her without saying a word. Athanasia flinched guiltily. What's wrong? We haven't met in a while. Are you trying to pick a fight again? Lucas clicked his tongue, tisk, and then knelt down. He reached out to her shoe to help tie the laces. Hold on a minute. But from this angle, Lucas was truly very handsome. He reminded her, You're not a little girl anymore. After finishing the shoelaces, Lucas looked up and gently tapped Athanasia's forehead, teasing her. And you're walking around with this thing stuck on your head? Ah, she was surprised. Ah, I suddenly feel lighter, he proudly stated. I've been snowed under with work lately, but I'll still make time to visit you occasionally, because it seems the princess misses me, huh? Athanasia scoffed. Ha ha, you're joking again, it's the other way around. Felix chimed in. Princess, we must go now. At the Emerald Palace, inside a sunlit room, Athanasia continuously received wishes. Happy birthday, Princess. Happy birthday to you. Ah, the maids excitedly brought gifts, chirping. Our princess has turned 14 already. Ah, this is so moving. Please open it. They were all adorable items, jewelry, ribbons, and even a Blackie plushie. She exclaimed, "Wow! Ah, ha ha! I love it so much, Lily!" Felix, Hannah, and Cess sincerely blessed Athanasia. "Meeting you is my greatest happiness, princess. Next birthday, I'll try to prepare an even more special gift. I wish your path ahead will be filled with joy." Then Blackie also nuzzled against her. Athanasia bashfully said, "Thank you, everyone." Lily brought out the main course. "Now let's eat some cake. This cake was specially prepared for today." Everyone chatted animatedly. "Hannah and Lily made it together, princess." And Cess decorated the cake. The moon had risen high, and only Lily remained by Athanasia's side. "Good night, princess." "Good night, Lily." She gently placed her hand on Athanasia's forehead. "Princess," Lily whispered, "you are not only my treasure, but also the treasure of all Obelia. To us, princess, you are a truly special and deeply cherished person." But Athanasia thought to herself, "She says this to me every single birthday. She really feels like a mother. Not like that person before." Lily gently kissed her forehead. "Thank you for being here today," Athanasia replied. "Thank you for being by my side, Lily." Late at night, she hesitated to leave her room, but Athanasia understood. "Are you guys worried again? Look at those faces. I'm fine, really." She waved goodbye. "Bye-bye." A sharp click indicated that the door had closed. Athanasia tossed and turned, wrapping herself completely in the blanket, looking out the large window. She muttered to herself, "This time I was holding on to a little bit of hope." In the end, Claude still didn't show up for her 14th birthday. Athanasia pondered. "I find it strange every single time, of course, not in the way most people think. It's not like I'm sad because my dad didn't come." She recalled her memories with Claude. "It's just—" Her large, round blue eyes were filled with deep thoughts. On the other side, Claude sat all alone, surrounded by discarded wine bottles. As Athanasia pondered, and she felt that Claude seemed more like a normal person, she concluded. "It's actually good for my survival that Claude has this human side to him." She tossed and turned again. "I don't know, I just don't know. This is so annoying." Athanasia kept rolling around, complaining. I don't know anymore." Suddenly, a voice chimed in. "Don't know what?" She bolted upright to find a familiar figure standing there. Athanasia froze. "Ah, naturally, it was Lucas." She asked, "Why are you here so late?" He explained, "I was busy, you know." Athanasia, having just finished her bath, was drying her hair. She stared intently at herself in the mirror, looking very closely. Yet Athanasia asked, "Lily, do I look pretty today?" Immediately, "Of course, Princess is the most beautiful person in the world." Lily reacted within 0.1 seconds, giving an instantaneous answer. She agreed with her. "Right, Athanasia looks like Diana, so she must be very beautiful." Lily stepped forward. "Let me brush your hair before you sleep, princess." Meanwhile, she pondered. "It really seems like Ezekiel has feelings for me." Recalling that expression, at first, she thought it was just her imagination, but from Ezekiel's gaze to his gestures, nothing was hidden. It was hard to deny when he acted like that. Athanasia speculated. "I wonder if it's because Lucas sent me to Ezekiel 6 years ago. Is it okay for the novel's plot to be altered like this? From the perspective of a 10-year-old kid, an extremely beautiful girl falling right into his arms from the clear blue sky. I guess that was love at first sight for Ezekiel." She nodded along. "Makes sense." Lily reminded her, "Princess, if you keep moving your head so suddenly, your hair will get tangled." But Athanasia's thoughts were simple. "Anyway, Jeanette is the actual female lead, so he can't be serious about me. But having the male lead's affection isn't exactly a bad thing." She put the matter aside for now. "I'll think about this again after the coming-of-age ceremony." Athanasia asked, "Lily, did Lucas not come again today?" She replied, "Yes, he is the Imperial Mage after all, so he must be very busy." Athanasia thought to herself, "Busy with what? I think that psycho isn't busy at all. He only became the Imperial Mage because he was bored." Lily praised, "That young mage is truly talented at such a young age, isn't he?" Athanasia told herself, "I'm sure he would love that kind of reaction." She considered him a strange psycho, just like when they first met. She still didn't know how he managed to sneak into the palace or what tricks he was up to. Sadly, everyone thought she and Lucas were the same age. She had made him promise never to play tricks on her again. Back then, he had pouted defiantly. "What's the big deal? The side effects are just minor disruptions, nothing major." She had shouted angrily, "You psycho!" Lily's praise pulled her back from those memories. "But of course, a mage can't compare to you, princess. You've already completed 6 philosophy textbooks." Athanasia startled. "Huh? Lily, I'm sleepy." Lily suddenly realized. "Ah, is it already that late?" Athanasia thought to herself. Lily is truly like a mother sometimes. It feels a bit embarrassing, but I'm really not a genius. I'm just an adult on the inside. One morning, Athanasia said, Daddy, I'm so nervous about the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony." She asked, "What if I get too anxious and make a mistake?" Claude didn't care. You can make a mistake. But Athanasia added, "I've practiced dancing a lot, but I'm still so worried." He asked, "What are you worried about?" Immediately, a certain unlucky target was brought up. "If I make a mistake, it'll be because Felix was careless." He truly was a pitiful target. Athanasia wasn't done yet. "But people will say bad things about me." Claude coldly declared, "Then those will be their final words." She thought to herself, "So scary, but I'm also quite touched." Claude added, "You don't need to think too much, just perform the etiquette correctly once, then leave." Finally, she gave up beating around the bush and confessed, "Actually, Daddy, on that day, I want to hold your hand." Claude stopped all his movements in surprise. Athanasia timidly explained, "I want to dance the first dance with you, and I also want you to be the first person to congratulate me at my 14th coming-of-age ceremony." She smirked internally. Time to wrap up this difficult game. Gently tracing the rim of her teacup, Athanasia hesitated. "But Daddy," she put on a distressed look, "you don't like things like that, right? That's why I asked Felix instead of you. But..." Athanasia subtly glanced at Claude as she said, really want to go with you, Daddy." The decisive strike, a coming-of-age ceremony, happens only once in a lifetime. As expected, Claude reacted. He froze. "No." Athanasia acted obediently. "I shouldn't be so greedy. I'm sure Felix will take good care of me. I'll do my best to make you proud, Daddy." Then Claude set his small spoon down. If you want it that much." He finished the rest of his tea. The empty cup was set down with a cold clink. Claude looked up and asserted, "Then there is nothing I cannot do." Athanasia was visibly thrilled. "Really?" She immediately softened her voice. "But I thought you hated dancing and going to those kinds of places, Daddy." Claude brushed it off. "It's just a dance," she said sheepishly. "I heard that nowadays, daughters don't usually choose their fathers as dance partners for their coming-of-age ceremony. People might judge." Claude dismissed it. "Don't pay attention to such trivial things. No one will mock you if they value their lives." "Yes," Athanasia asked one more time. "So you'll really accompany me to the ceremony, Daddy?" Claude acted as if he had no choice. "If that's what you want, I have no other option." He stirred his empty cup. "I've always hated noisy places like that, but..." Athanasia didn't let Claude finish. She cried out, "Daddy!" and lunged forward to hug him tightly. She joyfully asked, "Really? Is it true?" Surprised was written all over Claude's face. Sitting on his lap, Athanasia blurted out her unhidden excitement. "You're really going to dance with me, right, Daddy? You'll escort me too, right? I'm so happy." Her jeweled eyes sparkled brightly. "You can't take it back. Promise me, Daddy." Claude's expression showed clear amazement. Athanasia pleaded, "Please, please?" Claude quietly looked at his little daughter and lowered his voice. "Fine, I promise." After all the struggle, the one happiest was Felix. He smiled brighter than ever. Afterward, Felix rushed over. "Thank you, Princess." Athanasia was taken aback. She wondered. Just how much Claude had been torturing him. Felix cried, saying through his tears, "Thank goodness." Suddenly, someone approached. "May the peace and prosperity of Obelia always be with you." A familiar face appeared. "Long time no see, Duke Alpheus." He carefully paid his respects. "You look truly beautiful today, Princess Athanasia." The Duke exclaimed, "How fortunate that I arrived early for my audience with His Majesty, allowing me to run into you, Princess." She flashed a professional smile and replied, "Athie is very happy to see you too, Uncle." Truly a complete lie. He quickly got to the point. "Princess, your coming-of-age ceremony is just around the corner. Have you chosen an escort for that day yet?" Athanasia was surprised. "Ah, but she didn't grasp what was going on. What was this? Jeanette was going with Ezekiel. Did the Duke have no one else like him, right? In the novel, Athanasia never found a proper escort. Yes, she replied brightly. Of course, Athi has chosen. Daddy will be going with Athi. Felix nodded repeatedly from behind, looking incredibly pleased. The Duke was absolutely stunned. Did you mean His Majesty, Princess? Athanasia confirmed. Yes, of course, because Athi asked him. He was flabbergasted. So, His Majesty actually agreed to accompany you? The Duke was stunned. Haha, that is quite a surprise. This news seemed rather shocking. I see, but indeed your Majesty deeply dotes on the princess. Athanasia was on guard, but still forced an innocent smile. What kind of plot is he cooking up now? The Duke put on a sad face. Ah, what a pity. I was planning to ask for your opinion if you wanted my son to escort you, in case you hadn't made a decision yet. Now it was Athanasia's turn to panic. She asked dubiously, Duke Alpheus's son? He confirmed. Yes, I'm not sure if you know yet, but my son just returned to Obelia after completing his studies at Elantia. Her jaw dropped in surprise, a million question marks flooding her mind. What on earth is he talking about? Lucas said, I'm busy, you know. Gosh, Athanasia thought to herself, here we go again. Even though he says that, he has always come to find me over the past 6 years. She jumped down from the bed. Let's go see Blackie, my birthday gift, Lucas said crossly. Do you ever listen to me? I really should have just eaten that thing. But Athanasia didn't care. I know, let's go. This made Lucas's blood boil a bit. However, right after that, the adorable little creature squeaked happily, keying. The creature was much bigger than before. Athanasia hugged it tight. Blackie! She pampered it to no end. You really wanted to see me, didn't you, you adorable fluffball? Lucas reminded her. It's freezing outside. What do you think you're doing, huh? Athanasia said, You can just use a spell to warm it up. He grumbled while using his magic. Hurry up and go back to bed. You'll pass out again if you keep rolling around with that thing. Athanasia didn't listen to a single word, continuing to roll around. You've been eating a lot lately, haven't you, Blackie? It looks like you've gained a bit of weight. It squeaked, keying, in response. Thanks to Lucas's magic, it was much warmer around Athanasia. She said, My coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. He replied briefly. I know. Right, Athanasia asked. You don't think I'll make a mistake, do you? Lucas answered with another question. Did your dad say you're not allowed to make mistakes? She denied it. No. Lucas asked again. Then what's the big deal? He added, You've been practicing every single day until your feet ached, only stopping when it hurts. Unless you're an idiot, everything will be fine. Lucas slumped down. Stop messing around and go back to sleep. Athanasia shot back. When did I ever mess around? He complained. If you don't go back to sleep, I can't sleep either. She clicked her tongue. Tisk. The night breeze gently rustled the leaves. Lucas quietly watched Athanasia and Blackie playing together. She said, Good night, Lucas. Finally, the day of the coming-of-age ceremony arrived. The maid woke her up. Princess, please hurry up. There's no time left. Athanasia was dazed. Huh? The maid said, Today is a big day. We can't waste a single moment. Here, plenty of scented oils were prepared as Athanasia, and then sat in the bathtub while many people rushed to pour water in. They said, Please close your eyes, princess. Please relax your shoulders. She was utterly bewildered. The palace was so bustling. Where is the scented oil? Should we add more herbs? Here the maids kept their hands moving, working together in perfect harmony. Here's the hair conditioner. And the flower petals, one said. After bathing, we will give you a massage, princess. Athanasia whined, I'm hungry. However, she wasn't allowed to eat right away. Please wait a moment, princess. After she lay down with a face mask on, the maid told her, Now please rest for about an hour. The bustling atmosphere of preparation didn't cool down at all. Lily is asking if the princess is ready yet. Huh? Not yet. A while later, Athanasia was brought back into the whirlwind. Where's the rose solution? Hand me the small comb. Do we have any other brushes? She began to feel dizzy. Is the princess's dress ready? What about the tiara? Bring some flowers over here, Athanasia realized. I have... She groaned in pain. Totally underestimated a princess's coming-of-age ceremony. The maids were still bustling about, reminding each other, Hurry up. And finally, they asked about the final result. How do you like it, princess? Everyone was satisfied. You are truly beautiful, princess, they asserted. The princess will be the most beautiful person at the ceremony today. It's truly a masterpiece, they explained. We adjusted the small tiara slightly so it won't lean or fall off, princess. Athanasia was stunned. Wow, I knew Athanasia was a beauty, but looking at herself in the mirror, she had to admit, this is indeed a masterpiece. So gorgeous. Lily announced, Princess, it's time to go. She rejoiced. I'm certain today's ceremony will be absolutely wonderful. Athanasia replied, Yes, I think so too. Felix, dressed immaculately, was waiting. He suddenly gasped, Wow, princess! Felix was full of praise. You're so beautiful today that I can't believe my own eyes. She smiled. Heh. He carefully escorted her forward under the admiring gazes of the maids. His Majesty is waiting for you, princess. Let us go. The two walked down together. Athanasia was astonished to see Claude in his formal attire. He had sensed his daughter approaching. For a fleeting moment, Claude seemed to see Diana. Athanasia looked truly radiant. She was surprised. This is the first time I've seen Claude looking this formal. He only dresses up like this once or twice a year to welcome foreign ambassadors. Athanasia covered her eyes. So blinding. He really is a father now, right? Is he dressing up this formally just for my coming-of-age ceremony? But Claude said, It looks like you might get cold. Athanasia reacted immediately. But you look extremely handsome, Daddy. She wasn't too surprised by this reaction. The two looked at each other in silence. Felix could feel the atmosphere. This is the first time I've met him since her birthday. But Athanasia thought to herself, Daddy should just drop it. She said, Daddy.
I'm so happy to be with you today. Claude reached out his hand.
He said, You look very beautiful today. She smiled radiantly, then stepped forward to place her hand in that large palm. The hall was magnificently decorated, and all the nobles had arrived. The scenery was simply too overwhelming. Athanasia walked side by side with Claude. The two were heading toward the grand hall. They were right in front of the doors. The appearance of the two was announced, His Imperial Majesty. Claude de Aldre-Obelia, and Her Imperial Highness, Princess Athanasia de Aldre-Obelia. She flinched as hundreds of eyes locked onto her. Now Claude and Athanasia were the center of everyone's attention. She hesitated and took a step back. Athanasia thought to herself, I've never stood before this many people before. Claude asked, What's wrong? The hall was completely silent. She felt so scared. Athanasia shrank back, pressing closer to Claude's side. Understanding the issue, he glared out with an icy cold stare. The atmosphere instantly dropped. All the nobles bowed their heads. She was astonished. Claude led his daughter forward, adding, If you want, I can make them bow until the ceremony is over. Athanasia quickly refused. No, Daddy! Looking at the lovely girls who had to bow, she thought that wouldn't be fair. Today wasn't just her own coming-of-age ceremony. These girls had waited months and years for this day. Daddy, Athanasia said happily, I'm fine because I have you with me. Claude escorted her, saying, I didn't think you'd get anxious over a ritual like this. Athanasia thought to herself, Well, this is a major event after all. He recalled her childhood. When you were little, you even pulled my hair and slapped my face. So dancing in front of a crowd shouldn't be much of a challenge. She froze. Athanasia panicked and denied it right away. No, not at all. I don't remember any of that happening. You're joking, Daddy, Claude remarked. Even back then, you were quite a bold child. She pleaded. Daddy, stop teasing me. Claude's goal was clearly achieved. I feel less stressed now. The two reached the center of the hall, preparing for the first dance. Claude instructed, Relax. As the dance began, he asserted, It doesn't matter what others say. Today is your day of joy. In the original novel, those words were meant for Jeanette. The music played melodiously. Athanasia smiled softly. Daddy, you have no idea how well I dance. Prepare to be amazed. She bragged. Lady Pompadour praises me every single day until my ears are... Before she could finish, she stepped right on Claude's foot. Neither of them expected it. And then naturally, Athanasia twisted her ankle and lost her balance. She screamed desperately in her head. I'm going to fall. Claude clicked his tongue. Tisk. He caught her by the waist and gently lifted her up. Claude spun around. The entire hall fell silent as Athanasia was lifted high up, looking like a stunningly beautiful fairy. Claude spun his daughter as light as a feather. He set her down, not forgetting to tease her. Now all I know is that you just stepped on my foot. Athanasia said, I knew your arms were strong, Daddy, but I didn't expect your legs to be like that too. Are you all right, Daddy? Claude answered bluntly. No, it hurts. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Is there a hole I can dig and crawl into? Claude chuckled softly. Athanasia looked up at her father. He admitted, that's right. No matter how much you look alike, you are still a different person. Claude's expression held a hint of heartache. I am truly a fool. Right after that, Athanasia stepped on his foot again. She gasped, ah, in shock. The dance continued. Claude asked, I thought you said Pompidou praises you every day until your ears are tired of it? Athanasia broke into a sweat. I usually do so well. It's your fault for making that weird face, Daddy. She cried silently in her heart. It's just because I'm nervous today. I want to cry so bad. The dance ended to everyone's applause. Thunderous applause echoed. Athy, you did great. Next time I'll do even better. Everyone stared blankly at her. Daddy? Athanasia asked. Do I look weird right now? Claude replied. You look just as beautiful as when you first walked in. Don't worry. Her reaction matched everyone else's. Huh? Her face flushed red as she understood. So this is why his gaze looks like he wants to swallow everyone else alive. Athanasia cleared her throat to lessen the awkwardness. Cough, cough. She couldn't understand why she felt so embarrassed. The coming-of-age ceremony continued after the 14-year-old princess's first dance. The other girls turning 14 that year also danced with their partners. Athanasia spotted a familiar figure. Ah, it's Duke Alpheus, she pondered. Are Jeanette and Ezekiel dancing together? Athanasia felt a bit down. Will they say Jeanette is Claude's daughter again? If so, she carefully glanced at the person beside her. She was curious about how Claude would react. Are Jeanette and Ezekiel dancing together? Will they say Jeanette is Claude's daughter again? If so, she timidly glanced over at him. In a secluded corner of the ball, Anastasius was chatting with a white-haired man. Suddenly, his gaze darkly shifted toward her. But Athanasia, with her jeweled blue eyes, wearing a pink dress adorned with roses, looked more beautiful than ever. He just stood there, quietly watching her, staring into those blue eyes. While lost in her own thoughts, the sudden applause from the people around cut her off. The second song ended. The next dance was for all the girls having their coming-of-age ceremony that year. She curiously glanced toward the secluded corner where Anastasius had been standing before. She wondered to herself, did that person have black eyes? They looked like jewels. Claude, standing beside her, gently reached out and patted her back. He looked at her affectionately and said, Go on. Hearing this, she looked up at her father blankly. He didn't say another word, only quietly watching his daughter. She parted her lips. Daddy, thank you for being with me today. She thought that in that exact moment, she suddenly realized something. She looked at him and continued softly, Thanks to you, today has become a happy, memorable day for me. Her true feelings, since Claude stopped considering her his daughter because of Jeanette. Then Claude was the first father she ever had. Images of her and Claude happily together flashed by, the moment she kissed his cheek. And I treasure all of these memories, along with the image of him gently holding her in his arms with deep love and affection. Hearing his daughter say that, he was equally surprised. She told herself, This is the only moment I can speak from the bottom of my heart, but from now on I must continue to deceive everyone to survive. After giving her thanks, she slowly turned her back to him. Claude seemed to want to say something to her, but the words wouldn't come out. As she gradually blended into the crowd at the ball, she turned back to look at him, flashing a warm smile. Goodbye, Daddy. Claude could only stand there helplessly, watching her figure disappear behind the noble young ladies. His silhouette grew further and further away, until it was completely obscured by the young ladies. In the middle of the ballroom floor, under the luxurious chandeliers, Athanasia slowly approached the young ladies who were happily chatting. She initiated the conversation. The white lily suits you well. May I join this dance? Hearing this, they replied with some embarrassment. Ah, thank you for coming, Princess. Of course. While she was dancing with the young ladies, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. The ribbon on your waist has come undone. Hearing the voice, she turned her head around. When she saw that person's brown hair, a question immediately popped into her mind, a thought that occasionally crossed her mind. Would I be able to recognize an adult Jeanette right away if no one told me her name? Jeanette smiled radiantly. Let me tie it back for you. Finally, she knew the answer. Seeing that it was Jeanette, she could only let out a gasp. Ah! Then out of surprise, she accidentally stepped on her foot. This caught her off guard, leaving her dazed, while Jeanette let out a cry. Ah! She panicked internally. I stepped on Jeanette's foot. On the outside, she quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing her panic, Jeanette reassured her with embarrassment. It's all right, it doesn't hurt at all. She explained awkwardly. I only wanted to tie the ribbon for you if you don't mind. But before Jeanette could finish, she hurriedly interrupted. It's fine, I'll ask someone else. As if realizing something, she gasped. I should go, I'm out of step anyway. Well, have a wonderful time, everyone. With that, she turned around and left, leaving Jeanette standing there blankly, watching her walk away. The sound of high heels went clack, clack against the floor. She hurriedly ran away from the group of young ladies, her mind racing with questions. How did Jeanette appear in the book? Was there a scene like this? Do they plan to change her eye color when she stands before Claude? A voice called out, Princess Athanasia! It caught her off guard, making her stop in her tracks. Standing opposite her was the silhouette of a man. She just stood there dazed, staring intently at the person before her. He said respectfully, This is the first time I've had the honor to formally introduce myself. Intertwined with those words was the image of a gentle boy telling her, It's fine, next time I will come see you myself. And now, standing before her, was that very person. He continued his introduction. I am Ezekiel Alpheus. It is a pleasure to meet you, princess. A moment later, while they were dancing together, she accidentally stepped on Ezekiel's foot again. Ah, I'm sorry, he replied. It's fine, princess. Hearing that, her face flushed even redder with embarrassment and annoyance. He whispered, Please don't worry. Your steps are as light as a feather. I didn't feel a thing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she crossly questioned, If you didn't feel anything, you should have pretended it didn't happen. From now on, I will do so, if that is your wish. She couldn't believe her eyes, asking herself, Am I really dancing with Ezekiel right now? Then feeling disgruntled, she grumbled in her heart. I thought I'd only dance with Claude, so I only practiced one routine. See, it would have been better if everyone just stayed out of the way peacefully, and your feet wouldn't have been stepped on. Plus, why are you teasing me? It's also my fault for getting distracted by him, but why does he have to look exactly like the Prince Charming of my dreams? Ezekiel then pulled her back to reality by saying, I heard His Majesty deeply dotes on the princess. His love for his daughter is truly immeasurable. She looked at him blankly. Huh? He lamented. My back hurts more than my stepped-on foot, princess. From afar, and a certain emperor was radiating a bloodlust that terrified everyone around. Claude stared intently, and toward the two of them, with eyes burning with absolute fury. Sensing that bloodlust, she panicked even more, gasping, Huh? Internally. He timidly told her, It seems His Majesty isn't very pleased to see someone else holding his beloved princess's hand. She said, My dad is probably just interested because Duke Alpheus mentions you quite often. She thought that was impossible. He looked at her and smiled. I have also often heard of the princess's splendid beauty and intelligence. Therefore, I have always wished to meet you. You are truly just like what everyone says. I am also very glad to finally meet the famous son of the Alpheus family. While happily chatting, the two finished their dance. She thought to herself, He's acting as if what happened back at the Duke's residence never occurred. So he found out I'm the princess. After they finished their dance, applause erupted all around. Ezekiel gently lifted her hand and placed a kiss on it. He said gratefully, It is my greatest honor to be with you on your big day, princess. She looked at the crowd, feeling shy. So many people are watching. Then Ezekiel suddenly added, I look forward to our next meeting, Angel. Hearing these words, she panicked instantly, stammering in her mind. What? Looking at his innocent face, her face went dark, left completely speechless. The two fell into silence, but she thought in disbelief. When he was little, he was clearly so cute. While she was standing in the ballroom with everyone, a loud voice called out, Princess! It turned out to be Felix. Sighing, Athanasia ran over to him, checking if anyone was paying attention, and asked softly, Where is my dad? Felix replied, His Majesty had other business, so he left a while ago. After Felix answered, her eyes dropped, her face hesitant as she thought, Claude obviously isn't someone with free time anyway. Thinking this, her heart sank with sadness. Could it be? Seeing Athanasia like this, Felix gently held her hand, bowing down with a warm, comforting gaze. Don't worry, he will be back soon. This is your coming-of-age ceremony. He will definitely stay until the end. With that, he closed his eyes, smiled brightly, and asked shyly, So, princess, may I have the honor of this dance? The two looked at each other for a long moment, seemingly ignoring everyone around. Suddenly, the princess smiled shyly with joy. Of course, I'm always ready. Oh no. Before they could even start dancing, Felix's face went pale as he broke into a sweat, looking quite anxious. He must have been in a lot of pain right now, standing stiffly next to the princess. An awkward atmosphere filled the air. Felix turned his head away and said, Princess, I apologize if I have ever made you uncomfortable in the past. She also interlaced her fingers, looking away. After a few moments of awkwardness, she spoke up. You knew what you were getting into. You just saw me step on my dad's foot earlier. Felix snapped his head over, his eyes wide with surprise. You stepped on His Majesty's foot like this too, princess? Athanasia blushed, staying silent. He added, At least I'm not the only one experiencing this. She suddenly looked straight toward the crowd. A familiar silhouette appeared. She thought, Jeanette is also at the party. Felix, standing beside her, was still speaking. It seems His Majesty will be arriving a bit late. She didn't seem to notice his words, keeping her head down in deep thought. So Claude's business probably has nothing to do with Jeanette. Felix stood beside her, watching her with a blank expression. To clear the awkward air, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, Princess, actually, His Majesty gave me an order earlier. I must always stay by your side to protect you so that... He stopped there. He stepped closer, placing a hand on Athanasia's shoulder and looking down at her warmly. It's not that I don't understand His Majesty's feelings. Seeing Felix like this, she looked at him in surprise. Suddenly, he pushed her forward and said, Princess, today is your day. I might get scolded later, but... As she was pushed toward the crowd in front of her, standing still and not knowing what to do, Felix called out loudly from behind. I will always be right behind you, so please, just relax your mind at all costs. Only then did Athanasia snap out of it. Looking around, her eyes widened in panic. What? When did everyone gather here in such a large crowd? All around her, people were bustling and crowding in. While she was dazed, a young man stepped forward to greet her. Princess Athanasia, it is an honor to meet you. Then he proceeded to introduce himself. I belong to the house of Marquis Gale. I am... If I may, please grant me the next dance to congratulate you on this coming-of-age ceremony. Hearing about dancing, Athanasia's face went pale again as she smiled blankly, not knowing whether to agree or refuse. Felix stood nearby, smiling broadly and raising his hand as if wishing the princess a good time. Just then, the emperor appeared. The moment Athanasia saw him, she called out loudly, Daddy! Then lifting her dress with one hand, she quickened her pace and ran toward the emperor. Felix trotted along behind her. The servants near the door bowed upon seeing His Majesty. He raised his hand to dismiss the formalities, then asked Athanasia, Isn't the party over yet? She quickly replied, It's almost done, so I thought I could head back. Meanwhile, Felix sighed internally. I want to rest. I want to go back immediately to lie down in my warm blanket. The emperor asked, You were looking forward to this ceremony so much. Why are you leaving early all of a sudden? Did someone bother you? Athanasia thought to herself, He's so sharp. The emperor suddenly frowned. Or did someone behave rudely or say something hurtful to you? Athanasia was taken aback. Huh? What is he saying? The emperor grated, Felix Reborn! Hearing this, Felix instantly fell to his knees, startling the princess. Ah! With a dark expression, the emperor said, I thought I ordered you to take good care of the princess in my absence. Your Majesty, I apologize. It was my oversight for not watching the surroundings closely. She panicked internally. Gosh, Daddy, don't worry. It looks like those fools want to throw themselves into a death trap. A murderous aura flared in the emperor's eyes. I will cut out the tongues of those who dare speak nonsense about my daughter. I will sever the limbs of those who acted carelessly and forgot their honor. I will hang them before the city gates as an example to others. But these deadly words made Athanasia tremble. The emperor ordered, Felix, take the princess back to the Emerald Palace. She cried out in panic. Daddy, wait a minute! Right, Athanasia hurriedly hugged his arm. Daddy, don't be angry. No one hurt me at all. Don't lie to me. I will find that person and kill him. I am your daughter, Daddy. Who would dare do anything terrible to me? If that's the case, why are you leaving? Those pieces of trash must have behaved rudely or spoken harshly to you. Felix stood to the side, looking utterly bewildered. Why did things turn out like this? Athanasia couldn't help but shout, tears of panic streaming down. I came to look for you because you left me alone for so long, Daddy. I came to look for you because I wanted to be with you. So what good does it do if you just leave again right now? This caught the Emperor completely off guard. The murderous aura around him gradually vanished. She looked at her father cautiously, feeling a bit fearful. Will this work? Athanasia pleaded. Please don't be like this anymore. Just come to the Emerald Palace with me, Daddy. The Grand Hall is very noisy and chaotic, so I don't want to go back there. Please, Daddy? She thought to herself, what is this? I can barely save my own skin, and now I have to protect other people's lives too. But the Emperor replied, I suppose I have no other choice. To the Emerald Palace. She rejoiced internally. I'm saved, Athanasia asked. I thought you had urgent business, Daddy? If you want to leave that badly, I can postpone it. She hugged his arm. Haha, you're the best, Daddy. She looked down at her waist in surprise. That's right, the Emperor ordered. Felix, go find it. She refused. It's fine, Daddy, let's just go. It's probably been stepped on many times by now anyway. Suddenly, a voice called out, Princess Athanasia! Catching her by surprise. The Emperor also slowly looked back. It was Jeanette, holding the ribbon. You dropped this. She looked toward Jeanette. With a look of surprise and a bit of panic, she wondered, what is Jeanette doing here? Forgive my intrusion, Your Majesty. Jeanette flinched. I was too hasty. With all due respect, I beg to greet the son of Obelia, Athanasia. Men stood behind the Emperor, watching Jeanette's radiant face in surprise. She ran forward. I just remembered that I lost it. Thank you so much for finding it for me. You don't need to be so formal, Princess. Jeanette handed the ribbon back to her, saying radiantly, I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am Jeanette Margarita. Athanasia gasped. The Emperor murmured, Margarita. So you are the child adopted by the Alpheus family. Jeanette was overjoyed, her beautiful face lighting up. Your Majesty knows of me. The Emperor said nothing. The young girl's face remained radiant. Her entire being seemed to emit a sparkling light, leaving both the female lead and the guard wide-eyed. This really is the true Jeanette. Did you act so hastily because you were raised by Alpheus? Jeanette lowered her head in embarrassment. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The Emperor gazed at the lovely girl for a moment, then smirked. So that's how it is. This response left a giant question mark in the female lead's mind. Let's go. The Emperor turned and walked away. The female lead looked back and forth between her father and Jeanette. Jeanette looked sad and slightly disappointed. She didn't know what to do. While she was lost in thought, the Emperor suddenly called out, Athanasia, you're too slow. Athanasia hurriedly followed. I'm sorry. Felix also quickly followed the princess. Are you tired, Princess? If needed, I will assist you onto the carriage. The Emperor coldly ordered. Felix, stay 10 paces back. Once outside, the Emperor suddenly snatched the ribbon from Athanasia's hand. Throw this away. It fell on the floor. Picking it up will only dirty your hands. Saying that, he tossed the ribbon away. Furthermore, if you need anything, just tell me. Don't worry, I can give you anything you want. Athanasia suddenly grew gloomy. What is my problem? I keep calculating and second-guessing, but I can never tell what Claude is actually thinking. The Emperor was currently recalling his daughter's words during the ceremony. Goodbye, Daddy. The Emperor had stood there blankly, watching Athanasia disappear into the crowd. He muttered, why that expression? Suddenly, the Duke appeared. Your Majesty. Alpheus begs to greet you. May prosperity reign upon Obel. Enough, the Emperor cut him off. The Duke smiled and said, It's truly moving. The princess's coming-of-age ceremony has finally taken place. I remember when I first met the princess. She was still so tiny. Thinking of the image of Athanasia when she was small, the Emperor suddenly felt uneasy. Alpheus said, Your Majesty caused quite a stir in the hall when you personally escorted the princess. I was also very surprised. But hypothetically, Your Majesty, if you were to have other princesses and princes, I am certain you would love them just as much as you love the princess now, wouldn't you? The Emperor replied coldly. Other princes and princesses? That hypothesis is entirely useless. As you said, it is merely a hypothesis, Your Majesty. Are you the type who always enjoys speaking of such useless things? Your Majesty, no one can be certain about the future. If that's the case, I can be certain. Unless my child splits into two, isn't that right, Your Majesty? My niece also participated in the coming-of-age ceremony with the princess today. After this song ends, may we go greet everyone? Your niece? The Emperor asked. Is she the child you talk about all the time? Yes, she is the child the Alpheus family has cared for since she was very young. The child the Alpheus family raised as their own. I've always thought that didn't sound like something you would do at all. How interesting. The Emperor had glanced at him with a sharp gaze, making him stiffen slightly, but he quickly smiled back. Young girls at this age are as fragile as glass, Your Majesty. There are limits to how close adults can get to them. Wouldn't the princess be happy to have a girl of the same age as a friend? The princess might not show it, but I am certain she is very lonely. The Emperor pondered. Lonely. The Duke added. The princess is a clever young lady. She won't say it out loud, but there must certainly be a void remaining in her heart. Of course, even if I don't explicitly say it with your wisdom, Your Majesty, you already know this, right? You're being far too noisy. I've heard enough from you today. Dismissed. It must be an arrangement of fate that the two of them are in the same room today. The Emperor angrily interrupted. I said enough. I do not want my time with my daughter to be interrupted. He fell silent. The two shared a quiet moment. By your command, Your Majesty. The carriage was parked right in front of the palace gates. Athanasia, the Emperor said as he stepped inside. Happy 14th birthday and happy coming-of-age ceremony today. The Emperor looked at her with a gentle gaze, leaving her a bit astonished. She recalled back when she was having tea with her dad. She had once said, Daddy, I want to dance the first dance with you. I also want you to be the first person to congratulate me on my 14th birthday and at my coming-of-age ceremony. This made her burst into laughter. Heh, Daddy, you're late, she said with a bright smile. I've already received birthday and coming-of-age wishes from everyone else. The Emperor rested his chin on his hand. Then should I take back the wishes I just gave you?
She laughed out loud happily.
Athanasia stood humming under the night sky filled with stars. A twinkling light suddenly brought a voice out of thin air. Not fun at all. I thought you'd be crying. She startled and looked up. Why on earth would I cry? Lucas said, Be honest, your dad said he'll never dance with you again, right? He landed on the balcony railing. Right? Athanasia shot back. He didn't say that. No one said that. But in her heart, she panicked, wondering, how does he know I stepped on my dad's foot? Lucas asked. What? It looks like your dad wasn't the only one dancing with you today. He stepped forward, bringing his face close to Athanasia's. Does that mean someone else got you all dirty? His sudden action made Athanasia panic, quickly backing away. What's that supposed to mean? Lucas said. I have no idea where you picked up all this filth. A question mark appeared over Athanasia's head. He poked her forehead hard. You're truly a handful, always needing treatment and constantly showing up covered in some kind of dirt. He reached out to grab something from her, dusting it off. Athanasia rubbed her head and asked, What is that? He replied, Just some dirt. Lucas used magic to control her. Go back inside and sleep. Lie down and cover yourself with the blanket. She said angrily, What do you think you're doing? Lucas snapped his fingers. Listen to some lullaby music now. Good night, she thought to herself. Is he being nice to me or something? Athanasia went quiet for a moment, thinking, Did he come to comfort me because he thought I was sad about not performing well at the ceremony? Thinking this, Athanasia was a bit touched. She said, Sweet dreams, Lucas. His silhouette appeared amidst the faint, incredibly beautiful moonlight. You too, kiddo. The night had fallen in a completely peaceful manner. Lucas was still here. He touched her hair, watching her sleeping soundly, pondering, Should I just leave it alone? He stayed silent, his eyes flashing red. He thought, I stayed here because I thought something interesting might happen, but you men will die if I just let your magic overflow beyond its limit like this. In the morning, Lucas held a strand of her hair. Her hair suddenly began to sparkle. Let's just leave it at that. Staying for a little longer shouldn't hurt. At the Alpheus residence, the Duke angrily scolded Jeanette. What is wrong with you? I've warned you over and over not to wander around on your own. You followed the princess and went right before His Majesty without any preparation at all. Did you even listen to me? Jeanette sat blankly, dazed. She answered, No. The Duke was struck speechless in surprise. Yahello intervened. Father, today is also Jeanette's coming-of-age ceremony. If you absolutely must scold her, please leave it for tomorrow. No, but this time it can't wait until tomorrow. He was extremely serious as he recalled the emperor's words, "Unless my child splits into two." The duke had a headache recalling, and after all the effort he had put in, he had become a laughingstock. The duke groaned. "Ugh, this is bad. It seems the situation is becoming more and more chaotic." In Jeanette's room, she sat by the window frame, recalling Athanasia. She is truly so beautiful. From Jeanette's perspective, Athanasia looked incredibly radiant, saying thank you. Recalling the cold face of the emperor, she smiled. "Ha ha." The person who had locked eyes with Athanasia during the party. Yes, the one who stood aside observing everything from the emperor, and dancing with the princess, and to meeting Jeanette, and even the panicked look on the duke's face. He brushed his hair back. "This is getting more and more interesting. Out." He clutched his stomach, collapsing onto the table, his hands, and trembling. "First, I need to recover a bit of my magic." Morning at Athanasia's palace. The maid placed a tray full of envelopes on the table. "Princess, please take a look at these invitation letters." She was surprised. "Are these all invitations?" The maid replied, "Yes, and there will be even more in the future." "Ah, this day has finally come. So exciting." Athanasia flipped through each envelope. Since the coming-of-age ceremony ended, a flood of invitation letters requesting her appearance at parties had been sent. Athanasia thought, "This is happening because Claude personally escorted me." The Athanasia in the novel was always ignored by everyone. The maid asked, "Which family's invitation will you accept first, princess?" She replied in confusion, "I don't know yet," Hannah said dreamily. "How about Marquis Iran's family? The Iran family has a very handsome son." Lillian, who was helping Athanasia look through the envelopes, said, "That will be for the princess to decide, and the princess hasn't even opened all the invitations yet." Hannah giggled, "Heh." But Athanasia thought to herself, "Can someone like me really go to these places? I've never even stepped foot outside the castle. Should I ask Dad?" Thinking about it, she decided to head to the emperor's office. She stood outside, poking her head in. "Daddy, are you busy?" The emperor, busy working, didn't look up and said, "Sit down and wait for me a moment." She quickly walked over to a chair. "I'll stay quiet." Athanasia stole a glance at Claude and thought, "The scent of ink. I didn't expect it, but this kind of work really suits him. I used to think he was just idle, but he actually works very hard." In the book, he was described as a saint and a good king. Waiting was so boring, so she looked around the room. Suddenly, Athanasia noticed a small statue on the table. "Wasn't that small stone sculpture on Dad's desk before?" she thought. Seeing her staring intently, the emperor asked, "Do you want it?" Athanasia startled. "Ah, no, I just thought it looked interesting. No, I mean, I noticed it looks like an ornament that holds a story behind it." The emperor chuckled softly. "What are you saying? It's merely a carved stone, nothing special at all. If you want it, I'll give it to you." "Yes," Athanasia thought. "Then why is it placed so neatly and carefully in his office? What an eccentric taste, but I'll still respect it." Athanasia declined. "No, I don't need it, Daddy." The emperor asked, "Did you come to see me because you have something to say?" Athanasia looked at Claude's hand, which hadn't stopped scratching furiously across the paper. His hand didn't stop even for a brief second. She thought, "I came to ask about the invitation letters and whether I could go outside the palace." Seeing how busy her father was, Athanasia ultimately decided against it. "I only came because I wanted to see you, Daddy, but since you seem busy, I'll come back later." "I'm not busy," the emperor replied, though his hand still didn't stop scratching across the paper. "Yes." Seeing that her dad didn't even bother to look up, she thought, "How is that not being busy?" "Felix," the emperor called, and he instantly appeared. "Yes." The emperor stood up. "There are still some important papers that need to be processed today. Handle them in my place." Felix was astonished. "What?" He panicked. "Your Majesty, how could I possibly?" The emperor interrupted. "I've already reviewed all of them, so there isn't too much to do." Claude tossed an object over to him. "You will need this." As he caught it, when he saw clearly what it was, he was filled with surprise and terror. "Ah," the emperor called out. "Let's go, Athanasia," Felix said, trembling. "Your Majesty, how can you bear to treat the royal seal so carelessly? It is no different from a national treasure." Felix's words made her eyes widen in horror. Felix grumbled, "I've reminded you many times, Your Majesty. Valuable items like the royal seal must be kept carefully and securely." She was also sweating bullets internally. The royal seal? For real?" The emperor remained unfazed. "Are you scolding me while I'm assigning you work? Instead of whining, you'd better sit down and deal with the paperwork. Make sure to finish it before I return. Felix cried out, Your Majesty, you are truly too cruel. As they walked out, Claude thought, I forced him to work so that he won't be able to find me for the next hour or two. Athanasia could only offer her silent encouragement. Good luck, Felix. Bring me some tea to the Imperial Garden, the Emperor ordered, then suddenly paused. Athanasia burst into laughter. Daddy, you just told him to stay behind. The Emperor fell silent. Suddenly, she looked outside and gasped. Wow! Daddy, why don't we get on a boat? The boat bobbed on the water. The Emperor sat with his chin in his hand, enjoying the scenic cruise. Is it that surprising? Athanasia smiled brightly. The weather is beautiful today. Sometimes this isn't too bad, right, Daddy? She shielded her eyes from the sun. The Emperor looked at her. You fell into this lake when you were young. I don't really remember it, Daddy. She smiled it off, thinking, he was so difficult back then. Claude stared intently at his daughter. Athanasia smiled cutely, wondering, what is he thinking about? She reached her hand down to touch the cool, refreshing water. The Emperor warned, Don't get too close to the water. Athanasia looked at her dad, then looked down at the water. Daddy! Daddy! Athanasia pointed her finger. I want to get closer to look at that flower. Claude looked toward the white lotus, his eyes suddenly turning cold. He asked, Now that I think about it, you were interested in it when you were young. Do you like that sort of thing? Athanasia nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hurry up, Daddy! Tell me it's dangerous. The Emperor delivered a blunt remark that shattered her expectations. Your taste is truly bizarre. Athanasia flinched. I didn't want to hear that from my own father. In the end, Dad is just like a stone statue. With a look of disapproval on her face, she thought, what did I even expect from Claude? Suddenly, he waved his hand and said, Wait a moment. A flower splashed out from under the water, leaving her frozen in shock. That beautiful white lotus actually had terrifying tentacles underneath. I won't judge it, so take your time and admire it all you want. Athanasia stared open-mouthed at the slimy creature. Oh! She hurriedly jumped toward her dad, catching him off guard. What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to get closer to look at it? Athanasia screamed in terror. No! I didn't expect it to be a tentacle monster. Athanasia looked at the slimy thing and shrieked, Oh, Daddy, that thing is so gross! Throw it away, please! She thrashed around, forcing Claude to hold her tight and warn her, Athanasia, it's dangerous! The water rocked and the boat tilted, causing both the Emperor and Athanasia to fall into the water. The Emperor brought Athanasia back to the shore. Shaking the water off herself, Athanasia thought, He dove into the water and tried to hold on to me. This is a touching change compared to when I was little. Claude dried her clothes with magic. I won't do that again. I didn't know you would be that scared. Athanasia lay on the grass and replied, It's fine, Daddy. But in her heart, she thought, How humiliating. But more importantly, I'm going to die of embarrassment here today. In Obelia, the Forgotten Kingdom, there was a princess who used to sneak chocolate in the kitchen. This morning, Athanasia popped a piece of chocolate into her mouth, chewing happily. But that princess has grown up a lot now. A young lady's admiring voice rang out. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen such a beautiful garden. The voice startled Athanasia. Huh? What am I thinking about? She replied. Because he knew I liked roses, my dad planted them. This is also my favorite spot. The young ladies at the tea party were all filled with deep admiration. It's hard to believe I didn't expect His Majesty to be so sweet. She thought, I haven't been allowed to leave the castle ever since I accidentally fell into the water. Athanasia recalled the Emperor's dark face, still as arrogant as ever. You still have the nerve to ask to go somewhere else? It's contrary, she was allowed to invite people over for tea parties like this. Athanasia welcomed them happily. To be honest, I thought it might be a bit boring meeting you all for the first time like this, but it turns out it's not at all. It's wonderful that you all came here. You must all come from different backgrounds. In a position, I really didn't expect to get to know so many people. Life is truly unpredictable. Athanasia said, This first meeting with everyone really feels like a beautiful painting. It's so surprising you all look like fairies stepping out of a fairy tale. It's quite embarrassing to receive such a compliment. Flustered and shy, a young lady introduced herself. I am here with the family of Marquis Aaron. Just call me Helena. I wonder if you still remember my face, Princess? Athanasia replied, "Didn't we dance together on the first day? It's wonderful to see you again, Helena." Seeing that the princess still remembered her, Helena blushed. The others also started introducing themselves. "Princess, I came with Count Duke. I am Eston." Jeanette Margarita flashed a radiant smile. "I am the one who handed the ribbon to you that day, when you dropped it, Princess." Athanasia replied, "I remember. Thank you so much." In her heart, she thought, as expected of main character energy, she looks so radiant in that outfit. A young lady sitting next to Jeanette asked, "Margarita, what is your relationship with the young lord of the Alpheus family?" Jeanette replied, "He and I consider each other siblings because we grew up together at the Alpheus estate." But the others were green with envy. "That's so enviable. I also want to be escorted by the young lord. After meeting him in real life, I realized all those rumors didn't just come out of nowhere. He is truly so handsome." Yahello possessed white hair along with golden eyes, and his aura was truly magnificent. The girls fell into a daydream. He truly has a perfect sculpted beauty. But Athanasia thought, wow, it seems Yahello is incredibly popular. As expected of the male lead. In any case, his appearance here is only for the female lead of his life. She stole a glance. "But I really didn't expect to meet Jeanette again so soon." A blushing young lady asked, "Do you happen to know what kind of ideal girl Lord Yahello likes?" Everyone there was intrigued and listened intently, catching Jeanette off guard. "I'm sorry, I don't know about that." The girl from earlier coughed fake coughingly. "I just wanted to ask a little bit, so please don't worry about it. Ahem." Athanasia happily took a sip of her tea, thinking, how lovely, truly lovely. The girls gossiped. Come to think of it, wasn't the princess the one who danced with the young lord of the Alpheus family? I also saw the young lord himself, asking the princess to dance. Hearing her own business brought up, she startled. Did the topic change again?" "Lord Yahello and the princess?" Everyone chatted happily. The two of them together looked just like a painting. "How was it, princess?" She recalled the moment he kissed her hand, pausing for a bit. "Actually, I was also caught by surprise. I really didn't expect to be invited to dance by the young lord of the Alpheus family like that." Athanasia smiled brightly, but in her heart she thought, it seems they're not always cute. Actually, hearing the rumors about the young lord made me very curious to find out the truth. As expected, one can't trust the rumors surrounding him. After all, won't royals like us living in castles and palaces get hit with more and more unnecessary rumors? "Wow, that's so true," Athanasia said. "That's why I couldn't finish the dance and had to leave." Someone exclaimed, "Oh my god." Athanasia giggled happily. "Ha ha!" It was wonderful. Originally, they were just normal girls, yet sometimes an adorable princess has to face many troubles and setbacks for various reasons. She thought it was a bit tense. The lovely princess seemed lonely. As for Jeanette, it was because of Jeanette, because it was a story for Jeanette. The women who wanted to get close to Yahello vanished before they could do anything. Those who hurt Jeanette ultimately ended up with no good outcome. Watching Jeanette smile, Athanasia thought to herself, which made her smile as she continued to think, it seems everything existing in this world is for Jeanette. Helena said admiringly, "I went outside for a moment, so I didn't know Yahello and the princess danced together. That's too bad. I wish I could have witnessed it." The scenery at that moment must have been beautiful. As soon as Helena finished speaking, someone else chimed in. "Right? Indeed, I've heard of his reputation for a long time, but I didn't expect him to be that amazing. I was honestly captivated by him the moment I saw him in the ballroom." A few more voices rang out. "I found young Lord Javi very cool too." Hearing a new name, Athanasia thought to herself, "Oh, this name is unfamiliar." Another person added, "Right, young Lord Javier is like a lone grey wolf." Hearing that, Athanasia directly spat a mouthful of tea she had just drunk back into her cup. Thinking about Javier's appearance, Athanasia broke into a sweat, wondering, "A wolf? Oh, right." While Athanasia was deep in thought, someone else said, "If young Lord Alpheus can easily steal women's hearts with his gentleness and perfect beauty, then young Lord Javier is the type who can conquer the crowd with his powerful wolf-like aura." At this moment, a young lady with purple hair glanced over at Felix and said in a soft voice, I've been eyeing that guy over there for quite a while. Look at his gaze." Hearing that, the rest of the young ladies immediately agreed. "Ah, me too! That sharp gaze feels like it could slice through anything. But surely deep down inside that coldness is a bursting flame of passion." Athanasia blanked out, a look of confusion on her face. At this moment, a young lady asked, "Princess, do you happen to know anything about that amazing red-haired knight over there?" Felix, hearing the question from afar, broke into a sweat all over his face, while Athanasia asked back, "All about my guard? Or do you mean Robane?" Hearing the name from Athanasia's mouth, the young ladies marveled. "Ah, the famous Robane! Could it be the Crimson Knight Felix Robane? If so, he truly is the legendary Crimson Knight. He's the one who saved Obelia from the Black Tower magic. Rumor has it that no one can annihilate an army like he can, even soaking them in a sea of blood." Hearing this, the purple-haired young lady thought, "No wonder I kept sensing something unusual in that gaze. Turns out he's the Crimson Knight." Meanwhile, Athanasia was in a state of shock, thinking, Felix? Felix is the Crimson Knight? Not just red-haired, but the Crimson Knight? Are they seriously talking about Felix? Looking over at Felix, who was acting all submissive and trembling as he stood in the distance, Athanasia continued to think, is this really the original version? At this moment, the purple-haired young lady said, "Ah, come to think of it, Marquis Aaron also danced with one of us, right? He looked as beautiful as a flower. As expected, he is known as the young lord whose beauty puts flowers to shame." Hearing this, a young lady with her hair in twin buns said, Yes, that's right." Helena, hearing about her brother, also called out in a daze, "Ah, brother." From the tea table, the voices of 4 people echoed, the gentle charm, the lone wolf, the cold-blooded knight, and the beauty that makes flowers jealous. Athanasia was caught in the middle of the debate, smiling as if her ears were about to bleed. At this moment, Jeanette turned over and asked, "In the princess's opinion, who is the most wonderful?" Athanasia was taken aback, thinking, "Huh?" While Jeanette asked further with great interest, "Wouldn't you be attracted to the person you danced with, young Lord Alpheus? Or will it be the lone wolf, young Lord Javi? Or maybe the cold-blooded knight who has a warm heart hidden deep inside?" Hearing this, Athanasia thought to herself, "That's enough of this." Helena also looked over, suddenly a bit surprised. Helena fixed her gaze outside and cried out, "Princess!" Athanasia was currently lifting her teacup to drink. Helena pointed at Lucas, who had just walked past, and asked, "Who is that guy over there?" Lucas heard this, turning his head in confusion. "Huh?" Athanasia looked over and uttered an, "Oh!" then thought to herself, "Lucas?" At this moment, Lucas also changed direction and walked toward the party. As he approached, Lucas placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly, saying, "It is my honor to meet all of you ladies here." Seeing this, Athanasia said, This is Lucas. He's an Imperial wizard." Lucas added, "It looks like everyone is having a very pleasant tea party at the Imperial Palace today." Hearing this, the young ladies were amazed, and one replied, "Yes, we've had a comfortable and delicious time." Lucas, still bowing his head, said, "His Majesty will surely be very pleased. I didn't expect the princess to look so happy either." A pair of eyes suddenly widened. Athanasia tracked Lucas with a cold gaze, thinking in her heart, "Just scram already." Lucas fell silent, then suddenly said, "What a pity. I have an appointment at the tower, so I cannot join everyone, and must leave right now." Someone quickly said, "Oh dear, even just staying a bit longer would be..." Seeing this scene, Athanasia let out a breath, thinking to herself, "He really can only be nice in front of other people. I wonder what he's planning to do." By this time, the young ladies had been completely charmed by Lucas. One said, No way, I can't believe such a wonderful guy actually exists at the Black Tower," while Athanasia broke into a sweat, crying out internally, "Huh?" At the tea table, Helena said, "Oh my, those sparkling ruby eyes, along with hair as black as the night sky, are truly a masterpiece." The purple-haired young lady continued, "The moment I looked into those sparkling eyes, it felt like an electric current ran right through my body." Hearing these words, Athanasia thought to herself, "Ah, I have to admit that Lucas guy does look amazing." Jeanette also remarked, "He truly is a handsome wizard." Helena hugged her shoulders, closing her eyes, and said, "Those watery eyes, that solitude that seems to envelop his entire body, it's as if loneliness has deeply rooted itself inside him." Athanasia thought somewhat helplessly, Here they go again." Helena continued, "Like a lone black wolf wandering through the dark night. Oh my, it's the first time I've ever felt this way." Athanasia's mouth twitched, her face covered in sweat. Thinking about Lucas's personality, Athanasia asked herself, "Lucas?" As if he would settle for being a lone wolf instead of being the one who rules the entire sky. Time passed, and the tea party came to an end. Standing opposite Athanasia, the young ladies said, "We hope to be invited back next time, Princess." Athanasia let out a silent breath, smiling as she replied, "I had a very wonderful time. Thank you all for coming here to join me today." With that, Jeanette said, "Princess Athanasia, I am truly very happy to be invited by you to today's tea party." Jeanette clasped her hands together, smiling as she asked, "Could I meet you again next time?" Athanasia was stunned, looking into Jeanette's starlit eyes. Athanasia said, "Ah, of course. If there's any opportunity, we will meet again." Jeanette smiled, thinking, "Great," then replied, "Yes, Princess." It would be better if that lovely princess didn't know. Watching Athanasia freely skipping around in front of him, Felix said worriedly, "Princess, please do not be in such a hurry. Walk slowly." Hearing that, Athanasia said, "But the Crimson Knight with his shining shield will come to catch me before I fall, right?" Just as she finished speaking, Felix's face turned completely red from embarrassment. On the path next to the fence, Athanasia cradled the white flowers in her chest, turning back to ask, "Isn't that right, my Crimson Knight?" Seeing Felix's face grow even redder, Athanasia added, "You have no idea how honored Addie is to have a Crimson Knight as her guard. Wow, the flame of passion is even brighter than blood. Behind that cold and unapproachable exterior is an intense heart just waiting to burst." Hearing these words, Felix was so embarrassed that he lowered his head completely. Athanasia continued, "From now on, Addie will place her trust in you, and only you, my dear Crimson Knight." Felix's entire body went limp as he called out softly, "Princess, you flatter me too much." Seeing this, Athanasia laughed. "Ah, ha ha ha," thinking to herself, "but it's so much fun." A while later, in the Emperor's room, Claude was quietly sleeping on the sofa. Athanasia rested her chin on her hand, watching quietly for a while. She said in a low voice, "Sleeping here again?" Then she wondered, why does he always sleep on the couch like this? Lately he looks so tired. Athanasia called out softly, "Daddy?" Claude still slept quietly. The room was completely silent. The scene shifted again. A flower had been pinned behind Claude's ear, while Athanasia held another flower in her hand, giggling softly, "Heh." Then she secretly sang to herself, "The King of Flowers, a flower more brilliant than all other flowers." Look closely. The King of Flowers from the Marquis Aaron family is more dangerous than a poisonous rose. Claude's fatal beauty. Athanasia giggled softly. Hey, just one more flower." As she spoke, Athanasia slowly brought the flower close to Claude's face. Suddenly, an arm reached out, grabbing Athanasia's hand. Claude glared, his arm squeezing tightly. Athanasia immediately shrieked, "Daddy!" Claude looked over grimly, his eyes dazed but filled with killing intent. Athanasia continued to scream, "Ew, Daddy, I just thought the flowers were very beautiful. If you wore one, you'd look just like the King of Flowers." "Daddy?" Feeling that familiar pressure, Athanasia thought to herself, "It's been a while since I felt like my life was in danger." She quickly blurted out, "No, I mean you look like an angel. No, I mean—" At this moment, Claude let out a grunt. Hearing his voice, Athanasia immediately replied, Yes, Daddy?" Claude asked, "Is that you?" Athanasia blanked out, wondering to herself, He's not fully awake yet?" Claude fell silent and let out a sigh. Athanasia also silently looked at Claude. Seeing Athanasia staring at him with a confused look, Claude asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Athanasia replied, "Because you're just too cute, Daddy. Because you're so handsome, even when you've just woken up." Then Claude said, "Don't be ridiculous." He then turned toward the door and called out, "Felix!" As Felix cracked the door open, Claude continued, "Tell the maids to bring some tea here." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hearing Felix exclaim, Claude asked, "What is it?" Felix said, "The flower," and managed only 2 words. Seeing Athanasia frantically shaking her head, Felix paused for a moment and changed his words. "Looks very lovely, sire." Claude turned back to look at the flowers Athanasia was cradling. Athanasia startled and said with a smile, "Should we place them in the vase by the window, Daddy? I think it would be good for them to get some sunlight." Extending her hands to offer the flowers to Claude, Athanasia continued, "They also smell really nice. Daddy, try smelling them." Looking at the flowers in her arms, Claude said, "Has the season for La Playa flowers to bloom already arrived?" Felix said, "Yes, the La Playa flowers suit you very well, Your Majesty." While Athanasia screamed internally, "Stop talking already, Crimson Knight," Claude said, "Both of you are talking nonsense today. Tell the maid to bring up a vase along with the tea." Yes, Felix replied. Yes, Your Majesty. Athanasia thought to herself, I have to do something about this flower before they come up. Having made up her mind, Athanasia went behind Claude to massage his shoulders, saying softly, Daddy, you must be very tired today. You should get a proper night's sleep in your bed. But Athanasia continued to massage Claude's shoulders while saying, Won't sleeping on the couch give you a backache, Daddy? No matter how busy you are, sleep is very important. After speaking, she thought to herself again, What should I do? If I take the flower down right now, I'll get caught. After thinking it over, Athanasia added, But by the way, isn't it very dangerous that there's no one guarding the path to your bedroom, Daddy? No, Claude replied. You don't need to worry. Anyone who intends to harm me will be torn into tiny pieces. Hearing this, Athanasia was shocked and thought, Huh? She asked in confusion, Why is that? Claude said, It's a protective spell. It will take the lives of those who try to kill me in a very painful way, and it's effective within a certain distance. Did you not know that? Hearing this, Athanasia screamed in her heart, How could I possibly know? Then Athanasia thought to herself, If back then I really intended to harm Claude, would I have been torn into tiny pieces too? Thinking up to this point, she recalled her malicious wishes before going to sleep when she would silently pray, Drop dead, Claude. Drop dead. At this moment, Claude added, You also have a similar spell on you, so you don't need to worry about being assassinated while you sleep. Athanasia asked in confusion, Since when? Claude replied, I don't remember. It's been too long. Hearing this, Athanasia shuddered, thinking to think such terrifying magic has been existing right alongside me without me even knowing. Then she spoke up, But I'm still worried that something might happen to you, Daddy. Then Claude glanced over, but Athanasia continued, You need to stay by my side for a very long time, Daddy. After speaking, she thought, What do I do with the flower now? Should I just yank it off? Claude remained silent for a while before finally speaking. You're quite amusing. Who should be worrying about whom here? But Athanasia, you are the one who needs to... His voice suddenly stopped as a knock came from outside the room. Knock, knock. A maid called out, Your Majesty? Athanasia broke into a panicked sweat, thinking, Oh no, they brought the tea up. Hearing the maid's voice, Claude said, Come in. In the nick of time, Athanasia hugged Claude tightly and cried out, Daddy! Claude looked surprised. Athanasia added, Take a walk with me after having tea, okay? Claude replied, I suppose I don't really have a choice, do I? Taking this opportunity, Athanasia quickly snatched the sparkling flower pinned behind Claude's ear and hid it behind her back. Having completed the deed, Athanasia thought happily, Done! Then she kissed Claude on the cheek and said, Thank you, Daddy. Claude said, Sit down. Athanasia replied, Okay. After sitting down, Athanasia breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Whew, it feels like 15 years of my life just flashed before my eyes. In the sky, white clouds drifted past. Inside the library, towering bookshelves stood lined up in rows. This morning, Athanasia, wearing a blue dress, walked across the tiled floor of the library. She scanned the bookshelves as if searching for something. A page of a book was turned. Hearing the sound, Athanasia immediately looked over toward that spot. A young man with white hair was absorbed in reading a book. Suddenly, a voice rang out, May blessings and prosperity flow throughout the Obelian Empire. Hearing this voice, Athanasia cried out internally, Huh? Ezekiel continued, I assume you have been well, Princess Athanasia? Seeing that Athanasia remained silent, Ezekiel continued, Good afternoon, Princess. Athanasia replied, Good afternoon. Yes. And then Athanasia said, Wait a minute, what are you doing here? This is my private library. Ezekiel asked, Is this not a public library? Athanasia replied, No, it's not. Secondly, Ezekiel. Smiling, he said, I was certain this was a public library, since no one stopped me on my way in here. Athanasia asked, What about the guards at the door? Ezekiel asked back, Do you mean those fellows who were so busy gossiping that they didn't even notice I had arrived? Athanasia was taken aback and said softly, Then thought, I guess they slack off when I'm not around. I've only ever seen them looking serious. Looking at how Ezekiel's entire being radiated a sparkling glow, Athanasia wondered, But how could they fail to see this guy? Then Athanasia asked, You didn't get lost, did you? Ezekiel said, I consider myself quite terrible at finding my way around Obelia since I've been abroad for such a long time, but I never imagined that this was the princess's private library. Seeing this display, Athanasia thought to herself, what a blatant lie. Then Athanasia thought, well, he is the son of Mr. White Dog after all. At this moment, Ezekiel added, but if no one stops me except for maids and lazy guards, isn't this place a bit too insecure for a private royal area? Athanasia said, This is my private space. Outsiders aren't allowed in. Ezekiel said, But I'm already here now, aren't I? It seems anyone can find their way here as long as they want to, haha. On top of that, you didn't even bring any guards with you. A look of confusion appeared on Athanasia's face. Ezekiel continued, Princess, you need to be more careful. I heard that Sir Felix Rebane is your sole guard. While his outstanding abilities are famous, having such a thin line of defense. Athanasia suddenly called out, Young Lord Alpheus! Ezekiel froze. Athanasia continued, You speak far too boldly for a trespasser. Hearing that, Ezekiel flashed a faint smile and asked softly, Are you going to kick me out? Athanasia replied, Just kicking you out? I could actually have you charged. Ezekiel said without a hint of fear, I don't think you will do that. Athanasia asked in confusion, Why? Ezekiel said, If doing this is considered trespassing, then wouldn't both of us be charged? Athanasia fell silent, then smiled and replied, Athanasia said helplessly, Now I see it. Is young Lord Alpheus trying to follow in his father's footsteps? As soon as she finished speaking, both of them fell silent, leaving only the sound of the wind blowing furiously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few beads of sweat appeared on Ezekiel's face. He said, Please forgive me. Hearing that, Athanasia told herself, Gah, stay calm, stay calm. Ezekiel placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly, saying, I am truly sorry for my rude behavior today, for entering the princess's private library without permission, and for this insolent attitude. If you wish to hand down any punishment, I will willingly accept it. But hearing these words, Athanasia thought, I had no intention of punishing him anyway. However, Athanasia remained silent for a moment before saying, I just think you should be more careful with your behavior in the future. I will tighten security from now on. Ezekiel said, I understand. I didn't think I would get this lucky a second time either. Athanasia asked in surprise, What do you mean by lucky? Ezekiel said, I was walking aimlessly, hoping for a mere possibility, but I never imagined that the person I have been longing to see again would truly appear before me like this. Athanasia was stunned. Ezekiel continued, If this isn't asking for too much, he smiled and asked, May I come closer to you? The library fell back into silence. Athanasia remained quiet for a long time, and Ezekiel was also silent. As he took a step forward, a voice suddenly rang out, That's enough. Athanasia was startled, and Ezekiel was taken aback as well. From behind Athanasia, Lucas appeared with a cold expression. He narrowed his eyes at Ezekiel and said, Since the princess didn't give you permission, you should just stop right there, kid. Athanasia turned her head slightly and called out in confusion, Lucas? Ezekiel stopped in his tracks and looked at Lucas. Noticing the pattern on Lucas's robes, Ezekiel asked, You must be the wizard of the tower, correct? Introduce yourself. Lucas replied coldly, I am someone who serves the imperial family. Except for the princess and his majesty, I have no obligation to take orders from anyone. Lucas continued relentlessly. The young lord has broken the rules and didn't even show proper respect to the princess. Out of her mercy, the princess overlooked your mistake, so it would be best if you knew your place and kept your distance. Athanasia broke into a sweat, thinking to herself, Whoa, this is the ultimate clash between the gentle charm and the lone wolf. Ezekiel shot back. You're speaking as if your own actions aren't trespassing into the princess's private area. What right do you have to enter the princess's library as you please? Hearing this, Lucas immediately asked, Then let me ask you, kid, what right do you have to question me? Sensing the sparks flying between the two, Athanasia silently cried out. Then she hurriedly intervened, saying, Both of you stop it. It seems my presence here has been entirely forgotten. Hearing that, Ezekiel said, Please forgive my lack of manners. Then Athanasia thought, Lucas took my side, so I guess I should cover for him too. Then Athanasia spoke up. He is one of the few people permitted to enter and leave this library. so there is no need to make a big deal out of his presence here, just like you. And he was simply concerned about my safety. Hearing this, Ezekiel asked, "Is he the wizard His Majesty chose to be the princess's companion instead of me?" But Athanasia replied softly, She glanced over at Lucas, thinking, "That's technically true, but..." Seeing the smug look on Lucas's face as if he were asking, "So what?" Athanasia thought to herself, "I can practically hear what he's thinking. Ezekiel sure has great patience." At this moment, Ezekiel added, "I think it's best if I leave now. Thank you, Princess, for forgiving my insolence." Having said that, Ezekiel stepped forward under Athanasia's astonished gaze. He handed over the book in his hand, smiled, and said, "I apologize for borrowing some of your things without permission, Princess. I found a few very interesting books." Athanasia reached out to take the book, their fingers brushing against each other. Ezekiel whispered into Athanasia's ear, "I will also look forward to the moment I am honored to receive an invitation to your tea party." After Ezekiel left, Lucas looked annoyed and said, "What was that brat trying to achieve by leaving in such a flashy way?" Not hearing Athanasia reply, Lucas looked over in confusion. Seeing her staring at the book Ezekiel had handed her, Lucas snatched it away and asked curiously, "What's with this title?" Startled, Athanasia cried out, "Ah!" Lucas lifted the book and read aloud, "The Sweet Love Contract of Lady Davari." Hearing the title of her book, Athanasia cried out, That's not mine!" Then she hurriedly stepped forward to grab it back. Lucas quickly stepped back and exclaimed, "Ah, so this is the interesting book that White Dog Brat was talking about?" "No!" Athanasia said loudly. "Gah, it's not!" Meanwhile, she kept trying to stand on her tiptoes to grab the book back while Lucas held it up high, preventing her from reaching it. Athanasia's face flushed crimson. She felt embarrassed and angry, thinking, "What on earth? Ezekiel, you were calmly and aloofly holding a book by the window, and this is what you were reading? The romance novel I secretly read." At this moment, Lucas asked again, "Do you like this genre, kid?" Athanasia denied it. "I told you that's not mine." Lucas said, "Ah, sure it isn't. And there's also The Princess's First Love, The Pure Heart of the Imperial Knight." Athanasia screamed, "Give it here right now!" Lucas held the book up high and continued, "Come on, kid. You should share interesting things like this with others." Outside, the two guards heard the scream and immediately rushed in, asking, "Princess, are you all right? We heard a scream." A book dropped to the floor. On the cover, it read, "Why Lady Davari Only Serves Fresh Meat to the Wandering Knight." For a moment, the entire library fell dead silent. The four of them stared at the book cover, the two guards breaking into a sweat. Lucas stroked his chin with an interested look, while Athanasia's face turned completely red from embarrassment. A second later, Athanasia suddenly asked, "Why Lady Davari Only Serves Fresh Meat to the Wandering Knight? Do you guys know the reason?" The two guards replied in turn, "Huh? What? How could we possibly know? Maybe the young man who just left forgot to take it with him. I think we should return it to him." While the two guards were remembering Ezekiel, who had just left gracefully and confidently through the main door, Lucas spoke up. "If you're talking about the guy who just left, there's something more important." Holding the book in his hand, Lucas smiled casually and said, "Allowing an uninvited guest to enter and leave as he pleases. How do you plan to explain this?" The two guards remained silent, their faces covered in sweat as they simultaneously swallowed hard. Athanasia told herself, "Lucas is scolding the guards so much. He's playing the role of the handsome young wizard way too well." The sky was clear, with white clouds drifting by. Athanasia asked, "Did you also come through that door?" As the two of them walked along the path next to the fence, Lucas asked back, "Why would I need to use a door?" Athanasia thought silently. "All right, fine." Then she asked again, "You don't seem to like Ezekiel, do you?" Lucas replied, "He seems stuck up." Hearing that, Athanasia thought to herself, "That's a bit harsh on the male lead." Then she said, "You're probably the first person to describe Ezekiel that way." Lucas glanced over in annoyance and asked, "What? Don't tell me you have feelings for that guy too, just like those girls at the tea party?" "No," Athanasia thought to herself. "Of course not. Why would you think—" Lucas's voice rang out again. "Boring. Think about your age." Hearing that, Athanasia immediately asked, "Is there a problem with my age?" Lucas didn't answer, but Athanasia thought, "What does he mean by that? Why does he always drop weird, cryptic hints like that once in a while?" Whatever. Athanasia suddenly said, "Are you jealous of Ezekiel?" Lucas asked in surprise. "What?" Athanasia said, He's very handsome and smart. He's probably the most eligible bachelor in the country. Didn't you call him stuck up just because he's too perfect? Lucas hugged his chest and said, Either way, I'm still more handsome and smarter than that brat. Athanasia added, Ezekiel belongs to the Alpheus family. Alpheus is one of the only 3 ducal families in Obelia. They own the most fertile lands, plus a mine under their control, so they are extremely wealthy. Lucas replied, I have way more than that. Athanasia thought helplessly. Where does this confidence even come from? Then she added, But Ezekiel seems taller than you. Lucas asked, Who did you say is taller? As soon as he finished speaking, a whoosh echoed, and long strands of black hair flew right into Athanasia's face. Lucas had returned to his original form, a young man around 20 years old. His long black hair fluttered wildly in the wind. Lucas looked at Athanasia silently, his red eyes still only half open. Athanasia stared at Lucas in a daze. After a moment, Lucas said, I've been playing the role of a kid hanging around you for so long that you forgot how old I really am, didn't you? Looking at you from up here, you really look tiny. Athanasia snapped out of it. Ah, she suddenly screamed. What do you think you're doing? Ah, what if someone sees you? Transform back to normal right now, hurry up! Lucas asked. Normal? But this is the normal me. Athanasia hit Lucas, making thudding sounds. She screamed, Go back to your small form! Ah, hurry up! Lucas said, People are going to gather here because of your screaming. Lucas couldn't take being beaten any longer and quickly said, All right, stop hitting me. After saying that, Lucas slowly shrunk his body down. Seeing this scene, Athanasia was startled, thinking, Whoa, that's amazing. After transforming back, Lucas scratched his head and said, My stored mana has depleted again. Athanasia said, Who told you to suddenly transform into that form anyway? Then she thought to herself, I think I shouldn't bring up Ezekiel in front of him in the future. Under the shade of a massive green tree, on a mat covered in pastries and tea, a young lady said, A few days ago, I saw the young Lord of Flowers, Marquis Aaron, with my own eyes. Another young lady marveled, Really? Is he as handsome as the rumors say? The first young lady continued, I wouldn't dare say this normally, but he is actually even more radiant than the rumors. Someone shouted, Look over there! Another young lady added, But I still prefer that wizard guy we met last time. Meanwhile, Athanasia sat quietly to one side, thinking helplessly, Where am I? Who am I? She recalled when Claude had patted her head and asked, Was the tea party fun? Athanasia had replied, Yes, it was super fun. Athanasia hummed in thought, then muttered to herself, Therefore. Before the month ended, another picnic was organized. Last time, I also noticed that the new guest list didn't have anything to do with politics or status. Surely Daddy wants me to make real friends. The conversation at the tea party continued as a young lady said, Right, and that lethal charm in his gaze too. It feels like it could overpower even a gray wolf. Ah, I'm seriously head over heels for that wizard guy. I think about him when I wake up and dream about him when I'm asleep. The young lady smiled brightly and said, This must be destiny. My life has completely brightened up since the moment I met him. Under Athanasia's surprised gaze, the young lady continued, The lone black wolf, Lucas. Hearing these words, Athanasia shuddered. The young lady went on, I want so badly to hug those lonely shoulders. Athanasia thought, You guys have all been completely fooled. Then she stood up and said, I need to rest for a bit. Hearing these words, Jeanette glanced after her. A while later, seeing Athanasia sitting alone under the tree, Jeanette asked, The weather's beautiful today, isn't it? Athanasia turned around and immediately saw Jeanette wearing a white dress, smiling as she sat down next to her. Athanasia said, Yes, at first I was very worried because I heard it would rain today, but now it's totally fine. Then Athanasia asked, Lady Margarita, aren't you interested in the discussion with the others? Jeanette replied, How could I not be interested, Princess? Everyone is so enthusiastic, time just flies by so fast. Then Athanasia asked, Then why are you sitting here with me? Jeanette said, I really am very interested because I've never heard that kind of gossip before. Regarding the comment about Ezekiel having a gentle charm last time, I thought it was quite funny, so I even told Ezekiel about it. Hearing that, Athanasia was stunned, thinking, Told who and told what? Jeanette continued, Then he asked me where I heard those things. Yes, so I answered that it was at the princess's tea party. Then the expression on his face became absolutely hilarious. Athanasia thought to herself, "Yeah, I bet it did. There's a reason Jeanette is the female lead." Jeanette went on, "That expression was so funny, I've never seen that kind of look on his face before." Having said that, Jeanette covered her mouth and giggled. "Ha ha ha!" Athanasia tilted her head and looked over. Jeanette was still laughing. "It must have been really funny, right?" At this point, Athanasia turned her head away and continued, "I'd like to see that expression too. Hopefully I'll get a chance one day in the near future." Just then, someone at the tea party shouted over there. Athanasia said, "Lady Margarita, I'm going to stay here for a bit longer. Why don't you go back to the party and keep chatting with everyone?" After speaking, Athanasia thought to herself, "I wonder what kind of fanfic-like stories they're going to tell today." But Jeanette fell silent for a moment and then asked, "Does the princess not like me?" Hearing these words, Athanasia widened her eyes at Jeanette. Athanasia thought to herself, "Uh-oh, what an extremely unexpected question." After thinking, Athanasia said, "Well..." Suddenly, Athanasia paused. She and Jeanette looked at each other, both falling silent, which made the atmosphere suddenly become awkward. A moment later, Jeanette lowered her head, looking disappointed. Athanasia hurriedly said, "It's not like that." Then Athanasia coughed twice. Before she continued. "The truth is, since I've never had a female friend around my age before, I'm just a bit unaccustomed to it." After speaking, Athanasia wondered to herself, "Why am I apologizing?" But Athanasia added, "I'm not quite sure how I should behave. It's not that I don't like you, so..." Hearing that, Jeanette's face brightened up again. She said, "I feel that way too." Jeanette added a bit nervously, "I hope what I'm about to say won't make you feel uncomfortable, but I feel like you and I are very similar, princess." Here, Athanasia blankly stared at Jeanette with her eyes wide open. "Ever since the first time I met you, I've hoped that we could become friends." Jeanette lowered her head shyly, her face already flushed red from embarrassment as she spoke awkwardly. "Do you think that was too arrogant of me?" The novel had described those two prince and princess dolls so many times. Both had blue eyes and bright golden hair, with the princess's hair curled at the ends. Those two dolls were deeply cherished by Jeanette as a child, meticulously cared for, tucked into pillows, covered with blankets, sharing the bed with Jeanette as she watched over and protected them through every sleep. How deeply Jeanette must have longed for a family. Jeanette must have thought Claude was her father and that I was truly her older sister. An older sister. No, Athanasia suddenly became serious. Not at all. Athanasia spoke to Jeanette as they looked at each other. Jeanette appeared taken aback, feeling anxious before the princess's response. A response that had popped out of her own head. Athanasia was also suddenly surprised by her own action, her eyes wide as she looked at Jeanette. "Thank you so much, I'm so happy." Jeanette clasped her hands together, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Athanasia with a blissful expression, leaving the princess stunned and frozen before slowly cracking a smile. "No need to overthink it anymore. I definitely won't reject good things. I don't know why, but my guard seems to have completely dropped. Even if Jeanette seems to be the cause of Athanasia's death in the novel." The princess covered her mouth and giggled along with Jeanette, who was still joyfully and excitedly thanking her. Maybe it's because of her eyes. She smiled gently at Jeanette and thought. Suddenly, Jeanette turned to her. "Would you like to visit my family's estate next time, princess? I've wanted to invite you over for a very long time." Athanasia kept her smile as she looked at Jeanette. "I'll come when I have time." Maybe it's because I'm no longer as afraid of Claude as before. Lady Margarita, what does young Lord Ezekiel like? For example, things he likes to do in his free time, or his favorite color, things like that? Well, You don't even know that, Lady Margarita? Jeanette forced a smile as the other young lady disappointedly pouted and avoided her gaze. Suddenly, someone brushed past behind them, catching Jeanette's attention and making her turn around to look, though she couldn't recognize who it was in time. Curious, Jeanette ran after that figure, leaving behind the other young lady, who was also completely baffled. "I'm sorry, please wait for me a moment." After walking for a while, she suddenly realized this place was very unfamiliar. "Ah, where am I? There are no maids or guards here." She looked around, searching for the staff. "I must have taken the wrong turn." Hearing a rustling sound, she looked toward the source of the noise. To her surprise, it was Claude, wearing only a thin outer robe that exposed his chest and six-pack abs. "Wandering around the imperial palace on your own?" You've got quite the nerve, don't you? Claude and Jeanette stood facing each other inside the imperial palace. Claude remained completely unfazed by Jeanette's surprise. Her face flushed red as she stuttered, unable to utter a single word, while her inner voice was screaming, "Does His Majesty remember me?" She remembered the scene of their first meeting when she was standing with Athanasia, excitedly looking up at Claude on the opposite side as he coldly looked back at her. "Is there any reason I'm obligated to remember your face?" Claude's expression darkened as he questioned Jeanette back with a murderous aura, making her shudder, clear terror showing on her face. Then a sound rang out. Claude looked in that direction while Jeanette's gaze remained intently fixed on him. "An outsider inside the castle at this hour. You must be a guest at Athanasia's tea party." Noticing Jeanette's terror, Claude lowered his voice, but his face remained ice cold. "So, I'll let it slide this time." Jeanette was terrified, her two hands instinctively clenching together. "Consider yourself lucky. If you weren't Athanasia's guest, I wouldn't have let you off so easily today," Claude said. While Jeanette was still trembling with fear, she clapped her hand to her chest, gently touching the ring on her finger, causing it to emit a faint glow. She anxiously looked down at the ring. "But there won't be a next time." Claude's voice rang out again, making her shudder in fear. "If I catch you loitering around the castle again, you will face severe consequences." Claude spoke while casting a freezing glare at Jeanette, causing her to tremble as she lowered her hands and bowed her head. Thank you, Your Majesty." She then quickly walked away. As she brushed past Claude, she glanced up slightly, only to lock eyes with him, looking down at her as he delivered a final warning. "I've already warned you. Don't ever show your face in front of me again." This only terrified her more, causing her to bow her head and keep walking. But once she had left that place, Jeanette pensively lowered her head, quietly raising her hands and clenching them tight. "It's fine." A surge of positive energy suddenly radiated around her. "His Majesty doesn't know who I am yet, but I'm sure Uncle will tell him soon." Jeanette thought of her uncle with a face full of hope, then became pensive again, her expression turning sad and anxious. "I should head back to the princess." "Ah." Athanasia slumped face down on the table, totally depressed. "Ah, I don't want to do this anymore. I think I've been a bit lazy lately." Lucas suddenly appeared. "Bored?" she replied. "Ugh, so bored. There's literally nothing to do." Lucas suggested. "If that's the case, let's go out. Stop cooping yourself up in one place." "Do you think I can sneak out of the castle that easily?" He snapped his fingers. "Isn't it? It's simple." Her eyes lit up. In front of her was a stall. "Welcome diners! An unforgettable delicacy, even when death is near." The marketplace was bustling with people buying and selling. "Oh dear, put it down carefully. Pumpkins here, special discount for today only." The streets were packed. "Whoa," she said in surprise, "but our clothes are a bit too—" Lucas snapped his fingers again. Her clothes instantly transformed into a very simple yet fresh outfit that was perfectly fitting and didn't stand out in the crowd. He said, "This is much better." She turned around to complain to Lucas. "Why didn't you say you could do this sooner? Do you know how badly I wanted to go out, Lucas?" Lucas replied, "Come on, kid, you know I can teleport. Don't you remember the time I moved you to that white dog brat's estate? Watching you grumble like that is honestly pretty entertaining." She thought, he has a point. Lucas scoffed mockingly. "Our esteemed princess actually managed to forget such a simple solution. Don't you find that hilarious?" She got angry. "Do you know how trash your personality is, Lucas?" Lucas ignored her, cheerfully grabbing her hand. "Sure is, and you're just like an idiot," Athanasia thought crossly. "This bastard." He turned back and smiled. "Hurry up, we don't have much time." She walked through the bustling crowd of people, peeking around at the pastry and fruit stalls, admiring the fruits displayed on the stands, happily eating the food. Finally, the two of them entered a restaurant. Athanasia said, "The passers-by all said this place has tons of delicious food. Let's be real, you used a lot of magic, so you must be hungry, right?" Here Athanasia looked at the menu. Every dish looked mouth-watering. "Which one should I order?" She hesitated. "But it seems kind of expensive here." Lucas shrugged. "How expensive can it even get? Just order whatever you like." She thought, Whoa, flexing like that? I guess he wasn't lying about being richer than Ezekiel. "Silver coins, it only takes me a second to make them." Lucas raised his hand, manifesting a few silver coins. But considering the amount of food you eat, we're going to need a few more gold coins. No way! Athanasia broke into a cold sweat. This is totally illegal. According to the Obelian Code, counterfeiters will have an arm chopped off, their citizenship stripped, their assets seized, and face 30 years of hard labor. He paid no mind to it. Oh, then we're accomplices. I've been paying for all our food this way today. She trembled, utterly speechless. All right, I'll take this secret to my grave. Athanasia asked, will they disappear later? Lucas said, that only happens if they're made by amateurs. She thought, isn't this guy Lucas basically a goose that lays golden eggs? Then there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Thinking this, Athanasia relaxed and made her choices. Let's get this one and this one. Oh, this one too. They said we'd regret it if we didn't try this. Lucas smirked, watching her happily pick out food. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted over from the next table. Jeanette is going to miss you. I think we should head back. But we haven't even seen everything yet, Jeanette said regretfully. Huh? She pondered, looking at the two people over there. Is there anywhere left to go? Yahello asked. Lucas looked displeased, pointing his finger toward those two. Isn't that the white dog brat's son? What a pain. Should I just eliminate that kid? Athanasia said, it looks like they're about to leave. Let's just stay quiet. But Jeanette said, did you forget? We still haven't bought the most important thing yet. What's wrong? You seem so distracted today. Yahello asked in embarrassment. Really? It's just that I saw someone who looked very familiar. Jeanette asked back. Do you mean the princess? These words caught Yahello by surprise. She continued. Other than the princess, what else could distract you like this, Yahello? She sat in a corner, listening anxiously, wondering if they saw her out here eating meat skewers. Yahello stepped over and reached out his hand to support Jeanette. Let's go. This is the first time recently that you've been allowed to go out. If there's anywhere you want to visit, we should go before it's too late. I heard there's a place selling fabric ribbons nearby. Jeanette smiled brightly. Yes, let's go. She used the menu to hide her face. Phew, I thought we were going to get caught. Lucas didn't care. The conversation of those noble brats is so bland, nothing interesting at all. After leaving the restaurant, Lucas took her to a shop filled with colorful bird cages. Athanasia looked up and marveled. So beautiful. The shop owner introduced, this is a bluebird. If you train it well, it can even become a carrier pigeon. She looked at the gorgeous bluebird with her eyes lighting up. Excuse me, could you be the princess? Yahello asked. Apologies, but have I met you before, miss? She flinched, feeling guilty. Yahello. What about this? Jeanette held out a hairpin, only to find the person next to her had already walked away at some point. Yahello? Jeanette looked around. Suddenly behind her, a man in black clothes appeared. Yahello approached from behind. I'm wondering if we've ever met before. She didn't answer, only the sound of chirping replied. Yahello stepped closer, making Athanasia feel extremely panicked. After that, Athanasia bumped her head into the birdcage. She looked at the cage and suddenly had an idea. She threw the birdcage toward him. Yahello caught it blankly. Athanasia thought, right now, then grabbed her skirt and ran. Wait, Yahello said in confusion. Please wait a moment. Athanasia's legs kept running without stopping. She thought, like I wanted it to be this way. The shop owner turned back and asked, where did the little girl who was just here go? He only saw Yahello standing blankly, holding the birdcage. Yahello said helplessly. She has already escaped from the cage. Lucas secretly followed her, his eyes glaring at Yahello with annoyance. Should I make this bastard disappear so I can have some peace? At a jewelry store, inside were all kinds of gorgeous accessories. Jeanette looked at the box in her hand. So beautiful. Which one should I get? The person behind her appeared. Miss, are you picking out a gift? Jeanette turned around. Yes. She thought in embarrassment. Startled me. This is the first time anyone has come over. To strike up a conversation with me while I'm outside. The person said. I only guessed because I saw you being quite careful with your selection. Yes, Jeanette thought, but it should be fine even if it's a stranger, right? Thinking this, Jeanette replied proudly. Yes, I want to buy a gift for my little sister. The man had black hair and black eyes like gemstones. However, the more Jeanette looked, the more she was dazed. Jeanette saw the shadow of the emperor through him. This man, he nodded, then it deserves careful consideration. He politely bowed. Excuse me, could you let me see it? Under Jeanette's surprised gaze, he reached out to touch the ribbon. What an exquisitely cut crystal. The structure is also very artistic, as if there's a rolling sun inside it. The stone emitted a sparkling glow. He touched it, having gem-like blue eyes, just like her. Then I think this is a very meaningful gift. He smiled, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Jeanette. Right, she was stunned for a moment, then thought, that makes sense. Jeanette thought silently to herself. Did I hear wrong? I thought that man was laughing at me. Athanasia ran for a while, stopping in an alley. Where on earth am I? It seems I've gone too far. Sigh, I should have had more time to explore. If I call out now, Lucas will probably show up here. Miss, you have been cursed. Suddenly a voice spoke up, making her flinch. Athanasia, holding a book from the shelf, looked over. The old owner of the antique bookstore was sitting with his back against a chair. Athanasia asked in astonishment, a curse? The old man looked at her with a mysterious gaze. That's right. You have been cursed by someone who always wants to bring misfortune to you. The old man's words made her shudder. She pondered for a moment and asked, Old man, are you a dark wizard? The old man replied, I stopped practicing a long time ago, but when I was young, I used to practice it. Then Athanasia asked, Then tell me, what kind of curse is it? With a rustle, he looked over, very skilled and proficient. The curse you are facing. Athanasia looked on with a suspicious gaze. Is this old man talking nonsense? Seriously, if he were a mage, he wouldn't be in a place like this. The old man said, By the way, you shouldn't keep those things. You flinched while holding the introductory book on dark magic in your hand. The old man explained, No matter the form, dark magic brings its own risks. I'm just saying that those who use dark magic never end up with a good conclusion. Athanasia was surprised. Isn't that strange? She asked, I have a question. May I ask? The old man asked, What is it? Athanasia asked seriously. Since you said you used to be a dark mage, I want to ask for your advice. If a child is created by dark magic, will that child suffer any risks? Hearing the serious question, the old man replied, This is the first time in my life I've heard such a strange question. Confused, Athanasia said, It's just an example, just an example. The old man said, Let me tell you about dark magic. It is not a beginning, but total destruction. If a child is formed by dark magic, there's no doubt about it. That child is cursed, and breaking that curse is truly no easy task. Even if it's the smallest amount, its power still carries a massive risk. And you won't be able to turn yourself back to how you were before. Athanasia felt sad. But the old man went silent for a moment and said, I see you have many things you can't afford to lose, so don't come to places like this anymore. He waved his hand. Go quickly. I won't sell anything to you. Thud! The door slammed shut, and Athanasia was kicked out of the shop. Her eyes grew sad and worried. A delicious ice cream was placed right in front of her. Are you done staring? Lucas asked. Athanasia took the ice cream. Yeah. Did you buy this on the way here? Lucas said. If you've stared enough, let's head back now. Athanasia unconsciously grabbed his hand. Okay. Lucas quickly shook off Athanasia's hand. Hey, don't hold hands like that. She was confused. Ah, don't I need to hold your hand when we teleport? She thought, it's just holding hands. Why does he have to freak out like that? Lucas avoided eye contact and grabbed her hand. Whatever, let's go. She thought to herself, why does he change his mind like a whirlwind? Snap! With a single click, the two of you returned to the palace. Welcome back! A doll that looked exactly like Athanasia appeared to greet her, making her jump and scream. A doppelganger! Lucas said. What are you talking about, kid? I just left a doll at the palace. Athanasia doubted him. Are you sure it's a doll? It could pass as my twin sister. Lucas shrugged. It's just because of my amazing talent. I didn't even have to try. Recalling the doll he made before, she complained internally. Then why did you make a doll like that to be my dance partner? She examined the doll closely. Really? It looks exactly like me. He bragged. Of course it was modeled after you, kid. But Athanasia asked, Am I really this beautiful? Lucas unconsciously replied, Of course. Suddenly he flinched, feeling like he had just been tricked. You can't escape now, she smiled. Sir Lucas is so awesome, being able to make a doll exactly like the original. She stared intently at her beautiful copy. Oh, it really looks like a noble young lady. Snap! Lucas snapped his fingers and the doll instantly disappeared. I don't like it. Athanasia felt disappointed. I wasn't done looking yet. Why did you take it back already? He said. It doesn't look like you at all. She bristled, utterly confused. What is he thinking? Just a moment ago he said he didn't even have to try to make it look exactly like me. And besides, why did you suddenly change me back into these clothes? He leaned in close, making her blush, and then smiled. You might be a bit ugly, but as expected, the original is still better. I'm leaving. His words left a bunch of question marks over her head. The sky was clear, and warm sunlight shone down, making the lake sparkle. Today, she was taking a walk by the lake with Jeanette. Jeanette happily looked around. The scenery is so beautiful. Athanasia gave a forced smile, thinking to herself, how did it end up like this? Recalling earlier, when everyone was fighting over who would go with the princess. No, me! No, it's me! In the end, the one who got on the boat first was Jeanette. She said happily, Princess, let's set off quickly. While her mind was wandering, Jeanette suddenly said, Princess, right now your eyes look as deep blue as the lake. Athanasia was startled. Really? Jeanette continued. Just like the color of His Majesty's eyes right now. She looked thoughtfully out into the middle of the quiet lake atmosphere filled with chirping birds. Everyone was enjoying this relaxing vibe. Jeanette said softly, The first time I saw you and His Majesty at the debutante ball, the way you two stood together was so warm and affectionate, it made me unconsciously watch you. Jeanette smiled with her eyes closed. Heh. She froze for a moment, lowered her eyes, and said, You're very close with everyone in the Alpheus family, aren't you, Jeanette? She thought to herself, If I were the real Athanasia, would I take Jeanette's kindness as friendship? Jeanette replied, Yes, that's right, they are like family to me. But Athanasia fell silent, feeling conflicted inside. Let's not talk about this anymore. I feel like I'm pretending to be clueless just to pry. Suddenly, Jeanette's voice rang out. If the princess doesn't mind, could you please accept this gift? Jeanette held out a carefully wrapped gift box. She said, I kept thinking about the ribbon I returned to you at the debutante ball. It was dirty, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't wash those stains out. But one day, when I happened to go out, I happened to see a ribbon, and then I happened to think it would suit the princess. Athanasia was surprised and confused, recalling the words she heard at the restaurant the other day. Did you forget? We still haven't bought the most important thing. I heard there's a fabric ribbon shop nearby. Seeing her silence, Jeanette said worriedly, but... Jeanette held the gift box in her hands, looking flustered. This isn't a special gift. She looked a bit sad. It might not be the type you like. Athanasia looked at the girl in front of her. Jeanette's hands were already trembling. Athanasia immediately took the gift. Thank you so much for this present. I will definitely use it at the next tea party, for sure. To Jeanette's surprise, Athanasia smiled beautifully. I love it so much. A ribbon that Lady Margarita personally chose for me. Seeing her happy, Jeanette also smiled happily. Her smile was radiant. If that's the case, then that's wonderful. Athanasia chuckled, thinking, she really is a cute 14-year-old girl. Suddenly, Athanasia recalled the words of the old man in the antique bookstore. I have never seen anyone use dark magic who ended up with a good conclusion. If a child is created by dark magic, there's no doubt about it, it is definitely cursed. Looking at the scene of everyone playing and giggling in front of her, how can everything be so gorgeously beautiful like this? She thought happily. Anyway, he's just a scammer. The beautiful Jeanette looked at Athanasia with sparkling eyes. Princess, it seems that from the time I was little until now, I have never felt this happy. How could a young girl like Jeanette bring about unhappiness? Felix looked at Athanasia and said, The princess has a friend now. She looked up. A friend is a friend. She felt conflicted. Squeak! Raven saw Athanasia and happily dashed right into her arms. Athanasia happily picked Raven up. How have you been lately, Raven? But when Raven whimpered, Athanasia asked, Do you want to eat? Just as Athanasia gave him a short hug, Felix lifted Raven out of her arms. The young mage warned you not to have too much contact with Raven. I will tell the maids to take care of him. Athanasia recalled Lucas's grumpy face. Shh! Spend less time with that thing. Back in her room, Athanasia stretched out her hands and asked Lucas, Is there a way for me to not absorb Raven's power? Lucas popped a piece of cake into his mouth and said, Kid, you keep talking about wanting to become some great mage, but now you don't want to use magic. She said, That's not it, but Raven will disappear if this keeps up. Didn't you say Raven was created from my magic? Lucas bit into the cake. Do you think divine beasts are pets just because you treat them like pets? Athanasia stopped. Lucas sighed and turned away. Divine beasts don't live, they simply exist, so don't get too emotionally attached. After all, in the end, not even a speck of dust will remain. But Athanasia grabbed a pillow and threw it right at him. She said angrily, Why did you dodge? It doesn't even hurt them, so why bother dodging? Facing her irrationality, Lucas remained silent. He asked Athanasia as she grabbed another pillow. Are you mad? You're really mad. I don't know what you're disappointed about, but I wasn't wrong. It's inevitable. If you care too much, you'll only end up more disappointed in the end. Cut it out! Athanasia held the pillow and hit Lucas hard with it. Lucas used his hands to block, but she kept hitting him. That's right, I'm stupid for caring about a type of magic that isn't truly alive and then not wanting it to disappear. Are you satisfied now? Athanasia yelled angrily. But couldn't you care just a little bit more? Or is this the best attitude you can manage? Lucas pulled the blanket and tripped her, making Athanasia fall onto the bed. He sneered. How pathetic. Athanasia's face was filled with anger mixed with helplessness. Lucas placed his hand on her forehead. But I can't just leave you alone either. Athanasia bristled. I didn't ask you to cure me. But Lucas already said, I'm going away for a while. She popped a soft white piece of cake into her mouth, her eyes staring blankly ahead, in deep thought. Dad? Athanasia pondered, then suddenly asked, Dad, do I really look that much like Mom? The Emperor, who was drinking tea, froze upon hearing his daughter's question. Clack. He set his teacup down and looked at her, who was still happily munching on her cake. He lowered his gaze and asked, Why are you asking me that? The atmosphere suddenly turned still, with only the rustling sound of the wind. Both fell into silence. The Emperor looked into Athanasia's sparkling eyes, which were filled with anticipation for the answer he would give. Claude remained silent for a moment, turning his face away without a word. His gaze was clearly avoiding the question Athanasia asked. The two fell into silence again. Claude suddenly replied, I don't know. How could I remember the face of someone who passed away so long ago? Even though the Emperor said that, a vision of an incredibly beautiful woman appeared before his eyes. With long, wavy golden hair like waves, she was always smiling brightly, sitting beneath the sparkling night sky by the window. Claude thought, but the fairy who appears in my dreams is always so beautiful. She looked at the Emperor, thinking to herself, talking about Mom in front of Dad has always been a taboo. I've always been careful about this matter. Dad, Athanasia smiled, her hair blowing gently in the wind. But I don't feel like Dad will try to take my life anymore, no matter how shallow my words are, or how serious my mistakes might be. Athanasia gently spoke up. Dad, I have a wish. Her small mouth curved into a smile. A wish that only Father can grant. Lucas pointed at the cage. Yep, this must be the stupid bluebird you were talking about. Athanasia was displeased. What do you mean, stupid? He rattled on. A messenger bird, yeah. If it encounters a wild beast on the road, it'll definitely bite the dust after just one chomp. She thought in annoyance. Does he really have to act like this even today? Hey, Athanasia asked, are you really leaving today? Will it take long to find that world tree? He scratched his head. I've recently got an idea about its location, so I'll probably manage just fine. Athanasia worried. Is that so? Why are you only going now? What if it's out of fruit? He looked over at her, chuckling softly without a word. Lucas was leaving to find the world tree, a tree that only bears fruit once every 500 years. That fruit could restore Lucas's fading magic. He said, Good question. It seems like time is running out. I should have gone sooner. Athanasia looked dazed. But you can absorb my magic instead of ravens. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. He looked at her with a questioning gaze. Athanasia asked, What's with that face? Athanasia said, You always said it was overflowing, so why the sudden change? Lucas panicked. Who would do that? She said, You said finding the world tree is almost impossible, yet you still insist on throwing yourself into that mess? If absorbing my magic can help, you won't need to go anymore. Lucas asked in a suspicious tone, You're saying that because you're scared your magic will go out of control without me, right? Athanasia's eyes went wide and her mouth fell open. Excuse me? Athanasia angrily beat her chest and said forcefully, Hey, how can you say that? I'm worried because I'm your friend. Her words instantly made Lucas freeze up, dazed for a few seconds. He asked, A friend? Athanasia crossed her arms pettishly. Yes, but it seems you don't even care. Fine, just go before that tree runs out of fruit. Lucas fell silent for a few seconds, then he replied nonchalantly, If I'm late, I can still pick up the fallen fruit to use. Hearing that, she could only turn her head and sigh. Return quickly, okay? Athanasia thought, If there's no fruit left, he'll probably be super disappointed. He's never liked having a mana deficit. Lucas replied, "Yeah, I should get going. I'll treat you one last time." Lucas walked over and flicked Athanasia's forehead lightly, his face strict yet teasing as he said, "If your magic is overflowing again when I get back, I'm going to eat that raven right up." Athanasia still didn't understand what Lucas meant. She blurted out, "What?" But Lucas didn't answer her question. Instead, he glanced over at the golden cage and continued, "If you absolutely must, just play with that stupid bird instead of raven. That's the only reason I haven't kicked that bird out yet." Athanasia spoke up. "Why are you—" Before she could finish her sentence, Lucas left a quick goodbye and vanished, leaving Athanasia all alone. She screamed out in anger, "Hey!" Afterward, she stared blankly and thought, "Did you really just leave without giving me a chance to say a single word?" She touched her forehead, suddenly feeling an empty void, then said, "You better become a great mage by this time." At another place, glittering stars rained down heavily onto the ground. Lucas, wearing a red robe, slowly walked forward. Suddenly a voice echoed, "Hey, how can you say that? I'm worried because I'm your friend." Lucas didn't answer, but asked back, "A friend?" The other person replied, "I'm worried because I'm your friend." Lucas looked up at that person and asked, "You said you're my friend?" Lucas lifted his head and saw a spirit standing before him. She was a woman with white hair who was also looking at Lucas and saying, "Poor child, you can see me. How pitiful. But I am the one who should feel pity for you." The spirit's entire body emitted a blinding light. The spirit floated and said, "You think you have the whole world, but in reality you have nothing, Lucas. In this beautiful world you were born empty-handed, live in solitude, and will die with absolutely nothing. What a tragedy." Lucas scoffed and replied, "Don't make me laugh. Why do I have nothing?" The other person replied, "I'm worried because I'm your friend." Lucas placed his hand over his chest, feeling a sharp pain. His face suddenly turned gloomy as he said, "I don't want to hear gibberish from a dead guy. Beat it." Athanasia scratched her head, turned to look at Lucas, and asked, "Are you planning to leave?" Lucas sat lazily on the chair and replied, "Why would I? And leave for where?" Lucas looked blankly at Athanasia. She replied, "To find the world tree." The sound of shattering glass echoed. In the quiet space, the heavy footsteps of a staggering man walking in the dark tore through the silent night. Claude. His entire body was drenched in sweat, the sharp pains making him feel as if he were dying and coming back to life. Claude took a few heavy, stumbling steps before his head throbbed with pain again. Claude reeled and collapsed next to the cabinet, completely depleted of strength. Claude screamed out in agony, "Jeanette!" The sound of shattering glass crashed loudly as the pain in Claude's head grew increasingly intense. He was in even more agony, sweat mixing with tears as they ran down. He screamed out loud again, calling, "Jeanette! Jeanette!" At this moment, Jeanette rushed in. She went to the side of Claude, who was clutching his head in pain, and cried out, "Father!" Jeanette knelt down, moving closer to Claude, and asked with a worried face, "Does your head hurt again, father?" He didn't answer, only clutching his head and groaning. Seeing this, Jeanette panicked and yelled out, "Father!" Meanwhile, a few maids were gossiping. "What's going on? Is His Majesty having another episode?" Two maids stood by the window while it rained heavily outside, with flashes of lightning visible. They whispered to each other without restraint. His Majesty can't even handle his daily workload anymore, let alone ruling Obelia. Outside, the thunder clapped even louder. Hearing the maid's words, Jeanette couldn't help but feel sad, yet they didn't stop gossiping. Lately, there have been all sorts of chaotic rumors in the palace. Could those rumors be true? What rumors? The sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Jeanette panicked a bit, not knowing what to do. The two maids were still standing there gossiping. "Haven't you heard?" "Heard what?" Jeanette panicked even more, thinking to herself, "What should I do?" The two leaned in close to each other and said, "Don't tell anyone else about this, okay?" At this time, Anastasius de Alger Obelia was standing there looking at Jeanette kneeling on the floor and Claude, who was in agony. He mocked, "Jeanette, ignore him. Let's go." Flashes of lightning from outside illuminated Claude, who was lying unconscious on the floor. The two maids said, "There's a rumor that His Majesty has been cursed." Outside, loud thunders echoed through the sky, the sound of thunder blending with lightning tearing through the dark night. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Princess!" Athanasia opened her eyes, looking at the fluttering curtains. Athanasia was lying on the pink couch, still trapped in her thoughts. Hannah stood beside her, holding a birdcage in front of her, and said, "Baum, princess, Please take a look at this. Lily, who was sitting on the opposite chair, also looked up and happily praised. Oh, this bird is so beautiful. Athanasia was still lost in thought. What? Was it a dream? I guess I'm just feeling a bit down since Lucas left. Hannah smiled brightly and spoke up. You'll be quite surprised to know who this gift is from, Princess. Athanasia glanced at the bird inside the cage and thought, what a strange dream. Hannah held a letter in her hand and read the content out loud. In memory of our brief meeting that day, I would like to give you a small token of remembrance. Please keep it, Ezekiel Alpheus. The little blue bird chirped twice. Athanasia didn't know how to react, while Hannah grinned from ear to ear after reading the letter, teasingly saying, sending a gift like this, he must have totally fallen for you after the debutante ball, right? Athanasia thought to herself, no, that's not it. He already knew it was me at the bird market that day, but how did he find out? Seeing Athanasia's expression, Lily immediately spoke up to remind her, Hannah, watch your words in front of the princess. Hannah replied defensively, but it's the truth. She then pointed at Athanasia, who was sitting gracefully and beautifully on the couch, and said proudly, our princess is this beautiful. How could young Master Ezekiel not fall for her? Lily smiled warmly and said, well, of course. Athanasia spoke up. I want to keep it a secret that young Master Ezekiel gave me a gift. Lily replied gently, if that's what you want. But Hannah blurted out in a panic, huh? With a guilty face, Hannah said, Princess, just now when we were moving the cage, we dropped the card and the maid passing by saw the signature on it. Lily said angrily, Hannah, how could you be so careless with something sent to the princess? Hannah bowed and said, please forgive me. Lily said, from now on, someone else will have to handle this. Good grief. Athanasia thought dejectedly, the rumor is going to spread everywhere in no time. Claude rested his chin on his hand, looked at Athanasia, and said, I heard that Alpheus Brat sent you a gift. Athanasia, who was drinking tea, choked and coughed upon hearing Claude's words. She thought to herself, I forgot that I still have Dad to worry about. The atmosphere suddenly turned quiet. Claude's face darkened as he said, he must have learned all sorts of bad habits in Atlanta. I knew it. That Brat is too childish, always acting without thinking. Dad, Athanasia avoided Claude's gaze as she replied, but it's just a gift to show friendship, just like what other young masters and ladies send, Dad. She thought to herself, I receive lots of gifts from other people too. Claude's expression became even gloomier. He said, I expected nothing less from the son of that old snake. They always have such restless ambitions. Athanasia felt the temperature around her dropping. Dad, Claude continued, dancing with you once at the debutante ball, that Alpheus Brat must have a hidden agenda, huh? Athanasia flinched, thinking, why does Dad keep bringing that up? It's already been 6 months. Claude went on, that brat even dared to enter your private library and pretended it was just an accident. He was reckless, so I let it slide that time. Athanasia was shocked, thinking, what? He already knew? No wonder all the guards were replaced. Claude was super furious now. I was generous enough to spare his life that time, and now he dares to pull tricks on you again. Athanasia prayed in her heart, hoping she wouldn't find someone's corpse tomorrow. At this moment, Felix Rebane, standing behind them, spoke up to bail Athanasia out. It must be said that the princess's beauty grows more stunning by the day, looking just like Lady Diana back then. If the princess appears at royal banquets in the future, many princes would surely do anything to get your attention. Eventually, the princess will find a suitable partner and leave your majesty's side. The atmosphere went dead silent. Seeing that no one spoke, Felix Rebane continued. When the princess's husband moves into the palace, the princess won't be able to spend as much time with your majesty as she does now. Dad, Athanasia placed both hands on the table and rested her chin, asking, Dad, staying with you right now is the best. Why do I have to get married? There's no law forcing me to marry. Claude remained silent, calmly lifting his teacup. Ah, Felix Rebane quickly chimed in. That is simply the lonely fate of being a parent. Athanasia could only cry internally. Felix, you're making things so much worse. Clueless, Felix Rebane naively continued. If that happens, I worry about how your majesty will handle living all alone by yourself. Claude's face turned grim as he said in a cold voice, Felix, if you don't want to die, shut your mouth right now. Claude stared directly at Felix Rebane. Felix felt a cold breeze brush past, making him flinch unconsciously. Claude added, "I never want to see you at a tea party again." Felix Rebane panicked and called out, "Yo, Your Majesty!" Claude said angrily, "What are you still doing here? Get out this instant!" Athanasia, sitting to the side, could only sigh. With an aggrieved face, Felix Rebane looked back before walking out. Now only the two of them were left. Claude sat to the side, his entire body radiating coldness. Athanasia thought to herself, "It's been a really long time since I've been alone with an angry Claude." "Dad!" Athanasia pouted, asking in a slightly flattering tone, "Is marriage absolutely mandatory? I don't want that at all. Then I won't get married. I'll stay with you until we're old." Claude replied nonchalantly, "You say that now, but you'll probably want to get married later." Athanasia immediately replied, "No, no way. Even if I get married, you'll still be the one I love most, Dad." The fallen leaves rustled. Claude pondered for a moment, then said, "It seems you're quite good at sweet-talking." Claude hummed softly. Athanasia thought to herself, "He's not mad anymore." She sat there smiling brightly. Claude said, "Just tell me if that Alpheus brat bothers you again. I'll make sure it's the last time." Athanasia smiled brightly and nodded, but thought to herself, "As if I'd tell you after hearing that." Claude added, "The same goes for the other brats. There are some very insolent fellows lately. You must be careful." Athanasia laughed out loud to reduce the awkwardness. She thought to herself, "Is this the reason why there are no boys at my tea parties?" Seeing Athanasia remain silent, Claude said, "Answer me." Athanasia replied, "Yes, Dad." But internally, she thought, seriously, if just one more gift gets delivered, someone is going to die. Athanasia put a piece of strawberry cake into her mouth, the sweetness melting in her mouth. Delighted, Athanasia happily said, "Dad, try this. It's super delicious." Claude looked at the teacup in his hand and said, "I don't like those things." The atmosphere fell into silence. As Athanasia sat eating the cake, she suddenly remembered Felix Rebane's words. It cannot be denied that the princess inherits Lady Diana's beauty from the past. "Dad," Athanasia sat in contemplation for a moment, then gathered all her courage to look up at Claude and ask, "Dad, do I really look that much like Mom?" Claude brought the teacup close to his mouth. Hearing her question, he set the teacup down and said with a pained expression, "Why are you asking me that?" Claude looked into Athanasia's sparkling eyes, and the two stared at each other, at a loss for words. Claude suddenly turned his face away and said, "I don't know. How could I remember the face of someone who passed away so long ago?" But in reality, in his heart, the fairy who appeared in his dreams was always incredibly beautiful. While Claude was lost in thoughts about Diana, Athanasia looked at him and thought, "Talking about Mom in front of Dad has always been a taboo. I've always been careful about this matter, but I don't feel like Dad will try to take my life anymore, no matter how shallow my words are, or how serious my mistakes might be." "Dad," Athanasia smiled and said, "Dad, I have a wish that only Father can grant." At this time, Lucas leaned down, pointing at the bird, and said, "Yep, this must be the stupid bluebird everyone was talking about." As soon as he finished speaking, Athanasia said angrily, "What do you mean, stupid? Can't you see its beautiful feathers?" Lucas looked at the bird, feeling a bit annoyed, and said, "Tch, a bluebird for real? He should have given you something more useful, like a hawk. How cheap." Athanasia also thought to herself, "I also feel a bit awkward since this bird is from Ezekiel, but it's not the bird's fault." Athanasia reached her hand out to touch the cage and said, "If I train it, it could become a messenger bird." Lucas rattled on, "A messenger bird. Yeah, if it encounters a wild beast on the road, it'll definitely bite the dust after just one chomp." Athanasia was at a loss for words, thinking, does he really have to act like this even today? Athanasia spoke up and asked, "Are you really leaving today?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lucas turned back to look at her. Athanasia continued, "Will it take long to find that world tree?" Lucas scratched his head and replied, "I've recently got an idea about its location, so I'll probably manage just fine." Athanasia said, "Is that so? Why are you only going now? What if it's out of fruit?" Lucas fell silent, regarding Lucas leaving to find the world tree, a tree that only bears fruit once every 500 years. That fruit could restore Lucas's fading magic. Then he replied, "Good question. It seems like time is running out. I should have gone sooner." Athanasia said, But you can absorb my magic. Lucas was stunned. Athanasia said, Hey, what's with that face? You always said it was overflowing, so why the sudden change? Who would do that? You said finding the world tree is almost impossible, yet you still insist on throwing yourself into that mess? If absorbing my magic can help, you won't need to go anymore. Lucas replied, You're saying that because you're scared your magic will go out of control without me, right? Athanasia said angrily, Hey! How can you say that? I'm worried because I'm your friend. Lucas was stunned for a few seconds, then said, A friend? Athanasia replied, That's right, but it seems you don't even care. Fine, just go before that tree runs out of fruit. Lucas froze, then said, If I'm late, I can still pick up the fallen fruit to use. Athanasia sighed. Return quickly, okay? Lucas replied, Yeah, I should get going. I'll treat you one last time. Athanasia thought to herself, If there's no fruit left, he'll probably be super disappointed. He's never liked having a mana deficit. Lucas walked over and flicked Athanasia's forehead lightly, his face strict yet teasing as he said, If your magic is overflowing again when I get back, I'm going to eat that raven right up. Athanasia still didn't understand what Lucas meant. She blurted out, What? But Lucas didn't answer her question. Instead, he glanced over at the golden cage and continued, If you absolutely must, just play with that stupid bird instead of raven. That's the only reason I haven't kicked that bird out yet. Athanasia spoke up. Why are you? Before she could finish her sentence, Lucas left a quick goodbye and vanished, leaving Athanasia all alone. She screamed out in anger, Hey! Afterward, she stared blankly and thought, Did you really just leave without giving me a chance to say a single word? She touched her forehead, suddenly feeling an empty void, then said, You better become a great mage by this time. At another place, glittering stars rained down heavily onto the ground. Lucas, wearing a red robe, slowly walked forward. Suddenly a voice echoed, Hey, how can you say that? I'm worried because I'm your friend. Lucas didn't answer but asked back, A friend? The other person replied, I'm worried because I'm your friend. Lucas looked up at that person and asked, You said you're my friend? Lucas lifted his head and saw a spirit standing before him. She was a woman with white hair who was also looking at Lucas and saying, Poor child. You can see me. How pitiful, but I am the one who should feel pity for you. The spirit's entire body emitted a blinding light. The spirit floated and said, You think you have the whole world, but in reality you have nothing, Lucas. In this beautiful world, you were born empty-handed, live in solitude, and will die with absolutely nothing. What a tragedy. Lucas scoffed and replied, Don't make me laugh. Why do I have nothing? The other person replied, I'm worried because I'm your friend. Lucas placed his hand over his chest, feeling a sharp pain. His face suddenly turned gloomy as he said, I don't want to hear gibberish from a dead guy. Beat it. Meanwhile, Athanasia appeared looking gorgeous in a blue dress. It's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it? I hope everyone is doing well. Seeing her, the young ladies gasped in admiration. Princess, you look so beautiful today. Athanasia smiled. I'm glad to see you again, Lady Margarita. You're as radiant as always. Very beautiful. Hearing that, Jeanette smiled brightly. After speaking, she gestured with her hand. Shall we go to the flower garden together? The yellow roses are beautifully in season right now. Yes, Princess, the young ladies replied in unison. Munching on cake, the young ladies chatted. I always wonder if we can go to the upcoming festival together. Now that you mention it, the festival opens right after His Majesty's birthday. The princess will officially participate in state affairs. Athanasia forced a smile, but trembled inside, thinking, After the debutante ball, I have to participate in state affairs? I never thought about how I'd manage. She thought back to what Lily and Felix had said. All you need to do is stay by His Majesty's side. Jeanette looked at Athanasia with sparkling eyes. Princess, will you be participating in the festival? She looked blank. I'm not sure yet, Jeanette continued. To be honest, this is my first time participating in a festival. Hearing this, another young lady chimed in. Oh, now that I think about it, Lady Margarita has always been in frail health and rarely went out since she was a child. Jeanette said sadly, Yes, that's right. But Athanasia thought to herself, There's no doubt about it, this is white-haired uncle's plan. Some kind of magic has hidden her true eye color. He couldn't be careless about letting Jeanette go outside, so he used that as an excuse to lock her up in the house. A rustling sound came from the bushes, catching a girl's attention. What's that? A dust storm? Raven dashed out from inside, making everyone run away in terror. Oh my goodness, what is that thing? A monster? Athanasia yelled. Wait, it's not a monster. Jeanette pulled her. Princess, run quickly. She shielded her when she saw Raven heading toward the princess. Everyone hid behind Felix. The princess is under attack! Felix stood there, trembling in confusion as everyone urged him, Sir Knight, do something quickly. Meanwhile, Athanasia was happily playing with Raven. There, our Raven is so cute, isn't he? Good boy, Raven, sit down, lie down. Following her every command, Raven obediently complied. Hannah rushed over. I'm so sorry, Princess. Raven probably smelled the cake, that's why. Athanasia patted Raven's head. You have a very sharp nose, don't you? But Jeanette asked curiously from the side. Princess, what is that thing? She replied, This is my companion, Raven. At the same time, she thought, only Jeanette stayed behind to protect me, feeling a bit touched. Jeanette said a bit hesitantly, So that's how it is. It's the princess's pet. Now that I look closer, it's actually quite cute and gentle. Jeanette then asked, Do you mind if I touch it? She smiled, not a problem at all, thinking, just as expected. Jeanette patted Raven's head, and everyone gasped in amazement seeing that. Wow, so well behaved. Athanasia also praised. Raven is quite big, but very gentle. Suddenly, Raven discharged electricity, making Athanasia let go and cry out, It hurts so much. Her whole body felt as if an electric current was surging through it. Then she suddenly let out a cry. She vomited a lot of blood onto her dress, her hands, and even all over Raven's body. Seeing this, Jeanette screamed at the top of her lungs, Princess! Everyone else was also completely stunned. Athanasia then collapsed. Jeanette anxiously rushed over to support her. Princess, are you okay? Suddenly, her body glowed, pushing Jeanette away. Lady Margarita and Felix also ran over anxiously. Athanasia's body was glowing blindingly. A servant nearby asked, Your Majesty, what do you think? Is there anything you need to modify? Claude said, Does the princess like it? The servant replied, She is very pleased, Your Majesty. Then that's good. Claude fell into deep thought. As expected. I'm not sure, but why would she want these things? A servant suddenly burst in, Your Majesty, something has happened. It's the princess. Hearing this, Claude froze. Athanasia's voice echoed in his ears. Papa, I have a wish. Something that only Papa can do. But in Athanasia's consciousness right now, she felt as if she were sinking into a dream. Her chest felt completely empty, as if someone was tearing it open, like she had lost something extremely important. What is it? That thing. Maybe something has been stolen from me. Athanasia opened her eyes to see Lily and Felix anxiously calling, Princess! Lily asked worriedly. Princess, you're awake. How are you feeling inside? Lily wept. Oh dear, thank heavens. I thought at one point you would... She held Athanasia in her arms. Athanasia coughed and asked, How many days have I been unconscious? It's already been 10 days, Princess, Lily replied. She thought to herself, That's quite a long time. She asked further, Has Lucas returned yet? Making Felix flinch, Athanasia leaned on Lily. Papa, where are you? The fearful and silent expressions of Felix and Lily made her worry. Papa, where are you? Princess, I beg of you. Lily supported Athanasia as she collapsed to the floor. You can't do this. Please return to your bed quickly. She gasped for air, tears streaming down when she heard the news that after saving her 10 days ago, the king still hadn't woken up. There was no way to approach the overflowing mana, so the king had... She thought in terror. How ridiculous! Papa risked his life to save me. Then Felix looked at Athanasia thoughtfully and immediately lifted her up, saying firmly, It would be better if I take you there. Looking at Claude lying on the bed, Athanasia was completely filled with panic and fear. Dad! She stood beside the bed and called, Dad! 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 Please wake up quickly, Dad! She began to shake him. Dad! Wake up, Dad! Seeing Claude not responding, her tears were on the verge of bursting out. She collapsed beside his bed. The hand of Claude that Athanasia was holding twitched slightly. Seeing this, she immediately raised her head and hurriedly called, Dad! 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 Claude put his hand to his forehead while she called, Dad! 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 She was overjoyed. I knew it! Papa isn't someone who's easily defeated by something like this. Claude opened his eyes, seeing a somewhat blurry image of Athanasia. He gripped her hand tightly, sat up, and asked, You? Who are you? Leaving her completely stunned. Who are you? Receiving no answer, Claude grew angry and made a move to get out of bed. Didn't I just ask who you are? Then he let out a cry of pain. Seeing this, Athanasia anxiously supported him. Stop! You shouldn't move suddenly. Claude looked at the small hand supporting him and called, Felix. Hearing his voice made both Lily and Felix jump. Felix entered the room and knelt at Claude's feet in pure joy, saying, "I can't believe it. You're awake, Your Majesty. This is wonderful." Claude calmly said, "You look like you've aged overnight." "Right," Felix replied with a haggard look. "That's uncalled for. Don't you know who I was so worried about to end up like this?" "What? You're talking as if I just woke up after a year." "Well, it's not like you just slept through the night either. It's already been 10 days since you lost consciousness." Lily nodded in agreement from behind. Claude was surprised. "What?" he grumbled. "The things you say make absolutely no sense." Felix replied. "How makes no sense?" Claude asked. "But who gave you permission to let a stranger into my bedroom?" Felix was confused. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. But I don't understand your meaning, and I thought that since the princess was just so worried about you, so—" Athanasia thought. "No, this is bad," Claude said angrily. "But who on earth is she? If you were a guard, you should have torn apart anyone who dared set foot in this room." His words left Athanasia feeling as if she had lost her soul. He continued, "Yet you let a brat like that into my room. Is she some old dog from Obelia's greeting party or some lunatic from Alpheus? Either way, she's definitely a maniac. You must make that girl confess to everything she has done." Felix grew even more confused. "Your Majesty, what are you saying about the princess?" "Princess? What kind of freaking princess are you talking about here?" Lily spoke up. "Your Majesty, don't tell me you can't recognize the princess's face." Claude placed his hand on his stomach. "Is she one of your people, maid?" Felix jumped up to explain. "Your Majesty, Princess Athanasia is your one and only flesh and blood. Perhaps your memories are a bit distorted after such a long coma." "Felix, have you lost your mind? Since when did I have any flesh and blood?" Claude frowned, and the three of them were completely stunned upon hearing this. Athanasia kept calling, "Dad! Dad!" Claude immediately cut her off. "Do you want to die?" he said coldly. "How dare you open your mouth to call me that?" "Right, looking closely at those eyes, they certainly match your royal standing. Should I gouge them out before you open your mouth to say anything else?" Athanasia thought in her heart, "Dad has never spoken such harsh words to me before." Then Claude suddenly said, "Wait a minute." As he noticed a surge of blue mana inside her, he bolted up. "Your bodies! Why does my mana appear inside it?" Claude's body suddenly throbbed with sharp pain, and then he vomited a large mouthful of blood. Felix rushed over to support him. "Your Majesty!" He looked at his blood-stained hand, filled with doubt. "Why is this happening?" Lily rushed out. I will call the royal physician." He coughed up mouthfuls of blood onto the floor, while Felix asked in panic, "Your Majesty, are you okay? Your Majesty, please go back to bed immediately." His entire body. Athanasia trembled, burst into tears, and then staggered and fainted. But in her consciousness, I really didn't expect Dad to lose his memory. "If you don't want to die, don't sneak out of the palace. If I catch you escaping, I'll kill you." But Dad saved me. This is something I'll be grateful for all my life. Lily said hesitantly, "Princess, I have something to tell you." "Yes," Athanasia asked. "Has Raven disappeared?" "Yes, after your mana overflowed and His Majesty stepped in to save you. We haven't seen him since. We even searched the garden where the tea party took place, but we found no trace of him at all." But Athanasia thought, "Lucas once told me that he was attracted to something and would leave soon. I didn't think this happened because of that mana. I just thought it was due to my magic from when I was little, but I didn't expect this would affect things so much later on. Everything has changed. I was so happy until now. Why is everything gradually disappearing?" She curled up in a corner. "I don't know why everyone keeps leaving me, as if stripping everything away from me." The scene cuts to Claude, who said in annoyance, "Drop it! You've been talking about this all day. My ears are hurting. What kind of joke are you pulling here?" Felix said anxiously. "This is not a joking matter. How many more times must I explain? Princess Athanasia is your one and only flesh and blood." Claude supported his chin in annoyance and said, "Felix, don't test my patience. I'm not in a good mood, so stop bothering me." Felix grabbed Claude's hand back. "I haven't felt right either, ever since you risked your life to save the princess." Claude was surprised. "Wasn't it you who ignored my warning to save the princess?" Hearing this, Claude was a bit puzzled and surprised. "You've gone mad. Don't say those nonsensical things ever again." Claude shook off Felix's hand and said, "You think I was unconscious for 10 days just to save some brat, risking my life for her? Why does my mana appear inside her body?" Faint memories gradually surfaced in Claude's consciousness. Athanasia appeared and said, "Dad! Dad!" He fell into deep thought for a long time. Claude thought, 9 years, 9 years. He flipped through the pages one by one. Felix stood beside him, watching without saying a word. Claude set the papers down on the desk. There's nothing but politics. What on earth is going on here? He held his head, thinking, for what reason did I waste my mana so recklessly like this? Felix, standing beside him, asked, have you remembered anything yet? Claude looked at the chair in front of him and asked, in my office, besides me sitting and you standing, why is there a chair placed right in the middle of the room like that? It's an eyesore. That is the chair where Princess Athanasia usually sits to watch you work, Your Majesty. Claude was startled. What? Then Felix continued, you ordered me to choose the absolute best chair for the princess. Look closely, Your Majesty. The princess usually watches you from here. Felix walked over to the chair and began to describe it. Claude was silent for a moment. Then he replied, you... Felix suddenly became irritable. Please remember, even if it's just a little bit. Lately I've been having random thoughts. Is there something wrong? Ever since I was isekai'd into this world, my only goal was survival. Athanasia sprawled across the couch and thought. I will leave this here. Please remember to eat, princess. A maid brought some cake over and said. I had to try to act obedient, try to act cute. Athanasia forced a bright smile. She even hugged the emperor and praised, Papa is so handsome, pretending to know nothing. She thought, and now it's become an instinct. Staying with Papa is fun, but his words like, I'll kill you, or stuff like that. Living in the Emerald Palace, will I survive if I just keep quiet? The maid stood outside the door and whispered, how strange. Lily was standing right behind them. The princess seems very sad. What should we do? They gossiped. Lily remained silent, her face worried. Since when was that building erected? Claude looked toward the building in the distance. Then Felix replied, Your Majesty, that is the library built for the princess 3 years ago. He looked up at the library. How ridiculous. Why would I do that? Felix continued. You did it, Your Majesty. You only forgot because you're experiencing memory loss right now, Claude said with an annoyed look. Nonsense. He walked away, and Felix followed behind. I'll go check it myself. The guard saw him coming and saluted loudly. Glory to the son of Obelia! Long live Your Majesty! We will do our utmost to protect the princess. Claude was surprised. Sacrificing your lives for Princess Athanasia? Damn it! Claude looked evasive, not wanting to hear it. At the palace, princess. There have been many letters sent to you over the past few days. These are the unread letters. Please have a look. Athanasia was surprised. Oh? They're all letters from Jeanette. Afterward, Athanasia picked up a letter and read, Princess, do you still remember me, Jeanette? After that time, I really hope to meet you again. The letter was beautiful, and it smelled very nice too. She was surprised. This letter has a faint fragrance. Please forgive me for sending a letter like this. I just received the news that you've regained consciousness. I was very worried about your health, Princess. Every night, I pray for your speedy recovery. Athanasia read the letter intently, feeling a bit bashful. Jeanette had sat down and written it with all her heart. The news of your waking up, I received it from the Duke. I hope you recover soon. Please forgive me, but may I write to you frequently? Jeanette had a worried look. Athanasia thought, come to think of it, everything in the palace is kept top secret. How did White Dog find out? I need to be careful. She read on. This is another letter I'm sending to you. Please forgive me for taking the liberty of writing to you without permission. Actually, besides my distant relatives, you are the first person I've come to know this well. Ezekiel is also very worried about you. Not long ago, I saw a royal letter on the Duke's desk, but I didn't dare approach to open it. My aunt is very strict about correspondence, so, in a secret way, I wrote to ask about you. Princess, are you feeling better yet? Athanasia read through all of Jeanette's letters like that, and everything seemed to become more intimate. She laughed happily and thought. Athanasia looked at Lily and said, Lily, please fetch me the prettiest stationery. Lily suddenly brightened up seeing the princess like this. I'll go get it right away. Athanasia felt cheered up. I feel like I've gotten my spirit back. Claude suddenly appeared in the rose garden, rose petals fluttering in the wind. Claude looked toward them. Felix looked at him with full solemnity. He leaned close to his ear and said, Princess Athanasia has always loved roses, so you made an exception to build a rose garden where the princess stays. Claude flinched. Your Majesty, you said that the Emerald Palace must be built to be the most beautiful. You two always drank tea, ate snacks, and chatted together. Claude walked away quickly. The royal treasury is priceless, but you didn't hesitate to give the imperial seal to the princess to play with, Your Majesty. I didn't even expect you to do that. He followed Claude and grumbled, saying, "Look." Claude turned back in annoyance. Felix continued, "Even if you look at me with those fierce eyes, it won't change the facts, Your Majesty," he said with a serious face. The two looked at each other. On another side, Athanasia was sitting and enjoying her tea. She thought, "In The Lovely Princess, Jeanette is considered an official member of the royal family. At that time, what will happen to me?" Becoming family and treating each other well. I wrote back to Jeanette, "Writing letters makes me feel relaxed, and I hope to keep in touch with her for a long time." The letters Jeanette sends are getting longer and longer. Unlike my current self, Jeanette is supposed to be the princess and live as a royal noble. Why did everything change like this time? Athanasia sat thinking. "Look, I'm getting tired of you spouting nonsense constantly. Why do you keep tagging along behind me?" Claude looked at Felix with an annoyed face. "You have memory loss, and because you don't remember anything right now, I must," Claude said sharply. "Get out this instant!" Suddenly, he flinched at something. Claude stared blankly. "Wait." He suddenly pulled back the curtain. On the wall, it was fully covered with drawings that Athanasia had sketched. "What are these, amulets? Looking so scruffy, why are they here?" Claude turned around to ask, making Felix suddenly gasp, "Oh my gosh! You've kept them all this time?" He smiled, while Claude stared at him in stun. "I knew you cherished Princess Athanasia deeply, but I didn't expect you to keep them for so long. These are all drawings the princess gave you when she was a child." He pointed his finger at the drawings. "Perhaps you used magic to preserve them, which is why they still look completely intact, without a single tear." Claude stood looking at the drawings. "Dead. You always accepted her drawings with an annoyed attitude, yet you secretly preserved them behind my back?" Claude was struck dumb, not understanding what was happening. Preserved them? Afraid these drawings would get ruined, so he personally preserved them? Felix smiled happily and said, "Looking at them brings back so many memories. You even thoughtfully arranged them from left to right in chronological order." You probably don't remember, so I'll explain it more clearly," Felix smiled and continued. "The first one was around the time she went out with you. The princess drew it when she was 5. The second drawing was from when the princess was 8, when she redrew her dream of flying in the clouds with you. Next is when she was 9. She drew about lying contentedly on treasures with you." He kept explaining, making Claude even more bewildered. He held his head, trembling. "Crazy. This is truly crazy. Have I gone mad or has Felix gone mad?" Do you want to see the other ones?" He turned around and said, "No. Are there even more? Don't say another word to me. I don't want to see any more of these crazy drawings." Claude turned away and said, "What if it's a portrait painted by the royal artist, Your Majesty?" He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Claude stood still, turning back with a blank face to look at the portrait. "What?" Claude asked. "The colors will be affected by sunlight." "You shouldn't leave it out for too long." The curtain opened. Claude stood there, blanking out. Before him was a portrait of himself and his daughter standing on an easel. Claude stared for a long time. In the painting, Claude and Athanasia looked so majestic. His face was blank, left speechless. "What is the meaning of this?" Claude clenched his fist. "But why do I have that expression?" When he was a child, he used to be very sad, and as the years went by, he always remained that way. But in the painting, he was smiling. Claude flinched. He thought, "I must have definitely been bewitched. There's no other explanation. I should kill that brat right away." Claude stood there thinking to himself. He remained silent. Felix looked at him with a worried gaze. "I will wait for you outside," he said, and walked out. Suddenly, Claude's head throbbed with sharp pain. He held his head, groaning, but a figure surfaced in his consciousness. "This wish can only be fulfilled by you." His head throbbed with pain. "Why does something keep popping up? How annoying. I want to get rid of it." Claude looked toward the painting, as if something very important was there. Why does that painting feel so familiar? Is the person in that painting really that important? Suddenly, Athanasia's figure appeared in his consciousness. "Dad! Dad!" But Claude just stood there looking at the painting. He said, "I've lost my mind." After that, Claude suffered from severe insomnia. Athanasia set her teacup down on the table. Her face seemed slightly cheerful. She just sat at the tea table like that. Amidst the bustling atmosphere of the banquet, a loud announcement echoed. "Her Highness the Princess has arrived." Claude sat on the throne, looking down. Athanasia stood there with 2 soldiers, looking up. Claude's eyes at this moment looked so cold. Dad, Athanasia thought to herself. A soldier beside her whispered in her ear, "That princess, please, please kneel down, please." As Athanasia reluctantly knelt on the ground, everyone around looked at her, whispering and gossiping. Claude suddenly spoke. "Athanasia, the one who made me do something entirely foolish. To think I actually let a brat play me for so long." Everyone around looked at her upon hearing Claude's words. "At a joyous banquet like today, you've ruined my mood. How should I punish you?" Suddenly, Felix panicked. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Athanasia knelt before Claude, looking up. "Felix Urbane, do you want to commit treason here?" Claude turned back to look at him with a cold gaze. Felix went silent in fear. Then Claude continued, "Every single one of you regards her as a princess, letting her do whatever she wants." Hearing his words, Athanasia was shocked. "Athanasia!" Claude called. "Yes, Your Majesty," a nobleman answered. "Tell me, who is kneeling in front of me?" he asked. The nobleman replied fearfully, Isn't that Her Highness Princess Athanasia, Your Majesty?" "Wrong," Claude replied. Athanasia's face was struck with shock. "She is not a princess, nor is she my child." Everyone around looked at her and gossiped. "The one kneeling in the middle is a criminal." Ezekiel was shocked by His Majesty's words. The image from the story of Athanasia kneeling miserably at Claude's feet flashed by. She was exactly like that right now. "If I ever see you again, I will definitely kill you," Claude said coldly. Athanasia thought, just like an icy, ruthless block of ice. "You should feel glad that I don't want to see blood today. It completely ruined my mood. End the banquet right now, leave," he continued. "A cold-blooded man who doesn't even know his own child's name is the heartless emperor." "Take her out of my sight!" Felix cried out. "Your Majesty!" This is His Majesty's order!" The soldiers grabbed both of Athanasia's arms, preparing to drag her away. Suddenly she screamed, "Get off me!" She released a burst of power that enveloped her body, making it impossible for the soldiers to touch her. Claude, Felix, and everyone else in the hall were completely shocked. "Magic?" Athanasia said. "I don't give you permission to lay your hands on me." A soldier looked at her in surprise, then down at his own hands. She remembered the image of Claude before, when he had said, "You look very beautiful today, Athanasia." "I can find my own way out without you touching me." Claude looked at her in surprise. Everyone stared at her blankly. Athanasia grabbed her dress. "I am not sure if you wish to receive blessings from me, Father." Athanasia bowed formally. "But according to your words, I shall take my leave." Her face was filled with sorrow. "In the name of the son of Obelia, I wish you with all honor." Claude was stunned. "Happy birthday, Your Majesty." Night fell. Athanasia walked down the hallway all alone. Her footsteps looked strong. Suddenly, she tripped. With a loud thud, she fell onto the floor. Athanasia just lay there. She raised her face blankly, her hands trembling. She didn't say a word. Suddenly, someone called her name. "Princess!" A person approached. "Princess Athanasia." Ezekiel called her blankly. Meanwhile, someone couldn't sleep. Claude lay down, putting his hand over his forehead, as he thought. The image of Diana suddenly surfaced. "I hope you will love this child." She clutched her stomach. "And just like the way you loved me. Please use that love to protect our child." The image of her sitting on the sofa right where Claude lay. How ridiculous. She's dead, Claude reminisced. In the past, he had held both of Diana's hands and said, "Ignoring my pleas, you abandoned me by choosing death on your own. But I don't remember having a daughter. I can't bring myself to cherish the child who stole her away." He sat up and spoke to the phantom of Diana before him. "I won't accept her, not now and not in the future. If you care about her that much, why don't you come back here?" Diana stared at him blankly, unable to say anything. Claude hung his head in grief. The image of Diana suddenly dissolved before his eyes. Claude watched in panic. He instinctively reached out. "Don't go!" Claude desperately tried to use both hands to hold on to Diana's fading figure, but she eventually vanished within his arms. Claude looked down at his two palms, his face a blur of confusion. He clenched his fists. His face was full of pain. "The reason why I utterly despise this disgusting thing called love." Claude stood there motionless. In the morning, he opened his eyes. Early in the morning, Claude woke up on the sofa. He sat up, instinctively looking at his hands. His eyes were red and seemingly tearful. He silently surveyed the room and thought, what was that? "At the Grand Hall, we wish Your Majesty eternal life and prosperity. We congratulate you." Before him, the noblemen were offering their blessings. Claude looked at them with a vacant expression. Felix stood behind, watching him. He thought to himself, His Majesty's complexion. Claude's face looked completely expressionless. He hasn't slept at all these past few days, Felix thought in surprise. Is Princess Athanasia not attending the banquet, Your Majesty? Someone asked. Felix was startled. That person continued. I thought we would witness the two of you being close again, just like at the previous grand banquet. Claude's face turned icy cold as he glared at him. At the princess's palace, a blue bird perched on the table. You're eating so well. Athanasia touched the bird and said, Good boy. They say if you train it, it can deliver letters. How should I train you? Princess, may I come in? She replied, Yeah, come in. Athanasia looked incredibly lazy and sluggish right now, sprawling across the couch. Hannah brought some tea and said, Princess, how are you feeling? I made some sweet cakes for you, Hannah said with a smile. Athanasia replied, They look delicious. Why do I feel like this palace is so quiet today? She asked while eating the cake. Yes, I heard that the banquet is being held at the Garnet Palace. They didn't have enough staff, so they borrowed a few of our people. Seth is also handling some work over there. Athanasia thought to herself, Right, today is Papa's birthday. I should have been at the party too, but the host of the party probably didn't want that. Her face darkened with sadness. Athanasia said, Everyone must be busy. Hannah looked at her apologetically. I've asked the chef to specially prepare dinner so we can have a fun celebration right here. Athanasia looked at her in surprise. She looked at Hannah and thought, Is she worried that I'll feel lonely? Athanasia suddenly chuckled and replied, Thanks, Hannah. Please wait a moment. Aren't you the knights assigned to the Emperor? Lily looked at the line of knights standing before her. Her face turned to one of surprise as she asked, What business brings you all to the Emerald Palace to look for the princess? A large number of knights marched inside, while the maids silently gathered around to protect the princess. The knights just stood there, constantly nudging each other's shoulders, leaving Lily completely confused. His Majesty has ordered an audience with Princess Athanasia. Report to him immediately. Hearing this, Athanasia was startled and thought of her father. Princess Athanasia. Ezekiel walked up and said. Athanasia just sat there without saying a word. She remained silent for a moment. Please forgive my rudeness, he said, as he immediately... Ezekiel held the princess's foot. She looked back at him. Athanasia looked at him in surprise. Ezekiel's face. His face looked full of sympathy. He carefully took her shoe and slid it onto her heel. Ezekiel asked, Does it hurt, princess? Suddenly he flinched. Athanasia's tears instinctively streamed down. As each tear fell to the ground, Honestly, I'm not okay. She turned her face away. Don't look. Ever since I got the news that Dad forgot about me, I've been experiencing days that feel like a century long. She said, I'm not crying anymore now. From the very beginning, I lied to him just to survive. All this time, I've just been a person. The truth is just like that. A person who lost faith in the world. A person longing for a distant happiness. A person who was never meant to have those feelings in the first place. It's like trying to pluck a star from the vast galaxy at night, but... Athanasia recalled the image of her hugging her father. I don't see anything at all, Ezekiel replied. He lifted his head. Just like that, he sat there looking at her. Because Athanasia was crying, everything around her was a complete blur. Her tears kept flowing. I wish I were seafoam so I could just dissolve away like that. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door swung open. His footsteps grew faster and faster. Claude grabbed his robe. He marched forward furiously, and then threw it to the ground. His face looked incredibly annoyed and angry as he grabbed his collar and tried to loosen it. Claude forcefully pushed the desk. He stood before the desk, propping himself up with both hands, his eyes wide open as he pondered. Images of Athanasia continuously flashed through his mind. Claude held his head in annoyance. He covered his face and thought, Is there something? Something? The call of Papa suddenly echoed. Claude collapsed onto the desk, his eyes vacant, feeling as though he had forgotten something. Duke Alpheus suddenly panicked. He called out loudly to his son, Ezekiel! He walked toward the carriage, and the Duke chased after him. Why on earth are you running off to the princess's place out of nowhere? What if His Majesty flies into a rage? He stopped and asked his son, Even though I don't understand why the princess lost His Majesty's affection, being near the princess right now is extremely dangerous. He said, Not necessarily. I don't even know if they left a few knights behind when they departed. The Duke thought, Get in the carriage first, he said. Suddenly, Ezekiel replied, Father, you always tell me to act with caution. But today, the Duke looked at his son with a face full of surprise. This time I feel like I'm doing something meaningless, he said. The Duke immediately asked, What do you mean by that? He replied, Father, I am not brave enough to see her shed tears ever again, nor am I generous enough to forgive the one who made her cry. The Duke was shocked. Jekyll, you... He stepped closer to his son and asked with a serious face, Are you sure about this? He stood motionless for a long time. Amidst the noisy chatter of the people around, Duke Alpheus was deep in thought. It was all a blur, he continued. You should know that I'm not getting involved in this matter. Ezekiel replied. I know you're not getting involved today, father. But next time, if you do something to hurt her, I'm not sure I'll just sit back and watch, Ezekiel said with an incredibly serious face. Yes, this is my decision. I'm sorry, father. He stood in silence. The Duke looked at him in absolute shock. Ha! Children really do love defying their parents. Get in the carriage. We will discuss this issue later. A hand drenched in blood hung limply in the garden. Claude was channeling his magic along with Athanasia's and said in annoyance, That face keeps popping up in my head, making it so hard to breathe. Sooner or later, you'll vanish from my sight anyway. The magic circle began to crack. Is this a punishment? The cracks on Athanasia's protective magic circle appeared more and more. Facing her cold father, Athanasia blamed herself. It's all my fault. I couldn't even control my own magic, which is why father ended up like this. More and more cracks appeared. Claude's magic completely shattered Athanasia's protective circle. His face looked terrifying, filled with murderous intent as he said coldly, Go die. The lovely Princess Pink Book. Athanasia thought to herself, Even though he treats me like this now, I still want to call him Papa, just like before. Memories of her past life flashed by. Athanasia's eyes welled up with tears, recalling the memories with her father. She tightly gripped a rose in her hand, thinking, I don't want to die like this. I don't want to die by father's hands. A beam of magical light flashed blindingly, and a strong gust of wind blew flowers and leaves flying everywhere. The magical light continued to shine, creating a whirlwind that sent the flowers and leaves in the garden flying into the air. Claude was surprised to see everything before his eyes. Everything was gradually fading away, even Athanasia. She was slowly dissolving into space. Athanasia's eyes looked toward Claude affectionately as she said softly, Goodbye, Papa. Then she instantly vanished, along with the blinding light right in front of Claude. Afterward, Felix and Lily rushed over in a panic, hurriedly asking, Your Majesty! Your Majesty, what happened? The princess. Where is Princess Athanasia? Claude looked down in silence and said, She vanished, right before my eyes, leaving Felix and Lily completely shocked. A single rose lay lonely on the ground. Athanasia's voice seemed to still linger in the wind, echoing, Goodbye, Papa. Claude's face looked panicked and serious. Looking at his blood-stained hand, he thought, How is this possible? I don't believe it. Then he roared a command. Immediately dispatch a search party. Bring her back at all costs. At another place, a voice echoed, Whoa, you really know how to pull at my heartstrings. A person wearing a black cloak that completely covered their head stood talking to a tree. Hey, you and I are pretty much equals after several hundred years. Are you still hiding my fruit? Behind that black cloak was a guy with black hair and red eyes, looking incredibly handsome. He lifted his chin in annoyance and said, Seriously, I didn't come all this way for nothing. I'm not leaving empty-handed. A massive tree bearing a pristine white color stood majestically against the magnificent sky. The black-haired guy sighed and said, No choice, then. Then as he placed his hand on the tree, he said, There's no fruit, but you are standing right here. After speaking, he raised his hand to cast a spell, and a flame burst into life on his hand. Then it began to grow larger, burning furiously. The black-haired guy said with an arrogant, smug look, Brace yourself. Facing such a situation, the white massive tree also seemed somewhat anxious. Suddenly, the sky rumbled with loud thunder and lightning. This startled two maids in the palace. One crouched down in fear and said, Scared me to death. What's up with the weather lately? Haven't you noticed lightning striking everywhere these days? It turned out the culprit was that guy with black hair and red eyes. He was probably messing with the white massive tree, which is why thunder and lightning were going wild like that. The two maids continued to wonder about this bizarre natural phenomenon. It'd be nice if it stopped raining. I wonder what the princess has been up to these past few weeks. Outside, the rain poured heavily and thunder still crashed. A maid asked worriedly, Princess, are you okay? The princess they were thinking about was currently in peace. She was inside a room filled with a bunch of papers. Unfortunately, there was nothing related to memories in the library. Furthermore, only newly registered high-level mages were allowed to read those magic books. Athanasia sat looking at the paper, thrilled inside, wishing that she could really register. Suddenly, Jeanette walked in from somewhere, carrying a tray with a teapot, and said cheerfully, "Princess, I secretly brought tea and sweets for you." Hearing this, Athanasia's eyes lit up with excitement. "Whoa, looks so delicious." Athanasia looked as if she had found the vitality of spring, her face instantly brightening up. Chocolate cake. It turned out Athanasia was currently in Jeanette's room. Seeing no letters from Jeanette, Athanasia rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "I guess White Dog blocked them." She sat curled up on the chair, gazing out of the large window into the distance. The bright sunlight streamed in. Lily was in Athanasia's room to call her for a walk. "Princess, would you like to go for a walk today? The sunlight is very pleasant." Meanwhile, outside, Sashi whispered, debating between choosing silver plates, flower vases, or velvet bags. Hannah glanced over, not understanding what she was saying, and asked, "What is it, Sashi?" Sashi replied, "Hannah, I'm just thinking that if I hit His Majesty on the head once or twice, maybe he'll remember." Hearing that, Hannah asked, "So do you want to be imprisoned for life for the crime of assassinating royalty?" Suddenly, from inside the door, Athanasia's voice echoed, telling Lily, "It's such a hassle." But Lily completely ignored her words and dragged Athanasia along. "No way. You need to go outside and get some exercise, Princess." Outside, the sunlight was blindingly bright. Athanasia raised her hand toward the sky and gasped, "Ah, it's too bright." She recalled that dark night, standing alone and crying amidst the desolate scenery. "I want to go back to the palace." Athanasia held her hand up in front of her face to block the sun, saying gloomily, "After that day, I don't want to go out." Her eyes lowered, looking completely exhausted without a single bit of excitement. She stood silently for a second, then immediately made a decision. "Let's take a short walk then." In a massive room filled with luxury, Claude sat blankly on the sofa. After a long period of being unable to sleep, he was wide awake today. He propped his hands on the couch and stood up. Claude staggered forward. He muttered to himself, "If that's the case, then today." With weary eyes and disheveled clothes revealing his muscular, handsome physique, he thought, "I'll solve this headache." In the garden filled with gorgeously beautiful roses everywhere, footsteps walked over the grass, making a rustling sound. While Athanasia was taking a walk in the garden, a slight breeze blew, making her hair and dress flutter. Suddenly she stopped in her tracks at a garden full of roses. She gazed intently at those fresh, beautiful flowers. Her beautiful gemstone blue eyes looked at the flowers thoughtfully. She was lost in thought as if she had an intention. Suddenly she reached out her hand and then Athanasia's hand touched a flower. She immediately plucked the flower and tossed it onto the ground. After that, she plucked another flower and tossed it aside. She went on to touch the next flower, then let go of her hand, dropping that flower down. She just walked and plucked a flower down like that. Athanasia kept going on like this, creating a straight trail of flowers that she had passed through. Suddenly, she stopped when she saw someone standing opposite her. A few leaves drifted in the wind. She lowered her head, looking down at the ground. Standing in front of Athanasia was Claude. The atmosphere became dead silent, with only the sound of the wind howling past. His cold eyes glared at her, full of murderous intent. The wind made Athanasia's hair float softly with the breeze. Her blank eyes stared at him. Claude spoke up. "As expected, I cannot forgive you." He coldly spewed malicious words. "I should have killed you right from our very first meeting. It would have saved me from this headache now." But Athanasia still stood in silence, her eyes wide open as she watched. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a glowing magic circle burst into light in front of Athanasia. He raised his hand downward, causing circles of roses to fly along with the wind into the air. "How ridiculous! The magic that is protecting you actually stems from my own magic." She tightly gripped the flower branch in her hand and shielded her body against his magic that was shining brightly upon her. Claude moved his hand over the magic circle and said, "Magic never lies. It seems that wall was created by me. To think that I'd end up destroying it with my own hands later on." He flushed with rage and barked, "Utter nonsense!" Claude released his power, letting the magic circle close in on Athanasia. Her face showed she was enduring the pain. Without making a single cry, she listened to his words. Looking at that face, Claude slammed his hand right into the middle of the magic circle, shattering it into sharp shards of glass, and said to her, "That expression!" The peeling glass shards flew up and scratched his face, causing his cheek to bleed. Claude looked vicious and powerful, as if he wanted to choke her to death, and then snapped. "What an eyesore." His hand was entirely drenched in blood, but still determined to use my full strength. Then I will just remove it from my sight. Right then, Claude seemed completely drained of energy. Shattering it, he collapsed backward. Athanasia, who had disappeared, was now sitting and drinking tea. Sitting opposite her was none other than Jeanette. Jeanette, being able to sit and have dessert with Athanasia, couldn't contain her joy and happiness, smiling softly with her eyes crinkled. Then Athanasia sat back, lost in thought. What am I doing? She felt skeptical about what was ultimately going on. Athanasia slowly reminisced. Maybe it's from when I first learned how to use magic. The image of gold coins clinking as they fell appeared in her mind. She was in a room with Lillian. Gold coins had appeared out of nowhere, leaving Lillian utterly flabbergasted. Princess Athanasia pointed her finger at the pile of money and casually told Lillian, I think I will become a mage in the future. Speaking of mages, she thought about how every mage in the Obelia Empire, whether they worked for the royal family or not, had to register as required by the laws here. Lily said they shouldn't speak of this matter to outsiders. Athanasia thought while continuing to reminisce. Magic just naturally appeared like that, leaving me no time to react. She remembered how she kept using magic to manifest a whole mountain of clinking gold coins. Even though Lily tried to stop her, it was to no avail. Hey, stop it! Her magic ended up getting absorbed. Athanasia rested her chin on her hand, leaning against the chair as she stared blankly out the window. Maybe back then, Lucas didn't rush to tell me early on so that I wouldn't fall into shackles. Today, Athanasia remembered the day the conflict with Claude happened. When she was ordered by Claude to be dragged away by the guards, she had suddenly unleashed her magic. Claude had looked at her in surprise back then, completely oblivious to what was going on. It was the same that day in the flower garden. She suddenly said, Goodbye, father. Then she instantly vanished like a flash of lightning, leaving Claude standing there in shock. After disappearing from that place, when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in the middle of a vast golden wheat field. When I opened my eyes, I was already here. Athanasia stared blankly into the empty space. Her memories gradually flooded back. After that incident, I only knew how to wander around. She remembered that since she didn't even have any jewelry, she resorted to using fake money to make a living. Athanasia had no choice but to cover her face and carry her bag, wandering the streets so she wouldn't be discovered. She even did dirty things, like using dirty money, just to keep herself alive. Having nowhere to stay was truly terrifying. Inside a tavern, the wall was covered with missing person posters, and the person on those posters was none other than her. The men sitting there were gossiping about the incident that day. Isn't that thing extremely valuable? That's nothing compared to that precious princess. Athanasia was sitting and drinking water at the counter, caught by surprise. She turned around to look at the two men, fearfully speechless, thinking in bewilderment. What, do you want to catch me just to kill me again? All right, those two guys still continued their conversation. I heard there are so many natural disasters lately. The Southwest just suffered a landslide and the countesses over there were all injured. They kept chatting away, completely failing to notice that Athanasia had already hurriedly run off. But Athanasia remembered that while she was running, a thought suddenly popped into her head. She thought as she ran, could it be that I've been cursed? She suddenly thought of the old mage. Filled with anxiety and fear, she asked herself, the person who cursed me couldn't be Jeanette, right? The image of Jeanette briefly flashed through her mind. However, the only one with magic around me is Jeanette. Athanasia couldn't help but suspect anyone other than Jeanette. When dusk had already fallen, Athanasia thought, but a voice echoed, why on earth is it impossible? Athanasia was currently standing and eavesdropping right outside the edge of the window. Inside the room, Jeanette was talking to Roger Alpheus and Ezekiel. All three of them were dressed in matching black tones, looking very solemn. Jeanette was pleading with Roger. What is that? Other than me, who else is qualified? Roger simply ignored her words. Jeanette, do you still think this matter requires being qualified? No. Jeanette had never raised her voice like this before. Why is that? Even if you stop me today, I will still go, she argued back against Roger's words. But standing outside listening, Athanasia was shocked to see Jeanette like this. This is the first time I've ever seen Jeanette lose her composure. Inside, Roger's voice flatly refused. Absolutely not. Jeanette's voice grew louder and louder as she called out, Mister! Jeanette cried bitterly in agony and said, "I will definitely go." This morning, Jeanette held a white chrysanthemum flower in her hand, covering her face and crying, which caught Athanasia's attention from outside. Roger seriously told Jeanette, "Ever since I found out Countess Rosalia was on her deathbed this morning, I've had to remind you multiple times that you should take good care of yourself. Begging me is useless. I forbid you from going." He remained unmoved by Jeanette's attitude. But Jeanette sobbed, the words reaching the tip of her tongue before she swallowed them back. Roger immediately countered, "Look at yourself. Tell me, if you can't even control your emotions, where do you think you're going? So what will happen to you if you see Countess Rosalia pass away?" He reached out his hands to hold Jeanette's shoulders. Jeanette replied, "What do you mean? She's my only relative. How could I—" Eavesdropping outside, Athanasia was instantly startled, unable to believe it. "Countess Rosalia is dead?" Roger still made his decision. "Ezekiel and I will attend the funeral. As for you, go back to your room and restrain your emotions." Athanasia thought back. That aunt was the one who went all out to put Jeanette on the throne as the princess. She pictured Rosalia's portrait in her mind. Athanasia also thought back to the original plot. She was also the person who put poison into Jeanette's tea to frame Athanasia. She couldn't believe it. So now she's dead? Seeing Jeanette like that, Ezekiel felt deeply sorry for her. He patted Jeanette's shoulder to comfort her. "It's not that we don't understand how you feel." Athanasia was surprised. "Ezekiel." She recalled the day the banquet took place. Ezekiel had put her shoe back on for her. She sat down by the base of the wall, curling up into herself. But seeing that she couldn't beg to go along anymore, Jeanette spoke hesitantly. "Please deliver this flower to her." She sobbed again. "Please tell her that I love her so much, forever." Jeanette lifted the flower up. "That's right." Her tears could no longer be held back, streaming down. Jeanette held the flower up in front of Roger and said with a choked voice, "I will still love her in the future. Please pass the word to her like that." Jeanette had finished saying what needed to be said. Athanasia peeked inside. Roger replied to Jeanette, "All right, I'll tell her." Athanasia uttered an ah. So that's how it is. Sitting outside on the windowsill, she thought back to the image of Jeanette crying. Jeanette's last relative was Countess Rosalia. In the end, she couldn't even deliver the flower to her. Roger and Ezekiel had already left by this time. Inside the house, only Jeanette was left, still sobbing away. Jeanette walked back to her room, wiping her tears. Suddenly, a tapping sound came from the window. With her eyes swollen and red, she walked over. On the windowsill lay a small piece of paper. Opening it, Jeanette's eyes went wide. The paper had a note written by Athanasia. "Let's meet here in 3 days, friend Jeanette." Jeanette quickly opened the window to look around. By this time, Athanasia had already hidden on the upper floor, looking down. The moon tonight was very round, Athanasia thought. Was that a bit too rushed? She rested her chin on her hand, looking aimlessly up at the sky. She sent so many letters when I was at my loneliest. Now that she's in that situation too, I can't put my mind at ease. Jeanette had lost her only relative. Athanasia fell silent. Her only relative? She accidentally blurted out loud. "I miss Papa so much," thinking to herself, should I go back and check on him? But Athanasia sat shifting around, trying to figure out a way. He must be sleeping right now, so should I teleport or run over there? Is there any other way? She hesitated, but then Athanasia decided, let's just go. Because she missed him so much. In a blink of an eye, right here, Athanasia was standing inside Claude's room. She gasped in a panic. She observed her surroundings, unable to believe she had teleported in here. Is this his office? Clearly. Athanasia paused, her eyes locking onto the sofa. Claude was lying there, fast asleep. She stepped closer, accidentally stepping on a piece of paper. It made a loud rustling sound that startled her. Looking around the table and chairs, she finally noticed the scattered paperwork. The documents are such a mess. As Athanasia stood up, she noticed a paper on the desk. What is this? It looks like an eyesore. It was the drawing she made of herself and Claude when she was little. Athanasia picked up in the papers. They were all drawings. Aren't these the drawings I made as a kid? There were drawings filled with treasures that Claude had asked her about, which she remembered all too well. What is this? Why are they here? There was one drawing Athanasia had never given to Claude, yet he had it. I clearly didn't give this to Father, so why is it with him? She startled herself with her own thought. Flipping her head around, she looked at Claude in fear. Could it be that he's plotting something? Her head was filled with bad thoughts. Don't tell me he looks at these pictures just to fuel his desire to kill me. Athanasia leaned down closer to look at Claude. Lately, it seems like he has lost weight. People who don't know any better would probably think he lost his appetite because he lost his daughter. She thought petulantly. If you hate me that much, you should be living your best life now that I've disappeared. I bet I'm living a better life than him. Athanasia paused, suddenly startled by her own train of thought. Was I just feeling heartbroken? I'm delusional for still thinking of myself as a princess. I definitely don't want to die, okay? As Athanasia sadly watched Claude sleep, she reached out her finger and poked Claude on his forehead. Dummy! Claude, who was sleeping, frowned and opened his eyes after being poked by her. He saw Athanasia in front of him and remained silent for a long time. A moment later, Claude spoke up. You're annoying as hell. He still lay there motionless, looking at Athanasia before him. You linger in my dreams every single day. Don't you have anything better to do? Claude thought he was dreaming, so he acted normal like that. But Athanasia remained silent, watching him and letting him continue. You seem quite peaceful today. You're always so noisy, so it's better like this. At this moment, Athanasia spoke up. Why did you want to look for me? Is it because you want to kill me? Hearing her question, Claude immediately turned his face away. She continued. Now that you see me, do you still want to kill me? Claude placed his hand over his eyes, gritting his teeth as he said, Yes, I wish I could tear you into 100 pieces right this instant, so I wouldn't have to suffer this pain anymore. But hearing such bitter words from Claude, Athanasia remained silent. Suddenly, she frowned with a huff. She quickly stood up. I don't want to die. Hearing this, Claude removed his hand from his eyes and looked up at her. I don't want to die by your hands, Claude suddenly realized. Supporting himself with his hands, he prepared to sit up. This isn't a dream? Athanasia looked at Claude seriously. She said to Claude, I missed you. Goodbye. Claude, who was half sitting and half lying, looked at her in shock. Wait a minute! But before Claude could stop her, a light flashed, and she instantly vanished in a blink. Athanasia teleported up onto the rooftop. Her face was expressionless, but she felt sad inside. Even though I anticipated this, looks like I have to keep running. 3 days later, Jeanette was anxiously pacing back and forth in her room. Suddenly, a hand knocked on the window. Knock, knock. The person poking her head out was none other than Athanasia. She was meeting Jeanette as planned. Seeing her face, Jeanette was surprised. As Athanasia opened the window, she said, Sorry to bother you. She smiled shyly and greeted Jeanette. Long time no see, Lady Margarita. Jeanette stood still, staring at her. Then Athanasia continued, I didn't scare you, did... Before she could finish, Jeanette ran over and hugged her tightly. Princess! Tears welled up in Jeanette's eyes as she stared intently at Athanasia. Is it really you? Athanasia replied. Yeah, it's me. Upon hearing her confirmation, Jeanette hugged her even tighter, making Athanasia wobble and almost fall. Jeanette said hesitantly, I thought I would never see you again. Athanasia looked on blankly. Jeanette continued to sob, crying even louder. I heard you vanished without a trace from the imperial palace. I was worried you'd be gone forever. Afterward, Athanasia reached out her hands to hug Jeanette back. Jeanette continued, I'm so happy to see you again. These words touched her deeply. There really is someone who cares about me. But after that day, she recalled how she used to visit Jeanette often. That day, Jeanette's eyes sparkled as she asked, Can you come see me like last time? She couldn't find a way to refuse. All right, if you keep it a secret. Jeanette immediately agreed. Yes, it's a secret. Flashing back to the present. On the table was a sweet strawberry cake. Jeanette smiled brightly and said to Athanasia, The rain has finally stopped. Jeanette was extremely happy to have tea with her. Athanasia wondered if Jeanette regarded her as family. Looking at her, Jeanette's surrounding aura filled with happy flowers. Athanasia came to visit, but was still slightly worried because meeting Jeanette was dangerous. She thought, I have to watch out for White Dog. White Dog was Roger. This was the nickname she gave him when she was a child. If Duke Alpheus found out and brought Jeanette to meet Claude while he was suffering from amnesia, she'd be doomed. She forced a smile, but seeing how happy Jeanette was made it worth it. Athanasia thought, From what I know, Countess Rosalia met with a landslide on her way to the capital and passed away. An image of a luxury wooden carriage traveling along a cliffside being hit by falling rocks appeared in her mind. She sighed. Sigh. So many natural disasters lately. I didn't expect her to be one of the unfortunate victims. She won't have to cry so tragically in loneliness anymore. The way Jeanette cried so miserably the night before made Athanasia's heart ache. According to the original plot, at this time she should have been attending social gatherings in the Imperial Palace, making an impression on Claude. She should have been laughing and talking happily without end, with Claude smiling back at Jeanette and chatting with her affectionately. Athanasia felt a twinge of guilt. It seems the happiness I have was exchanged for Jeanette's happiness. Jeanette was still smiling happily, just to have Athanasia there, since she usually spent all day making friends with 4 blank walls in her room. Athanasia gazed thoughtfully at Jeanette for a long time, then a sudden idea struck her. "Lady Margarita." Jeanette looked at her. "Let's go out and play." That day, the sky was completely crystal clear when Athanasia made the offer to invite Jeanette. In a pink room, lots of beautiful dolls and teddy bears were placed very neatly on the cabinet shelves. Athanasia looked up. Jeanette was locked away at Duke Alpheus's estate and couldn't go outside. "It's just like back when I was locked up in the palace like a rose in a glass cage," she thought. With so many plushies, she must have been incredibly lonely. Athanasia wore a patterned dress with a red cropped jacket, her head covered by a white scarf with a red bordered pattern. At this moment, Jeanette eagerly ran out, her hair tied up neatly, having changed into a dress like a commoner's and wearing a princess hat. "I'm all ready." Athanasia turned her head around, but Jeanette was startled. "Princess, your face, why is it—" In Jeanette's eyes right now, Athanasia no longer had her shining golden hair or those sapphire blue eyes. Instead, she looked like an ordinary girl with brown hair and hazel eyes. Athanasia quickly explained to Jeanette, "Well, I have to disguise myself so people outside or acquaintances won't recognize me. An incident happened when I was with Lucas, so I had to do this." Jeanette slowly observed, "The color of your hair and eyes is so different." They arrived at a bustling street. Athanasia and Jeanette were in the corner of an alleyway. Jeanette's eyes lit up with pure excitement. "Wow, Princess, we're actually outside!" "Great." At this moment, Athanasia propped one hand against the wall while clutching her chest with the other, letting out a sigh of relief. "Great! It's a success. I was so anxious, fearing something would go wrong since it's my first time teleporting with someone else." "Yes!" Athanasia led the way out of the alley. "Let's go, Jeanette!" Jeanette also quickly ran right after her. "Yes!" Jeanette excitedly looked around at things she had never seen before. Athanasia turned back to look at Jeanette, thinking, Jeanette doesn't even question how I can use magic. Thinking up to this point, she felt pity for Jeanette. She must be so used to the rule that she shouldn't question anything. Jeanette eagerly grabbed Athanasia's hand and ran. "Let's go, Princess!" The two of them strolled around the market together, buying meat and vegetable skewers and cotton candy. Passing through the crowded area, everyone couldn't help but notice Jeanette. While eating her candy, Athanasia thought, should I have disguised Jeanette too? Holding her food, Jeanette continuously showered praises on Athanasia. "This is amazing, Princess. You really know so much." Athanasia gave an awkward laugh. "Ha ha ha, I've traveled through a lot of places, more than this." In her head, she could only tell the honest truth. But it wasn't voluntary. I'm actually on the run here. Athanasia suddenly remembered. "Lady Margarita, I think we should change how we address each other to fit the situation." Hearing this, Jeanette felt it would be impolite and hesitated. Athanasia pointed at herself. "Atani." Then she pointed at Jeanette, giving her a name. "Jenny." Jeanette was stunned. "Attorney? Jenny?" She thought to herself, in the past, I always wished to be called like that. It was a vague period of time, but Jeanette felt their statuses were mismatched, stammering, How could I dare call you that?" But Athanasia didn't mind. "You'll get used to it. Let's try it, Jenny. Try calling my name." Following her lead, Jeanette called back, Attorney." At that moment, someone walked close to them. "Excuse me." Jeanette turned around to look. "We met at the souvenir shop before, remember?" It was the black-haired man dressed very elegantly, whom Jeanette had met previously. The two girls stared blankly for a long time. A moment later, Jeanette suddenly remembered. Ah! Athanasia gasped, looking up toward the sky, completely startled. Jeanette spoke to the man. "Thank you very much for that time." Then, Athanasia observed that handsome face and thought, I almost mistook him for Papa. Does this man know Jeanette? She grew suspicious. But Jeanette was never allowed out of the estate alone. Meeting again amidst a sea of people like this makes even less sense. While thinking, she admired, his appearance is quite striking too. The man noticed Athanasia and asked Jeanette, Is this lady your younger sister? Jeanette's face flushed red as she panicked. She's not exactly my sister. The man replied, Oh, is that so? Then that ribbon. Jeanette awkwardly cut him off. No, it's just that my sister looks a bit like... Jeanette didn't even know what she was saying anymore. No, it's not... Athanasia looked on blankly. Ah, no. Jeanette was so flustered that her face turned bright red, completely at a loss for words. No, she's not my sister. No, I'm 1 year older than her. The man understood the situation. He smiled brightly and replied, Ah, so you treat her like a younger sister, right? He politely bowed his head to greet Athanasia. Then, young lady, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Athanasia asked Jeanette, You consider me your younger sister? Jeanette denied it in a panic. How could I? That wasn't the plan. How could I dare do such a thing? Athanasia immediately said, Actually, I've always wanted to have an older sister. Jeanette was stunned, her face turning red as she didn't know what to say. Athanasia formed an O with her mouth. Jeanette's face was completely red now. Someone hurriedly ran past. Athanasia tried to steer clear, but ended up being bumped into by that person. She lost her footing, almost tumbling forward. The man not only didn't catch her, but he even stepped aside to dodge. The man turned away, pretending not to notice. The arts and crafts stalls are over that way. Athanasia glared at him in bewilderment. Did he just dodge me? I almost fell. Standing next to her, Jeanette asked worriedly, Are you all right? Are you hurt, Adi? The man looked toward the direction where the crowd was running. Since a grand festival is coming up, the artisans from Sedona have set up shop over there. Jeanette wondered, Sedona? Yes. He turned back to ask the two girls, Would you like to go? It's a bit crowded, so I can lead the way. For Athanasia, her favorability toward this man had already dropped to 0, so she immediately refused. No need, you don't have to do that. But Jeanette spoke a step ahead of her. Yes, we'll trouble you then. Athanasia was speechless as she looked at Jeanette, thinking, Jeanette shouldn't trust strangers. Didn't White Dog teach you that? Following behind the man, Jeanette turned back to call her. Let's go, Addie! They walked inside a glittering stall. Lanterns hung all over the booth, shining brightly. Athanasia saw a dancer's outfit placed in the corner. This is the fairy outfit from the dream I had, right? While she was engrossed in looking at the outfit, Jeanette cautiously stood a bit closer to the man. She hummed softly. The words I said last time. Last time, Jeanette had told the man. Because of fate, we have to be apart. Actually, my sister doesn't hate me at all, but my father's a little scary. Jeanette asked the man, Can you keep this a secret for me, please? She looked flustered. I'm so sorry you had to lie because of me. The man cheerfully replied, Don't worry about it. He continued, Actually, I'm the same. I was forbidden from coming here, but I came anyway. Jeanette was surprised. Oh? The man extended his pinky finger toward Jeanette. Then let's make a pinky promise. Seeing that the man was already so grown up, but still playing pinky promise, Jeanette stood there, watching him for a long time. After that, she extended her pinky finger and hooked it with his. Jeanette said excitedly, This is the first time I've ever used this method to keep a secret. The man smiled brightly. I am deeply honored, my lady. Jeanette didn't lower her guard around the man, but she still continued the conversation. Being with you gives me a very familiar feeling, he replied. Is that so? Jeanette hesitated, just like a father. She thought of Claude with that terrifying gaze of his. The man asked, I resemble your father? Jeanette recalled Claude's icy and distant demeanor. She lowered her voice. No, you don't look like him. The man silently looked at her. At this moment, Athanasia stepped closer, putting her face right next to Jeanette's. Jenny, what are you doing? She pulled Jeanette along. Let's go over there and check out some items. But while Jeanette was busy looking at items in this glittering space, Athanasia shot a cold glare toward the man. Jeanette completely failed to notice that the man had an incredibly sharp look in his eyes. Athanasia handed Jeanette a bracelet. This is a gift for you. Jeanette took the bracelet, asking curiously, This is... While Athanasia pointed at the bracelet, she said warmly, They say if you wear this bracelet, whatever you wish for will come true. She thought to herself, It's not a rare item, but it should be enough to repay her for last time. Jeanette probably isn't interested in things like this. Athanasia didn't think much of her gift, since Jeanette had plenty of luxury items, but receiving the bracelet from her made Jeanette smile brightly, looking incredibly happy as she cherished the bracelet with both hands. Jeanette clutched it tightly against her chest. Thank you. Thank you so much. No, Athanasia didn't know why, but she felt so guilty. The gift wasn't anything big, and she hadn't expected Jeanette to cherish it this much, making her blush with embarrassment. The man stood there, watching Athanasia talk to Jeanette. We should head back now, right? Jeanette quickly replied, Yes, let's. The two girls walked up to the man together. Athanasia said cautiously, Thank you for leading the way for us. Jeanette bowed. Thank you very much. The man replied as well. Don't mention it. After speaking, the two girls left. Jeanette kept admiring the bracelet on her wrist, while Athanasia turned her head back to glance at that man again. He smiled back at her too. She thought to herself, this man looks very familiar. Maybe it's because his hair is black, so he looks a bit like Lucas. Athanasia and Jeanette had now left that bustling street. The two of them walked along the edge of the road. Jeanette said, Today was so much fun. It's a bit of a pity that we have to head back so early. Her voice carried a trace of sadness, because the time they spent together wasn't very long. Afterward, Athanasia also reassured her, But we need to head back early before dinner time secretly. This way we can still go out next time. Hearing this, Jeanette instantly brightened up again. She said excitedly, Next time Athanasia, with a smile, invited Jeanette to watch fireworks with her. Would you like to watch the fireworks, my lady? I've never seen them before, so I'm really curious. If everything goes well, will you go see the fireworks with me? Jeanette's eyes sparkled as her face flushed with anticipation. She smiled and replied to Athanasia, Of course, I'd be absolutely delighted. While walking, Jeanette poured her heart out to Athanasia. Just until recently, I still thought I was under house arrest. Yet after meeting you, princess, I feel like I'm in heaven. Jeanette seemed to truly treasure this younger sister, speaking with a nurturing attitude. Jeanette turned to look at Athanasia. Thank you for today, princess. I've never been this happy in my entire life. Jeanette's sincere gaze made Athanasia feel embarrassed. She's looking at me with those eyes again. Even so, when she replied to Jeanette, I assure you, there will be plenty of fun things in the future. Don't forget our promise to watch the fireworks together. The two girls chatted as they walked. Athanasia thought happily to herself, I'm so glad today went so smoothly. Meanwhile, in another space, not the real world outside, a giant tree was glowing. Under the tree, someone was standing there. It was Lucas. What he was doing was, How foolish. You should have handed that thing over sooner instead of defying me like this. Lucas seemed to be talking to that white tree. Lucas complained, Because of you, I wasted way too much time. As he spoke, his hand snapped a branch with a loud crack. Lucas held up the glowing branch and inspected it. He pondered, Is this enough? After staring at it for a long time, he smirked. Lucas turned his head, holding the branch as he walked away. Now, I need to head back immediately. He sighed. Sigh, the princess is waiting for my return. Pitter, patter, pitter, patter. Heavy raindrops fell at the Duke's estate. Jeanette sat on a chair, watching the rain pour down outside the window. Suddenly, she heard some whispering outside. Yahello? Jeanette threw on her nightgown and walked out to ask. Yahello, when did you come over? Yahello looked at her. Jeanette, I was quite worried about you being alone for too long, so I came to check on you. I plan to leave tomorrow. Yahello was worried that Jeanette had been cooped up in the house lately, like she was under house arrest, fearing she'd be depressed, so he came to visit. Jeanette asked, Are you leaving again tomorrow? Yahello didn't quite understand her meaning. Jeanette hurriedly added, It's nothing. You seem very busy tomorrow. You should head back to your room and rest. Yahello didn't say much either. All right, you should go back to your room and rest early too. But Jeanette thought back. Yahello always mobilizes a group of people to search for the princess. Janet's heart thumped rapidly. Just a while ago, she was walking with the princess, who explicitly told her that they had to keep it a secret. Janet recalled Athanasia's urgent face telling her not to say a word to anyone, making Janet feel a deep pang of guilt. As she looked down at the bracelet Athanasia gave her, Janet thought to herself, I really care about the princess. She's so friendly and kind. Even during my darkest times, she's the one who brings me joy, just like a miracle. But Jeanette gently kissed the bracelet. I should still keep it a secret, even though I feel a bit guilty toward Yahello. I won't utter a single word, not even a little. Janet truly cherished Athanasia, but a slightly selfish thought suddenly popped into her head. If I do this, if I do that, won't the princess only stay by my side? My one and only sister. Janet slowly walked back to her room, thinking that by meeting regularly, the relationship between her and the princess would get much better. Suddenly, there was a noise. Janet stopped in her tracks. It was the sound of an argument. She peeked out curiously. In Lord Alpheus's study? Inside the study, the Duke was talking to someone. I already reminded you about avoiding moving around, didn't I? Do you not understand what is going on right now? The door suddenly swung wide open. A certain man was rubbing his ears. You talk way too much. Janet poked her head in. Excuse me? The man turned around to look at her. It was the exact same guy from the festival earlier tonight. Seeing Janet, he smirked. Well, what do we have here? Finding themselves caught, both Janet and Duke Alpheus were startled, their eyes widening in shock. Duke Alpheus reached his hand out, pointing at the man to introduce him to Janet. This is an acquaintance of mine. He will be staying here before his departure. The man then politely bowed his head to greet Janet. Please forgive the intrusion, my lady. Janet stammered. No, I should be the one. Duke Alpheus leaned against the door. He asked Janet, It's already late, why are you still up? Janet said, flustered. I'm sorry, I heard an argument, so that's why. The Duke continued. You're only wearing your nightgown. Hurry back to your room. At this moment, Janet finally realized. She looked down in sheer embarrassment. Okay. Janet quickly turned around and ran back to her bedroom. I'm so sorry. The girl anxiously turned back to look at the man. Perhaps Janet was afraid that he would tell the Duke about her going outside. Looking at her with a smile, the man raised his hand, making a zip-it gesture to signal their little secret. Returning to her room, the young girl breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he didn't say anything. But Janet never expected that the man she met outside would actually be right here, inside the Alpheus Manor. Janet still harbored a bit of doubt. He won't mention that he met me outside, right? He promised after all. Janet recalled their pinky promise. Meanwhile, inside the study, Duke Alpheus helplessly buried his face in his hands. The man scoffed and asked the Duke, Is it my fault, Duke? The Duke was completely speechless. No. The man sat down on a chair naturally. He said, Well, since things turned out this way, just calm down. I told you before, I won't reveal my identity to Janet. Doing that brings absolutely no benefit to me. Lord Alpheus frowned at this point and said, Janet is a smart and perceptive child. There's no way she could look at you without thinking of His Majesty. Indeed, that man looked strikingly similar to Claude. The man looked at the Duke and said, Go on. The Duke accidentally brought up His Majesty. Right, I don't want to drag this matter out any longer either. The man replied, Don't be so rigid, I have the good intentions of cooperating with you. It's a simple plan. Duke Alpheus questioned. Simple? Duke Alpheus thought back to that day at the Imperial Palace Ball. Everyone was dancing and chatting together. He stood off to the side, watching Yahello and Janet mingling together in the social circle. He thought, just as expected, Janet should only gradually appear before the public. Revealing her identity right now is far too reckless. Someone walked over and stood beside him. Lord Duke, it has been a long time. Duke Alpheus's eyes went wide. You are? The man smiled. It seems you still remember me. I'm quite pleased. The Duke still couldn't believe his own eyes. How can this be? The man continued. I came to thank you, as a father, for taking care of my girl. He looked over at Janet, standing on the other side. Lord Alpheus was startled. Daughter? Up until now, he had always thought Janet was the child of Emperor Claude. Back to the present. Looking at the man casually sitting and sipping tea in front of him, the Duke grew extremely wary. This guy reeked of danger. He feared that if Janet were discovered to be the child of the late Emperor, everything would fall apart. The Duke harbored a dark thought. Just as planned, I should eliminate him. Suddenly, the man spoke up. People say you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. He narrowed his eyes with a sly smile, looking at the Duke. But after looking at you, I find that saying to be completely wrong. Duke Alpheus forced a smile, replying to him very cautiously. I am but a man of low and humble status. I cannot possibly understand the deep meaning behind your profound words. The man set his teacup down. Why say that? I was actually complimenting you. His gaze grew deep. This tea tastes wonderful. Both its color and aroma are incredibly pure. It feels like it has some hidden meaning. Just like you, right, Duke? Duke Alpheus regained his composure. He said softly, "It's late. You should rest early." The man rested his chin on his hand and smiled, gently tapping on the table 3 times. "All right then." Outside, the rain continued to pour down heavily. A few days later, Jeanette peeked in and saw the man sitting there blankly, staring out toward the window. Hiding by the corner of the door, she thought, "He's here today too." But Jeanette was conflicted. "I want to talk to him." But she recalled the Duke's warning not to get close to strangers. Jeanette rested her chin on her hand, thinking, "I probably shouldn't." The man suddenly spoke up, causing Jeanette to jump. "Excuse me, young lady." He looked at Jeanette. "Are you shy around me, which is why you won't come in?" But Jeanette shyly stepped out at this point. "Oh no, that's not it, not at all." She repeatedly denied it. "I was just heading to the back garden." The man closed his book. "I see. I also want to go to the back garden." He stood up and proactively said, "Lead the way, my lady." Jeanette and the man were now outside. Jeanette pointed her hand forward, saying nervously, This is the entrance to the garden." He looked intently at Jeanette. "I see that Duke Alpheus is very protective of you." Jeanette was startled. "Huh?" She didn't quite get his meaning. "Huh?" He continued. "I heard he's so worried that he doesn't let you go out much, but you snuck out to attend the festival, didn't you?" Jeanette didn't expect the man to just blurt it out like that. Yes. Jeanette trembled slightly, stammering. Could you please keep our meeting outside a secret?" She didn't expect him to cheerfully and enthusiastically agree. "Yes, don't worry. I promised, didn't I?" Hearing this, Jeanette felt somewhat relieved. "Thank you so much." "Don't mention it." Feeling that he was trustworthy, Jeanette dropped her guard and chatted happily. "This garden is truly beautiful. Would you like to see the greenhouse? If we go a bit further..." Before she could even finish, a maid ran over and called out, "Lady Jeanette! The Duke is calling for you." The man uttered an, "Oh." He glanced up at a window on the upper floor, locking eyes with the Duke, who was silently observing them. Jeanette shyly turned away. "Then I shall take my leave first." He didn't try to make her stay either, replying, "Thank you for showing me the way, my lady." Jeanette turned back to look at him with regret. Before she could properly show her gratitude, she was called away. The man didn't make things difficult for her. He smiled and waved goodbye. Behind that smiling face, it seemed like a lot of thoughts were hidden. Jeanette stepped into the study. "You called for me, uncle?" Duke Alpheus was writing something. He asked the young girl, "Indeed, Jeanette, were you just with my guest?" "Yes," Jeanette replied. "Yes, I was. He asked me to show him the way." She thought the Duke would scold her for not listening, but the Duke praised her instead. You did well." The Duke asked further, "You two seemed quite close. What did you talk about?" Jeanette naively and honestly replied, He complimented that the garden is beautiful." "I see." Then he spoke again. "Jeanette, I plan to go to the palace tomorrow. Will you come with me?" Jeanette was surprised. "Huh?" "At first I thought about going with Yahello, but he said he's busy. Why don't you go in his place?" "Huh?" He brought up Claude, the person Jeanette always thought was her father, to convince her. "Aren't you worried about His Majesty? He is currently ill and has refused audiences, but you might be able to see him from afar." Just as expected, Jeanette immediately agreed. Then I will go with you." The Duke told her, "All right, you may return to your room." "Yes." Standing downstairs and looking up, the man overheard the entire conversation, thinking to himself, he's just using the girl. In Jeanette's room, Athanasia was lying on the bed, reading a story, a half-eaten strawberry in her mouth. "To the palace?" Jeanette said. "Yes, the Duke wants me to go in Ezekiel's place." Jeanette thought worriedly. But is it insensitive to tell the princess about this? She already left the palace, yet I get to go there. She was worried. If the princess comes over and doesn't see me, she'll probably be very sad. So she said, "Therefore, I won't be here tomorrow afternoon." Athanasia looked at her. "I understand. Have a safe trip." But Athanasia suddenly remembered everyone at the imperial palace. Feeling a bit lonely, she thought, "I want to go back too. Should I go?" Jeanette looked at the completely deserted palace. Afterward, she looked at the 2 dukes who were discussing business. She thought to herself, Uncle is busy. One person said, "Your territory was also affected by the hailstorm, right?" The man named Roger replied, "This climate is too unpredictable. A dam even burst because of the heavy storm. The documents are well organized now. I have to take over for Ajikil, so I was really worried, but it's not as hard as I thought." Jeanette turned around and left. Wandering back and forth, she felt so bored. She spotted a castle looming in the distance. "Oh, it's the Emerald Palace." Saying this, she walked inside without hesitation, admiring in her heart, "The garden here is so beautiful, even though the princess is no longer here." Jeanette gazed thoughtfully at the beautiful yet empty garden. She muttered to herself, "The flowers are all in full bloom." Then she gasped, "Huh?" Jeanette stood frozen. She saw Claude lying on the grass. His face was twisted in pain. Then Jeanette ran over and cried out, "Your Majesty!" At the exact same time, another person appeared, calling the Emperor Papa. Jeanette was shocked. Both of them looked at each other in curiosity. Recognizing the other party, Jeanette immediately said, "Princess, I think His Majesty is about to wake up. You should leave this place quickly." Athanasia also hurriedly replied, "Yeah, I'm leaving. Yes, before anyone shows up." Claude was already half awake. Seeing this, Jeanette rushed over to check on him. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Suddenly, Claude clutched his head in agonizing pain. "Why are you here? Arg!" "Someone will be here shortly." He recalled the moment he woke up. "The princess. Yeah, I'm leaving." She did mention the princess. The more he thought about it, the more Claude's head throbbed. "Ah!" Jeanette reassured him, "Someone will be here shortly." The two sat together like that, one still clutching his head in a daze while the other was panicked and flustered. Claude suddenly felt blank, shaking his head side to side. "The headache is gone. Just a moment ago, my head hurt so bad that I couldn't even walk." The Imperial Guards hurriedly ran over. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Felix Rebane knelt down facing Jeanette. "Thank you very much, young lady. His Majesty will surely reward you handsomely." Afterward, the guards escorted the Emperor away. Only then did Jeanette breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. I thought I'd be punished for trespassing here." Claude was supported by the guards as he returned to the palace. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and look at Jeanette. She was slightly startled, then thought, "Did the princess return here?" Jeanette just stood frozen like that for a while, in the middle of the flower garden. Upon returning home, the Duke said, "You've been summoned by His Majesty, Jeanette." Jeanette replied, "What?" The Duke quickly grabbed her shoulders. "You did great, Jeanette." While Jeanette was still confused. "I get to meet His Majesty?" "That's right," he continued. "But you appeared at the Emerald Palace. Do you know how shocked I was when I heard the news?" "I'm sorry, Uncle. I just went there to look at the flowers." The Duke didn't blame her. "No, it's totally fine. Thanks to that, you get to grant an audience with the king." Jeanette recalled Felix Rabane's words. "Please keep His Majesty's illness a secret," she thought to herself, even though we didn't exactly talk. The Duke frowned, deep in thought. "This might be easier than I thought. Since Princess Athanasia vanished, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has finally come." Yahello stood nearby, checking the documents. Afterward, he said, "Father, I'll head back to my room first." The Duke replied, "All right, go ahead." The Duke also said to Jeanette, "Jeanette, you should go back and rest early too." She nodded, then silently walked back to her room. "Princess, are you here?" Athanasia was surprisingly sitting in the room. "I'm here. Are you surprised, my lady?" "No, I'm fine." Athanasia recalled the situation earlier. "Princess, why are you here?" Well, I was bored, so I followed you." Her face flushed with embarrassment, thinking, how embarrassing. I was so shocked to see father that I just jumped out. "You, is the king all right?" Jeanette reluctantly replied. "After he was taken away by the knights, I don't know either. I'm worried. It's not the after effects of his previous illness, right?" Hearing this, Athanasia felt a sharp pain in her heart. She clenched her fists. "After father got hurt because of me?" Jeanette continued. "And, I was granted an audience by the king." "What?" Jeanette said. "I think he's doing this to repay the favor." Athanasia gasped. "Whoa, really? That's great! When do you plan to go, my lady?" But Athanasia thought to herself, father hasn't recovered his memories yet, so wanting to meet Jeanette privately like this? Isn't that very dangerous? If he acknowledges Jeanette as the princess just like in The Lovely Princess, I'll end up in a tragic situation. A while later, Jeanette, unknowingly, fell fast asleep. A knocking sound echoed. Knock, knock. Startled, she raised her hand to rub her eyes sleepily. "Yawn." Anastasia stood by the door and said, "Apologies for disturbing your sleep, young lady. May I come in? Jeanette hurriedly stood up and replied, Ah, yes. He asked, Are you tired, my lady? Jeanette recalled yesterday's event where she chatted with the princess all night. Her face flushed slightly as she replied, No, The other party was briefly taken aback. He looked at Jeanette. My lady, your eyes. Jeanette gasped, quickly raising her hands to cover them. She rubbed her eyes, thinking, I wore it the whole time I was with the princess. Oh, because it felt uncomfortable, I took it off for a bit. I thought taking it off for a bit would be fine. Jeanette panicked. What should I do? Have I been found out? Jeanette stood up in fear. Then she quickly dashed off like the wind. Excuse me. Please excuse me. Anastasius watched her retreating figure, his heart filled with suspicion. He shrugged, thinking to himself, Well, timing's perfect. Athanasia was currently sitting by Jeanette's bed. Jeanette, are you sick? You look so pale. No, it's nothing, Athanasia continued. Is something bothering you? You can vent to me. Jeanette sat up, looking at her, but ultimately decided not to tell. She thought to herself, The truth is, I am your older sister, and I also have the same jewel eyes. It was supposed to be a secret, but a stranger found out. No, it's really nothing. Jeanette's words only made Athanasia even more curious. What's that? So suspicious. Is she in some kind of trouble? The next day, Jeanette stood anxiously, hiding behind a tree. What should I do? Yesterday I was so worried that I talked nonsense to the princess. Last night I tossed and turned, and the only way I could think of was to ask him to keep quiet. Jeanette imagined having to face Anastasius. Why am I hiding? This is so weird. Then suddenly, a voice rang out. Excuse me, young lady. Jeanette jumped, replying, Yes? She anxiously looked at Anastasius. Is there something wrong? Anastasius glanced around, then knelt down. My lady, I want to ask you a very important question. He lifted his head to look at her. This made Jeanette feel even more guilty. He continued, Just as I thought. The answer is written all over your face. So the Duke has been shielding you that much? The Duke's face briefly flashed in her mind, reproaching her. I told you to be careful. She trembled and said, Please don't tell. Anastasius cut her off with a smirk. Of course. After all, you're keeping a secret from me too, right? Don't worry too much. It's just a little secret between us. By now, tears were welling up in Jeanette's eyes as she choked out, Thank you, sir. You are truly, truly kind. A figure stood watching from a distance. It turned out to be Athanasia. She wondered, Who is that guy? Why is he at the Alpheus Manor? What are they talking about? Has her identity as royalty been exposed? Thinking about that man's demeanor, Athanasia grew anxious. Will he really keep his mouth shut? He's so suspicious. Back in the room, she asked Jeanette, and the other party enthusiastically replied, Yes! Athanasia continued, The thing is, today, I accidentally ran into that gentleman at the market. She asked curiously, Is he a guest? Jeanette calmly replied, Ah, yes, what a coincidence, right? He's been staying here for a few days now. Athanasia began to ponder again. Huh? He's staying here? She continued. Huh, how interesting. What's his relationship with the Duke? Jeanette replied, I don't know. Uncle didn't say anything to me, and I didn't question it either. Athanasia looked at her and muttered to herself, Ah, white dog. Jeanette placed her hands on the table and said, It's true we ran into him at the market, but he promised not to tell anyone, so don't worry, princess, Jeanette said excitedly, with absolute trust. Hearing this, Athanasia could only force a smile, thinking, Oh my God, Jeanette doesn't suspect a single thing. I should investigate this myself. Or maybe it's just my imagination, but as expected, no one in the royal family looks suspicious, not even distant royalty. Athanasia sat in her room reading a book, thinking, most of the information regarding the previous emperor is gone. She remembered the man's appearance again. He looks so much like father. Is that just a coincidence? Athanasia sighed. This matter isn't simple at all. She looked at the pile of books scattered on the bed. How to control mana, the dark side of magic, the bursting of magic, secrets of memory, how to diminish memories, secrets in magic memory, memory recovery magic. She thought dejectedly, I've read through this entire stack of books, but nothing stands out at all. Athanasia sat sadly on the bed. I want Papa to recover his memories. If Lucas were here, things would be different, right? Lucas, can you hear me? I'm trying to telepathically connect with you here. After trying for a bit, she realized how foolish she was being. She rubbed her head in embarrassment. I must be mistaken. How could that ever work? Maybe I'm overthinking it. The scene shifted to another room, where the Duke's voice echoed. Please don't get too close to Jeanette. Anastasia sat leisurely on the chair with an arrogant look. Sigh, it's not like I'm meeting Jeanette on purpose. Come to think of it, isn't it because you didn't keep a close eye on her? Hearing this, the Duke froze on the spot. A figure was stealthily eavesdropping on this conversation from afar. Anastasia continued. I have no interest in this either, but how can I avoid the girl forever? The Duke broke into a cold sweat from anxiety. What if Jeanette starts to suspect? But before he could finish his sentence, the other party quickly shot back. Are you doubting me? He rested his chin on his hand and said, I'm still busy cleaning up the mess you made. It's such a pain. The Duke glared at him for a moment. How vulgar. Anastasia didn't seem to care at all, continuing to ramble. I already told you, don't let me get involved. Just let the girl be curious. She'll lose interest soon enough. The Duke sighed, thinking, I guess I'll just ignore it for now. Then he said, It's a deal then. Anastasia smiled. The scene shifted to the palace. At this moment, the king was sitting across from Jeanette. Both were dead silent, not uttering a single word. Jeanette was so nervous she was sweating. I need to say something. She clenched her fists and mustered up all her courage to ask, Your Majesty, has your health been better lately? But her response was met with absolute silence. Jeanette looked at the other party blankly. He's asleep? She was flustered. What should I do now? Should I leave? But then she fell silent again. But I haven't really gotten to talk much with him. She stood up. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. A while later, Claude suddenly woke up with a start. He looked across from him and saw that no one was left. Then suddenly, his head throbbed with intense pain. Ah! Claude hunched over. Another headache. Meanwhile, at the Alpheus Manor, Duke Alpheus frowned slightly. Jeanette, the king has summoned you to see him again. Jeanette replied in surprise. Huh? Duke Alpheus asked curiously. What did you two talk about? Didn't you say you came back because the king fell asleep? Jeanette honestly replied. I wasn't able to say anything at all. Duke Alpheus broke into a sweat. Things are progressing so well that I can't even process it. He looked at his naive niece. I want the king to adore Jeanette, to love her just as he loved Princess Athanasia. With the king's protection, I can eliminate that guy right away without wasting any effort. Jeanette left the room. Then I'll head back to my room. The Duke replied. She happily hummed a few tunes when suddenly a voice startled her. You seem happy, young lady. Is there some good news? Jeanette looked left and right, then lowered her voice. Lean in closer, she happily recounted. I got to grant an audience with the king again. Anastasia quickly replied, That's wonderful. He continued, I see that you two have been separated for a long time. You two should spend more time together, right? Jeanette smiled radiantly. Hey, I'm so happy. The princess came to visit me, and I have a chance to bond with the king. Noticing Anastasia staring at her without saying a word, Jeanette felt a bit self-conscious. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I being annoying? Anastasia replied. It's nothing. It's just that seeing you so happy. You look very innocent, Jeanette. Surprised, she clasped her hands over her chest. Yes, you're right. I'm very happy. Jeanette cheered up. Hey, I'm finally about to return to my family. Meanwhile, Anastasia was currently walking down the hallway. He looked up at a painting of an expressionless woman, muttering, Who does that girl look like anyway? Inside Ezekiel's room. This time it's indeed quite difficult. We only know she has blonde hair, I'm sorry. Ezekiel watched Anastasia's retreating figure, then waved his hand at the man. You did well, go rest. Just as I thought, this is getting weirder and weirder. After Jeanette's debut, that man appeared and has stayed here ever since. Father has also looked stressed since he showed up. First, it was the princess's power suddenly going out of control, then the emperor abruptly acting out of character, and now the princess is missing. Is all of this really just a coincidence? The scene shifted to Lily's place. She was sitting there, embroidering a handkerchief with a sorrowful look on her face. Lily sighed. Hearing a knock, she looked toward the sound. Athanasia was smiling behind the door. Lily, it's me! Lily opened her mouth in shock. Princess! Lily hurriedly ran over and threw the door open, saying in surprise, Princess, you're back! Where have you been all this time? Indeed, Athanasia quickly wrapped her arms around the maid to comfort her. I only came back for a little bit. I was afraid you'd worry. Lily hugged the princess tight. I was so worried. You aren't hurt anywhere, right? Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm sorry for leaving without a word. It's all right, my lady. I was just worried you wouldn't be able to return. Is anyone outside? Bring some fruits in here. Athanasia quickly stopped her. No, don't. It's fine. I only came here to visit you for a bit. I'm still hiding from father, so don't call anyone. Lily held Athanasia's face and asked, Just for a bit? Yes, I have to leave right away because I could be killed at any moment if I happen to run into father. He would— Lily interrupted Athanasia. His Majesty has been trying to find you all this time. He constantly blames himself for hurting you, Princess. Lily looked at Athanasia and continued, His Majesty issued a decree that if anyone sees the princess, they must bring her straight to the Emerald Palace. Is that so? Has Papa recovered his memories? Lily stroked her chin. No, he hasn't, but— Athanasia fell into a silence. Things are really complicated. Should I meet him? The scene shifted to Claude and Jeanette's meeting place. Jeanette said, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. I will visit you again next time. He replied with a blank expression. Then he thought again. What did I just say? Just as I thought, whenever I'm near her, my headache feels better. Claude looked at her. Why is that? I don't want to think about it anymore. Watching from afar, Athanasia witnessed this scene. The king and Jeanette are happily together, huh? A beautiful sight of the lovely princess and her father, Jeanette, felt a sharp pang of loneliness. If I didn't exist, would this be reality? Was that spot meant for Jeanette right from the very beginning? Everything is returning to the place where it belongs. Athanasia let go of her hand, then turned around and dashed away. I want to leave this place. Ezekiel caught a glimpse of her, while she was also staring blankly back at him. Athanasia panicked. Huh? Then she turned around, preparing to bolt. Excuse me? I walked into the wrong room, but the other party quickly grabbed her shoulder. Wait a minute! Athanasia bowed her head and scratched it. I'm sorry, Ezekiel said. Princess, please wait. His eyes widened in surprise. It really is you, Princess, right? Did you come to see me? Athanasia was still embarrassed. First, your clothes, but Ezekiel said firmly. I have no intention of changing them. Oh, I see. Ezekiel asked, I've been trying to find you. Where have you been? Athanasia clutched her golden hair and replied casually, Just wandering around, not staying in any fixed place. You mean you've been roaming around? Then have you been staying at inns for female travelers? Alone, without any guards? Facing his rapid-fire questions, Athanasia could only reply reluctantly. I'm being hunted down, so how could I have a fixed residence? Besides, it's very convenient since I often use teleportation. Both suddenly fell silent. If I knew, understating it would have been better. Ezekiel spoke up. Then what do you think about staying here for a while? Athanasia's eyes went wide as she replied, What? She grew anxious again. What if someone accidentally finds out? It'll cause trouble for Duke Alpheus. She thought to herself, Is White Dog sure he can hide me from his father? The Duke probably won't agree, Ezekiel said firmly. Don't worry about that. When I was studying abroad in Atlanta, I had an extra room built specifically for classmates to stay overnight. My father didn't care at all. Right. Athanasia looked skeptical. Brett, really? But it's such a hassle. Sneaking around is already exhausting. She thought back to the past when she was hanging out with Jeanette and almost got caught. I'm coming in, my lady. From then on, I didn't dare trouble Jeanette much anymore. Normally, I would just refuse and say goodbye right away. She hesitated for a moment. But right now, I'm a bit tired, so sorry for bothering you. The scene shifts to Jeanette walking and humming, looking very happy. His Majesty was so good to me today. At first, it was really scary, but now I feel fine. She raised her hand to knock on the door and called inside. Ezekiel, are you in your room? Jeanette opened the door with a beaming face, only to see her brother and the princess inside the room. Ezekiel said, You're back, Jeanette? It's a good thing you came here, because I have something to tell you, Ezekiel continued. Jeanette, from now on, the princess will be staying here at the Alpheus Manor. Jeanette was somewhat surprised. Huh? Athanasia? Quickly grabbing Jeanette's hand, she said, Hello, Lady Margarita. It's a pleasure to meet you. Just as I thought, she looked surprised. It seems Ezekiel didn't want Jeanette to know. Athanasia whispered, I got caught red-handed. Ezekiel's face was full of regret. You didn't want Jeanette to know, right? Jeanette, though not understanding anything, still played along with Athanasia. The honor is entirely mine, Princess, Ezekiel said seriously. Jeanette, I know I shouldn't have to say this, but I want to remind you that the princess staying here is a secret. His gaze became unreadable. Try not to disturb the princess, okay? Jeanette replied, I understand, Ezekiel. Turning back to Athanasia, he bowed. Do you need anything else, Your Highness? She waved her hand. No, I'm fine. Jeanette fell into a brief contemplation. I thought that secret was only known between the two of us. As the three of them stepped into the room, Alpheus spoke up. I have limited the number of servants coming in here. They will only come when it's time to clean. Athanasia clasped her hands, wanting to cry. Until now, I always had to live like a stray in those inns. Ezekiel quickly explained. Actually, I wanted to prepare a better room for you. She immediately replied. No need, this room is already great, thank you. Jeanette stood silently outside the door, watching the two of them talk, thinking to herself, why can't I say anything? I haven't done anything for the princess at all. Ezekiel is doing so much for her. Ezekiel turned to Jeanette and asked, by the way, Jeanette, did you look for me for something? She looked up at him, her eyes wide as she answered, I went out today. Jeanette recalled her previous tea party with the emperor. Athanasia sat on the bed, her face wearing a thoughtful look as she watched the two of them, when Athanasia suddenly realized that what Jeanette said was only meant for Ezekiel to hear. She sat down on the bed and said with a smile, Is it something important? Then you two should go outside. I want to get some rest. Finishing her sentence, she thought to herself, though I'm not really that tired. Ezekiel quietly looked straight into her eyes, thinking about something. He placed his hand over his chest and bowed slightly with respect. Then we shall take our leave. We will return to check on you later. Athanasia's gentle voice rang out. There's no need for that. Thank you so much for taking care of this. Jeanette stood frozen, watching the two of them. She followed behind Ezekiel, thinking to herself and blaming herself. I feel like I'm just a third wheel. Jeanette and Ezekiel went into another room to talk. Ezekiel spoke up to break the silence. I heard the king summoned you. Did everything go well? Jeanette answered him in a joyful voice. The king was very good to me. Hearing her say that, Ezekiel nodded and smiled. That's good then. He looked at Jeanette's downcast face and asked, Are you not happy? We found the princess after all. She appeared flustered as she answered, No, I am happy. It's just a surprise. Ezekiel agreed with her, his tone slightly sad. True, it was a huge surprise. The princess suddenly appeared right before his eyes. She was wandering around with no place to stay, so he invited her to stay here. His eyes filled with sadness. The princess must have suffered a lot. Afterward, he carefully reminded Jeanette, I know I can trust you, but we should still be more careful so the princess won't feel uncomfortable, okay? Seemingly understanding his point, she replied, Yes, I know. Finishing her words, Jeanette sat in silence, thinking to herself, Actually, the princess came to me first. After the two of them left, Athanasia sat alone in the room, recalling everything that had happened. Yet another awkward situation made me completely forget what I was sad about. Perhaps I think of him as a real father more than I thought. She looked down at her feet, thinking to herself, how lonely. She recalled the image of Jeanette's radiant smile and thought, But it's fine. Jeanette deserves to be loved. I already tried my best, but this world belongs to Jeanette anyway. Athanasia sat blankly, thinking, could it be that everything is returning to its original place? Unlike the original Athanasia, I have the ability to use magic, so the plot has probably changed. I probably won't be executed for being framed anymore. Thinking up to this point, her eyes grew even sadder. That's right, my initial goal was survival. I already left the Imperial Palace as planned. Let's just say I have successfully carried out my plan. Suddenly, her train of thought was interrupted by a knock on the door, along with Ezekiel's voice. Princess, may I come in? Then standing next to the bookshelf, Athanasia answered, Yeah, come in. As soon as she finished her words, Ezekiel opened the door and walked in, holding a book. Athanasia pointed toward the chair and spoke up. Have a seat. The two sat down on the chairs in silence. Athanasia sat opposite him, watching him read a book, thinking to herself, Ever since I decided to stay at the Alpheus Manor, Ezekiel would occasionally come to chat with me. Ezekiel spoke up to break the quiet atmosphere. What is Jeanette doing? Then she immediately answered, She's preparing to go out. After saying that, she thought about the emperor. Jeanette is going to meet Papa. He's been calling for Jeanette a lot lately. Hearing her say that, Ezekiel didn't know what else to say. Athanasia looked at him and said in her head, Ezekiel and I don't usually talk about Jeanette's matters. Ezekiel hesitantly and carefully asked. Princess, may I ask you something? She nodded and said, Go ahead. Hearing her answer, Ezekiel asked without hesitation, How is it that outsiders haven't discovered you? Athanasia pointed at herself to reveal the secret. It's magic. There's a type of magic that makes me look like a commoner. Using too much magic makes the body tired, and if someone is sharp enough, they can even detect this type of concealment magic. Ezekiel placed his hand on his chin, deep in thought. So going outside isn't difficult either. He immediately offered, Would you like to come to the back garden with me for a bit? Afterward, the two of them went out to the back garden together. He brought up some memories from the past. Do you remember this place? But Athanasia shyly recalled the time she sat on top of Ezekiel as he lay on the grass. How could I forget? She looked around, thinking to herself, But it feels a bit sudden. For the two of us, this place is entirely filled with bad memories, isn't it? Ezekiel recalled some past events and said, Back then you fell out of nowhere, right from the sky, which really shocked me. Reminiscing about it, he closed his eyes and smiled. I saw that you looked a bit sad, so I thought a stroll would help you feel better. Now realizing that he cared about her, her expression softened, and she smiled, saying, Yeah, you're right. Ezekiel was dazed just looking at her. Suddenly she turned to look at Ezekiel and asked, Do you like flowers? Startled and a bit flustered, he answered, Yes. When I was little, my habit was to put flowers in Jeanette's hair. I really liked it. Athanasia smiled, imagining the picture of Jeanette with flowers, thinking to herself, It's so easy to picture Ezekiel tenderly taking care of Jeanette. She held a flower in her hand, her mind wandering. I didn't want to pick any flowers at all because this isn't my flower garden. Then she brought the flower to her nose to smell it, a satisfied look in her eyes. It's been so long since I've smelled flowers. It smells so good. Athanasia's golden hair fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful, picture-like face made Ezekiel's heart skip a beat. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch her golden hair. At this, Athanasia turned her face to look at him, confused by his action, and asked, Is there something on my face? Startled by her words, Ezekiel flusteredly replied, I'm sorry. She replied with an, It's fine. Walking past him and reminding him, Let's go inside, it's getting sunny. Ezekiel's heart thumped rapidly, his face flushing as he asked himself, What on earth am I doing? The room was brightened by the sunlight filtering through the window frame. Under the warm sunlight, Jeanette spoke up, her voice a bit cautious. I truly love the aroma of this tea. You must have a lot of work to handle. The Emperor lazily replied with a single word. Princess Jeanette sat opposite him, asking about his health out of concern. I'm very worried because you look so exhausted. Emperor Claude coldly replied to her with a single word. Yeah. Then Jeanette continued to ask, Do you like drinking flower tea? Emperor Claude silently nodded as an answer. She cheered in delight. I knew it! Jeanette's eyes went wide. She looked flusteredly at the Emperor, who had fallen asleep on the chair opposite her. Silence enveloped the entire room, leaving only the soft breathing of the Emperor. He rested his chin on his hand, sleeping comfortably. Jeanette thought, He fell asleep again. Watching Emperor Claude sleep, she happily thought to herself, That means he feels comfortable being around me, right? She leaned forward with a smile and said, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Please allow me to see you again soon. After leaving the Emperor's palace, Jeanette went to Roger Alpheus's office. The sunlight streamed through the window frame, painting Roger's room in a brilliant golden hue. Roger's deep, warm voice rang out. Jeanette, you've been very close with His Majesty lately, haven't you? Jeanette flashed a bright smile and politely replied, Yes, that's right. At first I felt nervous, but now I'm doing fine. Roger looked up at her with a tender gaze and asked, Is he pleased with you? Jeanette showed a radiant smile, happily replying, Yes, he is! Her eyes went wide with confusion as she watched Roger mutter thoughtfully. Ever since she started having private meetings with him. Suddenly, he opened his mouth to ask, Has he ever asked you anything about yourself? She was surprised by his abrupt question. About me? The room fell back into a quiet atmosphere, the two of them looking at each other in silence. But Jeanette kept thinking about his question and recalled the sleeping face of the Emperor. Has he ever been curious about me? Jeanette just left the room. Without saying another word, she walked determinedly down the long hallway toward Athanasia's room, those thoughts popping up in her mind. No, that's not true. Instead of overthinking random things, it would be better to go see the princess. Athanasia flashed a radiant smile as she opened the room door. Jeanette, welcome back! She looked at Jeanette and asked in a cheerful tone. Yahello just left a moment ago. Did you two chat before coming to visit me? Jeanette smiled and replied, Ah, is that so? Jeanette smiled, her beautiful face radiating gentleness as she replied, I thought I arrived late. Athanasia walked into the room, picking up a book on the table and said, Have you read this book yet? Jeanette looked at the book in her hand. Athanasia continued, Yahello gave it to me. She looked straight into Princess Athanasia's eyes and politely replied, I should try reading it too. Looking at her beautiful face, Jeanette thought to herself, Come to think of it, I don't think the princess has ever asked anything about herself before. Facing Jeanette's dazed look, Athanasia smiled like a flower. When I'm done reading this, I'll pass it over to you. Jeanette's face flushed as she replied, Thank you, princess. Still keeping a smile on her lips, she said, No need to thank me. After all, I only borrowed it too. Yes. Athanasia sat down on the chair and called Jeanette over. Come sit down here and let's chat for a bit. Jeanette happily replied, Yes. After that, the two of them spent the entire afternoon happily chatting with each other until evening. Even so, something was still weighing heavily on Jeanette's heart. She lowered her head sadly. Anastasia quietly watched Princess Jeanette. She was deeply lost in her own thoughts, occasionally letting out a weary sigh. Seeing Jeanette's sorrowful face, Anastasia couldn't help but ask out of concern, Is there something bothering you, my lady? Jeanette was startled and asked in confusion, Huh? He then explained in a gentle tone, Because you keep sighing, so I... She lowered her head in embarrassment and asked back, Did I really do that? I'm so sorry. He stopped reading his book and looked at Jeanette with a warm gaze. I can step out of line to help you if you're fine with it. I'm willing to listen to your troubles. Jeanette looked at him with an anxious expression, thinking about something. She tightly clutched her dress with her hands and said cautiously, Actually... Jeanette thought back to Princess Athanasia and Emperor Claude, thinking sadly, Just a while ago, I thought I had the whole world in my hands, but right now, it feels like I'm creating a distance with the princess. Then she carefully continued, It's not about me, but about a friend of mine. After saying a few words, she thought to herself, I thought everything would go well if I met His Majesty and the princess, but now I have another concern. Anastasia guessed the story she wanted to tell, so he spoke up first. She was kicked out of her house after a fight with her father, but I'm quite close to him. Let me guess. I bet you're talking about the princess and His Majesty, right? Jeanette's mood grew tense as she heard him state exactly what she was thinking. She replied timidly, Yes, that's right. He blinked and smiled, reminding her, If you tell me the truth, I will help you to the best of my ability, my lady. Jeanette became even more anxious and tense. She lowered her face, gathering all her courage to tell him, You see, I am actually a princess, and right now I am helping Princess Athanasia, who has left the palace. She doesn't know that I am her biological older sister. Lately I've been meeting His Majesty frequently, but I can't have a proper conversation with him, and for some reason I feel like I can't be as close to the princess as before. But Anastasia thought, unsure of what to do upon hearing her words. I don't even know what to say anymore. What a mess. Jeanette continued to vent. So I feel quite anxious. I thought I'd be able to reconcile the princess and His Majesty. At this moment, Anastasia spoke in a deep, warm tone. This might be overstepping, but isn't that something to be expected? They don't even know that you share the same bloodline, my lady. But I am sure they wouldn't understand and accept you as family. Jeanette lifted her head to look at him, replying softly, Is that so? You're right. After saying that, she lowered her head again, deep in thought. But I can still tell them the truth. Then she recalled Roger's warning. Don't act foolishly anymore. Everything will have its right time. Anastasia's deep, husky voice rang out. From what I can see, it seems you really love His Majesty and the princess, my lady. Is it simply because they are your father and younger sister? That's all there is to it, right? She lifted her head to look at him, not knowing what to say. Seeing that look on Jeanette's face, Anastasia continued, Oh, my dear lady, I'm worried on your behalf. Jeanette fixated on the word worried that he just said. What do you mean by that, sir? He placed his hand over his mouth and asked, Forgive me, but how do you define family? What is family to you, my lady? She muttered the word family twice, then placed her hand on her chin to think. Family is... A moment later, she answered with a radiant face. Family is a place where people give love and help each other unconditionally. Anastasius listened to her in silence. She lowered her head and continued. I know it's a ridiculous thought. More than ever, no matter how hard you try to treat a family well, you can never truly be a part of their family. As soon as Jeanette finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent again. Anastasius said nothing, pondering her answer. He looked away, using his hand to loosen his tie. How annoying! Anastasius crossed his arms and spoke in a deep, raspy voice. I completely understand your sincere heart, my lady. However, I am also concerned for you. Jeanette looked at him inquisitively, asking, What are you worried about, sir? Anastasius smirked, asking back, Are you sure His Majesty and the princess will truly accept you? As a member of their family? Jeanette answered without hesitation. Of course they will. We are bound by blood. Anastasius stroked his chin, continuing to question her. However, will they believe it right away? Not understanding his hidden meaning, she muttered softly. I don't understand. Anastasius explained. The bloodline of the royal family isn't that simple. Will the princess be happy to know that you are her half-sister, my lady? Jeanette remained silent, not answering his question. She lowered her head, feeling like she wasn't doing well, but still tried to reply. The princess told me that I feel like an older sister to her. Anastasius reminded her. I see she said that because she doesn't know you're actually her sister. Isn't the princess the sole heir to the throne? Whether you like it or not, my lady, your presence will shake the princess's position. Hearing him say that about Princess Athanasia, she shouted in protest. That's not true! Anastasius looked at her thoughtfully. Jeanette swallowed hard, hesitating, not knowing what to say next. Once again, Anastasius loosened his tie, talking to himself. If I don't act... He spoke up to explain. I crossed the line. I'm just worried that you seem to believe you'll receive unconditional love solely because of a blood relation, my lady. Because love is not infinite. Jeanette gasped in shock upon hearing his words. What? Anastasius's gaze narrowed as he said coldly. The Emperor isn't someone overflowing with love. I'm sure you must have noticed that. Janet's eyes went wide in shock as she listened to him. After all, you were never able to get close to him, even before Princess Athanasia disappeared. How naive, to think he would welcome you with open arms just because you're family. Her eyes grew sorrowful, and her face looked even worse as he asked, What will you do when the princess returns? Janet clenched her hands, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. You talk as if you actually know His Majesty closely. He chuckled softly without giving an answer. The atmosphere fell silent again, neither of them speaking a word. Janet suddenly realized something as she looked up at his face. Her face turned pale, her eyes filled with anxiety and fear. Suddenly, a knock on the door, along with a voice, broke the silence of the room. Excuse me. It turned out the person knocking was Roger Alpheus. He spoke up. So you're here, Janet? Seeing her anxious expression, he called her name, Janet. Walking closer to where the two were sitting, he said slowly, I have some important matters to discuss with our guest. Could you leave us for a moment? Janet politely replied with a yes and immediately stood up to leave, running straight for the door without hesitation. Roger watched Janet until she completely left, then he walked behind Anastasius, placing his hands on the back of the chair to question him. Why are you taking your impatience out on a child? Instead of answering his question, Anastasius asked back, his voice a bit lazy. Since when were you standing there? Roger was quite taken aback by his actions, thinking to himself, he didn't even notice me. The two fell into silence, neither saying a word to the other. In the hallway, Janet walked while thinking anxiously. Has he not recovered his mana yet? She put her hand to her mouth, asking herself, What should I do? He got angry. Then she thought to reassure herself. But he was the one who spoke harshly first. He spoke ill of the princess and His Majesty. She thought vaguely about Anastasius's question. Will the princess be happy if she knows you're her sister? Athanasia was sitting and reading a book in her room. Having finished the book in her hand, she wondered what to read next. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted her train of thought. Athanasia went to open it, and it was Janet standing outside with a slightly less sad face. Seeing that it was Janet, she asked, Lady Margarita, is something the matter? Janet's eyes filled with anxiety as she said hesitantly, What would you do if I were your real older sister? Her face showed complete shock as she blurted out, What? The sky poured down a heavy rain, matching the heavy mood in Athanasia's heart. She stood frozen by the window, watching the raindrops patter down. She recalled what happened this afternoon when Janet came to find her, blaming herself. I couldn't control my expression at all back then. She remembered Janet's surprised face looking at her this afternoon. Janet saw her fluster and quietly left. Athanasia looked down at the floor, sadly, thinking to herself, I like Janet too, but I hate the circumstances around us. It's hard to freely care about her. The more she thought, the more she didn't know what to do. Did my reaction disappoint and hurt her? She curled up on the bed, clutching her stuffed rabbit tightly to her chest as she recalled her reaction at that moment. Athanasia slumped against the stuffed rabbit, her eyes sorrowful as she mumbled, No, the princess likes me. Early the next morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window slits, lighting up the palace hallway. Anastasius went to Janet's room and knocked on the door. Janet walked over to open the door, asking, Who is it? She was startled and surprised to see Anastasius standing at the door. She muttered softly, Sir. Anastasius greeted her. Lady Margarita. Then he held out a glass orb with a miniature castle model inside and said, I was rude yesterday, so I came to apologize today. I bought a gift to apologize to you, my lady. Her eyes lit up with delight looking at the glass orb in his hand, but she flusteredly waved her hands and shook her head. No, it's fine, I'm okay. Yet she couldn't help but think, it's so beautiful. Anastasius showed concern as he explained his words from yesterday. Since you live away from your family, I'm sure you must feel anxious and lonely, my lady. I was only worried that you would get hurt. He took the blame upon himself. That was due to my narrow-minded thinking. Janet's gentle voice rang out in reply, laced with a bit of fluster. No, not at all. You were just worried about me. Anastasius smiled gently, his voice deep and warm. Thank you, my lady. I was worried you would hate me. The atmosphere fell into silence. She stood looking at him without saying a word, her face flushing as she thought. He was worried I'd hate him. She bowed slightly and said politely, Please forgive my rudeness, sir. Anastasius said nothing, but secretly cast a strange, small, red magic circle at the base of the glass orb. Anastasius recalled what Janet said yesterday. You talk as if you actually understand His Majesty, and told himself, I tried to tell the kid that things aren't quite like that, but it seems harder than I thought. Watching her happy face as she carefully held out both hands to accept the gift, he secretly calculated, if I make this kid like me more, it'll be easier to brainwash her. His gaze dropped down, deep in thought. If I use black magic, it might crack her soul a little. A cracking sound faintly echoed from the base of the glass orb. He recalled Janet's expression when she said, Because we are family. Thinking up to this point, he raised the glass orb high. Janet's two hands clapped together with a clap. Her face showed complete confusion when he did that. Anastasius looked down coldly at the small girl looking up at him. Janet looked flusteredly at the glittering orb up high, thinking to herself, He's playing around. Because the people she usually interacted with were serious types like the young Duke Ezekiel Alpheus and Lord Roger Alpheus. She tried to reach her hand up for the glass orb, trying her best, but she couldn't reach. Her voice rang out softly. I can't reach it. Anastasius looked at the base of the orb and faded the red magic circle away. Then he gently placed it into Janet's hands. She really loved the gift, holding it with both hands as her face flushed. Thank you. I will keep it carefully. Anastasius returned to his gentle demeanor, replying, I'm glad you like it, my lady. After saying that, he turned to walk away, saying, Then. Before he could finish, he was startled by Athanasia's sudden appearance. As Athanasia brushed past, a flash of red light suddenly gleamed from his chest, accompanied by a cracking sound. Athanasia let out a soft, ah, and stepped back, wondering, was that just static electricity? She was about to grab Anastasius's hand, asking out of concern, Are you okay because my scarf? But before she could touch him, he quickly pulled his hand back. He looked at her and replied, I'm fine, my lady. Then he said politely, Please excuse me. I shall take my leave first. Athanasia stood back, watching him leave with an annoyed look on her face, thinking to herself, What's up with him? He's acting exactly like before. Did I do something? How embarrassing. Janet, standing by her side, called out, interrupting her train of thought. Princess Athanasia turned to look at her, startled. Janet said, Princess Athanasia, I was worried because you suddenly left last night. Anastasius stopped just out of sight of Janet and Athanasia, thinking to himself, I've been avoiding her all this time, and now she's strutting around the manor like she owns the place. He stopped in his tracks as his heart pounded violently, making a cracking sound. Clutching his chest in pain, he told himself, Even if Claude's protection magic has faded, it's still too strong for me to touch her yet. Athanasia's face flushed as she spoke up. Yesterday, I kept thinking about your question. Janet's eyes went wide with surprise, thinking, the princess was worried about me too? She recalled Anastasius's words from earlier. Since you live away from your family, I'm sure you must feel anxious and lonely, my lady. I was only worried that you would get hurt. Janet asked herself, is the princess like that too? She lived all by herself and was separated from her family. She left the palace and wandered everywhere before coming to the Alpheus Manor. Janet looked at Athanasia with a thoughtful gaze, thinking, I abruptly approached the princess and said those strange things. Thinking up to this point, Janet blushed, looking at Athanasia as she spoke up. I'm sorry, princess, I was being inconsiderate. Athanasia asked back in surprise. Huh? After she said that. Determination flared in Janet's eyes as she told herself, I've made up my mind. I'll do whatever I can for the princess. Janet went to the flower garden to enjoy tea with the emperor. He was closing his eyes, thinking about the terrified, cold face of his daughter, Athanasia. Suddenly, Janet's voice cut through his train of thought. Your Majesty? He opened his eyes to listen to her timid voice. Your Majesty, could you... Janet lowered her face, clutching her dress tightly as she cheered herself on. Be strong. I just need to ask him one question. She lifted her head, a bit anxious, but still boldly asked, Don't you miss the princess? Felix, standing hidden in the bushes, had his heart racing, worrying for Janet when he heard her ask the emperor that question. The emperor sat blankly, thinking, I'm not sure either. This is what I want to ask myself. Then he immediately replied, The princess? I've just been thinking about it. Both Felix and Janet were stunned to hear Emperor Claude's answer.
His somewhat lazy voice continued. Everyone tells me that I love the princess, so I need to verify it for a bit.
Janet didn't hesitate to ask him one more question. Forgive me, Your Majesty, but do you really mean what you say? Faced with this question, he didn't think much before answering. But I already sent out a search party with orders to find her. Then he called his guard over and said, Felix Urbane won't try to harm her anymore, so go look for her properly. Felix's face lit up with joy as he asked once more, Do you mean? Before he could finish, the emperor ordered, Enough, you may leave. Janet was surprised, not expecting it to be that simple. Janet returned to the Alpheus Manor and called out, Suddenly she thought better of it. I can't call her princess, someone might overhear. Maybe I should just call her. She found Athanasia, grabbed her hands to deliver the good news. Athi! His Majesty is looking for you. She was completely caught off guard, so she asked Janet back, Lady Margarita, what do you mean? Janet didn't say anything more, but reminded her, We must quickly get ready to go to the palace right away. But Athanasia, bewildered and unable to process the news yet, said, Calm down first. She paused, wanting to tell Janet to take a deep breath and speak slowly so she could process it. Finally, Janet calmed down and told her, I tried talking to His Majesty Athi, and he gave the order to see you. There's definitely a way for you to return. But Athanasia sat blankly, looking like she couldn't believe her words. But Janet just looked at her with sparkling puppy dog eyes, making her a bit flustered. Athanasia recalled Janet's sparkling gaze as she tried to earnestly convince her. Seriously, the emperor really said that. Athanasia stood with her arms crossed, thinking deeply. Janet said that, but I'm not so sure about it. Though she claimed not to believe it, she still snuck into the palace. Standing before the fountain, she justified it to herself. I'm not expecting anything. I just want to see what's going on, that's all. She recalled the time she first escaped from the palace. Lately, the knights have increased their numbers to look for me, and avoiding them has become harder. Everything is more tense now. At the very least, I need to investigate what's happening. Since she was using invisibility magic, she could move freely around the palace without fear of being detected. Walking along, she thought, dragging the magician into this is a bit too much, isn't it? If I hadn't gone to the Alpheus Manor, I'm not sure I could have hidden until now. On her way, Athanasia ran into Felix. She hurriedly hid behind a nearby pillar, asking herself, Is he doing well? Should I meet father? And she lightly stepped behind Felix because she thought, I'll just tail him. Felix is a bit slow, so he won't notice me. It seemed Athanasia had underestimated him. Very quickly, he detected that someone was tailing him and spoke up alertly. Who goes there? Then he cast magic to summon his sword. Without turning back to look, he swung his sword right past Athanasia's hair, causing a few strands of hair to flutter down. He spoke in a cold, threatening tone. The royal palace is not a place where you can... He turned around to look, his face freezing in utter surprise. With a few strands of hair sticking up, he was shocked to see Athanasia standing there, hurriedly sheathing his sword. He panicked and cried out, "Princess, why are you here? Are you hurt anywhere?" She was terrified, shivering, but very quickly regained her composure to remind him. "Don't tell father that I snuck in here. I only came here to make sure everyone is doing fine." She frowned and looked away, still shocked that her invisibility magic had vanished. Felix actually has this side to him too? Felix tried to look less intimidating by crouching down in a corner and said, "Princess, His Majesty misses you. He ordered everyone to bring you back." Athanasia looked at him sitting down, wondering why he was shrinking himself like that. Then Felix tried to convince her with a gentle voice. "Let's go see His Majesty. I will go and ask for permission right now." She asked cautiously, "Really?" Very soon, the two of them stood before the room door. Felix spoke up to reassure her. "His Majesty has granted you an audience. Let's go in, Princess." But Athanasia was anxious, her mind wandering. "Is it really okay?" She closed her eyes and opened the door. As the door slowly opened, her mind recalled the last time she met the Emperor. "The last time I saw him, Father said he wanted to kill me." This was the image of the Emperor sitting high on his throne, looking down at her kneeling on the floor with cold eyes. Athanasia anxiously waited as the door opened. Before her eyes was the image of the Emperor sitting and waiting for her in the room, still wearing that gaze that was cold to the whole world. Athanasia stood dazed, looking at the long table, thinking to herself, "It feels so distant. We haven't used this long table since I was a child." She asked about his health to break this quiet atmosphere. "Are you doing well?" She remembered he wouldn't like it if she called him Papa, so she flusteredly muttered, "Your Majesty?" He didn't answer her, but ordered Felix, "Leave us so we can talk." Athanasia looked gloomy and sad, thinking, "I want to leave too." As if reading her mind, Felix spoke up, "Your Majesty, my presence will not trouble you. Please allow me to stay here." A flat voice rang out, saying, "Fine, that's fine." Athanasia sat opposite him, her mind wandering as she thought, "I'll just scream if I'm about to die." The atmosphere remained quiet like that for a long time. A moment later, the Emperor spoke up to ask, "How have you been lately?" She looked at him in confusion and anxiety, not knowing what to say. She thought of an answer and replied, "I was just hanging around somewhere." Immediately, he asked lazily, "Where?" Athanasia answered carefully, "I just followed the mountains and rivers, wherever my feet wanted to take me." He asked inquisitively, "I sent out copies of your portrait, but no one saw you." She immediately replied, "I used magic." So the Emperor asked further, "Where did you live?" She lied, "Mostly at inns." He asked about the money. "I was going to say I used She corrected herself. "I mean, I just managed." After that line, the Emperor bombarded her with questions. She thought to herself, "Why is he so curious?" He started to look blank, then shifted the subject. "Right, I thought you couldn't even get your hands on a bowl of porridge, but it seems that's not the case." Athanasia carefully observed the Emperor's body, thinking, "Papa, you've lost weight. It doesn't look like you've been eating proper meals." She lowered her head, thinking, "He said he wasn't my father, so why is he acting like this? It's as if he searched for me because he was worried." Then she spoke up to ask, "Why are you asking me such things, Father?" The Emperor fell silent, not answering. His face showed discomfort as he replied flatly, "I don't know either. I feel uncomfortable every time I see you. Every time I see you make that expression." Suddenly, the Emperor touched his hair, frowned, and slumped onto the desk. His vision blurred as he muttered, "This damn headache again." Waving his hand to give an order, his voice sounded exhausted. "Leave and stay in the Emerald Palace for now." Seeing his weary expression, she thought worriedly, "Father's face is completely pale." The door suddenly burst open. "Felix!" He called out twice. "Princess!" She pointed inside the room, saying flusteredly, "Father!" He looked into the room, seeing the Emperor clutching his head in exhaustion. Thinking, "Again?" He placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Felix looked at her gently and advised, "I will take care of His Majesty. For now, please return to the Emerald Palace, Princess." Athanasia replied in bewilderment, Okay. She didn't leave immediately, but stood by the door, hearing him ask, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" The Emperor ordered loudly, his voice shaking. "Go call her here," Felix asked in anxious confusion. Do you mean Lady Margarita of the Alpheus Manor? Athanasia stood frozen upon hearing that the person the Emperor wanted by his side right now was Janet, not her. Meanwhile, people couldn't stop gossiping. The princess is back. Where have you been all this time? Weren't you scared? Thank goodness you're back. By the way, that young lady visits the princess's palace quite often, doesn't she? But Janet ignored all their chatter and headed straight for Princess Athanasia's palace. The beautiful princess was sitting deep in thought when suddenly a voice rang out. Princess! Hearing this, she turned to Janet in surprise. Janet said, His Majesty has fallen asleep. It seems he didn't sleep at all last night. But he's doing fine now, so please don't worry. I see. Despite saying that, she still felt uneasy, thinking, only after returning here did I find out that Papa can't sleep unless Janet is around. What could she say now? Thanks. Papa told me to stay at the Emerald Palace, but that doesn't mean he remembers everything. This is so messy. After thinking it over, she still said politely, Have a seat, Janet. Drink some tea. Thank you, Princess. But her mind flashed back to Claude's earlier words. I thought you couldn't even get your hands on a bowl of porridge, but it seems I was wrong. You look perfectly fine. It was as if he was really worried about her. I hope Lucas returns quickly to treat Papa. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Lucas suddenly manifested out of nowhere and asked, Why the long face? Janet opened her eyes wide in shock to see him suddenly pop up like that. She thought Athanasia wouldn't react at all, but the princess froze for a moment before her hair blew all over the place. Lucas and Janet were both startled by this. Then a sky-rending scream echoed, Lucas! Hearing this deafening scream, he frowned in annoyance. Ah, my ears. Before he could even finish his sentence, she hurriedly interrupted. Lucas, get over here. Janet, wait for us a bit. Janet finally reacted, asking back, Is that the magician guy, Lucas? In her mind, she was baffled. Why is that chimera here? Suddenly being dragged away by her without warning, he quickly spoke up. Hey, kid, calm down a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he was pushed against the wall by her. I haven't seen you in forever. What took you so long? The more she asked, the closer she pressed against his face. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? Seeing her like this, he became completely flustered. Whoa, hey, why are you acting like this, kid? Aren't you standing a bit too close? Right after he said that, he saw her looking at him with tears welling up in her eyes. The two of them just stared at each other in silence like that. A moment later, he finally snapped out of it and cleared his throat. So, what's wrong? She didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Please cure my father. Cure what? Your father? When you left, my mana overflowed and I almost died. What? Then she burst into tears and spilled everything at once. And my father lost his memory, so he hated me, wanted to lock me up. Wait, what? Memory loss? Hold on, memory loss? He even said he wanted to kill me, and I luckily escaped and ended up living like a hobo. Living like a hobo? Yes, and then I went to find Janet. Wait, slow down, calm down first. As he spoke, he held her hands to comfort her and asked, So your father's hurting you right now, right? Yes. Is that why you're crying? I'm not crying. After cutting out the beginning and the end to focus on the middle, he thought in annoyance. What? This is all because of your father? I restored my magic and came back here in a good mood, only to find something that pisses me off. Thinking this, he asked in a cold voice, Should I go beat that guy up? Hearing his question, she couldn't help but angrily smack his head and scold. Beat him up? What do you mean by that? You're supposed to cure him. Don't do anything stupid to him, Lucas. Being smacked on the head multiple times, he could only resentfully clutch his forehead. Suddenly, Janet's voice echoed, Princess? Mr. Magician? Hearing her voice, he pointed in disgust and told Athanasia, First, get rid of that chimera. It tires me out just hearing her call out like that. So Janet was sent on her way. Then I shall take my leave first, Princess. Once the outsider had left, Lucas returned to the main topic and asked, Why did your magic overflow like this anyway? I remember clearing it out completely before I left. Did you get too close to the Blackie too many times? I didn't get close to Blackie, okay? I can feel the magic overflowing right now. I couldn't have made such a stupid mistake. So your father doesn't remember you now, right? She whimpered. Yeah. That's why, great magician Lucas, please help me. Come to think of it, you've grown taller and look sharper than before. Seeing her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, he could only say helplessly, I've always been handsome and multi-talented, haven't I? Stop saying redundant things. Let's go handle this matter now. With that, he snapped his fingers. Switching over to Claude's side at this moment, he was quietly lying on the chair, asleep, when a rustling sound echoed. Lucas and Athanasia appeared. He looked down at him gloomily. Seeing him approach like that for no reason, she was startled and stepped forward to tug his hair. "Don't wake him up! Papa just dozed off! Hey! How dare you do this to me, kid?" Then she dazed out. "Wow, his hair is so soft. Let go of my hair right now." After bickering back and forth for a bit, she tilted her head to look at him expectantly. "Can you cure him?" After examining him for a moment, he asked gloomily, "What is this? You said he lost his memory, but why is he dying?" Hearing him say that, she stood there in utter shock. "Huh? What did you just say?" Switching back to the Alpheus manner. "Are you back, my lady?" A voice suddenly rang out, asking Janet, "You returned from the Imperial Palace, correct?" Seeing Anastasius, she politely greeted him. "Hello, sir." He cheerfully asked further, "Are His Majesty and the Princess doing well?" "Yes, but His Majesty suffers from insomnia. I heard he can't sleep at night. Strangely, every time I visit, he falls asleep right away. He'll get better soon, right?" He smiled and replied, "Of course." Turning to Athanasia's side, she currently couldn't believe her own ears and asked back, "What are you talking about?" Lucas said in a deep voice. His mana is twisting together in absolute chaos. "This isn't amnesia." With that, he immediately cast his magic. Standing beside him, she watched intently. Claude frowned a bit in discomfort, but then he quickly returned to normal and continued to sleep peacefully. Seeing his complexion, she silently thought in relief, "Ah, Papa's face looks much better." Lucas continued to use his magic, and then a cracking sound echoed, followed by a loud boom, forcing Lucas to pull his hand back in surprise. Standing next to him, she stammered in complete panic. "What was that?" He secretly thought, "I can't interfere any further." Then he spoke up to explain, "The magic has been compressed." Seeing her dazed face, he said helplessly, Should I explain it?" "First, I can heal this body, but I can't bring back his memories." "Why? Why can't you do it?" He explained, "I don't know what has been happening since I appeared here. To put it simply, this is a curse. It's like a punishment for using black magic." Hearing his words, she was shocked and couldn't believe her ears. "Black magic? What do you mean? My father used black magic? You said your father forgot you, right?" "Yes." "He wants to kill you every time he locks eyes with you?" "Yes." "And he's strangely close to the chimera?" Thinking of that image, she could only nod gloomily, silently admitting it. "Yes." He continued, "The reason I asked might stem from the chimera. Janet has magic? Everyone has it. It's just a matter of whether they can use it or not. That girl's magic is in a passive state. After all, she inherently longs for love." "Huh?" She looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean by passive state?" Our boy could only sigh helplessly, then said wearily, "I've been a bit tired since I got back. Can we sit down and talk?" "Oh, then let's go to my room. I'll prepare everything." After sitting down in her room, he began to analyze. "Your father used black magic." "Why did he use black magic?" "Beats me. It looks like he used it a long time ago. Can you guess the reason?" Hearing this, she replied hesitantly in confusion. No, why would I think about that?" "Yeah," he continued. "When I first arrived, I saw that the magic circle was broken, leaving only magic dust. For some reason, that magic grew stronger again." "Why? What's the reason?" "I think it's because of your explosion." Hearing his words, she was startled. Then he continued, "I've thought about this before. Your magic is very special. The nature of that magic trapped your father in a past loop. Black magic turned back your father's time." She asked back hesitantly, "What? What does that mean? How could time turn back? Don't talk nonsense." Contrary to her anxiety was his composure. "How is it nonsense? You've experienced it yourself, haven't you?" Hearing this, images from the past suddenly rushed back into her mind, making her jump up in absolute horror. Lucas on one side still quietly observed. Meanwhile, she was bewildered and secretly wondered, "What? Just now?" After thinking for a moment, she spoke up. "Please speak more clearly. Stop being so cryptic." He thought deeply. "My magic has fully recovered, so I can see right through you. The first time you were unlucky. The second time you were probably too desperate." Then the image of their first encounter appeared when he looked into her eyes and remarked, "You're really interesting. This is the first time I've seen something like you. Yeah, this is going to be fun." Thinking back, he cast his gaze at her, wondering gloomily, "Is that what happened? Why are you back now?" Lucas continued, "Even though the black magic was broken before it was completed, it has nothing to do with you, so I didn't care much. How does it work? If it's been broken multiple times, is it okay to break it one more time? Perhaps. It will gradually disappear on its own, or it might slowly change due to side effects, but if it's broken by an opposing force, your father will die. People don't do that because it's too dangerous. Terrified and anxious, she asked, "Then what should we do? Are you saying Papa will die?" Seeing her sniffing with tears in her eyes, he thought in surprise. She's crying again. Anyway, he's going to die sooner or later. He's already dying, so why doesn't he just drop dead? His life hanging by a thread like this is getting on my nerves. Then an image of a white-haired man happily holding a baby in his arms alongside his wife appeared. But it wasn't long before both of them passed away. Young Lucas stood before their graves with him, saying nothing. Back then, he only secretly wondered, is this supposed to be something sad? Time passed by like that until one day, that man opened up to him. How long will it take for you to forget that sadness, the way to forget loss? But Lucas calmly handed him some bread, looking at him. Aren't you going to eat? Seeing this bone-chillingly indifferent calmness of his, the man went quiet for a moment, then said, Someday, I'm sure you will understand this pain, but it would be better if you never knew this feeling. But just like that, time gradually ticked away. That man had vanished as well, leaving behind only 2 coins. Lucas gloomily picked them up, staring at them for a long time. He muttered, I don't understand and I don't want to understand. Returning to the present, seeing Lucas suddenly go silent, she called out in confusion, Lucas? He was still deep in thought. If the Emperor dies, what's going to happen to you, kid? After thinking back and forth, he let out an annoyed click of his tongue. Anyway, I find it pretty annoying seeing you cry your eyes out while seeing your father wither away. Think back to how he treated you. He still shows care despite not being able to remember you up until this point. If he stays near that chimera, the pain will ease up, but the black magic will remain, and soon enough, he'll die. Fine by me. I don't know how much longer he can hold on with that body anyway, so he might as well die quickly and get it over with. Athanasia fell into a deep, contemplative silence. If Papa stays near Janet, he'll die? Then what about the novel The Lovely Princess? Painful images of Claude calling out loudly for Janet appeared. Hearing him call her name, Janet also hurriedly rushed to his side. Father! They said that His Majesty was cursed, but thinking of this scene, she quickly shook her head. My imagination is running a bit too wild. How could The Lovely Princess end like that? But then she slumped down again, thinking, but that doesn't mean it won't happen. Lucas stood on the side, watching her mood swing like a whistle, which left him bewildered. He said, the more I think about it, the more unfair it feels. Huh? Curing your father is fine and all, but I'm not getting paid enough for this. She asked, what are you talking about? You get to stay at the palace, don't you? That's just to keep an eye on you, and now it's turned into a troublesome chore for me. On top of that, I have to get straight to work right after returning. Sigh, why is it so exhausting? Seeing the guy next to her constantly complaining about his hardships, she showed open disgust. This stingy guy! Even though I'm a princess, I have nothing to give him. After thinking for a moment, she said in annoyance, do you want me to kiss you or something? The two of them stared at each other in silence for a moment. Then Lucas asked back, a kiss? She only said it on a whim, but she didn't expect him to put on an expectant look and even lean in close, asking, where? Seeing this, she replied in confusion, well, your cheek. Hearing that, he didn't even bother to haggle and directly turned his cheek over, pointing at it. Right here. She was completely shocked out of her wits by his action, her mind in a jumble. Is he serious? I was just joking. Seeing that he had absolutely no intention of giving up, her face gradually darkened. Whatever. With that thought, she planted a direct kiss right on his cheek. Outside, the sound of something dropping echoed. Lillian, who happened to witness this scene, directly turned pale with shock. Collapsing on the spot, she stammered, Princess! Felix, seeing this from the side, hurriedly reached out to support her. Miss Lillian, what's wrong? Did something happen to the princess? As he spoke, he held her up. Lillian could only hesitate. Wait a moment, Sir Felix. But he had already peeked through the crack of the door. Strangely, only Athanasia was inside. Seeing this, he asked in confusion, the princess is just sitting on the sofa. Why, all alone? Alone? Yes. Hearing this, Lillian thought hesitantly, did I imagine it? Then she replied, I must have been mistaken. Meanwhile, a certain someone who had just been kissed on the cheek by the lovely princess had already casually taken his leave. The next morning, Athanasia was smiling happily at the person in front of her. Good morning, Papa. Claude saw her arrival and asked in surprise. Do you really come to see me every single morning? Felix stood by the side, giving him a resentful glare. Didn't you tell the princess to come, sir? She also played along on the side, sniffling. That's because you used to always call for me before. She thought to herself, thanks to Lucas, Papa looks much more energetic now. He was able to sleep, so he looked better. Lucas said the treatment might only be partial, but she felt like everything was back to the way it used to be. Suddenly, a maid pushing a cart of pastries interrupted her train of thought. Excuse me. She looked over in surprise. Oh, cake! She eagerly looked at the cakes on the table, thinking, Papa doesn't like sweet things, does he? Is it for me? Seeing his thoroughly disgusted expression, she had to take back that thought. Apparently not. He looks like he's getting angry. Luckily for him, Felix was always standing behind to save that face, which looked as if his life savings had been stolen. Everything was prepared based on the princess's taste. She took a sip of tea, silently crying out in her heart, Oh my God, I won't be able to swallow this. But when she tasted the tea, she was a bit surprised. Ah, this is Lipa tea. It's been so long since I last drank this. It smells so good. Thinking this, she smiled happily. Seeing his daughter like this, Claude said nothing and just kept staring at her. The two of them just looked at each other like that, as the atmosphere gradually became awkward. She flusterly asked, Would you like some tea, Your Majesty? While silently telling herself, I really shouldn't have drunk that. Hearing his daughter ask, he finally spoke up. Do you like that tea that much? Yes, I love it. This tea has a wonderful aroma. Every time I drink it, it feels like flowers are blooming in my mouth. This image of her reminded him of Diana. I think you should try this tea. It feels amazing to drink it. While immersed in those beautiful memories, a sudden sharp pain hit his head. In his mind, he asked himself in confusion, What on earth am I thinking about? While he was still immersed in negative thoughts, the image of Athanasia happily eating cake accidentally flashed before his eyes. Seeing her happily enjoying and chewing every single bite of the cake, he froze. She, on the other hand, was casually enjoying her sweets. Realizing he was watching her, she was startled out of her wits, panicking completely. Since father was busy brooding, I just kept eating without paying attention to him, and he saw me. Claude just sat there in a daze, while Felix behind him was trying his best to hold back his laughter. To save the awkward situation, she hurriedly scooped up a piece of cake. This cake is super delicious. You should try a bite, father. With that, she didn't hesitate for a second and shoved the cake straight into his mouth. Only after she finished doing it did she freeze, realizing her hands had moved faster than her brain. Her panicked mind panicked even more. Oh my God, I just did that out of habit. That was because in the past, she used to constantly tease her father. Papa, say ah! Back then, he would only look disgusted and avoid it. Claude, who had just been forcefully stuffed with a piece of cake, turned completely pale, and goosebumps broke out all over his skin. But despite that, he still forced himself to chew the piece of cake in his mouth. She just stood there dazed, unable to say a word because her father was actually chewing. Felix was still trying his best to suppress his laughter. After holding it in for a moment, he finally spoke up to ask, Your Majesty, are you all right? Replying to him was his cold voice. Get out, both of you. Hearing this, she could only say guiltily, I'm sorry. Unable to tolerate these two any longer, he ordered, Get out right now. Seeing this, she could only silently think, I messed up. Meanwhile, over at the Alpheus Manor, Anastasius was calmly drinking tea. Janet sat next to him and recounted. So, at first, I had tea with the princess before returning here. Hearing that, Roger only replied, I see. Then he awkwardly turned to ask Anastasius, By the way, why is Viscount Patterson here? He came here too, so I just followed him. We ran into each other on the way. With that said, Janet secretly glanced over at him, thinking, So his name is Patterson. It's my first time hearing it. Roger spoke up to continue. I understand. So, is the princess doing well? Lately, the princess hasn't been very well, but thanks to the magician, Anastasius indifferently muttered, A magician? Janet cheerfully replied, Yes, he's the royal magician, Lucas. He just returned after being away for a long time. Hearing this, Roger also recalled, Ah, that boy who was sent to the palace instead of Yahello. Yes. Anastasius elegantly smiled and replied, I see. The emperor. Seems to be doing better than before, so he's probably handling his work just fine. That's wonderful. Yes, I'm so glad everything is fine. After chatting for a while, Roger suddenly said, Oh, look at the time. Janet, your tutor is about to arrive. Oh dear! With that said, she lifted her dress, stood up, and politely said, Please excuse me. Have a wonderful time, everyone. Right after she left, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned heavy. Anastasius then proudly crossed his legs and said, Let's see. I intended to make a plan while the princess was still here. What do we do now? For now, we should just turn a blind eye as if nothing happened. Perhaps I could have dealt with the princess while she was here, but who would have thought she'd return so quickly? I missed my chance. Roger also seriously replied, I agree. Then as if realizing something, he asked back suspiciously, What did you just say? I said I missed my chance. No, before that, the princess stayed here? So you're saying the princess stayed at the Alpheus Manor? Yeah, he asked back in disbelief. She was in my house? How did you not know? Your son and Janet both knew about it. Hearing this, his mind felt like it exploded as the image of his two beloved children cheerfully saying, We really like the princess, appeared. Then he snapped out of it and shouted at the top of his lungs, What did you say? The maids outside were startled by this sudden shout. Anastasius mockingly asked, How could you not know? He grumbled and replied to him, You're a magician. Don't you know how big this manor is? It would have been nice if you told me, Anastasius said with a cold face. I couldn't say it. It had to be kept a secret. Even if you knew, you couldn't have done anything to the princess anyway. She knows how to use magic. Seeing that look on his face, the feeling of being betrayed inside him grew even stronger. But since he couldn't argue back, he thought to himself in annoyance. So that's why he didn't tell me. Seriously, how can I trust him? Thinking this, he spoke up helplessly. Anyway, it's all in the past now. Let's forget it. The problem now is... Anastasius listened intently. What problem? He pointed his finger and said, The princess has returned to the palace now. I'm not sure if Janet can win over His Majesty's favor. True, but she will probably still be called for an audience. He used magic for the treatment, Anastasius thought to himself. Lucas, I think he has returned from the World Tree. There's no news yet about Claude regaining his memories, even though I had no intention of erasing them in the first place. That means Lucas hasn't been able to cure him either. If that's the case... Meanwhile, at the Black Tower, Lucas muttered in annoyance, Is someone talking about me? With that said, he calmly walked inside. But then, he was suddenly taken aback by what he saw. Everything inside was smashed to smithereens. What is this? A faint image of Anastasius flashed. Seeing this, he let out a mockingly amused chuckle. Looks like some thief was lingering around here while I was away. Meanwhile, in the grand and magnificent palace, a young Claude was currently looking for his older brother, Anastasius. He kept calling out, Brother, Brother Anastasius, where are you? Walking around the entire palace, Claude still couldn't find his brother. He then hid in a small corner of the garden as the knights were on patrol, muttering, It's almost time for class. Claude had a slightly sad face since he couldn't find his brother anywhere, but then Claude suddenly spotted a familiar figure from behind. It was none other than his older brother, Anastasius. He thought to himself, Brother, why is he standing over there? It turned out Anastasius was standing in a dark spot of the forest, staring blankly at something. As Claude approached, preparing to call out to him, before he could finish his sentence, Claude gasped in shock upon seeing Anastasius's face. It was a face with a somewhat terrifying look in his eyes. The moment Claude touched Anastasius's hand, he called out, Brother! Only then did Anastasius snap out of his daze. Returning to reality, he turned to Claude and replied, Huh? What's wrong? Then Anastasius suddenly muttered, No, wait, where am I? After that, Anastasius recalled a person wearing a black cloak. Then Anastasius told Claude, Someone was calling for me. As Anastasius was still trying to recall, his eyes suddenly noticed that Claude looked quite disheveled with a bit of dirt on his face. Anastasius sighed and thought, Looks like Mother took her anger out on him again. Seeing his older brother deep in thought, Claude urged Anastasius, Let's go, brother! It's almost time for class! Suddenly, Anastasius patted Claude's head and said, Claude, let's play together. Suddenly, Claude snapped back to the present, escaping that beautiful memory. Sitting in his office with his chin resting on his hand, Claude thought gloomily, Of all things, a family chat about a daughter has been bothering me so much that I'm even dreaming about stuff like that. As he thought, the image of Athanasia with a sad face popped up in Claude's mind. Switching over to Lucas, he was currently throwing things around in a temper, saying, Just as I thought. There is nothing here that I don't know about. They don't have any records on that person, and the guy who sneaked in here made a total mess of all my magical tools. It seems he also stole a few spells. As Lucas pondered over the intruder who broke into his magic tower, he let out a heavy sigh. After that, the image of Athanasia's sad and tearful face popped into Lucas's mind, so he went back to searching for a way to cure Claude. Lucas looked toward a shelf of books and wondered, what do we have here? Meanwhile, Athanasia was sitting in the garden, deeply contemplating her father. They say memories can return if the affected person experiences a shock. As she was thinking, Athanasia's face suddenly turned dead serious, considering, should I give father a good smack? The thought in her head was quite beautiful, but realizing that idea was a bad one, Athanasia quickly shook her head. No. Father is heavily guarded. Instead of recovering his memories, I might just end up dead. If it weren't for that looping spell, I would have gone ahead and... Before Athanasia could finish her thought, Claude suddenly turned to look at her. Then, Claude asked, what is it? Seeing Claude ask, Athanasia was about to answer when suddenly a booming voice announced, Her Highness, Lady Jeanette Margarita, is arriving. When Athanasia saw Jeanette Margarita approaching, she said, Ah, Lady Margarita, welcome. Jeanette Margarita replied to Athanasia with an excited look. Your Highness, Princess, good morning, everyone. Seeing Jeanette Margarita arrive, Athanasia felt a bit awkward, thinking, here we go again, this uncomfortable conversation between the three of us. I might be the only one who feels this way. Then Jeanette Margarita suddenly said, I tried making some chocolates and brought some for everyone. Seeing this, Athanasia exclaimed, Wow, that's wonderful, Jeanette! But Athanasia secretly thought, but father doesn't like eating anything sweet. After that, Athanasia took a piece of chocolate and put it in her mouth, but for some reason, Claude kept staring at the chocolate box, making her wonder, why does father keep staring at it? When I gave it to him before, he looked completely disgusted. Is he hesitating because of Jeanette? Athanasia then looked at Jeanette, who was currently looking incredibly expectant about her chocolates. Seeing Jeanette Margarita's high expectations, Athanasia quickly replied, It's very delicious. Then Athanasia felt that she was probably overthinking. Her mind was already messy enough. Later on, Athanasia recalled Lucas's words. Lucas had said that father's pain was lessened by Jeanette Margarita's magic. While deep in thought, Jeanette Margarita suddenly offered Claude a pastry. Your Majesty, why don't you try them at least once? They are incredibly sweet and delicious. Seeing this, Athanasia silently gasped. Jeanette, no. She gasped like that because Claude hated eating anything sweet. Yet Claude's next action left Athanasia utterly stunned. Claude actually ate 4 pieces of chocolate in a row. After Claude finished eating, Jeanette Margarita sweetly asked, Does it suit your taste, Your Majesty? And Claude replied, It's sweet. This left Athanasia completely shocked. She thought, Father didn't even frown. He didn't even chase her away for forcing him to eat it. While she was thinking, Claude's voice calling for more tea cut off Athanasia's train of thought. Hearing Claude's command, the servant replied, Yes, Your Majesty. But Athanasia, seeing Claude willingly eat sweets with Jeanette Margarita, thought back to her childhood and grew angry, thinking, So I was right. Isn't this just pure discrimination? Seeing this, Felix could only sigh heavily, thinking the princess had misunderstood. After that small tea party, Athanasia returned to her room in a thoroughly displeased mood. Currently, she was hugging a pillow and lying on the sofa with an angry expression, repeatedly saying, Seriously. Felix, standing beside her, thought helplessly, Is this the reason she invited me here? Standing next to Athanasia, he continuously listened to her venting, seriously, in absolute frustration. Then, Athanasia continued, Isn't this way too much? He's so openly showing favoritism. If he likes Jeanette that much, then he should just call her over 24/7. Father doesn't even want me around, so why did he call me back? I hate father. Felix, standing by her side, listened to Athanasia pouring her heart out about her feelings. Hearing that, he spoke up to share his thoughts. Princess, that's not the case. His Majesty does not play favorites with Lady Margarita. As a guest from the Alpheus ducal family, His Majesty is just not one to show his emotions. You know a whole lot, don't you? After that, Felix continued, His Majesty can show his true emotions best when he's around you, because he has spent so much time by your side, Princess. His Majesty feels comfortable with you just like before, even though his memories haven't returned yet. I'm sure he will return to normal in no time. Yes. After hearing Felix's comforting words, Athanasia felt much better and replied, All right, I'm sorry for complaining. Thank you, Felix. I was being too sensitive. Seeing that Athanasia had somewhat resolved the knot in her heart, Felix let out a sigh of relief and replied, It's nothing, Your Highness. Then he thought about Lillian's instructions. Please take good care of the princess while I'm away. Miss Lillian, I did it. A few days later, a maid hurriedly ran to Athanasia's room and called out, Princess! Princess! The young Duke of the Salpheus family has requested to see you. Hearing this, Athanasia asked in surprise. Why did he request a meeting? He didn't give us any prior notice. After that, the maid continued. We told the young Duke that he was putting us in a difficult position, but he insisted he must speak with the princess. Should I turn them away? Hearing what the maid said, Athanasia realized. Ah, it's Yahello. He helped me, but I left without letting him know. Yes. After that, Athanasia replied to the maid. No, someone will go meet him. Tell him I'm on my way to see him. Hearing this, the maid was so excited that her face flushed. Oh dear, I'll call all the maids over and tell them to bring a new dress for you, princess. However, Athanasia replied, I'm fine. I'll go just like this. This left Lillian completely taken aback as she gasped, Princess! Then the maid led Athanasia to where Yahello was, saying, Well then, princess, let's go. In the waiting room, seeing Athanasia arrive, Yahello politely said, Thank you for coming to see me, princess. Seeing Yahello, Athanasia asked, How have you been? Yahello bowed and replied, It has been a while. After that, Athanasia asked back, Why did you come here on such short notice? Yahello replied, I came to the palace with my father, and finding out I could see you, I sent a message. While Athanasia and Yahello were talking, Lillian had to chase away the maids who were eavesdropping on their conversation. Then Yahello continued, I thought getting His Majesty's permission would be difficult, so... Moments later, Athanasia and Yahello sat down to have tea together. Athanasia said, Thank you for that day. I couldn't get in touch with you right away. I'm sorry. Feeling that Athanasia was blaming herself, Yahello gently said, It's all right. I feel very happy just seeing you healthy. Yes, Athanasia then replied. Yes, and what about you? Is everything going well with you? Yahello replied, Yes. While chatting with Yahello, Athanasia thought, It's a bit surprising, but he's still as handsome as ever. I couldn't walk around freely at their house, so I didn't notice he has matured so much. But in the middle of her thoughts, Yahello's voice suddenly cut through. I heard from Jeanette that you are doing well, but I heard His Majesty hasn't fully recovered yet. It must be very hard on you. I might be overstepping my bounds by saying this, but I want to be of help to you, princess, even if just a little. Hearing Yahello's words, Athanasia felt surprised and thought, He's so thoughtful. He really understands me. I'm very grateful for that. Then Athanasia replied to Yahello, Thank you, that's very kind. I'm all right. I think I know why Lady Margarita fond of you so much. Seeing Athanasia mention Jeanette Margarita, Yahello asked back, Jeanette did? Hearing this, Athanasia replied, Yes, she always praises you. She says you're very kind. Then Athanasia thought to herself, or maybe it's because we have nothing else to talk about. At this moment, Yahello spoke with the tone of an older brother who had watched Jeanette Margarita grow up day by day. Jeanette is a sweet child. I've always thought of her as my own younger sister. Hearing Yahello say this, Athanasia was a bit surprised and confused. Then Athanasia said, Now that I think about it, you were very good to the servants. That left a memorable impression on me when I stayed at the Alpheus Manor. Of course I should be good to them. And even though you were busy, you still took great care of me. Of course, I'm sure you would do the same for anyone else, even if it weren't me. Suddenly, Yahello cut in and said, No, I'm not like that with everyone. This caught Athanasia a bit off guard. Then Yahello continued, Of course. It's obvious that helping others when they are in need is necessary. Athanasia was thinking about a possibility she wasn't quite sure of. But it seems like Yahello likes me. I knew he liked me to some extent, but thinking about it now, there are many noticeable points. I can't believe he's being this straightforward. What should I do? While they were in the middle of an awkward atmosphere, suddenly, Lucas appeared and said, I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation. Princess, it's time. I'm here to guide you. But Athanasia unexpectedly blurted out, It's time? While thinking, Great timing, Lucas. Then she spoke up. Of course, you're right. I can't believe I forgot. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Lucas. Then, Athanasia stood up and said to Yahello, What a pity. I need to leave now. I'm sorry. I'll see you next time. Yahello was thoroughly stunned, then said, I'll see you out, princess. It's fine. I'll stay here. Hearing that, Yahello was going to stay and wait. Lucas turned back with a serious face and said to Yahello, You should head back. Young Duke? This left Yahello utterly taken aback. Yes. After that, Lucas urged Athanasia, You're already late. We need to hurry, princess. And Athanasia replied, All right. Suddenly, Lucas touched Athanasia's cheek and said, Your face is flushed. Do you have a fever? Seeing Lucas touch her cheek right in front of Yahello, Athanasia was a bit embarrassed and thought, what is he doing in front of Yahello? I was completely mesmerized by his face. After that, Athanasia replied to Lucas, no, I'm fine, it's just a bit hot. Then Athanasia pushed Lucas away and said, come on, let's go, let's head out. Along with that was Lucas's teasing face. While walking, Lucas turned his head back to look at Yahello with eyes full of defiance, but Yahello didn't back down, frowning as he locked eyes right back with Lucas. As Athanasia was walking away, Yahello suddenly called out, Princess! Then he took Athanasia's hand and kissed it politely, saying, thank you for taking the time out of your precious schedule. I will return soon to finish what I wanted to say. Athanasia also replied in astonishment, all right. Along with that was Lucas's thoroughly displeased face as he looked at Yahello thinking, should I just kill him? Moments later, Athanasia and Lucas walked to class together. While walking, Athanasia braided Lucas's hair and awkwardly asked, what do I need to do? I'm trying to make my heart calm down. Hearing Athanasia say that, Lucas asked back, is this supposed to be calming down? And Athanasia replied, a little bit. As she replied, she finished tying a cute ribbon after completing Lucas's braid. But Lucas didn't seem to believe Athanasia had calmed down, asking, really? That question left Athanasia completely speechless. Then while braiding Lucas's hair, Athanasia thought, what should I do? Who knew Yahello still liked me? I thought it was just a passing crush. Thinking back, he really was good to me. People don't usually do those kinds of things for just anyone, but Yahello has Jeanette. They ended up together in the novel. Is it because I changed the plotline? I wonder how Yahello fell in love with Jeanette in the novel. As Athanasia thought, her face looked quite contemplative. Yahello always comforted Jeanette and took care of her. He was always by her side whenever she cried, and why can't I remember the rest? Have we ever met before? Seeing that Athanasia was spacing out, Lucas called her name and grabbed her hand. With a fiery red gaze, he asked, what are you thinking about right now? That action of Lucas left Athanasia utterly shocked as she gasped, huh? What? Was I thinking about something? But Athanasia, before she could even answer Lucas, she saw that his hair had been messy braided by her to a ridiculous extent. She burst out laughing and said, oh, your hair is such a mess. Hearing Athanasia say his hair was a mess, Lucas got incredibly annoyed. He immediately turned his long hair into a short haircut and asked angrily, I was asking you, what were you thinking about just now? Athanasia heard Lucas's question, but completely ignored it, saying, it looks so good. What a waste. She seemed to be deflecting the topic to Lucas's hair. A moment later, a thought popped up in Lucas's mind. This is the first time I've seen her mana fluctuate like this. Yeah. Suddenly, Lucas said, don't give up. Athanasia was a bit confused and blurted, huh? Lucas continued, I'll help you, so don't give up. Athanasia asked him back, give up on what? Seeing that Athanasia didn't seem to get his point, Lucas explained, just everything, whether it's recovering your father's memories or something else. Ah. Athanasia finally understood what Lucas meant, and she replied, what are you talking about? I didn't give up. When did I ever say I'd give up? Seeing this, Lucas thought to himself, she really has a track record. After that, Athanasia tiredly leaned back against the chair and said, I've already worried enough about Yahello, so don't say anything weird. Hearing Athanasia mention Yahello, Lucas blurted out, Yahello? You're thinking about him? Seeing this, Athanasia jumped up and said, I'm not. But Lucas kept on teasing her. Of course you are, I knew it. Then Lucas leaned close to Athanasia and asked, do you like guys like him? Athanasia was stunned. What? Lucas asked further. You like the type who pretends to be nice and behaves politely? Seeing Lucas criticize Yahello like that, Athanasia immediately countered. He's not pretending to be nice, he's genuinely gentle. He's not faking his polite behavior either. He's a true gentleman. Yahello is nothing like you, he's a real gentleman. Hearing that, Lucas asked back, a gentleman? Then he grabbed Athanasia's hand and kissed the back of it. Then Lucas's eyes turned playful as he asked her back, is this what makes a gentleman? This made Athanasia incredibly embarrassed and flustered, and she thought, why are both of them acting like this? Then Athanasia shouted at the top of her lungs, get out right now! Meanwhile, Claude was discussing something with Duke Alpheus. Claude was feeling irritated for some reason. Seeing that Claude seemed displeased, the Duke asked, is there something wrong, Your Majesty? Jeanette pulled open her jewelry drawer. Among the pile, of jewelry, she pulled out a special bracelet. Jeanette kept staring fondly at the piece of jewelry in her hand. She recalled Princess Athanasia's warm appearance when she gave it to her. Here, this is a gift for you. They say your wish will come true if you wear it on your wrist. Jeanette couldn't help but think happily. If possible, I'd love to wear it every day so that the Duke and Ezekiel might notice and ask about it. After that, Jeanette put the bracelet back into her jewelry drawer. He said it would work even if I just keep it. I'll only wear it when I visit the princess, so I'll keep it safe in here for now. Jeanette comfortably jumped onto her soft pink bed. Burying her face as the pillows, Jeanette flashed a very happy smile. I feel so happy. She remembered how much fun she had during the afternoon tea with Claude and Athanasia. Jeanette couldn't help but exclaim, The Emperor and the Princess were so kind to me. If we keep getting closer like this, we'll become a real family, right? Jeanette couldn't help but imagine that happy scenario, but she also couldn't help but recall the Duke's repeated promises. When will the Duke finally tell His Majesty? Instead of definitive words, he just delayed. It's still too early, so let's wait a bit longer. Remembering that, Jeanette's blue eyes showed a hint of sadness. Filled with anxiety, Jeanette wondered, what exactly is too early? Wouldn't the princess be happy if we just told her? Jeanette suddenly recalled Athanasia's previous surprised expression, making her heart feel even more anxious and worried. Jeanette shook her head vigorously to dismiss it. No, those are bad thoughts. Let's just wait a bit longer. Jeanette made up her mind. Right at that moment at the palace, Athanasia asked Lily and Felix out of curiosity. Lily, Felix, have either of you ever been liked by someone before? How do people realize that someone likes them? Her question immediately made Lily and Felix, who were hanging a painting, freeze in their tracks and look over. But Athanasia shyly said, I don't have any specific reason. I'm just curious. Her words immediately shocked Lily so much that she dropped the painting in her hands. Luckily, Felix next to her reacted quickly and caught it. Yes, thank you, Sir Felix. Lily flusteredly took the painting back from Felix. She couldn't help but wonder who on earth made her little princess ask such a question. Was it Lord Ezekiel or Lord Lucas? Felix was also quite flustered as he repeated her question. Being liked by someone? Liking someone romantically? I suppose so. Athanasia listened intently to his answer. Felix was also deeply contemplative, resting his chin on his hand as he thought about how to explain it so the little princess could understand. Some people will often lock eyes with you constantly, while others will just steal glances from a distance. He couldn't help but recall how the young ladies of noble families used to admire him. Hearing his description, Athanasia couldn't help but comment. Just as I thought, Felix is really popular with the girls. Then she asked, Have you ever received any confessions? No, because Felix answered haltingly. I'm usually by His Majesty's side. Oh no, hearing that, Athanasia could already imagine how the girls must have fled in terror whenever Claude spotted them. But wait, have you never had any time to yourself? Athanasia couldn't help but wonder. Since he didn't have much to say, does that mean nothing happened after he became her personal bodyguard? What a poor soul, she thought. Then Athanasia turned to ask Lily next to her. What about you, Lily? Lily finally snapped out of her own thoughts. Me? She hesitated a bit. When she saw Athanasia's sparkling, expectant eyes, she slowly recounted. I used to frequently receive gifts and letters. Some people also invited me to dance at banquets. Hearing this, Athanasia exclaimed, Wow! I want to see Lily dance! I just realized I've never seen Lily attend a banquet before. Yes, balls make me feel a bit anxious. So you don't like dancing? I prefer watching others dance. I see. Felix stood by silently, closely observing the conversation between the two. He recalled the whispers of the other Imperial guards. Lady Lillian, she seems to have feelings for you, Sir Felix. She always approaches you whenever you're not by His Majesty's side. She's expressing her feelings, so try striking up a conversation with her. Those words back then had made Felix a bit embarrassed. Don't you think I'm more like a shield? Felix remembered how he always had to block the gazes of all those noble men to keep them from bothering her, making him think she only saw him as a shield rather than what those guards were saying. It's a good thing I didn't ask her to dance. Felix secretly sighed. Athanasia noticed his expression and couldn't help but wonder. Felix looks like he's feeling relieved about something. A while later, when she was alone in the room, she tiredly thought to herself, I'm completely lost. I should think more about Ajikiel and Lucas, but this is incredibly exciting. Athanasia shyly admitted it, because throughout her entire life, survival had always been her top priority, so she had never thought about dating or anything similar, always considering it someone else's business. Athanasia couldn't help but recall her hard life before being isekai'd here. I've read a lot of romance novels, yet I still don't know what to do in a situation like this, Athanasia thought, blushing with embarrassment. She silently sighed. No. Right now, I need to focus on recovering Papa's memories. With that, she brushed all other thoughts out of her head. For now, let's just do what I can do. Athanasia made up her mind. The next day, Athanasia dressed up beautifully and came to find Claude with a basket of flowers in her arms. Papa, the weather has been very nice lately. Why don't we go for a walk by the lake? No. Claude still sat completely still, silently staring at her. Athanasia thought to herself, he doesn't get angry when I call him Papa anymore. I'll keep calling him that. We used to go quite often. Besides, the flowers have bloomed all around the lake, Athanasia said while setting the flower basket down. And it's not good for your health to just work nonstop. So, will you go with me? Her eyes looked at Claude with deep anticipation. On the other hand, Claude just stared at her with cold eyes from beginning to end. Fine. Suddenly, Claude turned his face away and spoke up. Huh? What? Really? Athanasia asked back as if she couldn't believe her ears. He has become so gentle. Have his memories really not returned yet? She thought in bewilderment. No, is this a joke? Claude turned around and asked, making Athanasia jump as she explained. No, I'm just really happy. She smiled cheerfully and said, Then should we invite Lady Margarita? Hearing her ask that, Claude seemed very surprised, his eyes widening as he looked at her. But Athanasia didn't understand and looked back at him in confusion. If you want to invite her, do as you wish, Claude said slowly. Hearing this, Athanasia quickly replied, All right, I'll send her a message. Okay, that will prevent Papa from fainting on the boat, she thought to herself. Then how about tomorrow? Good. All right, tomorrow then. Thank you, Papa. With that said, Athanasia left to get ready. The door closed, and the room sank back into silence. Only then did Claude speak up. Felix, prepare the boat. Yes, Your Majesty, understood. Felix couldn't help but glance over at Claude, who was currently letting out a tired sigh. Then he asked, Is there something bothering you, Your Majesty? But Claude remained silent. Only then did he slowly speak up. There's a man-eating plant in the lake. Take care of it. Ah, so that's what was bothering him. The man-eating plant is no longer there, Your Majesty. Following your orders, we quickly uprooted all of them, Felix happily said. Hearing this, Claude asked in surprise, I gave that order? Yes, Your Majesty. I see. Is there anything else on your mind, Your Majesty? Felix asked. Don't you think that lake is too wide and deep? Receiving that question from Claude, Felix couldn't process it for a second. Huh? Wide and deep? Well, of course it is. Felix didn't dare say his real thoughts out loud. Confused, he secretly observed Claude's expression and noticed that Claude was staring intently toward the door. He was looking at the door where the princess had just left. Ah! As if realizing something, it clicked in Felix's mind. Felix then turned to ask, Are you worried that the princess might fall into the lake? Claude's eyes widened in surprise as if his mind had just been read. But right after that, he angrily turned to question him. Why on earth would you think I'm worried? Hey, did I guess wrong? Felix was quite sure of his theory. Claude, feeling like his true feelings were exposed, defected his annoyance by handing the documents to Felix and ordering, Enough, stop talking about this nonsense, leave me alone. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty. Before leaving, Felix couldn't help but think happily. Perhaps his memories are slowly returning. Then I shall take my leave. With that said, he closed the door, leaving Claude alone in the quiet room. Claude sat in silence, resting his chin on his hand as he deeply thought. He couldn't help but recall Athanasia's happy face right before she left, saying, Thank you, Papa. A strange, sudden warmth flashed through Claude's heart, though even he didn't quite recognize what it was. The next morning, Jeanette and Athanasia were dressed beautifully by the lakeside. The boat on the lake was grandly decorated, leaving both of them quite surprised as they stood there, staring blankly at it. The servants nearby respectfully said, We have prepared a large boat so that the young ladies can enjoy the lake safely. Athanasia secretly exclaimed in her heart, What the heck is this? Isn't this a bit too overkill, Papa? Did you forget that he usually prefers to keep things as simple as possible? Claude stood beside her, his expression visibly bewildered. Felix, the main mastermind behind this, didn't even notice anything was wrong. Well, it's not bad at all. Athanasia then forced a smile, turned around, and said, It's wonderful, Papa. Very soon after, the boat smoothly moved across the water. It seemed the weather today was absolutely perfect for a boat ride. At this time on the boat, Jeanette and Athanasia sat on one side, directly opposite to where Claude was sitting on the other side. Wow! Jeanette looked at the surrounding scenery with pure excitement. No matter how many times I look at it, this palace lake is always so beautiful, Jeanette admired. Claude sat opposite them, silently observing every single move of the two girls. Athanasia was thoughtfully using her umbrella to shade Jeanette from the sun, and the two were chatting happily. Seeing that Athanasia looked very beautiful and seemed very happy today, Claude closely watched everything in silence. The scenery was picturesque, with a cool, gentle breeze blowing by, perhaps because he was too exhausted, or maybe because the current atmosphere was just too comfortable. Claude's eyelids began to feel heavy, and he drifted off to sleep before he knew it. The wind started blowing harder and harder, when suddenly a sharp scream rang out, waking Claude up with a start. Lady Margarita! That was Athanasia's scream, as she witnessed Jeanette suddenly fall into the lake. She turned to him in a panic and called out, Papa! Lady Margarita tried to hold on to my umbrella and… Jeanette was currently flailing in the water, but her hand was still tightly gripping the umbrella. Hurry! Save her! Athanasia practically screamed at Claude, but he just sat there in silence without making a move. Athanasia was completely terrified by this. What is this man doing? Is he still asleep at a time like this? She turned around and saw that Jeanette had almost fully submerged, with nothing but air bubbles rising to the surface. Athanasia was in a total panic, not knowing what to do. I don't know any magic that can save someone from drowning. Claude, at this moment, was still calmly calculating. Papa, don't just sit there, hurry! And right in front of him, Athanasia was frantically about to jump into the lake to save Jeanette herself. Claude instantly reacted, grabbing her arm to stop her. Sit down, you're going to get wet, Claude said, looking at Athanasia. This immediately left her completely bewildered, unable to understand what this guy was trying to achieve. But Athanasia quickly flared up and snapped, Are you seriously worrying about that right now, Papa? Jeanette fell into the water. You're too noisy. Which Jeanette? Claude asked in confusion, not understanding why Athanasia was reacting like that. Despite his reaction, he ultimately still saved her, though Jeanette ended up catching a cold from being submerged in the water for too long. This morning, seeing Jeanette sneeze, Athanasia asked worriedly, Lady Margarita, are you all right? If you're not feeling well, why don't you go back and rest? Jeanette quickly declined. I'm fine, really. His Majesty used magic to dry my clothes, and you kept me warm. Princess, magic is truly wondrous, Jeanette said excitedly. Thinking back to how you jumped toward the lake just to get my umbrella back. It was really dangerous, so please don't do that again, Athanasia said, recalling that terrifying moment. I'm sorry, I didn't realize it at the time, heh heh. Jeanette smiled apologetically. The answer immediately left Athanasia shocked. She was truly shocked that Jeanette would just jump down like that just to retrieve it. She was probably shocked because Jeanette was so different from herself, who had once fallen into the lake due to an accident. Jeanette didn't seem to notice Athanasia's strange expression and turned to Claude, who was leaning against a tree root, saying, Your Majesty, thank you for saving me. Hearing this, Claude merely turned his head to look at her. As expected, he didn't bother to say a single word. Suddenly, the whole atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Seeing this, Athanasia uncomfortably spoke up to remind him. Papa, Lady Margarita is saying thank you. Claude only coldly replied, All right. Jeanette, seeing that Claude seemed to closely pay attention to Athanasia's words, thought, The two of them really have a wonderful relationship. Time passed, and the outing came to an end. Athanasia had now returned to her room and was recounting everything that happened to Lucas. He suddenly said with an underlying meaning, I noticed you're no longer holding back when it comes to talking about your father. But Athanasia, while eating grapes, asked in confusion, Really? Papa has become a whole lot better, Athanasia said happily. That's just on the surface. I've told you already, it's only temporary. He hasn't gotten any better, Lucas explained. Yeah, I know. But now I can run away if I need to. Maybe it's because I actually have something I can rely on now, Athanasia said thoughtfully. So you're actually thinking about running away? Lucas wondered. Then Athanasia continued. But things are looking quite optimistic, right? No one in this world would just say, oh, okay, after waking up to find a kid they don't even know claiming to be their child. Especially since Papa has never even been married. I guess that's true, Lucas thought. Even if Papa's personality is like that, he isn't rejecting me anymore. Isn't that an improvement? Athanasia happily rested her chin on her hand. Maybe. Lucas replied indifferently. Even though she cries about it, it's always Papa this and Papa that. Is she really happy about something like that? Lucas was full of questions. When it came to the word family, Lucas couldn't help but recall his own father and mother. His eyes suddenly grew a bit colder. Do you like your Papa a lot? Lucas suddenly asked. Of course I do, Athanasia answered honestly. Then, you really want to live with your Papa for a long, long time? Lucas continued to ask. Of course, Athanasia replied, though she didn't quite get what he was driving at. Then what would you do if I... As Lucas spoke, he began channeling magic in his hand, preparing to use a spell. Before Lucas could even finish his sentence, Athanasia suddenly grabbed his hand. Oh right, Lucas, teach me magic! Huh? Lucas's eyes widened in surprise. Magic? He asked back, unsure. That's right, when Jeanette fell into the water, I felt so frustrated because I couldn't do anything at all, Athanasia said sadly. I can manifest money and jewelry without any problem, but... As she spoke, she demonstrated by making coins appear. Wow, not bad, Lucas thought to himself. But they disappear after a day, Athanasia said in disappointment. This kid is way too obsessed with money, Lucas thought. Athanasia continued. Making objects float on the water is very hard. Usually it's just... I can't really do much more than this. As she spoke, she controlled a coin, which left Lucas quite surprised. Ah, it exploded again, she cried out in a panic as the coin shattered into 100 pieces. Lucas looked at the pile of dust from the coin and completely went blank. She really is her father's daughter. All right, I'll teach you magic, Lucas said. Hearing this, Athanasia happily cheered. Wow, really? I don't usually do this sort of thing, so you'd better feel grateful. But I'll make an exception for you, Lucas said arrogantly. Thank you so much, Lord Lucas. Athanasia smiled happily. I can tell her about the world tree some other time, Lucas thought to himself. Lucas couldn't help but recall something that happened many years ago. A nobleman had brought a young boy to see him. Lord Lucas, this is my son. Hi. Ah, Eternitas, the boy is still lacking in many areas. Therefore, I would like you to take care of him, Lord Lucas, the nobleman said sincerely. The frail boy beside him also spoke up haltingly. Lord Lucas, it is a great honor to meet the wise and noble wizard of the Black Tower. I have waited a very long time for this opportunity. If possible, could you please teach the boy? Before he could finish his sentence, Lucas coldly cut him off. What kind of garbage is this? Is he your legitimate son? A weak little brat coming out of your house? Lucas leaned down to observe the young boy in front of him, saying updates with disdain. No matter how he looks. The boy doesn't seem worthy of being a member of your family. Don't those imperial eyes look a bit too pale? Hearing these words from him, the young boy was somewhat stunned. Lucas let out a bored sigh. You're asking me to teach something like this? How ridiculous. You are annoying. Beat it and never come back. Lucas coldly left them with those words and turned his back on them. The young boy looked at his retreating figure with a face full of disappointment, while the nobleman tried to hold him back. Lord Lucas! Ending the memory, Lucas thought to himself, that didn't happen. That was also around the time he gave up on protecting the tower and went to sleep. He hadn't been in a very good mood either. Only then did Lucas say to Athanasia sitting opposite him, You should count yourself lucky. I'm not like this with just anyone, you know. Athanasia thought to herself, He's acting so cocky. It doesn't matter if you're royalty or not. I don't want to deal with any idiots like that Eternitas brat, Lucas said conceitedly. When he talks about Eternitas, is he talking about the strongest emperor in history? He sure likes to brag, Athanasia thought to herself. The strongest in history? Lucas couldn't help but wonder. How strange that history recorded it that way. Is that really the brat I knew? Hearing this, Athanasia couldn't help but be curious. I heard wizards live for a very long time, but if that's true, just how old is Lucas? Right, Lord Lucas, the greatest wizard. Can we please get on with my lesson? Athanasia cut through his side story. Yeah, fine. Let's start right now by stopping the magic that is unnecessarily leaking from you, Lucas emphasized. What? Trying to control the magic that's automatically leaking from me? It's leaking? No one ever told me about that before, not even Papa. Athanasia couldn't help but be surprised. Yeah, only someone like me could notice it. Now go ahead and do it, Lucas said, leaning back easily in his chair. How do I do it? Athanasia asked in confusion. Lucas held out his hand to demonstrate. Take your magic, then point for double, and then ghost, and then like this. Athanasia watched from beginning to end, but her face remained completely blank, not understanding a single thing. Lucas, seeing her clueless expression, got annoyed and said sarcastically, All right, fine. I never expected you to get it on the first try anyway. Fine, I'll explain it to you one more time, so listen carefully. Holding on to magic is point for double, then stomp, and then like this. Athanasia listened again, but still didn't get what he meant. Is he kidding me? What are you doing? Hurry up and try it, Lucas suddenly said, catching Athanasia off guard. It was obvious she had no idea what he was doing. She could only squeeze her eyes shut and wing it. Like this? Hey, it actually worked, Lucas said in surprise. It worked? Athanasia was also completely bewildered. She stared at her hand in utter surprise, thinking, I must actually have some kind of talent, Lucas said smugly. Man, how did I manage to explain it so well that a beginner like you succeeded on the very first try? Just as I thought, those idiots in the tower were the real problem. Yeah, I knew it. As he spoke, he recalled his disciples in the tower who used to say in fear, We can't understand. Ha ha, I really am an incredible genius, Lucas said with total pride. So can I make other people float now? Athanasia asked curiously. Not yet. Focus on stopping the coins from exploding first, Lucas said. Why? You said I could do it. That was just the absolute basics. To do that requires much more complex magic, Lucas explained to her. But Papa did it so easily, Athanasia couldn't help but wonder. Your Papa probably practiced an immense amount to be able to do that, Lucas said. No way. My Papa was probably just a natural genius right from the start, Athanasia said proudly. Really? Lucas asked sarcastically. Lucas recalled Claude's serious, hard-working demeanor. I think he actually tried incredibly hard. The two of you are exactly the same, Lucas thought to himself. Oh, it's so hard to imagine him trying incredibly hard. Hearing this, Athanasia couldn't help but comment. Sometimes I wonder how exactly you view your father, Lucas couldn't help but wonder. Anyway, before you can make large objects float, we'll start with smaller things that are alive, Lucas said. How large? Athanasia couldn't help but wonder. About this large. As he spoke, Lucas flicked his hand, making the chair Athanasia was sitting on float up into the air. She was mid-pour with the tea when she was suddenly lifted up, making her scream in terror. Kya! Meanwhile, Lucas beside her just burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Lucas also quickly controlled the teapot and teacups to prevent the liquid inside from spilling out. After that, all the furniture in the room was controlled by Lucas, floating into the air. You have to be like me to be a natural right from the start, Lucas said smoothly. What do you think? Am I not the cooler one? Lucas couldn't help but say conceitedly. Athanasia held onto the armrests in fear, trembling as she said, Hey, fine, you're amazing! Couldn't you have warned me? Put everything back down right now. Athanasia screamed at Lucas, who was still casually sipping his tea on the other side. And that's my cup, okay? It's already gone cold, Lucas replied indifferently. Right at that moment at the Duke's estate, Jeanette was talking nonstop. Magic is truly amazing. You can dry clothes instantly and warm the body. The Emperor and the Princess are really, really wonderful. I wish I could use magic like that too, Jeanette said, full of joy. Ezekiel, who was sitting next to her reading a book, merely replied indifferently, Yeah, then maybe we'll be able to do something else besides just waiting around. Unlike the joyful Jeanette, Ezekiel seemed to have a lot on his mind. Jeanette couldn't help but recall the scene of the two of them waiting for the princess every day in the past. I see that you feel the same way as I do, Ezekiel. These words from Jeanette made Ezekiel freeze up for a moment, but Jeanette also seemed to sense the discomfort from Ezekiel as he kept quiet like that. To break the silence, Jeanette gently called his name. Ezekiel? Ezekiel. He couldn't help but look at her, waiting. Ezekiel's gaze was full of deep thought as he looked at her. My feelings for the princess are a bit different from my feelings for you, Ezekiel said slowly. Maybe at first they were the same, but no, actually. As he spoke, he recalled Athanasia's beautiful appearance. The princess is the most important person in my life right now, Jekyll slowly admitted to her. More than anyone else. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing these words, Jeanette, for some reason, didn't show any expression at all. I get it. Of course I understand. She's so beautiful and talented, Jeanette said haltingly. Hearing these words, Ezekiel couldn't help but look down sadly. I'm really sorry, Jeanette, he said sincerely. His words couldn't help but remind Jeanette of everything they had gone through together as children. After that, Ezekiel left in silence. Eternitas was standing on the second floor, observing their entire conversation. He seemed to be scheming something. Meanwhile, Athanasia recalled Lucas's words. I think he actually tried incredibly hard. Sometimes I wonder how exactly you view your father. Athanasia was full of questions. Is that really true? She stared intently at Claude's focused and serious face. Papa seems to work all by himself without any help from assistants. He occasionally uses Felix, but there isn't much a royal guard can do. He must be extremely busy, yet he never lets the work pile up and always finishes on time. Athanasia couldn't help but admire Claude's capability. She recalled Claude's elegant appearance at imperial banquets. Surprisingly, he dresses formally and shows up at National Day galas and royal birthdays. I get it now. Papa isn't a tyrant, but I wouldn't know how to answer if someone asked me what kind of person Claude is. Papa is simply Papa. Athanasia couldn't help but ponder. I have a general idea of his past from the novel, but is something wrong? Before she knew it, Claude had turned his gaze toward her. The question instantly cut through Athanasia's thoughts, and the atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. She had to make up an excuse. I just ran into a difficult study question. Was I staring way too obviously? Sorry. Do I usually help you study? Claude suddenly asked out of nowhere. Huh? His sudden question caught Athanasia a bit off guard. After that, Claude walked over, picked up her book, and looked at it, leaving Athanasia utterly shocked. What? Does he think I'm asking him for help? For this part, take 30% of x and substitute it into this equation, then isolate the unknown variable. Very quickly, Claude found the solution and gently explained it to her, making Athanasia admire him. Wow, is he really this smart? All right, your skills are still very good for your age, Claude praised her. Thank you, Papa. Wow, what a brilliant solution. Athanasia couldn't help but admire as she read what Claude had solved. Is there anything else you don't know? Claude asked kindly. No, Papa. This side of him was also a surprise. Lately, Papa had been treating her really well. Athanasia couldn't help but observe Claude more. I feel like he's trying to treat me just like he did before he got amnesia. But it seems like Papa still hasn't recovered his memories yet, Athanasia thought gloomily. Does he feel guilty for treating me poorly? Suddenly, Claude spoke up. You are very sincere with your studies. Really? Athanasia couldn't help but be surprised. You don't need to try so hard, Claude said seriously. But it's actually really fun to get good at it, Athanasia said happily. Fun? Claude repeated, puzzled. I also really like it when people praise me, heh, Athanasia said with a cheerful laugh. Her words couldn't help but remind Claude of his own studies during his childhood. Did you like studying when you were young, Papa? Her question instantly plunged Claude into deep thought. I don't know, I've never thought about whether I liked it or not, Claude said, honestly. Hearing Claude say that, Athanasia said, You're probably good at everything you try to do, Papa. Hearing her say this, Claude was a bit bewildered and curious. Athanasia continued, Lately I've been learning magic from Lucas because I want to be just like you, Papa. I didn't think it would be this hard, but it's way tougher than I thought. Lucas said that you probably worked really hard too, but I just can't picture it. In her imagination, when Papa focused on working, he would look like a Super Saiyan. Really? That's right, I'll show you what I've practiced. Hearing Athanasia speak so cheerfully, Claude nodded in agreement. After that, she focused all her energy to lift the book up. Whoa! I did it! The book was finally lifted into the air, but suddenly the pages started flipping and flying open, making Athanasia cry out in embarrassment. A few pages couldn't withstand the force and tore away from the book. Some of the pages smacked right onto Claude's face. The event happened so quickly that Athanasia was instantly shocked and frozen in place. With pages scattered all over the room, I'm sorry, Athanasia spoke up timidly. She worriedly observed the expression on Claude's face. He looked around the room that was cluttered with book pages. You aren't using magic correctly. You shouldn't push it inside the objects, but instead surround them and then lift. Claude explained while using his magic to guide the pages back into the book, not forgetting to instruct her. All right, now try it one more time, Claude said. Yes, Papa! Surround it and lift. Thinking this, Athanasia used her magic to control the book. To her surprise, the book gently floated in midair, leaving her in awe. What's more, the pages didn't fly around at all. Whoa, it worked! Athanasia cried out, unable to believe her eyes. I did it, Papa. She happily looked up at Claude. He was also happy, flashing a subtle smile and praising her. Well done. Seeing him smile, Athanasia was a bit taken aback. Papa smiled. But because I'm Papa's daughter, after all, even though your memories haven't returned yet, Athanasia said haltingly. Suddenly, her words caused Claude's head to throb uncontrollably. Tiredly clutching his head, he said, You should leave right now. Seeing that Claude seemed to be in pain, Athanasia asked, Papa, does your head hurt again? Hurry up and go! Claude lost his composure and shouted, making Athanasia jump in fear. Yes, Papa! After that, she quickly ran out of the study, leaving Claude there alone. Time passed, and night arrived. On the table sat a bottle of wine that was more than half empty. In the dark room, with only the moonlight shining in, Claude sat dejectedly on his chair, clutching his head. He seemed to be deep in thought about something. Just as I thought, I still can't remember anything. Claude's face was full of contemplation. Thinking of Athanasia, he couldn't help but think, an unfamiliar child, yet she's the child in my memories. Claude also recalled the sight of Athanasia when she was just a newborn baby, lying in the middle of a bloody battlefield. I never intended to acknowledge her, yet I couldn't bring myself to kill her. I suppressed all of my emotions and overused black magic just to forget. Claude recalled that dark period of time. He also remembered the image of Athanasia's mother and her fleeting words in his memory. This child will take my place. But why is the child that I completely intended to abandon still by my side? Claude couldn't help but feel conflicted as he recalled Athanasia's smiling face and her words from this morning. Because I'm Papa's daughter, after all. He couldn't help but remember the mistakes he had made with Athanasia. He had pushed her away so many times, but every single time he failed, and she was never afraid. But Athanasia was very resilient, just like her mother. When oppressed by Claude, her mother had also said, No matter how much you try to threaten me, I will never leave you, because I am your woman, your majesty. Thinking of this, Claude couldn't help but smile to himself. She really shares some of that innocence with her. Right at this moment, on the balcony of Athanasia's room, Lucas had just returned from scouting around. He said to Athanasia, who was waiting for him, Your Papa is already asleep. Really? Athanasia asked back to confirm. Thank goodness. I thought Papa's head was hurting again. Thank you, Lucas, she said, as he landed on the balcony. Athanasia had asked him to scout around because she was afraid that if she went herself, she would get caught. Lucas just coldly replied, No need to thank me. Okay. Athanasia also quickly turned back inside. Wow, it's getting late. Good night to you too, then. Then she quickly climbed back into bed. Lucas just stood there alone in deep thought. He recalled Claude's sleeping face and wondered, should I tell the kid that he's not doing so well? But Athanasia didn't suspect a thing. Lying in bed, she remembered what happened this morning when Papa helped her study. Today, Papa treated me just like he did in the old days. I used to think we would never be able to get close like before until he recovered his memories. Then she recalled his cold look right after Claude lost his memories. Because he was absolutely terrifying when he rejected me. Thinking up to this point, Athanasia's eyes turned sad. Suddenly, she recalled the time she was studying magic with Lucas, when she had said, Oh, it's so hard to imagine him trying incredibly hard. Lucas had asked, Sometimes I wonder how exactly you view your father. It seems Lucas was right, Athanasia thought to herself. I spent all my time focusing on trying to survive and be loved. Could that be why I don't actually know much about Papa? Athanasia recalled what Claude had to go through in the original plot. Papa took the throne just to survive. Even so, he faithfully fulfilled his duties as an emperor. Up until now, he might be strict with the nobility, but the common people see him as a wise king. Even though he isn't inherently a cruel person, he still carried out a massacre at the Ruby Palace. He always threatened me and scared me, but he never pushed me away whenever I approached him. Why is that? Athanasia wondered. But Athanasia thought sadly. He seems to have these contradictions, but could it be that he has his own reasons? Papa can be cold and distant, but he isn't the same emperor as the one in the novel. At least not the Papa that I know. Then why was Papa like that in the novel? Could it be because of black magic? Athanasia remembered what she went through in the novel. She had once posed that exact question to Lucas, but he couldn't give an answer either. I feel uncomfortable whenever I look at you. With what Papa had told her, Athanasia recalled Claude's cold words to her. Did he feel the exact same way toward the Athanasia in the novel, The Lovely Princess? And the reason he kept Jeanette by his side was because she could ease the pain from the side effects of black magic, right? Athanasia recalled the events in the novel. Because she made him feel uncomfortable, he started to hate her. That's why he didn't hesitate to execute her when she was framed for poisoning Jeanette. Athanasia finally seemed to understand the plight of the original Athanasia in the novel. She thought, everything makes perfect sense after all. So, that means the original Athanasia. She didn't even know why she was hated. Tears gradually began to fall from Athanasia's eyes. She felt deeply sorrowful for the original Athanasia's life in the novel. She didn't even know why she was unloved right up until the moment she died. What? Why am I acting like this? Athanasia slowly realized that her tears were streaming down her face. She sat up, using her hands to wipe away all the tears on her face. But the more she wiped, the more the tears kept falling. Why does my chest hurt so much? Athanasia clutched her chest in agonizing pain, with her face completely covered in tears. Why do I feel so much empathy for that Athanasia? She could suddenly feel a deep connection to everything the original Athanasia had painfully suffered through in the novel. It feels as though I am the one who went through all of those things. And so by the next morning, as expected, because she had cried way too much, Athanasia's eyes were completely swollen. Seeing this, Lily couldn't help but ask worriedly, Princess? Did something happen last night? Athanasia quickly made up an excuse. I couldn't sleep because of a scary nightmare, Lily. Lily immediately turned to a maid nearby and ordered, Go fetch a cold towel. Yes, Lady Lillian. But even while sitting at the breakfast table, Athanasia was still lost in deep thought. I've been thinking about it all last night, and I think I'm right. For some reason, I feel pretty certain. Surrounded by many maids serving her breakfast, Athanasia couldn't help but recall that dream. What if that dream is what actually happens after Athanasia dies? Even though I don't know why I'm having this kind of dream. In the dream, Claude was painfully clutching his head while lying in Jeanette's arms. Jeanette can only temporarily ease the pain and can't slow down the progression of the black magic. That means Papa's condition will only get worse. And in the end, Papa will. In the dream, Claude seemed to have died in pure agony, and another tall shadow appeared at that moment, watching all of it unfold, making Athanasia contemplate. What's really bothering me is that third person who appeared in the dream. Who could that person be? Athanasia thought deeply while eating. I couldn't recognize that person, but they didn't seem like a stranger at all. Their face was blurry, so I can't remember clearly. While thinking, Athanasia happily ate her food. Right now, the important thing is to find out why the curse is weaker than before Papa lost his memories. The only difference between the Athanasia in the novel and me is that we met Papa at entirely different times. Athanasia made up her mind. After breakfast, Athanasia moved on to dessert. While eating, she recalled, I met Papa 4 years earlier. Did something change because of that? Athanasia tilted her head in confusion. I don't think anything else could have affected the curse. Does that mean getting close to his younger child broke the curse of the black magic? Is this because accepting me goes completely against the reason Papa used black magic in the first place? Athanasia secretly wondered. A moment later, Lucas arrived. Suddenly, as if she had just figured something out, her eyes lit up as she looked at Lucas and said, Or is it because I was just too cute as a child, to the point where the curse had no choice but to give in? Athanasia kept that sparkling gaze looking at Lucas expectantly, but he just remained silent. This made her dejectedly slump back into her chair. Lucas asked in complete bewilderment, Why are you being so weird out of nowhere? I saw something I shouldn't have seen the second I got here. But Athanasia let out a dejected sigh and said, I just got too excited because I was overthinking. Suddenly, Lucas stepped closer and stared intently at her swollen eyes, saying with a serious look, But you look pretty ugly today. Out of nowhere? Athanasia said in irritation. Shut up! Lucas still continued his examination and said, Weird. Have you always looked like this? Whatever. What do you think about my hypothesis? Lucas sat down on the chair opposite her and just casually said, I know you tried your best. Athanasia asked in a total fit of rage, What do you mean by that? I'm just more interested in the dream you had, Lucas said, changing the subject. Right. Athanasia also said anxiously, Right, exactly. It seems like there's a meaning behind it, doesn't there? Lucas countered. It's just a stupid dream. I've heard that there are cases where some powerful wizards occasionally have prophetic dreams, but never about events after death. But it actually could happen if it's this brat, Lucas thought to himself, because she's someone who has crossed through dimensions and time. I realized one thing while trying to treat your papa, Lucas said slowly. Your papa didn't just use a single type of black magic. Looking at how multiple types of magic are tangled together, I think he used one type to kill his emotions and another to erase his memories, Lucas deduced. With black magic, the higher the power level, the greater the risk. That's why most people only use a single type. I've used the type that removes emotions before. It seems there was someone he truly wanted to forget, Lucas explained, and I think I know who that person is. Judging by your expression, I think you have someone in mind too. Athanasia's facial expression at this moment looked extremely sorrowful. Judging by your expression, I think you have someone in mind too, Lucas said. Completely distressed, Athanasia recalled the image of her mother. My mother knew that Papa truly loved her, because all the dreams I had about my mother were from Papa's memories. Back then, I just thought it was another human side of Papa that I had never seen before, Athanasia thought as she pictured her mother. To think that he was suffering so much that he wanted to erase his memories and kill his emotions. Thinking up to this point, Athanasia couldn't help but cover her face and cry. Her reaction instantly caught Lucas off guard, and he said in a panic, Hey, are you crying? But Athanasia sniffled and wiped away her tears, thinking, Mother was crying in my dream too. I'm sure it's because she understood Papa's pain as well, Lucas said in confusion. I told you already, your Papa isn't going to drop dead immediately. Stop crying. What? Athanasia asked in bewilderment. Weren't you crying because you were worried that your Papa would die? Well, no. You said that as long as I stay by Papa's side, he won't die. That's why I've been doing my absolute best and visiting him, Athanasia said, as if suddenly realizing something. Wait, what is that look on your face? Lucas secretly cursed. Damn it, Lucas! Lucas! Athanasia shouted his name. Lucas still avoided her gaze. A normal person would have lost consciousness and wouldn't even be able to function by now, Lucas hinted. What? Athanasia screamed in shock. But he's been working this entire time. He truly is a madman, Lucas said dejectedly. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I've been following him everywhere, trying to talk to him, and we even went on a boat trip, Athanasia reproached Lucas. Oh, you're right. Why didn't I tell you before? Lucas said, feigning innocence. But in reality, he thought to himself, because if I told her, I knew she would just cry again. Your Papa still has plenty of energy and is extremely powerful, so he's still doing fine up until now, Lucas reassured her. I've replaced all the magic you consumed. Still? How much longer will he be fine? Athanasia asked anxiously. I'm not sure. The answer from Lucas was like a heavy blow to Athanasia. She tiredly rested her head in her hands, thinking, it seems I've been way too optimistic lately. The reason nothing happened to me after my magic exploded was all thanks to Papa. I can't believe I didn't notice Papa's condition. He really doesn't show anything on his face, Athanasia thought, full of disappointment. I told you already that his health is declining, and what I gave him was just a temporary solution, Lucas said. I understand that, but Papa seemed so much better after that, so I thought you were just saying that to scare me, Athanasia thought sadly. The reason he ended up like this is all because of me, Athanasia blamed herself. Lucas, what exactly is a magic explosion? She asked him. It's something that happens when the magical energy inside the body spirals out of control and erupts, whether due to an excessive accumulation of magical energy or because the flow of magic was disrupted, Lucas explained. Why would my magic explode if it just wasn't triggered? Athanasia asked in confusion. You're right. That part is pretty strange, Lucas also wondered. But I made sure to leave your body in perfect condition when I left. So why did your magic erupt at that time? Did anything strange happen back then? Anything unusual? Lucas asked. I'm not sure. Everything was normal, just like always, Athanasia recalled in confusion. Suddenly, she remembered something. Now that I think about it, there was some static electricity. Hearing her say that, Lucas also began to think. Static electricity? Yeah, recalling. Blackie was very fluffy. Every time I touched him, there was always static electricity, Athanasia recalled. Can mere static electricity cause something like that? You dummy, Lucas scolded her. Well, yeah, I guess that's probably not it, Athanasia said haltingly. Looking at Athanasia's disappointed and helpless appearance, Lucas thought to himself, she's feeling sad again. For now, just focus and do your best with your magic practice, Lucas said, shifting the focus. Magic? Athanasia repeated. The more we study the properties of your magic, the more likely you are to find a solution, Lucas explained. The properties of my magic? Athanasia thought. His amnesia wasn't just caused by your magic explosion. Your magic might actually be the key to the solution, Lucas deduced. So just focus on your studies, got it? Do you intend to study with me? Athanasia couldn't help but feel bewildered as she recalled Lucas's previous teaching methods. But Athanasia thought sadly, Lucas seems to be right. The only trace left is magic. If I can understand my own magic, I'll be able to make a breakthrough. Athanasia made up her mind and said, All right, I'll do my absolute best. Good. Lucas was also surprised by her sudden shift. She's come back to life again, he thought. That night at the Duke's estate, inside her room, Jeanette lay in deep thought on her bed. I think I've just been dumped. Up until yesterday, I always thought that I would marry Yahello, even though the Duke had never explicitly stated it. Jeanette recalled what the Duke had said when the two were children. Take good care of Jeanette. She's a child you must protect. This is so humiliating, Jeanette thought, blushing in shame. Right. Yahello must have thought so too, that I was acting like I was his fiancée, Jeanette thought sadly. She couldn't help but recall the question Yahello had asked. Do you understand what I mean? So that's why he pushed me away, because Yahello likes the princess. The princess. Mentioning the title princess, Jeanette thought to herself, after the Duke told me that I am the princess, I thought that the prince would be Yahello, because all the princesses in fairy tales marry the prince and live happily ever after. But I am not a princess in a fairy tale, Jeanette thought sadly. I'm certain that a real fairy tale princess is someone exactly like Princess Athanasia. As she spoke, she recalled Athanasia's sparkling appearance. Then who am I? Jeanette curled up into a ball in sadness. I envy the princess. Jeanette recalled how much the Duke had always pushed her to study when she was young. You must not fall behind. Even when she was only 7 years old, she was forced to read incredibly profound books. Because of that, Jeanette felt very envious of Athanasia. The beautiful and smart princess. She has been by His Majesty's side since she was a child. If I had tried harder, would things be different? He said that I am immature. Is it because I'm not outstanding enough? Jeanette thought, full of contemplation. If I tried harder, would everyone love me more? It feels like I'm all alone in this world. It's so lonely, Jeanette thought with deep sadness. But Jeanette let out a tired yawn. I can't seem to fall asleep at all. If I get caught, I'll be in trouble, but I want to go for a short walk. Thinking this, she stepped out of bed, put on the ring from the table, and walked out. On the long, dark hallway, Jeanette walked alone in her pajamas, holding a lamp. Suddenly, she noticed something out on the balcony. Huh? There's a light. Who is that? As she drew closer, she saw a figure sitting back in a chair. It was none other than Eternitas. He was sipping a glass of wine in his hand, deeply pondering something. Suddenly, Eternitas glanced toward someone. His sudden question startled Jeanette, who was hiding behind the door. Eternitas walked over and opened the door for her. He asked, Tell me, why are you walking around at this late hour, my young lady? Jeanette said in confusion. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd go for a short walk. What are you doing out here, sir? Jeanette asked, looking behind him, where a wine bottle still sat on the table. I'm having a glass of wine and enjoying the moon, Eternitas said. Oh, I hope I'm not disturbing you, Jeanette asked nervously. Not at all. You said you couldn't sleep, right? Is there something troubling you, my lady? If you want to talk to someone like me, I am more than willing to listen. As he spoke, he gestured for her to take a seat. Ah, well. Jeanette hesitated a bit at Eternitas's offer. But in return, please don't tell anyone I was here, and don't mention this wine bottle either, Eternitas said with a gentle smile. Jeanette nodded her head vigorously. It seems we have another secret between the two of us. Hearing him say that, Jeanette's face grew even brighter. It's very cold right now, so please take this. As he spoke, Eternitas picked up the cloak next to him. He then gently placed it over her shoulders. Jeanette softly said, Thank you. Jeanette felt her spirits lift a little. She thought shyly, he is truly very kind. He is always so thoughtful and always speaks such gentle words. I feel happy when I'm with him, Jeanette thought to herself. Even though they're both adults, he's so different from the Duke and His Majesty. I wonder why, the naive Jeanette thought. She didn't notice at all that Eternitas had been looking at her this whole time with an unreadable gaze. He was recalling the conversation he had witnessed between Jekyll and Jeanette. I thought she would be useless, but it seems some unexpected changes have appeared. He silently observed Jeanette while thinking. Eternitas and Jeanette sat together in the quiet night with only a single oil lamp lit. Jeanette suddenly asked, "Do you think I'm being too optimistic?" In response to her, Eternitas just leaned his chin on his hand thoughtfully. "I'm not sure either." Jeanette looked sad and anxious at Eternitas's next words. "Family and unconditional love, huh?" He lowered his hand to the armrest slowly. "To me, those things are truly..." Speaking to this point, Eternitas lowered his voice as he reminisced. He thought back to his childhood memories, witnessing his mother screaming, "Who does he think helped him take the throne?" Back then, he could only stand silently, looking at his helpless mother. "Is it because I don't have any magic at all? Why did he bring back a low-born bastard?" Eternitas froze until a nearby servant reminded him, "Prince, please be careful. There are shards all around, so it's very dangerous here." Meanwhile, his mother was still panicking and struggling as two servants tried to calm her down. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Eternitas ignored the servant's warning and walked over to his mother. "Mother, what's wrong? Is everything all right?" Seeing him, the Empress looked as if she had found her savior. She screamed at him, leaving him wide-eyed and motionless. "Crown Prince!" she wailed at Eternitas. "Does the Crown Prince understand a mother's heart like mine? I cannot live with this humiliation." Suddenly, she rushed over and grabbed him. "Now you are the only one I can rely on." The Empress stared directly into the eyes of Prince Eternitas. "You must ascend the throne as Emperor, no matter what happens." But her tears kept streaming down. She asked Eternitas, "You love your mother, don't you?" Eternitas widened his eyes and didn't answer. He thought about himself and the royal family. Family and shared blood, huh? After a series of flashbacks, Eternitas spoke up again. "Not at all," he smiled gently. "I think you can do it, my lady." He looked at Jeanette with hollow eyes and a bitter expression. Blood is thicker than water, after all. This statement left Jeanette completely confused, raising a huge question mark in her heart. She looked at Eternitas's gentle smile and thought, why is his answer so inconsistent from one moment to the next? Jeanette came up with her own answer to her question. "Maybe he's just tired and doesn't want to talk to me anymore. That's why he said that," she thought. It was as if Eternitas meant, "I'm tired, so let's stop here." Her hands clasped together, clearly showing her deep thoughts. How strange. She thought about Eternitas's demeanor just now. He behaved like a completely different person a moment ago. While she was lost in her thoughts, Eternitas continued. "It would be wonderful if you had a family that could love and trust you unconditionally like that." Jeanette only replied, yes." It seemed she realized that every time family was mentioned, his tone became cynical like that. But Jeanette looked at Eternitas with hesitation as he expressed, "I also wish I had a family like that." This made her wonder about his family. The space fell silent once again, with only Jeanette's thoughts still flowing. Perhaps, she looked at Eternitas taking a sip of his wine. "I wonder what happened to his family." That keeps him staying at the Alpheus estate?" Eternitas suddenly spoke up. "It's late, so you should head back." He stood up from his chair. "We should end our conversation here." Eternitas picked up the oil lamp. He was about to leave, but Jeanette stopped him. "Sir, if you ever have anything you need to vent, you can talk to me. Since you always listen to my stories, I want to return your kindness." She clenched both hands in front of her, looking at Eternitas. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Hearing her say that made Eternitas freeze up completely. He only let out a scoff. Seeing this, she quickly continued, "Well, because you're so nice to listen to my stories." Her cheeks flushed red as she asked him, "Is there anything I can do for you?" But Eternitas didn't reply to her. He reached his hand out forward, then pressed his hand firmly on Jeanette's head, making a clear pop sound, leaving her wide-eyed in confusion. Realizing his own action, Eternitas immediately pulled his hand back. Forgive me, my lady. I lost control for a second and slipped up." But Jeanette had no intention of blaming him. "It's fine, please don't mind it." In her heart, she thought about this action. She looked at him again. It was a completely emotional gesture. Eternitas turned around, subconsciously staring at the hand that had just touched Jeanette's head. His eyes looked at it in confusion. After that, Eternitas walked away, not forgetting to leave a closing wish. "Good night, my lady." Early morning, sunlight covered the magnificent and majestic castle. Claude, Jeanette, and Athanasia were sitting together in the garden, enjoying tea. Athanasia expressed her wish. It seems a bit sunny out here. I think we should have tea somewhere with more shade. Her father, the emperor, also quickly agreed. All right. Princess Athanasia turned around to give an order to a nearby maid. Please move the tea table inside for me. The maid bowed in obedience. Yes, princess. After that, she quickly stood up to move inside. Her hair brushed against the teapot, causing it to lose balance and fall. Claude saw the teapot nearing the ground. Noticing the accident, Athanasia and Jeanette also turned their heads to look. Claude, with the expressionless face, caught the hot teapot with his hand as water spilled out. The three, Athanasia, Jeanette, and the maid, witnessed this scene in shock. Claude's face still didn't show any emotion as he just reminded Athanasia. Be careful. Only then did Athanasia finally react. Papa, your hand! Jeanette also rushed over in a panic. She touched Claude's burning wound anxiously. Someone quickly call Wizard Lucas over! Then she turned back to look at the injury and spoke rapidly. Father, why did you do that? You shouldn't have caught the teapot with your bare hand like that. Your body is still not well yet. Not replying to her, Claude just calmly answered. I saw it falling, so I caught it. It's just a tiny injury. A little magic will fix it. Athanasia frantically grabbed Claude's hand, shaking her head vigorously. No, no way! You must not use magic! No! Her face clearly showed her anxiety. Please wait for Wizard Lucas to get here. As she spoke, she thought, what do I do now? What should I do with this burn? Her stream of thoughts didn't stop. Papa got hurt again. It's because of my carelessness that he got hurt. Seeing her like this, Claude was only puzzled. At this moment, Jeanette spoke up. Your Majesty, are you unwell somewhere? Only then did Athanasia realize Jeanette was still here. Lady Margarita. Holding the Emperor's hand, she turned to speak to Jeanette. You should head back. I'm sorry, Lady Margarita, but please head back for today. Yes, Princess. Having said that, she quickly ordered the servants. Someone please escort Lady Margarita out. The servant promptly replied. Oh, yes. Before Jeanette could leave, Lucas arrived. Ah, Princess, you summoned me? Seeing Lucas arrive, Athanasia couldn't hide her anxiety and spoke immediately. His Majesty got hurt again. He just burned his hand because of boiling water. Will he be okay after getting hit like this? While Lucas was examining Claude's injury, the maid came over to Jeanette's side. Lady Margarita, let me escort you out. Jeanette obediently murmured a yes. Lucas noticed her and secretly glanced toward Jeanette. Watching Jeanette's retreating figure, he thought to himself, has that girl always been like that from the start? Suddenly, images of Eternitas and Jeanette overlapped. At night, Jeanette sat by the table facing the sky again. I suddenly feel a bit lonely. Ezekiel and Uncle are very good to me, but lately I feel a certain distance between us. If we were a real blood-related family, it probably wouldn't be like this. I wish I could tell the truth. Speaking to this point, Jeanette paused for a moment. To His Majesty and Princess Athanasia. Early in the morning, Jeanette met Eternitas. His face looked slightly sad as he asked her, You must be very sad, right, my lady? Jeanette looked at him, waiting for him to say more. The two sat next to each other. Eternitas continued, I'm sure you were very confused and disappointed at that time, my lady. I'm sure you were very worried about His Majesty, yet in the end, you were asked to leave like that. Jeanette responded awkwardly, Ah, well, I'm fine. Her face was also gloomy, her eyebrows slightly furrowing. I'm just worried about how badly His Majesty was hurt. His Majesty and the princess don't know that I am their relative, so they can't be blamed. Eternitas crossed his arms over his chest, glancing toward Jeanette, who was contemplating something. I know I mustn't let anyone know about the Emperor's health condition, but I feel very sad being treated as just a nobody, and I have no one to confide in except him. Eternitas suddenly spoke up and asked, Why don't you tell them the truth, my lady? Eternitas continued saying, That you are also royalty, their relative. Hearing that, Jeanette only hesitated, not replying. Well, she was completely at the loss for words. In the end, she finally spoke about what was on her mind. Before I asked the princess what she would think if we were real sisters. But the princess looked shocked and didn't say anything at all. Eternitas looked at her being awkward and distressed. Then he turned away, his brows narrowing slightly as he silently understood. He thought to himself, she only wanted to get close to Jeanette to build connections within the nobility. Maybe Claude already told her the truth about who Jeanette is. Thinking of this, his face darkened completely. Yet she still tries to please Jeanette so that Jeanette won't hate the two of them, and to prevent Jeanette from becoming her obstacle later on. Eternitas recalled the images of Emperor Claude and Princess Athanasia. Like father, like daughter, both equally cunning. But Jeanette, who had been silent all this time, looked down sadly. It seems the princess only views me as a friend. Hearing her speak, Eternitas's face grew even darker. He just remained silent and didn't open his mouth. I've told you about the royal family before. You said the princess is much smarter than her peers. She kept speaking without stopping. But I don't need the throne or anything. I simply adore the princess. You once said both the princess and I have an equal right to inherit the throne, but I'm not smart or talented like Princess Athanasia. I can't even use magic. Meanwhile, a terrifying voice echoed inside Eternitas's head. Are you trembling? Don't go soft on them, flashed across. Make them kneel at your feet. At this moment, Jeanette couldn't help but continue. I simply adore the princess. She and Eternitas sat next to each other. She told him her thoughts. You once said both the princess and I have an equal right to inherit the throne, but I'm not smart or talented like Princess Athanasia. I can't even use magic. Responding to her, Eternitas only asked gently, Do you really think so? Inside Eternitas's head right now, those painful memories were still surfacing. What is this piece of trash? Suddenly he spoke subconsciously. Whether one has magical power or not doesn't matter. Anyone who is worthy of the throne can sit in that position. The statement of his caused Jeanette to raise a huge question mark. She looked at him in confusion. Jeanette didn't understand what he was saying, but it wasn't polite to ask, so she could only wonder secretly, what is he talking about? She clasped her two hands together, showing a look of worry and distress upon hearing Eternitas utter, Whether you want to sit on it or not, I still think you deserve the right to sit there. Jeanette stammered, Eternitas turned to look at her with complete gentleness. You are a kind and delicate young lady. You could become an empress who loves her subjects, just as you are loved by your subjects. Jeanette opened her eyes wide to look at him, completely flustered. You're praising me a bit too much. Jeanette didn't know what else to say, so she just fell silent. Her mind was in a total mess. He praised her so much that she was completely speechless. Up on the upper floor, someone was watching them. It turned out to be Yahello. He looked at Eternitas and Jeanette, guessing. That man! This guest has been talking to Jeanette a lot lately. While reading his book, he pondered. He definitely must have some sort of motive. Early the next morning, Jeanette was preparing to go somewhere. The servants had readied the carriage and were seeing her off. I'll be back soon. Right then, a voice echoed from behind. Hello, my lady. Good morning to you. Jeanette turned her head and saw Eternitas. Hello. Good morning to you too. He saw the carriage and asked her, Are you preparing to head over to the palace? Eternitas looked at the bracelet she was wearing on her right wrist and couldn't help but wonder. That bracelet? You bought it at the market back then. How come I rarely saw you wear it before? Jeanette looked at the bracelet with eyes full of happiness and smiled brightly. Yes, I want to show it to the princess. She stared at the bracelet for a long time. Normally, I don't dare wear it because I'm afraid others will ask where I bought it. Eternitas looked at her with a deadpan expression, not believing his own eyes. It was totally obvious. What noble would wear market trash like that? But he didn't say his thoughts out loud, only supporting her out of courtesy. The princess will surely be very happy to see that you always treasure this gift. Jeanette lightly shook the bracelet on her wrist. Yes, I hope so. Eternitas's eyes turned deep and dark, looking at her wrist with a chilling gaze. Jeanette has no intention of revealing her true identity yet. But if I use the old method on this bracelet, if I do exactly what I did with the ribbon. He thought back to that prestigious-looking ribbon. But this bracelet was gifted by the princess herself. Even if this assassination plot fails, no one will be able to trace it back. Eternitas stepped closer to Jeanette. My lady, it seems the bracelet is a bit loose. She looked at him. Huh? Is it loose? He touched the bracelet, casting a bit of magic on it. Since it was bought directly from the market by the princess, even if it malfunctions, it won't affect me. Jeanette felt her bracelet shift and exclaimed, Oh, it seems fine now. Eternitas thought back to when Jeanette received the bracelet from her stories. Judging by what Jeanette said, Claude's true condition isn't recovering well like the fake news Duke Alpheus received. The people in the palace are intentionally keeping the emperor's illness a secret. Her voice cut off his stream of thoughts. Sitting inside the wooden carriage, Jeanette spoke up. Well, we are leaving now. Goodbye, sir. Eternitas saw her off to the door. I'll be back soon and talk to you more. Eternitas looked at her, a smirk playing on his face. Have a safe trip, my lady. After Jeanette left, Eternitas fell back into his chaotic thoughts. Do you see that? The image of his younger brother appeared in his mind. Look, your younger brother is mocking you again. Meanwhile, he could only stand there frozen in absolute silence. Jeanette, Claude, Athanasia, and even the bracelet flashed through Eternitas's mind. He slumped down onto a round chair. Whether it succeeds or fails, he seemed to see an image of Emperor Claude appearing, holding a glass containing something. It's a real pity that I can't witness you getting swallowed whole by the curse with my own eyes. Splashes of blood splattered everywhere. I hope this is the last time I have to make a move. Night fell, and Eternitas lay on the large round chair, taking a nap. Behind the door, someone was calling out, Lord Eternitas! A continuous knocking sound echoed. Knock, knock. The calling caused Eternitas to snap awake. He glanced toward the door as the calling kept going. Lord Eternitas! He immediately sat up, touching his face with his hand. Did I fall asleep? He didn't forget to answer the person outside. I'm coming. Did I doze off because I used too much magic? As soon as he opened the door, Eternitas saw Jeanette's silhouette. Is there an emergency, my lady? Seeing him, Jeanette couldn't hold it back anymore and burst into tears. She tightly clenched her hands, tears streaming down nonstop. Yes, sir. His Majesty. Just hearing about His Majesty made Eternitas's face completely darken. Images of blood droplets surfaced. Did something happen to His Majesty? Inside the room, lit up by the bright sun, Athanasia sat beside Claude's bed. Suddenly someone called her. Princess! Her face was sorrowful, her gaze completely dazed and lost. His Majesty's condition is stabilizing now. Please return to your palace and get some rest, Princess. Felix, Robane, and Lily came to her side, but she paid them no mind. I want to stay here. The princess looked at her beloved father, whose eyes were tightly shut. Lily and Felix still tried their best to persuade her. The moment His Majesty wakes up, we will inform you immediately. So please go catch some sleep. A knocking sound came from the door. Knock, knock. Felix and Lily turned around to look toward the sound. Lucas stepped into the room. Athanasia still sat there, completely motionless. Lucas, Lily, and Felix bowed to each other. Lucas walked over to Athanasia's side and said gently, Princess, let me escort you back. Let's go. Lucas looked at Athanasia, his eyes saying, I have something to tell you. Follow me. He stared intently at her, signaling. Athanasia also quickly followed him outside. Once outside, Lucas broke the news to her. None of the wizards can find any traces of magic or poison, so they still haven't traced anything yet. Athanasia recounted the situation back then to Lucas. We were having tea like always when Papa suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed, losing consciousness. The image of Claude coughing up blood flashed through her mind again. Lucas stood with his hands on his hips, calmly assessing the situation. There's no way His Majesty's condition would suddenly deteriorate like this out of nowhere. Lucas looked at her and said, they all at once. There must have been an external trigger, but the royal mages couldn't find any traces of magic because they are a bunch of idiots. There's still a faint trace of magic left behind. Hearing this, Athanasia looked up at Lucas in sheer shock. She asked him, did someone do this on purpose? Lucas calmly replied, this might be an assassination attempt. Once you become the emperor, dealing with this kind of stuff comes with the territory. Athanasia continued to ask him, have you found the culprit yet? He replied to her, I'm not sure, but it's definitely the bastard who broke into my tower. She repeated in shock, broke into the tower? Lucas frowned in absolute rage. He broke into my place, smashed all my magical artifacts, and absorbed all the magic from them. I rushed over to take care of you and your dad, so I neglected the tower. I'm not sure what his motive is, but it's definitely connected to your magic explosions too. The two of them, Athanasia and Lucas, one standing and one sitting, talked to each other. The execution method is identical, all the tricks are exactly the same. Athanasia's face turned pale, her brows furrowed in utter terror. An assassination attempt? If Lucas can't find the mastermind, if we still can't find that person, will things like this keep happening? Lucas looked at her as she was lost in her spiraling thoughts. I need to do something, otherwise Father will... Lucas looked at her with a serious expression. Don't worry, I'll protect both of you. Go get some rest. Lucas kept speaking while Princess Athanasia sniffled. I thought that bastard was only targeting my tower, so I didn't pay much attention. Now I'm extremely pissed off. No, he reached his hand out near Athanasia's face as if to reassure her. No one can harm your father anymore. You've been up all night, go back to your room and rest. Athanasia was still tearing up. No, She looked away. Lucas cast a spell to make Athanasia drift off to sleep. The dress she was wearing also changed into a nightgown. Athanasia fell into a sound sleep. Lucas left, not forgetting to wish her a good night. Good night, princess. On another side, Roger Alpheus was sitting and talking with Eternatus. What? What did you just say? Eternatus looked at him calmly. I said, get ready to enter the palace. Claude is about to die. Roger, acting as if he didn't understand what was going on, asked again. What do you mean by that? Eternatus was a bit annoyed now. Why do you love repeating the same questions so much? Roger took off his glasses and massaged his forehead, saying with a headache, I'm speechless. Why do you think His Majesty is passing away? Eternatus thought of Jeanette's bracelet and spoke with absolute confidence. Because I used Jeanette to cast a curse on him. The scene of a terrified Claude appeared. Eternatus sinisterly emphasized, a curse that ensures his certain death. Hearing that, Roger was stunned. You, he slowly continued, can you really do that? Roger thought back to when Eternatus and his brother were young and asked, then why didn't you do this before? Eternatus was silent for a moment before replying. Before, Claude was still strong and didn't show any weaknesses. Eternatus recalled someone once begging him desperately, Crown Prince, please don't hate Claude. Back then, Eternatus only stood from afar, watching her. A dark voice kept urging him constantly, why haven't you made a move on her yet? Hurry up and kill her. I will give you a taste of my power. What are you still hesitating for? Eternatus didn't care about those words and flatly replied, no, I won't kill her. Why should I dirty my hands for someone who is already about to die anyway? After that, Eternatus walked away. This isn't something I need to concern myself with. Returning to the present, Eternatus, with bleak eyes showing an incomplete assimilation mark, thought, I'm still too weak to fully swallow both the original body and soul. But Roger looked at him hesitantly. Assimilation? Why do you want to enter the palace right now? But he also immediately closed his eyes and lowered his face. No, that doesn't matter. Could it be that you want to take advantage of the chaos? When the Emperor passes away to announce your identity, Roger Alpheus thought to himself. What exactly is Eternatus trying to do? If this keeps going, I'll truly be part of a rebellion. His health condition wasn't great before, but I didn't think he'd strike so quickly and ruthlessly. Roger looked at Eternatus and asked directly, but who would believe a dead man has come back to life? How do you plan to prove your identity? Eternatus looked at Roger with a look of utter disgust. You must be in deep shock to ask such a stupid question. His eyes lit up. Does our imperial family even need to prove our identity? Roger frowned slightly in panic. But your death was announced a very long time ago. Who would follow you now? Eternatus said a line that completely shut Roger up. Don't I still have you right here? Roger angrily put up a front of denial. Are you asking me to turn my back and rebel? Responding to him, Eternatus just sneered. Turn your back and rebel? Have you forgotten who the true heir to the throne is? Roger already had a calculation in his mind. This is way too dangerous. I need time to think this through further. He asked Eternatus, do you want to take revenge on the Emperor and ascend the throne? Eternatus stood up and left his seat. He walked toward Roger, speaking as he advanced, instigating a rebellion and then taking care of this inexperienced new ruler. Approaching Roger, his voice grew clearer by the second. Doing so to stabilize the chaotic state of the country. Wasn't that also my duty back when I was the Emperor? Eternatus faced Roger directly. Do you have any more questions? Making Roger break out into a cold sweat. What are you planning to do? Why are you getting so close? Eternatus looked at Roger with a scheming gaze. Thanks to you, I was able to use Jeanette. You're quite useful. He touched his hand to the middle of Roger's forehead. Eternatus's red eyes flashed again. You deserve praise. You've done very well. Eternatus's magic took effect instantly, leaving Roger's face looking completely brainwashed. At the Duke's estate, Ezekiel knocked on the door. Father. From inside, a voice aloud. Come in, he asked. What is it? He hesitated. Father, I came to deliver some news. The information our source sent back is very strange. His Majesty is... The Duke grew impatient. What did they say? Yahello was flustered. His Majesty. Roger didn't seem surprised at all. Is in critical condition, right? He confirmed, yes, Father. So you've already heard about it? At the recent noble social circles and banquets, a rumor has been spreading. Considering how fast it's spreading, Father, do you think someone is behind the scenes pulling the strings and spreading it? The Duke dismissed it. What does that matter anyway? You don't need to worry about that. Yahello was stunned. What? What do you mean, Father? The rumors about His Majesty are spreading all over the nobility. How could it not matter? He firmly stated, that is none of your business, young Duke. The young Duke couldn't understand at all. Excuse me? Yahello was suddenly startled. Father. He saw his father's hand. His hand was clearly bandaged, even though there had been no injuries on it before. The Duke, with a completely hollow look in his eyes, said, You may leave now. Yes, Father. Even though Yahello couldn't understand at all, he still listened to his father. Yes, then I shall return later. Yahello asked his father out of concern. Do you need anything, Father? Your tea is all gone. Let me call someone to bring in some more. The Duke replied, Tell them to bring me rum. Do you mind, Yahello? Yahello immediately replied, Oh no, not at all. I'll have the servant bring it to you, Father. He closed the door. Yahello stood quietly in front of the door, deep in thought. The young Duke looked back at his father's study in utter horror. Rum? Since when did Father drink rum? Father has never even touched rum before, especially not while working in the middle of the day like this. The sharp Yahello had already realized his father was acting extremely strange, almost as if he wasn't himself. Inside, the Duke's hand was scribbling mindlessly. He just sat there silently, scribbling away nonstop. Eternitas suddenly manifested. Brainwashing him completely makes things so much more comfortable. He complained, I should have done this from the very beginning. Indeed, if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. The scuffle from last night. Returning to the night before, Anastasius had complained. You oppose me because you're always hesitating and wavering. Eternitas. The Duke grabbed the inkwell on the desk. He threw it directly at Eternitas. He lost his balance and fell flat on the floor with a loud thud. The impact occurred, and Eternitas sat on the floor. He remained silent. The Duke worriedly thought, did it work? Blood had spilled. Anastasius spoke up. Just as I thought, should I just let Eternitas handle this? Thanks to you, everything has become much easier. Anastasius's eyes flashed with deep malice. What a naive move. Returning to the present, blood dripped onto the desk. He glanced over and smirked. First, the Duke was suffering from a nosebleed. Anastasius didn't care at all. It's great because now I can use him freely and easily. You must be feeling pretty uncomfortable, right? Although using this magic is very convenient, it still has an unfixable flaw. He gave a sinister laugh. It looks like the Duke is currently in a critical life and death state, Anastasius murmured to himself. I only need him for a little while longer anyway. Meanwhile, at Claude's palace, Athanasia sat by his bedside. Outside, Lily was pacing back and forth anxiously with worry. It's already been a week, and the princess hasn't left His Majesty's room even once. Felix was also extremely restless. He asked, By the way, what is the princess doing in there? Lily replied, She is writing rejection letters to decline the invitations from the noble families. Felix was surprised. Rejection letters? Lily further explained. Lately, the nobility has been hosting banquets very frequently. The princess usually receives invitations, but for some reason, they've been arriving much more than usual lately. Felix nervously revealed, Recently, there have been rumors about His Majesty being ill. Lily was taken aback. Rumors? He stepped closer to her. He whispered, Those people writing the invitations must be trying to test the princess to see how His Majesty's health condition is. They probably want to know if it's true that His Majesty is sick. Lily could hardly believe it. What? But His Majesty's condition is top secret information, Felix admitted. Yes, that's true. But the rumors are spreading like wildfire, so I had to report this to the princess immediately. The two went back and forth. But how on earth did that? Therefore, we must let the princess know this news as soon as possible. Just then, Athanasia stepped out. She said, Something is very strange. I think Papa's illness has been leaked to the outside. The two of them were too shocked for words. Athanasia asked aggressively, Is something wrong? They were completely bewildered. How did you... She presented the letters, which shared almost identical contents. Because all these invitations are asking me if my father is well, if His Majesty is healthy, if His Majesty is doing all right, asking if they can know if His Majesty is fine. It's as if they're testing me. Athanasia stated firmly, I'm certain the news of Papa's illness was locked down, but someone has intentionally leaked these rumors out. Felix and Lily were amazed and full of admiration. How did you find out so quickly? The princess is truly incredibly brilliant. She was puzzled by their reaction. Huh? What is it? Felix said. I hesitated for the longest time before coming to discuss this with you. Athanasia got a bit tense. Discuss what? They entered the room, Felix explained seriously. There was a time before when His Majesty fell ill like this as well. But back then, the information was locked down perfectly, so it wasn't an issue. You could say the current situation is extremely unstable. Now it's different. The nobles have caught wind of His Majesty's condition, and once they know His Majesty is this weak, they will start demanding their rights. They need a leader so that the country doesn't fall into absolute chaos. Yes, Felix stated that in this situation, someone is needed to handle things in His Majesty's place. Athanasia didn't understand yet. In his place, what do you mean? Then she suddenly realized. Right. Athanasia understood. The person with the right to oversee state affairs in the emperor's stead is the next heir to the throne, as stated in the imperial law. In this scenario, the one next in line to take charge is none other than the sole princess of Obelia. Felix said seriously, Princess, you will manage the internal state affairs in His Majesty's stead. Lucas rested his chin on his hand idly. You, becoming the queen? Athanasia countered. Not the queen, but just a regent holding power for the emperor, a princess regent. He asked, So, a princess regent then? She denied it. Not quite yet. Lucas concluded, Then you're basically the candidate for the princess regent position. Athanasia was left completely dazed by what she heard. A candidate for princess regent? What on earth is that? She added, What the heck are you talking about? It still needs to be passed by the Council of Elders. Although it's just a formality, we still have to do it for tradition's sake. Lucas asked, Is that Council of Elders you mentioned the one made up of all the big-shot families here in Obelia? He complained in annoyance. Those guys are all just servants of the imperial family. What right do they have to check the emperor's power anyway? Athanasia replied, They don't have actual governing power, but they are tasked with officially announcing that I'm the regent. She worriedly thought, Will I do a good job? Felix said there wouldn't be an issue since she's the only princess. As Lucas and she bickered back and forth, he said irresponsibly, Just wing it. She protested. I'm about to take charge of the entire country. How can I just wing it? Lucas brought up an example. Just look at your ancestors. No matter how much they messed up, a country doesn't collapse that easily. Athanasia delivered the deciding line. I want Father to not feel disappointed in me when he wakes up. Lucas started to get worried. When he wakes up, he gave a rare word of encouragement. Well then, good luck, kid. The scene shifted to a large window in someone's room. It was Jeanette's room. She was resting her chin on her hand, listlessly gazing at the sky. She murmured, The weather is so beautiful. But Jeanette lamented with a bored sigh. I'm so bored, she added, but Yahello doesn't have any free time at all. Her memory flashed back to when they were at the mansion. He had told her, I'm sorry, Jeanette, but I'm busy. Yahello, the one with silver hair, turned his back and walked away right after saying that, while her eyes could only follow him. Her inner voice echoed, Is he really that busy? He looks like he's under a lot of stress. I don't think he's trying to avoid me on purpose. Right now, she was resting her chin on her hand with a sad look, thinking, But I don't feel upset about being turned down like that. She continued, I wonder how His Majesty is doing. Jeanette turned around, hands placed on her lap, her small feet clad in light brown high boots resting straight. Her eyes were vacant as she said sadly, I miss the princess too. The scene shifted to her vanity table. Suddenly Jeanette's thoughts echoed. If I send a letter to the princess, would she reply? Her inner voice echoed again. But she would never let me know about His Majesty's condition. Her inner voice continued. No matter how many times I ask, I'll never get an answer. She said, Should I go out for a bit? He's probably in the drawing room around this time. As she spoke, she recalled the memory. Actually, maybe not. Wearing a yellow dress, she had stood before Eternitas, crying as she said, His Majesty suddenly... Eternitas, with mysterious black hair and eyes, had looked at her with a puzzled face. Suddenly, her thoughts echoed. Running to him crying like a maniac the other day was so embarrassing. Then Eternitas's words rang out. You are a kind and delicate young lady. You could become an empress who loves her subjects, just as you are loved by your subjects. Returning to reality, a heavy silence fell upon Jeanette. Jeanette thought to herself, what did he mean by that? Her eyes looked distant as she pondered. A lot has happened since that conversation. But why is he staying at the Alpheus estate? What is his relationship with Uncle? The scene darkened, revealing the silhouette of a person. That person said to Jeanette, Are you truly worried about the Emperor and the Princess, my lady? Eternitas's back appeared. Whether one has magical power or not doesn't matter. Anyone who is worthy of the throne can sit in that position. With an uneasy look and a flustered face, she said, You speak as if you've actually been through it before, sir. Once again, Eternitas's image flashed. Back to the present, a sudden knock on the door, knock, knock, startled her. It was a maid. She knocked on Jeanette's door and said, My lady, Duke Alpheus requests your presence in his study. Inside the room, hearing the maid's words made her feel very anxious. No matter how anxious she was, she still walked to the study. Standing outside, she knocked on the door, knock, knock, and said, Uncle, it's me. A voice echoed from behind the large brown door, replying to her, Come in. After stepping inside, she was startled by the sight before her. It turned out to be Eternitas and Roger Alpheus. Eternitas was standing behind Roger Alpheus, placing one hand on the back of the chair. Both were looking toward Jeanette. The timid Jeanette spoke up. Hello. Suddenly, Roger Alpheus stood up from his chair and said, Jeanette, you're here. A voice spoke up. I called you here at this time because there is something we need to discuss. Roger Alpheus and Eternitas sat opposite her. Roger Alpheus spoke about the man next to him. This is Lord Pattison. Jeanette's eyes were no longer a sparkling topaz blue. They were now just a solid ocean blue. Her eyes widened as she looked ahead. Jeanette listened silently as Roger Alpheus said, He is... With one hand on his lap and the other on the chair, Eternitas looked at Roger Alpheus, who also looked back at him. Suddenly a voice spoke up. I'll take it from here. Jeanette sat alone on the sofa, her small hands tightly clenching a gold ring on her middle finger as she listened to the words of the two men. Eternitas, with a distant gaze and a voice full of underlying meaning, told her, You will probably be shocked to hear this, my lady, but I'm sure you've been wishing to know this too. Then Eternitas continued. All right, are you ready? Jeanette looked at Eternitas nervously as he went on. I hope you will keep your composure. Now listen carefully to what I am about to say next. Suddenly another voice cut in. Wow, Athanasia, you look like a gorgeous flower. Lucas's voice rang out as he told her, You're all dressed up so grandly. I guess this is an important meeting, huh? He continued. You said the meeting would end quickly, right? Lucas appeared by the bed, where a blonde man was lying. It was Claude, who seemed to be in a deep coma. Athanasia stood opposite him, replying to his question. Right, it's just a greeting and signing documents. Lucas said, Then I'll stay here and watch over your dad. She said, That's great. I was actually planning to ask you. Athanasia's gaze was distant, her voice sad as she said, I don't know if I can handle state affairs while learning healing magic for father at the same time, she added. After all, I'm still so young. Maybe it's too early for me to participate in this. Lucas immediately shot back, making her jump. What do you mean young? Yes, Athanasia shot back in an annoyed voice. There you go again. I'm only 15 years old. He replied to her in a playful tone. Yeah, well, when someone keeps acting like a child. He added, Even when they grow up, they still keep the habit of acting like a child. She looked at him helplessly, thinking, His way of speaking is so annoying. What exactly is he implying? Lucas told her. I know you're worrying and overthinking a ton, but you don't need to do that. You're the only one there with no one to hold you back, so just do whatever you want. He rested his chin on his hand, his red eyes looking at her with a smirk. Just ignore those weirdos who try to give you a hard time. Princess Athanasia declared, All right, I'm off. Suddenly, someone's voice boomed. Princess Athanasia de Alger Obelia enters. The dark gray door swung open, and with that she stepped inside. Inside the room, Roger Alpheus appeared first, followed by an elderly man with silver-flecked red hair and a white beard. His red hair was graying with age as he looked straight at her with a smile. Behind him stood a woman, followed by a countess with light brown curly hair, and someone else behind her. Finally, there was an elderly man whose hair had turned completely silver, sporting a long silver beard and wearing a gold-rimmed monocle over his left eye. Beside him stood a black-haired man. Suddenly, everyone in the room placed a hand over their chest and bowed slightly, saying, Greetings, Your Imperial Highness. Everyone recited the prayer, May the son of Obelia shine blessings upon his majesty and you. But Athanasia thought, wow, the pressure is real. She nervously said, everyone please be seated. Hearing her words, everyone sat down on both sides of her. At this moment, she stood there looking at everyone and thought, did Papa always feel this way? Athanasia said, thank you all for being fully present here today, even though the meeting was called on rather short notice. By now, she had sat down in the head chair with Felix Rebane by her side. Sitting in the head chair, Athanasia said, the reason I had to call this urgent meeting is because I have a matter to deliberate with you all, she continued. As you all know, His Majesty the Emperor has borne heavy responsibilities and worked hard day and night for the Empire and his subjects. Because of this, his physical and mental health are currently a bit depleted. The atmosphere of the meeting grew tense as a thought echoed. Therefore, His Majesty wishes to take a temporary rest and not handle state affairs. Her voice rang out again. According to the laws regarding the regency of Obelia, I will temporarily share this burden with His Majesty. Everyone in the room smiled. She said, and also to wait for his health to recover. Documents were placed before the counts and countesses by the servants. She said, I propose that the council approve this temporary regency of Obelia. While Athanasia cheerfully said, of course, this is merely a formality, a voice suddenly cut in. I am deeply sorry. Hearing that voice suddenly ring out made her completely freeze. Everyone in the room grew even tenser because of that voice. But the middle-parted, brown-haired man sitting next to Roger Alpheus just smirked. The narrator's voice rang out, this man is Duke Callio Redford. Although he doesn't show it openly, he is an opponent of the Emperor. The Countess and the man looked straight toward Duke Callio Redford in surprise. Duke Callio Redford said in a playful tone, recently, I've heard some rather bizarre rumors. Hearing Duke Callio Redford speak, everyone in the room thought, to openly interrupt the Emperor's heir right at a Council of Elders meeting? Athanasia thought, unbelievable. He dares to do this right in front of everyone, completely ignoring the princess's authority. She thought, he's looking down on me because he thinks I'm just a young, spoiled princess, right? Her eyes suddenly flashed, showing she was getting angry. The room fell dead silent as someone's thought echoed. How can someone who didn't even dare to look straight at my father dare to act up like this now? Her eyes went wide as she said nonchalantly, I never asked for your opinion, Duke. Duke Callio Redford went weak, Athanasia said. And I believe bringing this up during this meeting is highly inappropriate, she said sharply. Those who have something to say, raise your hand. Suddenly, a hand appeared, scribbling a signature onto the document. It turned out to be the red-haired man from earlier. Right after signing, he stretched his arm, chuckled, and said, I've finished signing, he thought. The princess didn't even blink an eye. The gloved countess from earlier placed her fan under her chin, smiled, and said, I've finished signing as well, she thought. Back at the debutante ball, I only thought Her Highness was just a cute princess. Who would have thought? Duke Callio Redford said embarrassedly. I spoke bluntly just now. Please forgive me, princess. The narrator's voice rang out again. Now he probably wouldn't dare raise his hand or continue to object. After all, announcing the regency and getting the council's signatures can be considered a success up to this point. The red-haired man and the countess laughed at Duke Callio Redford, forcing him to uncomfortably scribble his signature. The narrator's voice added, I was planning to assert some dominance, but it seems there's no longer a need. Suddenly, Roger Alpheus, with a dead serious face, raised his hand. Roger Alpheus looked toward her and said, Excuse me, but may I ask the reason why His Majesty could not personally come here today? His Majesty shouldn't need to call a troublesome meeting like this. He would only need to give the order himself, and that would be it. Everyone in the room sank into shock once again. Roger Alpheus asked her further, So, is it true that something has happened to His Majesty, just like the rumors say? Duke Callio Redford was startled. The red-haired man looked toward Roger Alpheus, and the countess seemed deeply shaken. Suddenly, a hand was raised. Roger Alpheus said, Princess, could you please clarify exactly what happened? Those words threw her into deep thought. A voice echoed, Has Duke Alpheus lost his mind? Athanasia thought in confusion. Why on earth is Duke Alpheus acting like this? Though the Duke can be annoying at times, he's still a part of the Emperor's faction, isn't he? Even though we can't do anything to stop the rumors about Papa's condition from spreading among the nobility, this is still considered a secret. No matter what, we must avoid letting it become an open secret at all costs. Athanasia said, "As you all know, I just mentioned that His Majesty dislikes complicated formalities." Athanasia secretly resolved that this must absolutely not be known publicly. She continued, "Therefore, in order not to disturb His Majesty while he is resting and recuperating, I took it upon myself to call this council meeting. This is a private matter. Furthermore, we should proceed with the meeting, and I believe we should not continue discussing this issue here. Please do not repeat questions like this to stall the meeting." The nobles were extremely surprised by Athanasia's words. Everyone looked at her with proud faces. She's issuing a warning about discussing the spreading rumors. This is truly a response fitting for a leader. I was worried because the princess is still so young, but it seems that was entirely unnecessary. If it were His Majesty, he would have violently struck down anyone spouting such nonsense right away. Felix had always worried about the emperor, ruling through fear alone. "Your Majesty, it's not necessary for you to make more enemies." Contrary to Felix Urbain's anxious worrying, Claude had nonchalantly replied, "It's fine, I can just kill them all." I'm sure he feels very relieved right now. I'm sure he feels very relieved. Suddenly, a person in a black cloak let out a soft chuckle. This laugh caught Athanasia's attention. That cloaked man, he was presumably an attendant of Duke Alpheus. But why is this person dressed like that when he's not a mage? This is the first time he has changed his main target to achieve his goal. For some reason, it makes me anxious. Athanasia spoke up softly, breaking the dead silence. "Do you have any other questions, Duke Alpheus?" Roger Alpheus replied, "I apologize for my disrespect, but I must know clearly. Is His Majesty truly gravely ill?" Roger Alpheus's question left Duke Callio Redford utterly astounded, but the other nobles were equally shocked. At this moment, Roger Alpheus pressed further. "If His Majesty is truly ill, then may I presume to ask what illness he is suffering from?" Everyone thought in a panic, "What's wrong with him? Is he insane?" Athanasia calmly replied, "As I've said, His Majesty has neglected his own body for a long time due to state affairs. Because of this, fatigue has gradually accumulated. But as you all know, I do not yet possess full authority to carry out my duties. Therefore, there must be a certain consensus from the Council of Elders so that I can continue to run the country in my father's stead. So, please hurry up and make a decision." My father arranged this meeting because I wanted to show my own respect to the lords who head the grand families. It will be difficult to continue with the meeting's agenda if you keep asking irrelevant questions. Roger Alpheus said, "As a loyal vassal of the Empire, I must verify everything clearly." Roger Alpheus looked at Athanasia with piercingly cold eyes. Athanasia blurted out in surprise, "What did you say?" The nobles were once again alarmed by Roger Alpheus's words. For some reason, this created an unsettling, sinister vibe. Right then, Roger Alpheus spoke up again. "I have heard a story. His Majesty's body has been damaged to the point where he cannot manage state affairs because he used magic." This statement completely left Athanasia frozen. The nobles were also extremely shocked by this breaking news. "What on earth are you talking about?" Felix Urbain said in irritation. "Duke Alpheus, I didn't know the Duke's imagination was quite so vivid. Do you even understand what you just blurted out? If you bring up such groundless claims without any evidence, you will have to take responsibility for what you just declared before the princess." After Felix Urbain said these words, whispers broke out all around. Athanasia was completely bewildered. "Huh? What is this? How does Duke Alpheus know that Papa used black magic?" Black magic stems from a curse. If the use of black magic is discovered, no matter their status or influence, they are immediately stripped of everything and imprisoned indefinitely. Any harm caused to others leads to the death penalty. The lords heading the families here will start to get suspicious. I can't just sit here in silence. Athanasia spoke up. As His Majesty's representative, I cannot overlook the words the Duke just uttered. Defaming the imperial family constitutes the crime of slander, which is a major felony. To dare spread rumors about His Majesty's illness like this is highly reprehensible. You must know clearly that those who commit acts of disrespect against the imperial family will be severely punished according to the law of the land. Athanasia thought to herself, Lucas is the only one who recognized the traces of black magic. I need to end this council meeting quickly and find out if Duke Roger actually has evidence, or if he's just fishing for info. Athanasia said coldly, I will investigate the source of the rumors and find the intent behind them to properly punish the culprit. Since the main business to discuss in this session has concluded, the meeting will now... Suddenly a voice cut her off. Ha ha, Ha ha ha. Everyone stared blankly at the person laughing. It was none other than the black-cloaked man standing behind Roger Alpheus. He kept laughing, despite all the eyes staring dead at him. Ha ha ha. Athanasia looked at Duke Alpheus's attendant in confusion. Everyone was extremely annoyed by this rude behavior. How dare he! Athanasia had spoken to end the meeting immediately, but she was stopped by that guy's laughter. The man said, "Ha ha, oh please excuse me." Then he threw off his cloak and continued, "My brilliant niece is so commendable that I'm left speechless." The one wearing the cloak was Anastasius, the former emperor. Athanasia was utterly shocked. This man! The one who was at Duke Alpheus's estate! Suddenly, Felix Urbane rushed forward to shield Athanasia. She asked blankly, Felix? Felix Urbane said, "Princess, please hide behind me right now. Do not move near him." The remaining nobles were so shocked that they jumped out of their seats. This is absurd. Everyone was completely stunned upon seeing Anastasius's face. "You are the former emperor, Anastasius?" Hearing that, Athanasia froze. "What?" Anastasius said nonchalantly. "Gathered here are all faces I haven't seen in a very long time. Even the high-ranking lords are all here." Then Anastasius glanced slightly toward Felix. "Ah, as well as Claude's loyal dog." Athanasia was totally flustered. "What is going on?" "Papa is in a coma." Athanasia thought of Claude lying unconscious on the bed. Lucas wasn't by her side right now either. Athanasia's face showed clear shock, her eyes wide. Something bizarre was unfolding right before her eyes. She looked toward Anastasius in front of her, who wore a sinister smirk, while Duke Alpheus stood behind him, staring at her. Seeing this, the surrounding nobles immediately stood up in an uproar. They cried out in shock, "The former emperor? Oh my god! Duke Alpheus, what is the meaning of this?" They all questioned. Suddenly, Athanasia remembered something. The person who was at Alpheus's place. The one who was strangely kind to Jeanette. And the person who often appeared in my dreams, she thought in realization. I get it now. That's why I couldn't find him no matter what, because all records regarding the former emperor had been erased from the public. But how can a dead man be standing right here? Suddenly a voice rang out. "Duke Alpheus, are you the one who brought him into the imperial palace?" Duke Alpheus glanced over. Felix stepped in front of Athanasia, drew his sword, and said through gritted teeth, "Do you think His Majesty will forgive you for this?" "Put that sword away, Felix Urbane. Who do you think you're addressing?" Anastasius said coldly as he stepped in front of the Duke. At this moment, Athanasia thought, "What should I do? The person with the highest official rank here is me. I need to make a rational decision." She spoke up. "Answer my question. You are my uncle, correct?" Everyone around fell silent, waiting for the answer. "That's right, Princess Athanasia." Anastasius answered her with a sinister look. "I believe this is the first time we are meeting officially as uncle and niece." Athanasia was suddenly startled, her body trembling. She thought to herself, "Those eyes. He really is Papa's older brother." She continued, "I was told that you had passed away, uncle. I am truly glad to see you at this very moment." He tried to kill Papa so many times, but ultimately died by Papa's hand. Anastasius suddenly smiled brightly and replied, "I know, I'm also very sorry for not announcing this arrival in advance." Athanasia's mind was completely chaotic right now. "I feel so confused. How is he still alive? Why didn't Anastasius try to do anything to me when we crossed paths before? Everyone knows him as a dead man who fought a war against Papa. How should I handle this? Since the former emperor is still a member of the imperial family, he can't just be detained." The surrounding nobles began to buzz with chatter, already starting to calculate their moves. "Uncle?" Athanasia suddenly said. "I want to ask why you decided to return to the palace, uncle?" Thoughts gradually raced through her mind. Duke Alpheus mentioned Papa's black magic. If this is confirmed to be true, even the emperor will be condemned as a criminal and ultimately deposed. The throne will be left vacant. Athanasia suddenly frowned, her eyes filled with an unusually serious intensity, her gaze practically glowing. "Yes, it's highly possible that he was the one who cursed Papa from the start." Anastasius then said, "As a forgotten man, I had planned to leave the empire quietly. However, upon hearing those troubling rumors, I was forced to return to fulfill my responsibility to the country." Anastasius looked at Athanasia and thought to himself, "Looking at her now, it seems she catches on to the current situation pretty fast. I thought she would be trembling in fear, hiding behind her knight's back." Everyone's eyes were now fixed on Athanasia. He continued, "I'm talking about the shocking news that Duke Alpheus mentioned." Anastasius looked at the steadfast Athanasia in front of him and thought, "Impressive. Amidst the silence, Anastasius continued. It is an unfortunate thing that the reigning emperor of a nation dared to practice black magic, only to end up cursed as a result. This might be straightforward, but it cannot be overlooked. Felix's face was completely flushed with rage. He gritted his teeth and glared at Anastasius. How dare you! Insulting his majesty without any evidence like that, uncle. Athanasia suddenly stopped him. She stepped forward and said, Duke Alpheus, uncle, are the two of you willing to take responsibility for the words you just uttered? His Majesty will never let this slide when he hears about it. Accusing someone else when he himself is the culprit? She immediately thought, he's the one who used black magic to curse someone else. Papa didn't harm anyone. He did it to himself. Athanasia said, If you're talking about black magic, uncle, did he think she wouldn't expose his secret? Suddenly, Athanasia's eyes filled with surprise. She abruptly remembered the image of Jeanette looking at her with a bright, gentle smile. She looked toward Anastasius with his sinister smirk, thinking to herself, if I tell everyone the whole truth, what will happen to Jeanette, someone who was born from a father who uses black magic? And from what I've heard, there are many cases where a princess's mana overflows, Anastasius said with a smile. Athanasia replied with a resolute gaze. You have no right to concern yourself with my health condition, uncle. Anastasius suddenly countered. No, actually, the imperial family's magic is extremely pure, so a mana overflow should be impossible. What did you do? Anastasius gave a light chuckle. Information regarding the divine beast is only passed down to the rightful successor to the throne. There's no way Claude, who took the throne after killing Anastasius, could know about this. He couldn't possibly know about the existence of the divine beast, and the fact that its mana would return to its master after the beast was reabsorbed. That final surge would definitely happen, but that fits right into this playbook. Anastasius continued. In other words, judging by your massive amount of unstable mana, could it be that Princess Athanasia is the result of the current emperor practicing black magic? That's exactly what I think, Anastasius said, to the utter bewilderment of Athanasia and Felix. Yes, Athanasia was incredibly shocked at this moment. A noble shouted loudly, Enough, your majesty, you've gone too far! All around, people were also murmuring, That's nothing but speculation. Exactly. Princess, you don't need to listen to such ridiculous words. They are all frauds. No one will believe them, Felix told Athanasia anxiously. As Felix suddenly flinched, Athanasia spoke up. Is there any need to resort to something like black magic? But how can you say such a thing without any other evidence? Right now, I'm thinking about this. Princess, your mother was a foreign dancer. The nobles were utterly stunned upon hearing this. The reason His Majesty kept a humble dancer close to him. Ah, I see. Back then, I thought someone was quite fitting on his birthday. A shh sound rang out. It's highly inappropriate for you to show up like this. You've insulted both me and His Majesty. How do you plan to handle this? Athanasia thought with a furious face. Maybe that's the tactic he used, waiting until Papa isn't here to pull stunts like this. Anastasius smiled and continued. An insult? How absurd. If it weren't true, my younger brother would have been able to come out here and defend his innocence. Why don't you call Claude out here? Like you said, if His Majesty knew I was present here, he would wake up to come here. But Athanasia said nothing. She remained silent, her two hands tightly clenched. Just as I thought, he knows Papa is unconscious. Everyone around was now whispering. Why isn't the princess informing His Majesty about this? Could the rumors be true? Athanasia looked up, textingly rubbing her head. His Majesty is currently resting comfortably. He's trying to make me look like an unfilial daughter. Go to His Majesty's room and summon someone here. She ordered the guard. He flinched and replied, Yes, Your Highness. In His Majesty's room there is a mage. He is in charge of His Majesty's health recovery. Tell him that I wish to see him, and then I will respond to your request. Anastasius was caught off guard, wondering, a mage? If she sends word like this? Lucas will notice that something is wrong. I believe he will understand it. She then said, If the royal mage is here, proving my innocence will be a simple matter. And I am certain we will be able to find out how you ended up here, uncle. Why don't you tell us that bringing a man back from the dead is the result of forbidden magic instead? All the nobles began to chatter again. Anastasius remained silent for a long moment. He said nothing. The surrounding atmosphere also began to grow heavy. The nobles seemed to be gradually getting suspicious. The words about Claude being fine were a complete lie. But the mage the princess mentioned is likely Lucas. Although there are no records of the tower's mage breaking the treaty and killing a member of the imperial family, I need to avoid encountering Lucas right now. Anastasia suddenly thought, his red eyes glaring, because he might recognize me. But Athanasia was a bit anxious right now. There are too many eyes here. Will he demand to see Papa right now? I need to wrap this up as soon as possible. Felix still kept his sword raised in front of Anastasius. The two sides were truly locked in a tense standoff. Suddenly, he replied coldly, It's quite useless for you to keep doubting like this, Princess. Anastasius bowed elegantly. He glanced over at Duke Alpheus. I've successfully planted the seeds of doubt in the prey. He said, If you wish, I will explain to you in detail the truth about that day. Everyone was astounded. He thought to himself, The truth? The nobles were getting restless. There's no telling what he might say. I need to stop the nobles. It seems we cannot continue this meeting. We should end the meeting right here. Everyone, please leave. Everyone was in an uproar. What on earth happened on that day? Anastasius, with a sinister smirk, looked at Athanasia and smiled. By now, as all the nobles had left, the meeting concluded. Felix still kept his sword raised in front of Anastasius. It seems everyone has left. Anastasius turned around to look and said, And now, I shall also take my leave. He bowed politely. Hearing this, Athanasia was caught by surprise. Where do you think you're going? Athanasia thought to herself. What's going on? Wasn't he going to tell us about what happened in the past? Anastasius continued. I'm a bit busy. With that, he turned around and walked away. She suddenly realized she had been played when she dismissed the council members. Outside, the nobles were discussing. How can this be? I must inform the other noble families that something strange is going on with the former emperor. How could Duke Alpheus betray his majesty like this? It's highly suspicious that the princess let us leave. Don't you think they have a massive secret they don't want us to overhear? I don't know what he'll do if he leaves this place. I need to stop him. Athanasia hurriedly ran forward. Wait! Anastasia suddenly turned back to look at her with cold eyes. If you're that curious, I'll tell you. Anastasius began to recount. On the day Claude stabbed me in the chest, my blood dripped down. Anastasius lay on the ground, completely covered in blood. And my younger brother left. I was taken somewhere else. I lost consciousness, and when I opened my eyes, right then, a burst of black magic suddenly appeared before him. Anastasius suddenly looked up and flinched in shock. That dark entity smirked at him, and finally, after that I ran away. That's all, he said with a nonchalant face. And Athanasia listened to the story with an utterly stunned expression. He lost consciousness and ran away right after opening his eyes? Is that really all? Do you honestly think that's... Suddenly, Felix said seriously, Princess, I will capture him and lock him up. The former emperor is very weak, and with my magic, I'll be able to subdue him. He thought to himself as he looked toward Anastasius. He turned back and said, You're going to capture me? Felix looked at him with a mix of shock and fear. Anastasius looked absolutely terrifying at this moment, his eyes glowing red as a horrifying aura radiated from his entire body. Both Athanasia and Felix were frightened by it. Suddenly, Athanasia hugged Felix tightly, crying out his name, Felix! Seeing this, Felix was completely taken aback. He said, Princess, please let go of me. I am holding a very dangerous sword in my hand. Felix, don't do it, Athanasia replied. Yes, the nobles are still here. We must not cause a scene, she said with a deeply trembling gaze. This is terrifying. I can feel something very dangerous, an ominous foreboding. Felix turned back to look at her. The princess feels it too, doesn't she? What kind of magic is that? He is completely different from the former emperor I used to know. He looked toward Anastasius, who was wearing a sinister smirk in front of them. What happened? It's unbelievable that he could upgrade his innate magical abilities. He then replied, Yes, princess, I understand. Felix thought to himself, I could stop him if I risked my life against him. But right now, with his majesty unconscious, no one will be by the princess's side to protect her if I die. Felix turned to look at Anastasius and suddenly said, I don't think it's necessary to capture someone who is trying to run away out of fear of his majesty. He channeled his magical power. Athanasia looked at him in surprise. However, if you foolishly try anything again, there won't be a second chance. He turned back and smiled, saying, What a loyal dog to his master. Duke Alpheus! Athanasia turned and called out to Duke Alpheus. She stood strictly with a furious face. I won't forget what happened today. The Duke looked at her and said nothing. Though her face was filled with anger, there was still a trace of fear. What an incredible magical power. He must have a divine beast of his own. Duke Alpheus bowed to her. Anastasius then thought, Is a beast child a beast as well? Lucas likes extraordinary people. Word has it he keeps her close and even dotes on her. He suddenly recalled the image of Lucas with a cold face and an echoing voice. What is this trash? His gaze suddenly turned into a glare. I want to crush her if I can. That body is ideal to possess, but it will be very difficult. I can't completely break through it. Anastasius looked toward Athanasia, who was surrounded by a protective magic circle. But Athanasia was trembling at this moment, her legs turning to jelly. Suddenly, her knees buckled and she collapsed to the ground. Standing beside her, Felix was flustered and worried. Princess, are you all right? He knelt down to support her. Athanasia replied in fear. I can't stand up. She was trembling so hard that tears streamed down her face. That fear seemed to haunt her. Did I do the right thing? What should I do now? She wondered, her thoughts completely jumbled. Athanasia suddenly said, Let's go to Papa's room. First of all, I need to see Lucas. Ah, this is driving me crazy. At this time, Lucas was casting magic over Claude. The power inside Claude kept radiating outward. Why do you like this? He looked toward Claude, who seemed to be in pain. I'm suppressing it, but... Lucas looked at Claude's current state and sighed. At this rate... I can't hide the fact that he has been cursed. Black spots were appearing around Claude's neck. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Knock, knock. Lucas then said, Oh, you're back. Athanasia looked completely exhausted and frail at this moment. Felix carried her into the room. Seeing this, Lucas looked caught by surprise. Athanasia then said, I'm fine now. You can put me down. I'll rest for a bit. I understand. I'll stand guard outside. Lucas looked at the two of them, He didn't understand what they were doing. He thought to himself, what's going on? Why is he carrying that kid? After she changed her clothes, the two sat at the table talking. What should I do now? Athanasia said. I was already worried about Papa's illness, but right now, it turned out exactly like what I feared. Hearing her say that, Lucas grew angry. Geez, this is ridiculous. So it was Anastasius along with Roger Alpheus? The moment I looked away for a second, he came over and intentionally stirred up trouble? Yeah, of course. Lucas then said, Want me to just kill them for you, along with all the nobles who backed him up? Suddenly, Athanasia blanked out. She looked up at him. You can do that? Lucas was caught off guard by her question. Yeah, he said. You've finally realized the way to make life easier, right? You always take the long way around. I can do it if I really want to. I can easily kill all of those people. Ah, wait, Lucas said. You mentioned that guy is Claude's older brother, right? That means he's also a member of the royal family. Royals are a bit tricky, but if you want, I can get it done. I can also torture the people who've been giving you a hard time. Just give me their names. Right. Hearing this, Athanasia completely helplessly put her hand on her head. What do you mean, just give you names? Of course you can't. Lucas fell silent for a moment. He sighed and said, Whatever. I knew it'd turn out like this. But Athanasia said nothing, her face deeply filled with thought, recalling the words the nobles had said. Ah, I see. Back then, I thought someone was quite fitting on his birthday. The reason His Majesty always kept a dancer close to him. She looked toward Claude, who was unconscious on the bed. I've never heard anything like that before. I didn't know anything at all. Her eyes looked a bit sad. All this time, Papa has always protected me. So Athanasia thought, right now, first of all, I need to calm down and think carefully about whether there's anything I can do in this situation. And Athanasia said, The council members are currently present here, and they're discussing what happened. Like we said, they're saying the former emperor is still alive and Roger Alpheus is working alongside him. How could Roger Alpheus do such a thing? The Alpheus family, one of the families that has always supported the imperial family. This means Roger Alpheus has betrayed us now. Athanasia anxiously said, We can't just call the guards to arrest them. Ever since we found out they're using dark magic, there's too much evidence. If we arrest them, they'll say we're trying to cover something up and frame them as traitors. If the current emperor, who deposed the former emperor, is discovered to have used dark magic, causing His Majesty to be cursed, people will start calling for the former emperor to return to the throne to rule this country. Normally, the heir to the throne has the right to act as the regent for the emperor. But if the current emperor used dark magic, does the heir even have the right to get involved in handling the current emperor? There's no law for this situation. That hasn't been decided yet. But Lucas thought to himself, another power struggle? Aren't the royals and nobles tired of this yet? Sigh. But the bastard this time seems a little different. But Lucas knew her power. Yet she had never once spoken up to ask for any help. Athanasia looked at Lucas's face and said, You're thinking this is very simple if we just kill them all, right? I can tell from the expression on your face. Lucas said, Yeah, pretty much. Then Athanasia immediately said, Killing them won't ease everyone's anxiety. And if we kill them, it'll cause a lot of problems for the current emperor. People will speculate that my father and I are doing something shady. Lucas thought, Then we just need to erase the memories of everyone involved. Along with that, the nobles would still be discussing this matter, which could cause a serious impact. She was truly thinking carefully about every single step. Athanasia said, I don't want to use magic to just sweep things under the rug. And more importantly, I don't want my father to become someone who kills his family a second time. Athanasia thought, I think I understand now why father hated the nobles and the former emperor so much. But those faces deserve it. They feel happy speaking ill of father's character. They were too tired of having to pretend to be calm in front of my father. But soon the news of the emperor's illness will be leaked. Seeing their faces when they find out the news is truly disgusting. Lucas suddenly said, I just remembered something. Jeanette, the person who came out of the White House. What's going to happen to her? Athanasia's eyes went wide in utter shock. As expected, when Dad stepped inside that house, his headache vanished. When Janet and the maid entered, Lucas observed them in silence. Lucas said, I don't care about her, but she seems to have become a stranger, just like how you tried to get close to her in the past. And if the former emperor has been with Roger Alpheus this whole time and Janet was there too... Don't you have anything to tell me? Athanasia thought, he's asking this so suddenly. If he's asking, it means he probably already knows the answer. Right. Athanasia had no choice but to confess. You're right, Janet's real father is indeed the former emperor. Lucas replied, you already knew, yet you still let her stay in this palace so often? Athanasia hesitantly said, Yes. But Janet thinks I'm her older sister, and her father... Before Athanasia could finish her sentence, Lucas cut her off. That's not true. But Athanasia thought, he's right, it's not. Janet's father is that man. The person Janet always thought was her father turns out not to be her biological father. I wonder what Janet will think about this matter. Meanwhile, in Janet's room, a knock on the door echoed. Janet, have you calmed down a bit yet? Janet sat on the bed in silence. Roger Alpheus walked in and said, It seems you're still in shock. I saw that you two seemed close, so I thought you would happily accept this. As I said before, I never intended to hide it from you. But I also didn't know that the former emperor was still alive, so... At this moment, Janet suddenly spoke up. Then what about the power of the emperor and the princess? The emperor still hasn't regained consciousness. Roger Alpheus said, The princess... After the conference took place, this news spread everywhere, but I received word that the princess still shows no unusual signs. The princess is always focused on political matters and hasn't taken any action. But Janet worried to herself, Is the princess really okay? She said that I'm like a younger sister to her. If I send her a letter now, will she reply? Like the people around me think, they will say bad things about me to the princess. The princess will also hate me, right? Roger Alpheus asked, Janet, are you still worried about Princess Athanasia? The princess is not the person you think she is. Based on her expressions, it seems she knew your true identity right from the beginning. She only approached us to keep an eye on us. But Janet clenched her hands tightly. She thought, I don't believe your words. Roger Alpheus has never gone out with the princess, nor has he ever stayed up until morning to pour his heart out to her. All this time, I thought the emperor and the princess were my family. I used to think it would be great if the former emperor were my father, but I never wanted the emperor and the princess to distance themselves from me. I will tell the former emperor everything about the princess and the emperor because I trust him, but... Thinking about being the former emperor's daughter, that's the reason why he stayed by my side and treated me so well. He won't tell me that we are family, and it seems he just wants to be by my side the same way I want to be by the princess's side. Is he really someone who only wants power like everyone says? Seeing Janet's pensive look, Roger Alpheus said, It seems you still need time to think. Think about who would truly be happy to have you as a family member. Janet suddenly remembered Athanasia's face. Who would be happy in... No, the princess definitely... A snapping sound rang out as the bracelet on Janet's wrist broke. It rolled to a stop right in front of her feet. No. Janet fell into deep contemplation, her hands feeling incredibly empty right now. Before leaving, Roger Alpheus noticed the broken bracelet and asked, It looks like a cheap bracelet. Do you want a different one? Janet remained completely silent. She remembered the scene back at the market when the princess handed her the bracelet and said, This is a gift for you. People often say that this bracelet will make your wish come true if you wear it. But Janet looked at the bracelet with a heavy heart. It's broken. Why? Janet bent down to pick it up, her eyes suddenly widening. She remembered wishing when she was little. Please let us live happily together. How cute that innocent child's image was. Janet held the bracelet in sorrow. But this bracelet seems to be mocking me, saying that I have no place in this palace. No, it can't be. Over at the palace, a servant slowly approached and knocked on the door. Sir Felix? Felix stepped out and asked, What is it? The servant said, I brought some tea for you, Sir Felix. Felix said blankly, I didn't request any. Suddenly, Felix stared intently at the teacup. He spotted a letter hidden underneath and immediately said, Come inside. Felix gently picked up the letter. The servant softly asked, When should I come back to take the tea tray, sir? Felix remained silent, not uttering a word. He looked at the name on the letter, Ezekiel Alpheus. Felix replied, Wait a moment. That night, in a certain old room, Ezekiel carefully concealed himself. The sound of a door opening echoed, and Felix slowly walked inside. Ezekiel turned his head to look. He said, You've arrived, Robin. 3 cigarettes in the man's hand billowed thick smoke. In a room with a warm fireplace, a group of men were gossiping. I heard His Majesty is in a coma. I even heard rumors that His Majesty is on his deathbed. Didn't the princess say His Majesty is just resting? How do we know if any of that is true? They can block the sun with a single hand. Besides, look how hard the little princess is working over there. Since the late emperor returned alive, even if His Majesty's condition is fine, how could he remain silent about this? I also heard His Majesty is suffering from memory loss. There are even rumors that it's all due to a black magic curse. But under the flickering light, they continued to gossip. Thinking back, I once tried to defeat Princess Athanasia. Since that day, my mind has been... One of them pondered, is it true that Duke Alpheus is on the former emperor's side? I'm certain of it. Then we're doomed. They fell silent, then someone suddenly sighed. If the former emperor is still alive, what's going to happen to everything? At the palace, she and the maids following her were very surprised. Anastasia smiled and asked, Are you doing well, Princess Athanasia? Janet and the others were all extremely worried. Yes, Athanasia politely replied. Yes, greetings, sir. After that meeting ended, I've had a very difficult time managing political affairs. But why did you two come here? Athanasia asked. He still smiled and replied, My daughter missed you very much, Princess, huh? Yes, Duke Alpheus stepped up to explain. As I've mentioned before, Princess Janet, the only daughter of the Emperor, was raised by me. As everyone has witnessed, the former Emperor has truly returned. Everyone was bewildered as the maids whispered, She is a princess? No way, she used to visit the palace so frequently. Princess Janet no longer has any reason to stay at the mansion of a duke like me, he said. Soon, as a princess, she will officially complete the procedures to move into the palace. This also surprised Athanasia. This is the first time I've heard of this. Why is this happening? Could you please explain in more detail? Anastasia said, Surprisingly, I heard recently that Princess Athanasia and Princess Janet are very close. He stepped forward toward the princess. Since Janet grew up outside the palace back then, I hope Princess Athanasia will look after and help her. Athanasia was extremely angry, her face darkening as she cursed internally. What a coward! He keeps using Janet as a shield! Janet looked at Athanasia with a stunned expression. Anastasia's continued. And next, she and I will be living in this palace. This is where I used to live before, so it shouldn't cause any trouble between me and the princess, right? Janet listened to these words in confusion. But Athanasia was flustered and angry inside. Even if he was dethroned, he is still a member of the imperial family. There is no law forbidding a dethroned emperor from returning to the palace. Because of him, Dad and I were accused of using black magic, but there's no way to prove Dad's innocence. But this is also... Right. Athanasia suppressed her emotions and replied, Very well, sir. I will look into it and arrange a palace. This is exactly what I expected. I didn't foresee having to face the princess, did I? Anastasius and Janet walked briskly down the hallway. Haven't you always wanted to meet Princess Athanasia? He smiled, recalling her furious expression. Anastasius spoke into Janet's lifeless eyes. The princess didn't even bother to look at your face. Janet said gloomily, Even though I know we are already a family. She recalled, How naive. If my lady thinks that is family, now that His Majesty has come to find you, he only wants to erase the princess's shadow. Janet remained silent. He looked at her and thought, You should shut your mouth. The two stopped at a magnificent room. Anastasius gestured with his hand to introduce it. You can stay here. Since the Empress is no longer around, you have full authority to use this place. Imperial family members are allowed to use all spaces within the palace. Janet looked around in surprise, thinking to herself, It's so spacious. Anastasius turned away. I will have the servants come to clean and redecorate it. Janet looked. Yes, father. The Imperial Council meeting, Anastasius said. It is the council where those holding high positions in Obelia all participate. They discuss work issues and resolve various matters. I will introduce you right there. Yes? Janet was surprised to the point of confusion. Can I really participate? Anastasius comforted her. What are you worried about? It's a great opportunity to become the emperor. Janet asked. Yes? He turned around and walked away. I'm leaving now. Janet called out after him. Father, wait! Slam the door was slammed shut by him. Anastasius leaned his back against the door. Damn it. After that sneak attack, he clutched his throbbing wound. With just a little movement, the wound will open up, making it so I can't even control it. Recalling the image of blood pooling all over the floor, I couldn't help but save myself. His eyes flashed. Instead, this body will become perfectly healthy. Janet sat on the bed all by herself. Storytime segment for kids. Once upon a time, there was a very ferocious dragon. It often spat fire and harmed everyone around it. The princess asked that scary dragon, Why do you do such unvirtuous things? The dragon replied as a terrifying image of Claude appeared before her eyes. He answered, Yes. Trample on others before they ride on your head and climb onto your neck. Athanasia was surprised and panicked when looking at the paper. What is this? Staying silent for a few seconds, she thought to herself, What on earth am I thinking? Perhaps when losing my composure, I can think of just about anything. Inside her mind right now was an absolute mess. Did they know about this land plot trick before? It's fine, the pile of documents is like this. It seems they view this princess as a joke. I'm going to swear. Sigh. This is exactly what I should say to that old man. That's why Dad always talks like that, even though his tendency leans toward violence. Do they think because I'm young and Dad is sick, no one is protecting me, or is it both? Athanasia tried to calm herself down. Another important meeting is coming up. I shouldn't think about random things. There's too much work to be done. Suddenly, Athanasia stopped her pen. But I'm really worried about Janet, she pondered. I feel so guilty. I didn't even say goodbye to her. Should I go meet and talk to her? At Janet's room, she sat alone in the middle of the massive room, thinking to herself, It's really spacious. Janet sadly stroked the precious blanket. I'm not quite used to staying in a large room like this. Back at my uncle's house, I even had to ask him to move me to a smaller room. Janet's mood suddenly plummeted. She recalled Athanasia's angry expression. I didn't expect the princess to not accept it either. Janet buried her face in her knees. The princess really hated what happened during the meeting just now. Actually, I also suspected the black magic thing, but Uncle and him were so sure about it. What should I do? The distance between me and the princess is just getting wider. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock startled Janet. It was Athanasia standing outside the balcony. Janet was a bit surprised, but quickly ran to open the door in delight. Princess, Athanasia said. Because I wanted to see you, Janet, I secretly came here. Janet was deeply moved, her eyes welling up with tears. Athy? Janet crying flustered Athanasia inside. I'm sorry for hiding it from you for such a long time. Actually, when we first met, I wanted to tell you that we're relatives, but I couldn't. Janet's eyes were wet, only worrying all afternoon, because she didn't have time to properly greet and introduce herself to her. She thought, even though we aren't real sisters, the fact that we are relatives doesn't change. But Athanasia quickly grabbed Janet's hand. About that, I'm sorry. At that time, Athanasia thought regretfully. Thinking back, I hadn't welcomed Janet into the palace back then, because the former emperor was there. She asked, He didn't do anything bad, did he? No. It's not about that, Janet said hesitantly. I heard people say he spoke to you very harshly, though it's a bit rude. There must be some kind of misunderstanding, right? Father only returned because of me, Janet said worriedly. I don't think Father returned to harm you and His Majesty. Athanasia fell silent, thinking, did he lie to her like that? Janet said, I can tell you everything I want to say. She dark. What did you say? It's really hard for me to trust a liar who sets traps for others. Saying that, Athanasia thought, Janet trusts him. Even if she's not sure, maybe she is. She looked at Janet's surprised expression.
She doesn't trust me anymore.
Janet asked timidly. Then why is His Majesty unwell? Ah, Janet was surprised. Athanasia's face looked extremely uncomfortable. All these things piling up like this make me really tired, Athanasia thought. When Papa collapsed, Janet was also there. Does she believe the rumors? Janet recalled Anastasius's words. Is His Majesty using black magic, or did he simply fall ill? You can tell just by looking at his expressions, right, Athy? Janet clenched her hands and asked. The matter about His Majesty using black magic is true, isn't it? Her question drove Athanasia into utter anger and despair. You believe those rumors? Janet was startled and stammered. But, still. Janet clenched her hands and said, Father told me everything, but you never tell me anything at all. Lucas was surprised by her story. Huh? What did you do, kid? He was astonished.
What's wrong? You just left like that?
At that time, after Janet finished speaking, she closed the door. I want to be alone, Lucas said. I think that little chimera is so stupid. She countered. Don't talk like that. It's not nice. Athanasia had a headache. Actually, Janet isn't stupid at all. She realized I was hiding something. Honestly, I was afraid of causing trouble, so I didn't ask. She's probably still waiting for me to speak first. But I can't say it. I once dreamed of Papa's in her miserable states, so I can't trust that guy. Papa ending up like this is also because of the former emperor. Pa! Athanasia called out, why can't his condition be maintained? At this rate, he won't be able to eat. What if he loses weight? Lucas comforted her, saying, Don't worry, I use recovery magic regularly. Athanasia bent down and touched the emperor's hair. Thank you, Lucas. Lucas licked his finger. Of course you should thank me. If I weren't here, you wouldn't even be able to leave this spot. If I lag behind even a bit, it gets worse. Suddenly, he was shocked when he saw the ribbon on her head. What's up with that ribbon? Athanasia touched the ribbon. Huh? This one? This is a gift from Janet. I planned to wear it to go see her, but she didn't even look at it. Lucas said, Something is very suspicious. Athanasia replied, It was originally ruined by the magic explosion last time, but Lily fixed it. It's still pretty, right? Lucas thought, The magic leak that happened when I went to look for the world tree seed. He asked, Is that ribbon a magical ribbon? Then Athanasia turned around. Huh? No way. Suddenly her eyes showed surprise. Wait, what kind of magic do you feel? Lucas reached his hand toward the ribbon. The aura is exactly the same as the curse on your dad. Athanasia was stunned. Although it's not the source, it absorbs a massive amount of magic. I think this is a medium to transfer the curse. The ribbon is a medium. Her thoughts exploded with a bang as she recalled. Lucas said, When your dad collapsed, that chimera was there too. The curse went through that girl, which is why your dad's condition is so severe. This thing was given to you by the chimera, right? Then that girl is an accomplice. Janet is indeed being used, Athanasia thought. Did that guy do this because of a grudge against Dad? That must be it. I dreamed of the ending of the Lovely Princess novel, she recalled. The former emperor did that, but how do I change the ending for a character bound to die? Athanasia wondered. Lucas held the ribbon. This magic is indeed bizarre. Where have I encountered this before? I've definitely encountered and interacted with it. Suddenly, Lucas's pupils flashed red. It's clearly Eternitas, Lucas theorized. The magic of that former emperor was naturally very weak. That's why he couldn't possibly take down your dad with his own hands. Athanasia nodded. Right. She wondered, why is he suddenly bringing this up? Lucas said, right now, the curse on your dad's body isn't something just anyone can use. Because that magic is so difficult, it can render one's own body completely immobile. But with that kind of power, he shouldn't have easily died by your dad's hands either. Your dad still hasn't woken up. I find it strange hearing about your dad's condition from you. Don't you find it strange too? Lucas's words startled Athanasia. Huh? What on earth is he saying? Lucas asked, In your opinion, if a magic battle were to happen, comparing your dad and him, who would be stronger? Athanasia replied in confusion. I don't know, but if that happened, it would be terrifying and horrible. She got chills just thinking about it. Right, exactly. Because in the novel Lovely Princess, the former emperor was no match for Papa. But Athanasia wondered, maybe his magic increased after reincarnation? If not, did he go train in some secret place to buff his magic like in a video game? Lucas countered. No, because the strength of one's magic is predetermined from childhood. It's like a forbidden magic, something far beyond everything else. But Athanasia frowned. Is it black magic again? Bingo, he replied. As a dark mage, he has to use that kind of magic.
No, Athanasia wasn't happy at all.
I heard that using black magic causes some kind of side effects. How is he still running around like a psycho who was just released? I'm not sure about what happens later, but maybe he made a mistake or something happened. She asked. Something happened? Actually, I'm not too sure. Lucas said to her astonishment. The lingering magic on your ribbon belongs to the former emperor, Anastasius, right? But I can feel the magic of another person mixed into it. Athanasia was surprised. Another person? Lucas manifested a red haze. It's the magic of that guy, Eternitas. In the spacious room, Janet sat sobbing. She felt regretful. I shouldn't have said that to the princess, right? But I hoped she could talk to me for a bit. This time as well, she didn't say anything. Recalling Athanasia's expression as she spoke, saying it so many times wouldn't be enough, right? She was sad, not knowing what to say. Maybe he... Janet walked up to Anastasius's room and knocked on the door. Father! Sir? Janet waited for a moment, but it remained silent inside. Just as Janet thought, is he perhaps asleep? The door creaked open. Ah, the door isn't locked. Janet pushed the door open and stepped inside. Looking at the huge room, Janet thought, so this is why he couldn't hear my voice. She called out, Sir? It's all because of that stupid brat. The voice that rang out startled Janet in fear. Every time I plan to do something, that brat shows up out of nowhere at the exact right moment. If I knew what she was thinking, things would be much easier to handle. She really annoys me. This damn body is about to reach its limit. Janet cautiously stepped forward. That's his voice. I can't let her find out unless this body gets destroyed first. Janet hesitated. Maybe I should just go back. Janet froze. Could there be someone else inside, like a conversation? Right. Maybe I didn't hear the conversation clearly. As Janet turned around, she bumped her head into Anastasius's chest. Ugh! Janet covered her mouth in panic. His blue eyes, tinged with a bit of red, looked terrifying. He asked, What is it? Why are you out here at this hour? Janet stammered, I couldn't sleep, sir. I didn't know you were busy. I'm sorry. Anastasius thought, what a pain. Deal with it yourself. He smiled. It's fine. Because I felt tired, I lay down to rest for a bit and almost overslept. That's why. You can feel the magic of Emperor Eternitas along with the magic of the former emperor. Can't sleep? You must have had a lot on your mind before going to bed. Then, Anastasius asked, do you want to come inside for a bit? No. Janet hurriedly declined. No, it's fine. It's late now. I'm sorry for bothering you. After answering, Janet quickly hurried back to her room. She was bewildered. Clearly he was the only one inside. Was that voice just now really his? Janet was conflicted. Or was it someone else? Janet recalled Athanasia's words. It's hard to trust someone who sets traps for others with just their lies. Athanasia asked, That's why? You can feel the magic of Emperor Eternitas along with the magic of the former emperor. Exactly. The two fell into silence. Athanasia thought in bewilderment. Wait, isn't Eternitas an emperor from before my grandpa was even born? Lucas looked at her expression and thought helplessly. I know everything you're thinking. Lucas said, I slept in the tower for a very long time, because when I woke up, I had a hard time realizing I had lost all my power, you know? She replied, Ah, I see. I feel like my magic power is gradually disappearing while taking care of your dad. Athanasia was surprised. Huh? Your magic? Why? Lucas replied, I think that curse has been draining my magic. Huh? What do you mean? Now is not the right time for that. But Lucas's eyes turned serious. Exactly. That's why I find it strange. My deep slumber happened hundreds of years ago. How could that former emperor have known about it to drain my magic? Only people from that era would know about it. It's very difficult to investigate this whole matter. Claude couldn't find the cause that made your dad end up like this either, but now I know. There's no mistake. That guy Eternitas stole my magic and gave it to the former emperor to use. Lucas held up the ribbon. Recently, I felt like a little mouse was lingering near my tower. I bet it was that former emperor. Athanasia recalled, Thinking back, I kept getting a familiar feeling. Every time he got close, I felt a familiar magic power nearby. She asked, Is it because that magic power is yours? Even though his aura is completely different from yours, I still felt that familiarity. Since you said so, it's just as I thought. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so haunted by the curse. Somehow, Athanasia thought, Anastasius must have drained all the magic power from his own body before dying, then used black magic to revive himself. And now the old emperor is exploiting that magic. Lucas rested his chin on his hand. I think that's why the former emperor's curse is mixed with my magic and that guy Eternitas's magic. Meanwhile, Athanasia grew frightened. Lucas's face darkened. All right, you arrogant little brat. Athanasia asked anxiously. What is Eternitas's goal in doing this? And what on earth is going on? Lucas replied. Let's see. Among those who use black magic, a lot of them are not quite right in the head. Lucas muttered. Is it that magic? No. That requires a fully intact corpse and an unbelievably massive amount of materials, or maybe it's that. Ah, no, then it wouldn't explain the magic power. If not, then that... His rambling completely bewildered her. Lucas suddenly flew into a rage. Ah, no! Originally, Eternitas was a total weakling, so why is he showing up like this? He was born without magic and was just a timid loser in the history books, yet he's glorified as the strongest emperor. What a joke. Was he carried? Athanasia listened in fear. I don't think I know much about this. Why did he suddenly get mad? Lucas continued to mutter. Eternitas. Is he still alive? Is it possible that this former emperor used a hidden power from somewhere belonging to Eternitas? Anyway, it's really annoying. Even now, I still have to deal with that loser. Athanasia was bewildered. Even if he was a weakling, Eternitas is the strongest emperor in Obelia's history. If the former emperor possesses the power by Eternitas and Lucas, then the situation will likely get much worse. But in this situation, Lucas couldn't just casually go outside. He thought, what a headache. Suddenly, Athanasia shuddered. Does Janet know this truth? The sole intention of bringing Janet into the palace, compared to bringing back a once dethroned emperor, putting Janet on the throne would probably cause less of an uproar. I have to stop this at all costs. What if I convince Janet to refuse? She suddenly remembered what Janet had said. The princess never says a single word to me. Athanasia grew sad. Was it because I was only looking out for my own happiness and safety that everything turned out like this? She raised her hand to wipe her tears. I can't cry. My face will swell up. Tomorrow I still have to wrestle with the representative nobles. If I had told the truth to Jenny from the very beginning, would it have been fine? This time I thought I would really be happy. The woman behind Athanasia surprised Lucas. Did I make the wrong choice? The woman behind her placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Lucas abruptly said, Hey, if we find the fruit of the world tree, do you think it can cure your dad? Athanasia was startled. Huh? The fruit of the world tree? Lucas said. I went looking for it. I heard it's a medicine that can cure all illnesses. You also recovered all of your magic power, so why? Next, you seem to be thinking about something bad, right? Athanasia denied it. No, I'm not. She fell silent for a moment. In any case, if we have the fruit of the world tree, Papa will get better, right? The fruit of the world tree is the world tree. Lucas seemed to realize something. The world tree. It's also possible that... Athanasia was surprised. What is it? But regarding your Papa's consciousness, it's also possible, right? Lucas was flustered. No. It could also be possible. Athanasia panicked. Please explain it to me in detail. It's indeed possible. But since there's never been a precedent before, we can't be sure. Lucas said. We must find the fruit of the world tree somehow. It's too much, though. When I went looking for it, not a single fallen fruit could be found. If you want the next fruit to form, you can only wait another 100 years. These words left her completely disappointed. Suddenly she remembered something. Wait, if there's no fruit of the world tree, how are you supposed to recover your magic? Lucas replied, It must be forcefully taken from the world tree. But her ray of hope vanished. As expected, there's no other way. Athanasia reminisced about the joyful tea party. Because of my selfishness, I'm receiving punishment, right? The image of Janet crying flashed before her eyes again. No. Tears welled up in her eyes. Even if I regret it, it's already too late. She sniffled and rubbed her eyes. I have to find a way. If I want to save Papa, I need to snap out of it. Seeing her cry, Lucas anxiously jumped up. Though there is no world fruit, but instead I got this. Lucas opened his palm. Before her eyes appeared a branch of the world tree. The room suddenly lit up, surprising the guards outside. Athanasia was also incredibly astonished. Lucas, what is this? Lucas replied, A branch of the world tree. She asked, Why did you bring it here? It has a use, that's why I brought it here. A use? Lucas looked at her with pure annoyance. He turned his face away. Well, it's just that. Athanasia was still blanking out. Anyway, if we use this, can Papa wake up? If so, right now. Athanasia abruptly grabbed the branch. Wait! Ping! With a sound, a massive world tree trunk appeared before her eyes. Is this the world tree? Opening her eyes again, Athanasia was back in her room. Huh? Lucas scolded her angrily. Are you crazy? Can't you sense danger? How dare you touch it? Do you even know what the world tree is to just suddenly grab it like that? Ouch! Athanasia joyfully grabbed his hands. Lucas, take out the world tree. I can do it. I have the ability to do it. I can cure Papa. Lucas helplessly advised. Calm down first. The omnipotence of the world tree needs to be nurtured. Calm down and take a deep breath. Athanasia obediently followed along. Sigh. The two looked at each other in silence. Lucas said, Can you sit down now? She gave a blank. Lucas said, Even if you can use the world tree, there's no guarantee your dad will wake up. Since there's no precedent, we can't be sure. Besides, your papa is unconscious, so we can't use the magic guidance method. I need to study this a bit more first. I can do that, she said. Lucas was surprised. What? Papa was caught in my explosion, which is why his body was damaged and he lost his memory. If I directly used the world tree, there's a chance. Lucas looked at her in surprise. How do you know that, kid? He asked again. How do you know that? Athanasia replied. About that. When I met the world tree, it told me. Lucas's face darkened completely. That damn tree. Did it trick me? Suddenly she said, I prayed to the world tree, hoping Papa would get better. That's probably why it told me. Yeah. Athanasia was flustered. Yeah. And what was the other thing it told me again? An existence called the Tree of God cannot be narrow-minded. But because of a sincere wish, it revealed it. Even so, it's annoying. I'm going to chop down that damn tree later. Lucas asked, If you use that method, did it say that you might die? She was surprised, then hesitantly lowered her head. No. Athanasia said, But I might not die either. Lucas was truly angry. Sigh, I really didn't know you had to go this far just to save him. What on earth is family anyway? If it were just about getting rid of the Emperor, I could wipe out both the former Emperor and Eternitas right now. Lucas covered his face. But I'm tied down here to neutralize the curse. This is exactly what that guy wanted. Looking at her gloomy face, he said, I'll go along with whatever you want, except for this. If it fails, the Obelian Empire will lose both its emperor and its princess. If that happens, the former emperor and that guy Eternitas will take the throne and do whatever they want. Even so, you don't care? A war scene appeared ahead. Where is this? Before Athanasia was an absolute mess, a desolate landscape, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Gulp. She woke up with a start, finding herself still in bed. Athanasia sat up into panic. It was a dream. Is it a prophetic dream again? She recalled the previous dream. Claude collapsed before the former emperor. If not, then this is a dream continuing that one. Thinking of that, her heart suddenly pounded. Athanasia tried to reassure herself. Calm down. Calm down. Everything in Obelia was engulfed in a sea of fire. It feels like I can still smell the smoke and ashes. If Papa doesn't wake up, what will happen to this? Athanasia's eyes looked dazed. But the place of the world tree was actually very warm. I didn't feel the sensation of death at all. Athanasia's eyes sparkled. And what was the thing it told me? What was it again? The next morning, 2 ministers arrived, genuinely wanting to see His Majesty in person. Athanasia slowly reviewed the pile of documents without looking up. His Majesty is resting, so you can just report directly to me. The Count gave a forced laugh. Haha, yes, resting indeed. He's so comfortable that he doesn't even want to return. Thump, but Athanasia glanced up in annoyance. His Majesty is well aware of the loyalty of Count Alpheus and the ministers, and he anticipated you would say things like this. As expected, how loyal? The words startled both of them. If His Majesty returns, what will you all do? Felix said with a cold face. Please excuse us, Count. The 2 men were blocked by Felix as a warning. They quickly left in fear, but please be a bit cautious, Sir Roger. Those targeting His Majesty's position began to rear their heads. Unusual movements from the arms dealers. The opposing faction of nobles is gradually gathering soldiers. If they all unite under the former emperor, it won't be long before something else happens. It turns out the princess was worried a lot. Anastasius walked under the garden, looked up at Athanasia's study window, and smiled. This morning, Athanasia stood with her back against the door. She bit her lip, her gaze becoming resolute. Her entire being was now filled with determination. Lucas! I dreamed that this entire citadel would be burned to the ground, with nothing left but pitch blackness. Athanasia looked up toward the light while speaking to Lucas. Lucas sat in a corner beside the bed and said to Athanasia, who was turning back to look at him, The citadel? Could it be a rebellion? Just like that, everything in Obelia was burned down, Athanasia replied. If we can't cure Papa, the former emperor will start a war. I have a really bad feeling about this. Could this be a prophetic dream? Lucas scratched his head and said, So everything in Obelia gets burned? I'll handle that, but suddenly, Athanasia spoke up. If the former emperor takes power, my identity will be in trouble and I won't be able to do anything. Did you imagine a bloody scene like that? Lucas silently stared at Athanasia, who was bowing her head in fear. There's no way you're wrong. He looked at her, his expression unchanged. But what if she is wrong? He thought of the beautiful girl, Athanasia, in a soft pink dress, her fluffy blonde hair blowing, holding a white daisy in her hand. His face darkened. Then everyone will die in a sea of fire, and Obelia will be completely burned down. The image of a long-haired young man fluttering in the wind, looking in shock at something in a scene that seemed to have been scorched by a massive fire, so large that no living being could survive, leaving only ashes. His face suddenly went blank. Athanasia wondered, so it was just a normal dream, not a prophetic dream? After that question, he looked up as if trying to think of something. Then could it be? Wait a minute. Athanasia stood up, walked over to him, and asked, What's wrong, Lucas? No, absolutely not, Lucas reacted. I'm about to find a way, so just wait a bit longer. Stopping beside Lucas, her face darkened. Wait until when? After a moment of silence, Athanasia looked resolutely at Lucas. Actually, you already knew this is the only way, didn't you? That question made Lucas wide-eyed in surprise. Still standing there, Athanasia clenched her hands tightly. That's why you showed me the branch of the world tree, right? But why are you objecting now? Light illuminated the entire room. Lucas could only fold his arms in deep thought without answering. What was he just thinking? Clenching his hands tightly. Why am I being like this? Lucas began to worry. He bit his lip, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek. It seems to be because I'm afraid you'll die. I've come to understand a little. If you die, everything ends. There will be nothing left. Because of those words of his, Athanasia looked at him with a stunned expression. Because you didn't want me to die, you've been struggling and weighing it since I was a child until now to finally show it to me. The image of a young Athanasia sweetly calling out, Daddy! She had accidentally become Athi's fighting machine. It wasn't just a struggle. It got to the point where I even lost my desire to live, Lucas said in a stern voice, leaving Athanasia stunned. Then she continued to ask, Then how is that chimera you were so regretful about? Is she still in the hands of the former emperor? Either way, I'm going to go see Janet. Suddenly, Lucas jumped up with a start. Huh? You're going? But you just had a fight with that girl. But she only smiled gently at his confusion, at a tea table under the clear blue sky. I'm sorry for visiting so suddenly. Could I get a cup of tea? Before Janet was the princess, sitting formally at the tea table, while Janet clearly showed signs of awkwardness. Here, Athanasia gently explained, her eyes looking straight at Janet affectionately. I came to apologize to you, Janet, for my mistakes during the past time. You came to apologize? Janet was still awkward, rubbing her hands on her thighs. Princess, I treated you terribly, yet you still came to see me. Actually, ever since I took the throne, I already knew your true identity, Janet. Athanasia continued to speak gently to a surprised Janet. What did you say? Janet asked back in surprise, looking at her own reflection in the teacup. Athanasia heard Janet ask back again. What are you talking about? Lowering herself to hold the teacup, the princess continued. So I was always afraid that if you entered the palace, you would steal my position. Janet suddenly stood up. She shouted as if to affirm, that would never happen. Even though I know you care about me a lot. I still continued to deceive you. Athanasia was still holding the teacup in her palm. Gently flashing a gentle smile, she remembered the scene of herself curled up against the wall in her pure white pajamas, with flower petals scattered across the floor. She just stared blankly into the void. Because I am a coward. I'm truly sorry for deceiving you all this time. Janet's eyes widened in amazement, looking at the princess in front of her. That's right, I'm a coward. I'm someone who has nothing in my hands. The more I anticipate, the moment it's lost, the disappointment grows larger and larger. The image of Athanasia as a child appeared again in a noble dress. The little girl looked back toward the light while standing in the dark void. If I wasn't on guard, I would be the only one getting hurt. So I have to think that nothing belongs to me. Little Athanasia, in a butterfly flower dress, smiling adorably, appeared in her mind. Even though I like Janet a lot, I still can't drop my guard. Because I thought the affection Lily and everyone else have for me would disappear at some point, so I didn't want to receive too much love. I was immersed in that thought for too long, Athanasia said, while recalling the scene of her being held in Lily's arms, playing happily. And it's time to be honest. Janet's face at that moment clearly showed a look of astonishment. I can't run away anymore, Athanasia said. The wind blew, causing the leaves to rustle against each other. Athanasia continued. It's understandable if you're mad at me, Janet, but I have to tell you something very important. Even though I know it's a bit shameless, please hear me out. Athanasia bowed her head as she spoke, but suddenly heard a sobbing sound. Huh? Lifting her head, it was Janet crying her eyes out. Huh? Janet! Why are you crying? With tearful eyes, Janet said. Princess, I'm so sorry for leaving you to suffer all alone like that. On top of that, I was so ignorant that I called you a spoiled brat. Athanasia hurriedly leaned forward, wanting to comfort Janet, who was covering her face and crying. Why are you crying? You're supposed to be angry. I didn't know about your suffering, Princess, yet I said such harsh words. His Majesty must be so heartbroken. Athanasia looked at Janet with a worried face. Normally, when deceived, people would get angry, but she's still thinking about me first. Thinking up to this point, Athanasia was suddenly moved to tears and just hugged Janet tightly. The two just held each other and cried. The princess thought, because of this, there's no way I can ever hate Janet. Back to the present, after hearing the story, Lucas stared at Athanasia in bewilderment, causing her to pause in surprise as well. What's with that expression? Why are you looking at me like that? That's not a 1 or 2 day thing. Don't you want us to make up? Athanasia asked blankly. Lucas looked annoyed. It's not that, it's just that I find it ridiculous. You've hidden it for so long, so why didn't you just hide it until the end? What's the point of coming clean now? After those words, Athanasia pondered. Janet has the right to know, too. She's also a person involved. It's time for her to escape from being used by others and choose the path of happiness she wants. The image of Janet wearing a white dress amidst a void full of fluttering feathers. But all this time, Janet didn't know anything and was just being used, Athanasia said to Lucas. Ah, is that so? Lucas replied helplessly. I guess so, not that I care anyway. But hey, Janet noticed it too, Athanasia continued. About the existence of Eternitas. Lucas looked surprised, turning back to look toward her. What? I showed her the ribbon and pointed out the suspicious parts. The blue ribbon with the gold pattern border with a stone of the same color embedded in the middle, surrounded by white fabric. I thought she would find it hard to believe. The scene of the two of them intently looking at the ribbon at the tea table. Princess, Janet said worriedly. My father wasn't originally such an evil person. She interlaced her hands and placed them on her thighs. But a few days ago, I suddenly realized he seemed to have turned into a different person. A man with neatly arranged black hair, glowing red eyes, along with a sinister smile. His gaze, expressions, and way of talking were completely foreign. This caused Athanasia to remember Anastasius, when his cold gaze full of murderous intent looked at her as if he were possessed by something. Athanasia still listened intently to Janet. An unexpected harvest. Athanasia rested her chin on one hand while commenting to Lucas. He just looked away. Who that guy is doesn't matter, as long as we know for sure that Eternitas exists. Is that so? Thanks to that, she believed my words right away. If I had known earlier that Janet had already noticed Eternitas, it wouldn't have been like this. At that moment, with Athi's wild imagination, an image appeared of the demon Anastasius holding a whip to hit her, while Janet was kneeling at his feet. We must wake Papa up as fast as possible to handle everything, Athanasia said quickly. As soon as she finished her sentence, Lucas immediately dodged the topic, shifting his gaze away as if he hadn't heard. She ran to one side, looking at Lucas in confusion. He turned to the opposite side again. She ran over to the other side with a suspicious look at Lucas, and he tried even harder to avoid her gaze. Then another moment of silence appeared, but Athanasia spoke up again. Lately, for some reason, I feel like I've finally become the real Athanasia. The image of her tying her hair into a neat ponytail, dressed in tidy clothes, hands placed in front, standing rigidly and bowing her head. Sounds kind of strange. Athanasia said helplessly, but sometimes I feel like I am actually someone else. A black-haired girl with a ponytail, clad in a casual puffer jacket and jeans, standing with her back turned. But in the end, all this time, there has only been one Athanasia. In a pure appearance, with her hair let down and bare feet, wearing a spotless white dress, walking on a path scattered with feathers. turning back to look at those two women who stood with their backs to her. The world tree said, "Ah," Lucas scratched his head. "You finally remembered? Aren't you surprised? Did you already know beforehand?" Athanasia thought, "I thought he only lived to support this world tree, but it doesn't seem that way." "No," she spoke up, catching his eye. "You could say I figured it out myself." Athanasia awkwardly scratched her head and said to Lucas, "I can't remember everything clearly, but the loneliness and pain that kept me running away still can't be erased." The image of her feeling aggrieved, only able to cover her face. "Is that why I always fail? That's why I absolutely must do this." She appeared again with a pure beauty, a gentle smile around the flower garden. "Besides, I also seem to hear the voice of that world tree saying something, but I don't remember it very clearly." Lucas started and blurted out, "Huh? It spoke? Don't tell me you forgot about the magic of that world tree, you dummy. Let me touch it one more time, maybe I'll remember. Let me touch it, please, please." She looked at him with sparkling eyes, acting cute and spoiled, making Lucas gape. "No way. Think about everything that comes after. Anyway, I've already gone and entrusted everything to Janet. If I die, Obelia is all on her." Lucas jumped up and spoke sternly. Athanasia thought, leaving final words before it even happens? "What are you saying?" Athanasia asked Lucas back. "Of course, Janet also tried to stop me." "At Janet's residence." "You can't, princess," Janet said hastily. "If you were in this situation, you would choose just like me, right?" Athanasia grasped the hand of Janet, who was worrying over her decision, and smiled gently as she spoke. Suddenly, Janet's tears welled up. She silently shed tears, then nodded. "But it's quite miraculous, huh?" Athanasia joyfully patted her chest. "I thought I would fail miserably when I went to see Janet." Lucas just silently stared at her, making her pause too. "Hey, Lucas?" He still just kept silent, secretly blaming himself. Why on earth did I show her the world tree? Now it was too late to regret. Looking at Athanasia still cheerfully smiling at him. Even if I stop her, she won't listen. In the castle's grand hall, the princess spoke, calling out, "Felix, I have something to say." He turned back to look at her affectionately. "Princess, what's the matter?" "In the garden." "Huh? The world tree?" Felix said. "Are you talking about that tree that only appears in legends?" The scene of Athanasia sitting on a swing with a worried Felix standing beside her. "Princess, this matter—" "You cannot trade your own life for it." Felix knelt down before Athanasia. "For you to have to put yourself in such danger, is there really no other way?" There isn't," she replied gently. "But I want Papa to wake up, so even so, I will do it." Athanasia lowered her head, looking at Felix, and said thoughtfully, "I also understand your desire to save His Majesty, because I want that too." Felix's face was full of fear and anxiety. But if it must be traded for the princess's life, then— Athanasia cut him off, smiling gently to reassure Felix, who was clutching her shoulders. "I am also very scared, but this is the only way that can save Papa. Even if it's dangerous, I will definitely return." Then Felix hastily blurted out, "Miss Lillian, she will definitely not agree." "That's right, so please keep it a secret from Lillian, okay?" She still calmly replied, pulling out a letter and handing it to Felix. "This. If anything happens to me, give this to Lillian. I've written everything in there." Felix blankly looked at the letter in his hand. "No, absolutely not. How could I hide this from Miss Lillian?" Felix quickly knelt down and continued, "You are the only person I can look to for help." Her eyes gently looked down at Felix, as if putting her hope in him. "I'm counting on you." Felix could only remain silent, listening to Athanasia in fear. Sitting alone on the chair, Athanasia pondered in deep thought. Everything has been arranged properly. The documents are handled too. A stack of papers was neatly arranged next to the pen and black inkwell. I also gave Janet the letter for Yahello. The scene of Athanasia handing a letter to Janet. "If I can't return, please give this to Yahello." Then Athanasia stood up, tossing her shiny blonde hair. "All right, let's go then." With absolute determination to go save Papa, Lucas looked at the scene in front of him, unable to help but scowl in annoyance. Before them was the scene of the king fast asleep. "The inside is about to explode, yet he's still sleeping soundly, huh?" Then he said to the two people behind, "It seems we must escort His Majesty to a good place to perform the ritual." The two people behind nodded in agreement. He continued, "I will create a space from that direction." Suddenly Felix spoke up. "Can this servant carry His Majesty and move in together? Would that be all right?" This caught everyone by surprise. "Huh? Felix, His face was filled with sadness and anxiety. Aside from waiting, this servant can't do anything else, so I want to help Master like this. A rather awkward scene popped into everyone's heads, carrying him while moving together. It was unimaginable. Since he was unconscious, it would be very difficult to carry him on the back to move, but Athanasia smiled helplessly. Felix, it's fine, don't worry about it. Lucas also comforted the slumping young man in front of him. Magic can easily handle that. Then Athanasia walked up in front of Felix and said, You don't need to blame yourself, because having Felix by my side to lean on is already enough. Felix quickly dropped to one knee. Then, Princess! He bowed his head before her, a gentle scene, just like blooming flowers. This servant will wait until you return safe and sound. She quickly lunged into his arms, giving him a warm hug that took him by surprise. The window curtain was blown by the wind, rustling loudly, and then a clack sound echoed. Lucas looked at her with an indifferent face, cracking his knuckles with a snap. The two walked over to where the king was fast asleep. The surrounding scenery was incredibly ethereal. The sound of the wind howling startled her, and then a branch as white as snow appeared. Oh, she held the branch in her hand. Lucas kept his usual cold face. I don't know if giving you this was the right call. She quickly replied, It's fine, trust me. You agreed, right? He added, I need to tell you one more time about the world tree. She quickly cut him off. My ears are literally aching from hearing it. Just stop. He looked a bit annoyed. Focus your mind. If you make a mistake, you can never come back. She could only comply. I get it. According to Lucas, directly touching the world tree meant planting one's consciousness into its essence. To put it into perspective, it's like dropping a single droplet of water into the ocean. If you mess up, your soul will get blended into the seawater and be lost forever. Lucas had a serious expression. When facing the essence of the world tree, you won't be able to tell what is you and what are the elements that make up this world. The people near the castle, the flying creatures, the wild animals, the rolling stones, even the bundles of grass by the road. Because the flow of the world is forced into your head. The moment you forget who you are, you won't be able to return to this body. If you don't want to float around like air and forget what you are, you better keep your mind sharp. He nagged all at once, leaving her to just comply. I get it, she said, but thought to herself, I've probably heard this for the 500th time. Lucas continued, Just follow your dad's magic unconditionally, got it? Then she extended her hand. Take your dad's hand and go, he ordered. Try saying your name. She didn't hesitate to reply. Athanasia. The space around Lucas suddenly burst into a sparkling light. He grabbed her hand. Remember your magic, your soul. Who are you? Around Athanasia, the sound of roaring wind enveloped everything. She seemed to be transported to another world. Along the way, both sides were lined with blinding streaks of light. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. She seemed completely immersed in it. In an instant, her eyes widened as she took everything in. Fragments of memories appeared before her eyes. A civil war might break out. I'm so hungry. How do you see the new princess? Oh, the day is over. Perhaps the princess is planning something. Are there enough soldiers? Russell meow. All the sounds jumbled together, causing her to scowl and squeeze her eyes shut. It's too loud. My head feels like it's about to explode. She heard a rustling sound. The image of Yahello appeared. Princess. Next was a worried face looking out the window. Felix. Everything flashed before her eyes. The image of Janet, praying, You must return safe and sound. Then an unfamiliar man appeared. What's your name? Then came the gallows for criminals. What is your name? Lucas's blurry face appeared. Try saying your name, kid. Athanasia could only cover her ears, then continuously repeated as if to remind herself, I am Athanasia de Alger Obelia. Then she reached out her hand and tightly grabbed her own wrist. Her wrist suddenly flashed with light, and then it felt as if someone reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her forward. She was pulled by a woman out of nowhere. In an instant, she could only gape in surprise. The person's image was blurry. She couldn't recognize who it was. On Lucas's side, he felt something unusual. He looked over at the sleeping king, but only heard the roaring wind. Huh? He gasped. The handsome face was still fast asleep. No wonder he can still endure well in that state. The woman happily raised her hand as if playing with her, looking incredibly joyful. Is it because of this? Athanasia lay beside her father. Suddenly, the king's chest glowed brightly. Athanasia stared at the woman before her in shock. The woman held her hand tightly, her pink eyes warm and gentle. Hesitantly, Athanasia whispered, Mom? Smiling brightly, the woman caressed her cheek and showered her face with kisses. Flustered, Athanasia asked again, "Are you really my mom?" The woman pulled her into a tight embrace. "You're so adorable. Please understand, I've never even had the chance to hold you before." My daughter," she replied softly. At those words, Athanasia broke down in tears. Her mother comforted her gently, saying that she had always been watching over her, missed her dearly, and was proud of how beautifully she had grown up. The two cried together before Athanasia asked why no one else could see her. Diana explained that she was only a fragment of her soul. Her true soul may have already been reborn somewhere on the continent in an incomplete form. A fragment of the soul. I think because I was so worried about Athi and his majesty, a small piece was left behind in this world. Perhaps it was a lingering regret. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Mom, I'm sorry. We just met and I have so many things to tell you, but I have to go. Papa is hurting a lot." The two held hands tightly. "I have to go cure Papa." "It's all right. His majesty is fine." Hearing that, she was startled for a moment. She asked her mother, "What do you mean?" She only smiled gently at her. "Ever since His Majesty lost consciousness, I have been by his side the whole time." His Majesty knows everything that's happening outside, including the matters regarding you and the former emperor. Because I wanted to see Athi. I came here alone. Her tears welled up. "Papa is fine. Has he recovered?" Diana smiled at her. "Of course. That's why Athi came all the way here, right?" The mother and daughter looked at each other happily. "My little girl came all this way to save Papa, so His Majesty was deeply moved. Of course, he's a little angry because he was so worried, which is why I couldn't leave." She also began to cry. "Having such a brave and mature daughter, I think I can leave in peace now." She reached out to caress her face, then Diana pointed her finger. She looked in the direction her mother pointed. "The thing you brought back is over there." A black vortex appeared before her eyes, striking fear into her. "The thing I brought back?" Then she pulled out the glowing branch from behind. Holding it in her hand, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Since when was this in my hand?" A sudden gust of wind howled. "That—" She looked toward the vortex. "Papa's curse." Her mother smiled and told her, "When you go back, please give my thanks to Lily and Felix for taking care of you since you were little." Then she gave her a warm hug. "Even though I can hold you directly in my arms now, I couldn't raise you to adulthood. Ever since I felt your existence, there hasn't been a single moment I didn't love you." She recalled the past when the king found out she was pregnant, his face completely astonished, and then the two hugged each other in pure happiness. She choked up and said to her, "I love you, Athanasia, my daughter." Lucas looked at the scene before him and thought to himself, unbelievable. Because I lived a nearly eternal life and stayed in that damn tower, I killed off all those troublesome emotions. He looked up, his expression still displaying his usual apathy. "Now I actually hate the idea of losing someone. You have those emotions too. I still don't know what family is, but if I never see someone again, it would be so lonely. Furthermore, I know my heart doesn't want to exist like that." Lucas fell silent, but Athanasia was still fast asleep, tightly clutching her father's arm. He glanced toward them. "It's fine anyway. I am protecting her and that fragment of the soul too. Almost there. Just a bit more." Speaking of this, he started. "At least one of those people will return here." After that, it seemed the glass around them was gradually cracking and shattering. A rustling sound echoed, instantly making Lucas vigilant. Behind him, the scene suddenly burst into bright light. He turned his head toward them with delight. Was the curse successfully broken? A hand pressed down on the flower petals, creating that rustling sound right here. Claude was gradually sitting up before his eyes. This took Lucas by surprise, and he looked at him with a hint of admiration. Claude woke up, the space around him glowing brilliantly, looking incredibly handsome and magnificent. He turned toward his daughter, who was fast asleep beside him. He started, but she remained fast asleep. Lucas was suddenly bewildered. Why is it only the Emperor? Then the person in front of him signaled for silence. His eyes immediately twitched. Claude patted his sleeping daughter's head, raising a hand to gesture for silence toward him. The scenery suddenly shifted. Where is this? Wait, I clearly placed the world tree into the curse. Opening her eyes, she vaguely saw a young boy looking at her with deep worry. Claude. Why did he turn into a baby? Could that person be the former emperor? Even though I'm still small, but... His face was drenched in sweat. Claude, why is he calling my name using Papa's name? It hurts so much. The boy placed a hand on her face, affectionately calling out, Brother, The boy's face was covered in sweat and completely flushed. It hurt a lot. I'm sorry, this is a herb to bring down the fever. I don't know if it'll work, but... She was confused. What kind of situation is this? His hands are cold, but my mood is so good, it hurts so much. I'm glad you came. What is he apologizing for? She suddenly realized, could this be Papa's memory? What kind of identity is it? I can't hear clearly what he's saying. It's nothing. For now, we need to get the fever down first. How despicable. I think you're always mocking me. The boy was taken aback by his brother's coldness. But brother! Now before his eyes was only his brother's furious glare. I never did that. Lately I haven't seen the Crown Prince, have I? The boy replied. Because he's busy, Mother. Is it uncomfortable for you to live with the Empress and the Crown Prince? The boy looked at his mother and obediently said, Please don't worry too much, Royal Mother. The woman looked sad. If only I were a bit healthier. I'm sorry, Claude. As he grew up, the distance between him and his older brother became further and further apart. His face looked sorrowful, a sadness of estrangement and resentment. Papa really viewed the former emperor as his own flesh and blood brother. I can feel Papa's heart, if only a little bit. What's so good about that lazy brat? He did so well when he was little. This is the first time I've seen grandmother. She looks so fragile and delicate. What is this? Perhaps I'm seeing the powerful remaining memories of Papa. But why am I seeing this? Has Papa's curse disappeared? The Crown Prince just left. A bloody scene appeared. Empress, how dare you? The image of Claude covered in blood, his gaze fierce. Long live His Majesty, Claude! Long live His Majesty! The cheers of the citizens echoed endlessly. Sitting on the throne, one could see that Claude was incredibly lonely. But then a hand appeared, taking him by surprise. A beautiful girl, just like the radiant sunshine, entered his life. Ah, Diana. Incredibly beautiful. Her eyes shone brilliantly and magnificently. She was surprised. Mother. The beautiful Diana flashed a radiant smile, the space around her lighting up just like the sun. She was gentle and pure, just like blooming flowers. At that moment, two hands tightly grasped each other. After meeting Mama, all of Papa's memories shone brilliantly. I want to look closer in detail, but everything is flashing past so fast. In an instant, she saw the atmosphere turn gloomy. Diana, her mother, was cradling her pregnant belly, her face filled with intense worry and fear. Why can't I see anything all of a sudden? Athanasia panicked. Next, a sharp, piercing pain struck. King Claude was in extreme agony, clutching his face. Is this emotion? Papa being sad? Athanasia was incredibly terrified and in pain. It hurts so much. My heart feels like it's being ripped apart. She placed a hand over her glowing chest, and it vanished instantly like a lie. This is black magic. The Emperor's tears streamed down relentlessly. Papa! Because he couldn't bear the grief of losing Mama, he killed off all his emotions. And then, before her eyes was a pitch-black scene. Boring. Everything gradually vanished. Tedious, boring. Everything had completely lost its color. This was exactly the king's state of mind. Truly boring. The loneliness, the boredom, the emptiness with no end in sight. A black and white world that had lost all its color. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed. The Emperor remained just as dazed. He walked along the path in an indifferent and cold manner. Suddenly, tiny footprints appeared beneath his feet. What is this? A pouch was reached out, emitting a clinking sound from inside. The king picked up the pouch, shook it, and then stared intently at it. Seeing this? What is it? The king was slightly surprised. A child in the darkness was crying relentlessly. I seem to have forgotten something. A sudden sharp pain struck, making him grimace. The sound of a baby crying echoed endlessly, but was being shrouded by the darkness. How annoying. Little Athanasia, tiny and standing before the statues of little angels, her face looking a bit scared and worried. A crack sound echoed. The little girl smiled radiantly and called out, Papa! Just like that, she grew up day by day. The little girl was gradually growing, but her smile remained the same, always calling out, Papa, good morning. Her glistening eyes were so adorable. I think a flower is blooming in my mouth. Then the sound of water dripping, drip. She was unconscious, her body drenched in water. The king looked at her, intending to reach out and touch her hair. How irritating. His eyes held a cold, detached look. The crack sound echoed once more. I must erase it. But just a little bit more. The little girl raised her hands, blood flowing around her neck and nose. The crack sound grew louder, feeling as if the space was about to shatter. There's something inside me. I hear the sound of shattering. A scream echoed. Princess! Then the glass shard completely shattered with a crash. The king looked at his bleeding daughter, her heart glowing. He anxiously ordered, "Call the magicians here."
He ordered Felix immediately. "Yes, your majesty."
Athanasia cried, "Papa, it hurts so much! Sob, sob!" A hand gently reached out and lightly touched her hair. The king hugged her tightly to his chest. Extremely gently, he held his fast-asleep little daughter in his arms. "Papa, don't hurt anymore." The image of the little girl happily surrounded by gifts, dresses, and expensive jewelry. "I will do everything for you." The image of Diana smiling happily appeared once again. "So, please always stay healthy and happy." Then a bloody scene appeared. "Your Majesty, the princess, has awakened her magic excessively. Currently, the magicians at that place have left the citadel." Felix suddenly realized something. He quickly tried to stop the emperor. "You mustn't, your majesty." But the emperor still stubbornly lunged forward. "Let go! Your majesty!" Everyone rushed over to stop the king. "With this size, getting caught in it will cost your life. Your majesty, please calm down." Something swiped across, causing him to bleed. The image of his gentle wife, Diana, appeared before his eyes. "For our child." At this moment, she gradually woke up from her coma. She saw her father, Claude, looking at her gently. "Are you awake, Athanasia?" She couldn't contain her tears, replying, "Good morning, Papa." Inside the palace, the emperor couldn't help but scold her. "Why did you act so dangerously like that, huh? You might not have woken up again." The king sat beside her bed and spoke, his eyes staring intently at his daughter. She could only feel helpless. She had just woken up not long ago and was already getting scolded by Papa. The emperor's face looked a bit sad. "Tell me, why did you do it?" "Even if I were to live again, I would just unconsciously be swept into the vortex of magic." She immediately replied, "I wanted to save Papa because there was no other way besides this, but..." He told her, "If I lose my memory and the curse recurs, even if I wake up, I will choose death." An image of the past when she knelt before her father, facing his terrifying coldness. "Living vaguely, foolishly, and then hurting you." Lucas, listening outside, continuously nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right." Athanasia's eyes sparkled as she intently listened to her father. "Then what meaning is there to living again? I already know the whole situation outside." The images of the past appeared one after another, everything she had to endure and how she was looked down upon. If you'd abandoned me, perhaps you could have easily resolved everything with the help of that magician, instead of suffering and enduring like this. Yet I cast you aside twice and said such terrible things to you." Claude's face grew dark with self-reproach and criticism because of those things. A loud shout cut him off. "Wait a minute, Papa!" She bolted upright. "Because you said things like that," Diana got furious. This took Athanasia by surprise. "Mom did?" "Yeah." The two fell into a long silence. The king's face looked dejected. Papa knew everything that was happening out there. "Mom got angry?" Her voice grew softer as she asked him. "What did Mom say?" "She told me the whole story." The space fell silent once again. "I can guess Papa's feelings. Papa feels like he doesn't deserve to receive love. Is that why Mom let me see these things?" "You were hurt so much." This left Claude completely speechless. "I was sad because Papa ignored me, and I also suffered a lot from having to kneel and being humiliated." He said, "It's only natural for you to resent me. I will accept whatever you want. Those who caused you pain, they..." She immediately interrupted. "Please, Papa, don't say that anymore." She grabbed the hem of his clothes. "Papa! There's something else you want to say to me, right?" This caught Claude off guard. I'm sorry," she asked further. "What else?" Claude was surprised. The words he intended to speak just couldn't come out. He could only lower his head, his face showing a hint of fear. A man completely clumsy, not knowing how to beg for forgiveness because of the fear of being rejected. "It might be very hard for you to say this." At this point, his tears inadvertently streamed down. He choked up. "But please forgive me." Meanwhile, Athanasia couldn't hold back her tears any longer either. She wailed bitterly, "Sob, sob, I hate you, Papa," making the king completely flustered. He quickly embraced his daughter. "Papa cursed you. I was wrong. Papa even wanted to kill you. I'm sorry, Athanasia." Claude gently comforted her. "I'm sorry." Sob, sob. Please don't cry. Papa is just like me. Because of the fear of being rejected, he built a wall of isolation around himself and waited for someone to break it down. Over here, Felix saw her, his face radiant. "Princess!" She grabbed his hand happily. "It is an absolute blessing that you returned safe and sound." She chuckled. "Heh, thank you, Felix." The king teased him. "You didn't cry this time," making him turn away with a blushing face. She, however, didn't understand what was going on. Huh? He recounted. I burst into tears when His Majesty woke up. I imagined a scenario of joyfully hugging Claude, so he keeps using this to tease me all the time. Hearing him say that, she laughed happily. Ha ha ha, he's using this to tease you? She asked him, how is the situation outside, Felix? And Felix began to turn serious. The news of His Majesty returning from his vacation made them shut their mouths and await your orders. The nobles demand to verify His Majesty's innocence regarding black magic. Just as I thought. She said to him, Papa, now about the curse. He reassured her. It's fine now. He told her, you don't need to concern yourself with these things anymore. I will arrange everything, so just get some rest. She wondered, how does Papa plan to handle it? The king said nothing, only shifting his gaze aside. You don't need to worry. Since you're awake, I'll head outside for a bit. I know what to do, so even if it gets noisy in a while, She quickly stopped her father. Wait! All right, I'm worried to death here. What is Papa planning to do? She said. Papa, I have this idea. Lucas suddenly appeared. She warmly introduced him to everyone. Lucas is the magician from that great tower, you know. Is that so? Papa wasn't surprised. I figured as much. How? Because only that person could possibly possess the world tree. Lucas thought to himself. I didn't say anything just because it's a hassle, not because I ever intended to hide it. She suddenly had an idea. Papa's curse is gone now, so Lucas doesn't need to take care of Papa anymore. He can return to that stone house. Lucas will uncover the truth and verify Papa's innocence so those nobles won't be able to talk absolute nonsense. The space suddenly turned terrifyingly silent. Everyone's face looked incredibly displeased. She didn't understand what was happening. Huh? It seems like everyone dislikes this method. Even Felix too, Felix told her. This method can minimize political conflicts to the maximum extent, but both the former emperor and I believe that those who acted insolently and arrogantly toward the princess must be properly punished. But during Papa's absence, a lot of things happened. I was once angry because those nobles feared Felix more than they feared me. Then she said, I will leave this matter for Papa to handle then. Hearing this, he was also startled. She turned her radiant face toward him. As for Lucas, you'll have to work hard. He was flustered. Me? You? I don't know for what reason the magician of the tower, who originally doesn't interfere in imperial matters, helped us this time. Receiving the question, Lucas remained silent. Then he glanced over toward Felix. First, I took action because of someone I share a fate with. He began to speak. Furthermore, if it's a matter regarding the survival of Obelia, I have an obligation to protect it. Is this reason enough? Hearing this, Felix was completely astonished. Do you mean Obelia could potentially face destruction? Athanasia was also taken aback. Destruction? Obelia completely burned down. The world with the people I love would vanish forever. That is the final ending of this world that took place in the book. No, that won't happen. Claude's gaze shifted toward his daughter, and then he placed his hand on her head to stroke it. Seeing that, he said, then let's take our time hitting back. Over here, a mysterious person was looking at a piece of paper. Inside the palace, the sound of footsteps, clop clop, echoed. Alpheus stood in front of the door, his face looking sad and worried. Then he knocked on the door, knock knock. Hearing this, the former emperor asked, What is it? I am Yahello Alpheus. Hearing this, the former emperor's face turned somewhat cold. The duke's health doesn't seem to be well, so he went to rest at a resort. Did he say that himself? No, but I have a feeling that he needs to go on a vacation. Alpheus lowered his face, saying nothing. The former emperor's expression remained incredibly detached. Lately, there have been no reports of him meeting anyone. Because his mind has become sharper, now he wants to escape my control. He spoke. As you also know, the Duke has been wholeheartedly assisting the former emperor, your majesty, so his body has been getting weaker day by day, making it hard for him to even manage his daily life. Therefore, the verification process regarding whether Emperor Claude used black magic is scheduled to take place soon. You may rest now. Dismissed, he ordered. He clenched his hands tightly. I am truly ashamed, but I have a question. How exactly will this verification you speak of take place? Hearing this, the former emperor's face darkened. I will take Emperor Claude's blood and drop it onto the magic circle. If there are signs of black magic, it will react and I can find out the truth. The truth! he suddenly said. After speaking, his face remained completely emotionless as he looked toward the person in front of him. At this moment, he seemed frozen as he felt a hint of bloodlust in the air. The former emperor abruptly asked, "What are you holding?" This question startled him, causing him to look up. A magic artifact? Huh. Someone doesn't really look like father and son, yet their actions are exactly the same. More foolish than I thought. Then a spell forced his hand to open. Boom! He quickly grabbed him by the chin, making him grimace. Ugh! You've got some nerve. Are you trying to assassinate royalty inside the palace? I must brainwash him before things get more troublesome. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. A streak of blood flowed out, taking him slightly by surprise. His face trembled. Blood dripped from his hand. His hand had been bruised by the boy. The former emperor quickly flung him away. He quickly held his hand, which now had pink flower tattoos on it. With blood still on his hand, he looked at him warily. This magic is... He glared at the brat. A flash of light sparked. Lucas extended his hand to make the tattoo glow. Just by making contact, it will automatically light up. He said to him, "Thank you, sir." We should be the ones saying thank you. This could be very dangerous, but if we make direct contact, we will know everything clearly. His face looked gloomy. Not at all. On the contrary, I'm very happy to be able to do this. Athanasia looked at him, confused. She thought worriedly, his complexion doesn't look too good. Duke Alpheus was indeed brainwashed. One could see him losing his vitality day by day. He was so furious, thinking that his father and clan were being used by the former emperor, so he decided to help with the plan to hinder the former emperor. Since both his dad and Jeanette were taken hostage by the former emperor, there was no other choice. Lucas looked at his hand. What is this? This little toy won't help at all. On the contrary, carrying it around will only get you noticed by him. He said, I carried it because I wanted to be noticed by him. Only then would he look down on me and let his guard down. Lucas looked a bit annoyed. Young master, seriously, this guy... That's enough. Athanasia tried to reassure him. Not at all, because the princess trusted me. I must repay her. He placed a hand over his chest and said gently, Furthermore, I said that I am very delighted that you returned safely. The former emperor, just like that, lost his balance. A loud thud echoed. He looked at him, completely infuriated. Being suppressed by him, the old man yelled, You bastard! And was instantly knocked down. Do you think you can catch me like this? The old man spread his arms, intending to dispel the suppression. On this side, Lucas chuckled softly. Is that so? Someone who steals others' magic gets angry over just this much? But there's a loophole in the barrier, isn't there? Lucas, appearing behind him, instantly froze him solid. A loud crash echoed. Lucas stepped on the crystal shards and asked in surprise, Oh, why is it so quiet? Doesn't it hurt? He stood right in front of the guy. The guy grimaced. You? The princess said to keep your limbs somewhat intact, so I have to be careful. He looked at the guy mockingly. He was shocked. Lucas is here? How? The crystal shards kept piling up, becoming solid. Could it be that Claude is awake? He stomped hard, causing the crystal to shatter. Hey, let me ask you something first. The former emperor collapsed, coughing. Cough, cough! His gaze turned terrifying. You know me, right? The guy said nothing, only staring at him with a darkened face. Lucas said to him, Masquerading as a descendant while acting as rampantly as a demon. That's truly pathetic, isn't it? Alpheus was shocked upon hearing that. Descendant? You won't be able to utter a single word if the imperial palace magic is triggered. If you harm a royal body... Before the guy could finish, a crystal shard was snapped with a crack. Lucas said, All right, get up. Then he grabbed his hand and pulled him up. What do you mean, harmed? He quickly brushed the pile of glass off the guy. Aren't you still perfectly intact? He stared at the guy, holding up a glass shard. What I wanted has been achieved. Now let's go. At the mansion, the Duke was surprised. Huh? Why so suddenly? The servant said. Because of an urgent matter, he delivered a scroll stamped with the royal seal. He looked at the item presented before him. An imperial summons like this? He quickly put on his coat and took the item inside the box. I wonder what's going on to summon everyone to the imperial palace. The cloth unfurled with a whoosh. Could it be that something happened to the princess? He walked inside, the wind howling so fiercely that he couldn't even open his eyes. Then, through the hazy smoke, he saw someone standing up ahead. Stepping inside, everything vanished, and he found himself standing in front of everyone from the imperial palace. Seeing him, everyone nodded. The Duke has arrived as well. He gently replied, I've just arrived. Then he asked everyone, What's the sudden occasion? The princess is speaking with the magicians, but... Up on the balcony, Athanasia was saying something to Lucas. Lucas looked smug. Surprised, right? Unpredictably suppressed the opponent quick, neat, and fast without using violence. Not everyone can pull that off. Because it's me, anything is possible. Athanasia could only force a smile. Thanks, you've worked hard. Everyone looked at the cold man in front of them with curiosity, wondering, why is the former emperor here as well? A voice echoed, causing everyone to turn their eyes up simultaneously. Everyone has gathered. Athanasia stood on the balcony and spoke clearly. First, I'd like to thank everyone for answering my call despite your busy schedules. The reason for this assembly is to provide the answer regarding Emperor Claude de Alger Obelia's alleged use of black magic as requested by everyone. During the last meeting, Uncle spoke of some unpleasant matters. She looked toward the former emperor. Therefore, I have invited everyone and Uncle here to directly address your doubts. Hearing this, the crowd below whispered relentlessly. One person shouted, "Unbelievable! Gathering everyone so suddenly like this, isn't it just to clear up some other doubts?" Exactly! A streak of red lightning instantly grazed past the man who just spoke, scaring him out of his wits. Furthermore, they might even forge the results, who knows? Hey, you! Better watch your mouth. Lucas created a magic circle. Shouting or causing a ruckus inside my tower might cause my magic power to explode, you know. Hearing that, everyone instantly backed away in worry. His tower? The magic circle grew larger and larger as Lucas spun it in midair. Besides, if anyone dares to lie inside the magic tower, they will be instantly ripped apart and thrown out. So, you can rest assured about the transparency of this verification. Anyone with a brain would know what it means to hear about my tower, see me use magic and still be alive. After saying that, he smirked triumphantly. The people below looked at each other. No way. The magician of the tower has lived in seclusion for hundreds of years. Everyone focused their gaze on Athanasia. The magician of the tower is siding with the princess. The former emperor stood still at this moment without saying a word, enveloped in a gloomy aura. Anastasius didn't answer. He darted his eyes away to avoid Lucas, hiding his presence. He and Lucas locked eyes. No matter what I do, Lucas will stop me here. Opposing him alone is disadvantageous. Athanasia, and held out a small orb and said, "Then, Uncle, please take your place. The verification ceremony will begin right now." Because Lucas was anchoring the place, Claude's daughter was conducting the ceremony on behalf of the emperor with a smiling face. His gaze was filled with murderous intent. Claude has probably woken up. If Claude were dead, she would be performing the throne succession ritual, not an acting proxy ritual. His Majesty the Emperor still requires recuperation due to illness, and his condition is still weak. Therefore, I hope these terrible matters will come to an end from now on. Everyone was doubtful. Are there any other issues? Recuperation, she continued. It has been verified that Uncle cast defamation upon His Majesty and me. Does anyone have any objections? The crowd around them fell dead silent. Only a fool would open their mouth at a time like this. Even if he is royalty, he must face severe charges for insulting the honor of the imperial family. Uncle must take responsibility for this, she declared to everyone. Hearing this, he only gave a light chuckle. You can only imprison me at most. A voice shattered his thoughts. There is one more matter to denounce. Uncle has used black magic. He was instantly startled. Even if they find traces of black magic, so what? I've rallied quite a few nobles, so they will give up. I'll just wait for an opportunity to... A cough sound echoed. A red stain spread across his clothes, freezing him in shock. Everyone gasped in unison. A cloud of black smoke enveloped everything around them. The magic was dyed pitch black. Black magic! Athanasia said, I don't think I need to explain further, right? Ah, this is truly horrific! She spoke to the crowd below. I declare that from this moment on, Anastasius de Alger Obelia is banished as a criminal. Those who supported him will be deemed magic fanatics. Furthermore, his magic power will be chained and locked away, and he will be thrown into the dungeon. Instantly, chains appeared and tightly bound his body. The former emperor was now completely powerless, and his eyes began to show signs of anxiety and fear. But then he smirked and said, Very well. Athanasia frowned. Even at this point, he still isn't resisting. To prevent him from going berserk, Lucas had been keeping a close eye on him. No reaction at all? Is he truly afraid of Lucas? After that, she declared, the verification ceremony ends here. Lastly, I would like to thank you once again for sparing your valuable time. Teleportation scrolls were presented before everyone, glowing brightly. I have also prepared valuable scrolls for you to return more comfortably. The Duke looked at the piece of paper, lost in thought. The tables have completely turned. Those who allied themselves with the former emperor's faction are about to face disaster. He looked over at the guy standing next to him, who was continuously murmuring, "They should know the princess inherits the same ruthless streak as His Majesty Claude." Kneeling and begging for mercy might be their only shot at survival. To use 2 of these rare items in a single day, I must quickly report this news to the ministers and the high society. Everyone turned around happily. He spoke up. "I can't bid everyone a proper farewell. I must leave first." Everyone gradually departed as well. "Me too." "Then I'll be going too." With the job done, Athanasia let out a sigh of relief. The biggest fire has been put out. Now the family heads will spread the word about this assembly after they return. She glared angrily at the tied-up former emperor to settle the remaining score. "Now the rest is—" Athanasia turned around and asked the tied-up Anastasius. "Before being locked up, do you have any last words, uncle?" "No?" You have nothing to say? Or is there nothing left to say?" She looked at him. Athanasia walked closer to Lucas. "Lucas, there's nothing left to see here. Go lock him up." He was confused. "Nothing left to see?" she whispered. "Didn't you say he was somehow related to Ethelstas? When you led him here, did you finish it?" "Ah." He glanced at him. Anastasius looked at Lucas. "Fine, no problem." Snap! He snapped his fingers and teleported him away. Athanasia was startled. She covered her mouth. "Hey, you're being way too heavy-handed." Athanasia thought to herself. "I really underestimated him." Lucas ignored her. "Let's go. I don't want to stay here anymore." The evening sunlight filtered through the window, illuminating a part of Anastasius's face. Outside, there was a series of prison cells lined up next to each other. Anastasius sat on the bed inside his prison cell. "Am I completely worthless now?" Claude was lying on the couch, reviewing documents. She said, "Father, Uncle has been locked up in the dungeon. The rumors will gradually die down too." Claude said. "Is that so? You've worked hard." Athanasia blanked out. "I thought Father would say something like, 'Go kill him right now.' But why are you so calm?" He looked relaxed. "Besides, it seems the bait has already been set. I really wanted to settle everything all at once and tear him to shreds just like you said, but this time I will respect your way of doing things." Athanasia asked, "My way?" Claude said, "You've taken care of domestic affairs better than I thought." Athanasia was stunned. She said, "I was able to do it because I watched you do it before." "You did well," he praised her, "as expected of my daughter."
"So of course you would be capable. You even did better than me." Athanasia beamed. He sat up, adapting flexibly to circumstances along with excellent political instincts. "You did a great job this time." "Yes, I tried really hard." He smiled. She stared at him blankly, a few tears falling. She smiled. "Yes, I put in a lot of effort." At night, Athanasia said, "Thank you, but these documents need to be revised a bit," Claude said. The next day, precious vases and other valuable things were piled up, overflowing inside Athanasia's palace. Athanasia looked at those items helplessly. The news spread incredibly fast. She watched the maids busy moving those mountain-like goods elsewhere. It's only been a day since the former emperor was imprisoned, and it has already spread everywhere. Those who feel insecure have started sending gifts to win my favor. Heartfelt letters were attached, which roughly fell into 2 categories. "We were very close before. Do you still remember? I was always on your side, you know. I never doubted His Majesty, even for a second. Then this and that. Do you remember my daughter whom you invited to the tea party?" And so on and so forth. They were letters denouncing Alpheus. Athanasia thought to herself, "This is a mess." Her headache intensified. Letters denouncing Roger Alpheus as a key accomplice to the former emperor's faction kept coming one after another. If they were only denouncing the mastermind, I could pretend not to know and ignore it. Perhaps they are calculating that if that high and mighty Duke's family collapses, their own family might step up to take its place. That's why they are trying even harder to win favor. Athanasia sighed. They've already calculated the pros and cons, the gains and losses. These people are too terrifying. Normally, any family that betrays their monarch would face total annihilation, but I know the inner details well. To think they'd be killed just for a betrayal. Plus, Yahello has already sided with me. Besides, I heard the white-haired uncle was brainwashed, so his body has weakened a lot. Athanasia pondered. First, I'll pretend to punish him, then call a Jekyll into the palace to talk. If I let the white-haired uncle meet Lucas, there'll surely be a solution. Princess? Jeanette, Athanasia thought to herself. She was hidden by the pile of gifts, so I didn't see her. Jeanette said, You summoned me? Right. Athanasia looked at the mess around them. It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to my room first. She said, You must have heard the news that Uncle is in the dungeon. But Jeanette looked a bit sad. Did he really use black magic? Jeanette asked. I wonder if I can see my father. Athanasia was surprised. What? It's very dangerous. Jeanette lowered her face. Princess, didn't you suspect before that my father was possessed by Ethelstis? It might be because of that. She looked worriedly at the dejected Jeanette. I can't allow that. Why does Jeanette look weaker and weaker? Athanasia said. Is that so? Then, suddenly, she noticed Jeanette's hair ribbon was crooked. She said, Jeanette, your ribbon is crooked. Jeanette flusteredly touched her ribbon. I couldn't see it, so that's why. She asked, Did you put it on yourself? Jeanette replied, No, someone helped me put it on. Athanasia's eyes widened. Jeanette, why is your hair like this? She looked at Jeanette's tangled locks. Jeanette answered, It's probably because the person who did my hair was too busy. There's no way the maid serving the royal family would. Could it be? Athanasia leaned toward Jeanette. She asked, Are you being isolated? Jeanette shook her head. No. So it really is like that. What should I do? An emotional storm raged inside Athanasia. This time even the ribbon fell off. How could she silently endure this? Don't tell me those maids did this because they like me too much? In Athanasia's imagination, two maids said, Who told her to be a threat to our princess? Athanasia blamed herself. Why didn't I think of this? She said to Jeanette, Let's go, Jeanette. Huh? Jeanette was dazed. Out in the hallway, some guards were sleeping while others were gossiping with the maids. Suddenly, the two who were gossiping saw Athanasia and Jeanette. She was leading Jeanette along. They peeked over to look at them both. Look, it's the princess, she pondered. Jeanette's status in the palace right now is quite awkward. The daughter of the former emperor who suddenly appeared. Now that the former emperor has become a criminal, Jeanette can't avoid suspicion. My hesitation to denounce the former emperor was also because of this. First of all, I must show everyone outside a good relationship between me and Jeanette so that no one treats her carelessly. Although the probability is low, it might be due to Ethelstas. If so, then the plan. And Athanasia said, I'm here to see the prisoner. The guard replied, Yes, let me lead the way into the dungeon. Both of them looked around, a bit frightened. The guard suddenly cried out, Oh no, princess, the prisoner! Inside the cell was someone's bloody arm. Jeanette covered her mouth while Athanasia was shocked. Anastasius's face was darkened, blood flowing from his chest. What is going on here? Lucas smiled. Over here. Anastasius tightly closed his eyes. Athanasia broke into a sweat. Master Alpheus also tightly closed his eyes, while Jeanette's eyes welled with tears. Lucas leaned against the door. I am a magician. Did you think I was a healer, kid? Athanasia fell silent with a timid posture. Once he gets angry, he becomes gentle. She didn't look him in the eye. But we can't just let him die if the former emperor dies in the dungeon, she said. Jeanette keeps crying, sob, sob. The white-haired uncle must be heartbroken too, so... Athanasia stroked her chin. Uncle's matter wasn't caused by us, so why did it turn out like this? Lucas said. He probably reached his time to die. He was already spent from the moment he fell into your papa's hands anyway. I purposely put out the bait that your papa... Still hasn't recovered, but it didn't work. Athanasia recalled. His Majesty the Emperor still requires recuperation, and his condition is still weak. Therefore, I hope these terrible matters will come to an end from now on. I thought if he took the chance to harm Papa one more time, the nobles would have nothing left to doubt, and yet... Lucas peeked into the room, glancing at Anastasius. Alright, anyway, that guy can't do anything. If it weren't for me, he'd be dead meat by now, huh? Athanasia asked him. How is the white-haired uncle? He replied. Still weak, but it's not life-threatening. Of course, there will be after effects, but... Suddenly, a clatter sound echoed from inside the room. Both of them were surprised and turned around simultaneously to check the situation. There was a porcelain shard. Jeanette was being embraced by someone. As Alpheus held Jeanette in his arms, he frowned. Jeanette said, "Ah, Uncle Alpheus." He pointed the porcelain shard toward Anastasius. Shh, he was tense. Jeanette, you must leave this place right now. Being with him is very dangerous. Alpheus stumbled, pushing Jeanette away. I will hold him back, so you should run ahead, Jeanette said worriedly. Ah, Uncle, please calm down. He winced slightly from the pain. At this moment, Anastasius slowly opened his eyes. He widened them. He faintly saw Alpheus pointing a porcelain shard toward Jeanette. He clutched his chest and bolted up. You guy? Anastasius said. What the hell do you think you're doing? Both Alpheus and Jeanette were startled. Jeanette! Alpheus embraced her tightly. Didn't you hear me tell you to let go of that girl? Anastasius was furious as he used magic. Ah! Suddenly his eyes widened. Alpheus also slumped down. Ah! Jeanette was confused. These crazy fools making a scene the moment they opened their eyes. Lucas walked in. Why are you suddenly doing this? He asked. Jeanette was worried. Uncle? Father? Athanasia said. It's because I was thoughtless and let the two of them stay in the same room. You must have been really startled, right, Jeanette? I'm okay, Jeanette said. Why did Uncle suddenly... Athanasia guessed. Perhaps Uncle did something bad to the Duke. Something bad? Tamed him, Athanasia said. It seems he used coercive magic to make the Duke obey him. Jeanette was shocked. What? She said. He was probably afraid that Uncle would harm you, Jeanette, which is why he was so worried. This matter was indeed a total shock. Jeanette was stunned. Does Ajakiel know? Athanasia replied. Yes, he knows. Athanasia thought to herself, I should speak in a gentler tone. Duke Alpheus seems to care about you very much. Yes, Athanasia said. He wanted to protect you regardless of the cost. Yes, Jeanette asked. Huh? Athanasia was bewildered. Huh? Jeanette widened her eyes. Yes, Jeanette said. His voice was too hoarse, so I couldn't hear him. Athanasia replied. Ah, I couldn't hear it either, but I'm certain the Duke wanted to protect you from Uncle's hands. Then Athanasia said, I feel like he loves you so much that even when his body wasn't well, he still wanted to hold you in his arms. Jeanette asked, Him? She smiled. That's right. The two fell silent. Jeanette's face fell slightly. Is that so? Inside, Athanasia secretly screamed. Ah! She secretly lamented. Why does she have so little confidence? Goodness. Athanasia said, Of course. Otherwise, why would the Duke bother to embrace and protect you regardless of everything, right? That... Jeanette's face looked a bit sad. When I entered the Imperial Palace, I felt like during that time I didn't know anything at all. I kept thinking about my own situation, that I would just grow up in the Alpheus mansion. That's all, Jeanette smiled, but because the Duke was there, it was fine. Athanasia thought to herself, what a completely novel feeling. During that time, Jeanette was blocked from all information, so she was spun around. Though she didn't say it, she thought a lot, and her heart was still too small. She said, I'm sorry, let's talk about something else. No. Athanasia grabbed Jeanette's shoulders. You should go talk to the Duke. No, you don't think he's a bad person. On the contrary, he took very good care of a stranger like you. You understand his feelings. But, Athanasia said, how can you know everything like that? You have to ask him directly. I saw it earlier. The white-haired uncle threw his whole body forward to embrace you. He doesn't seem like someone who would stay by your side just for political purposes. Alpheus fully embracing Jeanette in his arms. It would be a great pity if Jeanette thought the white-haired uncle protected her just for that purpose. At this moment, a maid arrived. Princess. The maid continued. Duke Alpheus is looking for Lady Margarita. Athanasia secretly rejoiced. He's awake, she said. Perfect timing. Then Athanasia said, Let him in. She pushed Jeanette toward the door. Jeanette said, Wait a minute. I'm really fine. Jeanette lowered her head. At this moment, Alpheus's voice echoed from outside. Jeanette! Where are you, Jeanette? Then the maid said, Duke, please calm down first. He propped his hand against the wall. Are you all right, Jeanette? Jeanette was dazed, tears gradually appearing in her eyes. Uncle! Jeanette ran toward Alpheus, sobbing. Sob, sob! Alpheus asked worriedly, Why are you crying? Did something happen to you? Athanasia smiled gently. Great. As expected, she was insecure because she thought the person protecting her only wanted to use her. Perhaps the white-haired uncle raised Jeanette because he wanted to protect her and keep her away from Uncle's sight. That was purely out of love for Jeanette. But what was up with the former emperor's behavior? It's like he's a different person. Jeanette also said the former emperor seemed to have turned into a stranger. So, which one is the real former emperor?
Outside Athanasia's palace, it was currently very crowded and noisy.
The guard said, "The princess is very busy. Please return." Those people were stubborn. "We will wait a bit longer."
Even though she didn't agree to meet, everyone is still persistent, huh? They seem a bit anxious. They opposed the princess during that meeting. Those people were whispering, "Serves them right." I heard the Alpheus family was summoned for punishment. He's not the family head, so I wonder if the young master will be expelled from the family.
At this moment, in some corner, a wave of black aura appeared. "Ha ha! Those fools who don't know their place. Look how humiliated the Duke's family is. They are all laughing at you. Show them what you're capable of." That black aura appeared around the young man. He whispered, "How dare you look down on me, you brat?" Not far away. It seems the princess has no intention of meeting anyone today. Let's wait until sunset and come back later. Right, what an interesting sight. Has the young master ever been rejected outside the princess's palace like this before? Never. That person mocked. At this moment, the girl walking beside him immediately said, "Shh, he might hear you." That person said, "It's fine, he went somewhere else." The woman asked, "Somewhere else?" That person replied, "He was muttering something as he walked. He probably got bored of waiting and wanted to take a walk." Athanasia was sitting and reviewing documents with Claude. The sound of the pen scratching against the paper. Claude said, "As I've already said, this is an exception." Athanasia said, "Papa, the local officials keep wondering when you'll recover." Claude said, "Wait a minute." At this moment, she seemed to notice something was off. "Huh? Papa isn't usually someone with such a leisurely personality." Claude carefully reviewed the document, finished it, and put it down on the table. Time to take a break. Then he leaned back against the chair. Athanasia thought to herself, "It really feels like he's just taking a rest." She thought, "Papa said he'd cooperate with me, so he handed over the entire task of handling Uncle and the nobles to me. Could it be that Papa is still hurting somewhere? Are you?" she asked the man who was lying comfortably on the chair. Claude denied it. "No." He looked at her. At this moment, someone walked in from afar. "I'm just a bit dispirited, that's all." But Athanasia paid attention to the person who had just entered. "Just bring that in and put it over there." That black aura thought to itself, "Dangerous. Luckily, I found a body with a matching wavelength, but the magic power of this body is too wretched. To think I'd have to resort to this. Kill them all. Take advantage before the Emperor can recover, then kill him. If Lucas tries to stop me, I'll just abandon this body. If that happens, the princess will be terrified and collapse too. I will kill them all." At this moment, Athanasia stood in front of him. "Young master of the Leopon family, what brings you here?" "Huh?" Athanasia grew anxious. "What is this? How did he get in? Lucas wasn't letting anyone inside, though." The guy grumbled. "Don't do that." Athanasia asked, "What do you mean?" The guy continued, "Don't look down on me." Confused, she said, "What?" He glared at both of them. "You guys sit here and mock me, don't you?" Athanasia asked. "What ridiculous things are you talking about?" He said, "Only knowing how to be a coward, whispering behind people's backs, always using me as a laughingstock." Athanasia was utterly clueless. "Huh?" Claude remained silent. He felt this guy was exactly like Anastasius when he was a child. "Don't mock me." Athanasia thought to herself, "What is wrong with him?" She said, "I have never done that." But he wouldn't listen. "Are all of you royals like this?" Retorting to every single word. "You're just a bitch who only knows how to tremble when slapped by others, aren't you?" She blanked out, staring at him. "What?" Her face darkened. In her past life, she only knew how to endure when her boss slapped her. She clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly, a hand was placed on her shoulder. "Huh?" Startled, she gritted her teeth. Claude covered her eyes. "Step back." He walked forward. "Yes," Claude said. "You shouldn't listen to these filthy words." Athanasia grabbed his hand. "No need, Papa. I'll handle this. Papa?" Nin just woke up not long ago, so if you use magic power... Bam! Bam! She was stunned. Claude kicked the guy, sending him rolling on the ground. The guy cried out, "Arr!" Athanasia was shocked. "Huh?" She looked at the young master who was spitting out blood. Ethostas thought to himself, "Hiding it? Didn't they say he hadn't recovered yet?" Claude's face darkened. I am extremely annoyed right now." A massive wave of magic power radiated around Claude. "This magic power, it's compressing so hard I can't even breathe," Claude said. "Out of nowhere, you pop up and ruin the rest of a father and daughter." Athanasia was speechless. Papa was really just resting? He gave the guy another painful stomp. "This foul mouth insulted my daughter, didn't it?"
Cough, cough! Ethelstas coughed up blood. Which hand wanted to raise up and point at my daughter? This one? He stomped on his hand. He screamed, "Ah!" He kicked the hand he had just stomped over to the other side. Or this one? He stomped on his other hand. Athanasia grimaced, closing her eyes tightly. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed along with his agonizing scream. Ah! Blood splattered onto the grass. He stepped on his neck. I have also heard about your business. Father. Claude stomped down a bit harder. Ah! He didn't care and continued speaking. I heard you flapped your mouth at the assembly when I wasn't present. You can't differentiate between what should and shouldn't be said, and you don't even know where you stand. Claude's face, which was already cold, grew even colder. If your head is only for decoration, so useless that it can't even think, then let me harvest it right here. Ah! Athanasia broke into a sweat, thinking to herself, this is bad. At this moment, Lucas arrived. Ah, he's really here. Huh? Lucas answered. I told you so. Lucas smiled. Wherever your papa is, a barrier is needed. Athanasia said hurriedly. Is that what's important right now? Quick, stop him! Lucas asked. Why should I stop him? He looked helpless. Oh, seriously, Papa. Athanasia hugged Claude from behind. She continued, if you keep going, he's going to die. No. Claude pushed Athanasia behind him. You shouldn't watch this. Stand back. Athanasia said. Why do you have to beat him up? Just capture him and lock him in prison. That's enough. Lucas approached. Ethelstas coughed. Cough, cough. Lucas squatted down. He said, Did you think I wouldn't know? Ethelstas widened his eyes. Lucas smiled. I knew you would come. Ethelstas questioned. Athanasia asked Lucas. He's not dead yet? He replied. Yeah, he's still intact. He's possessed by Ethelstas. She asked. Huh? Possessed by what? Lucas said. Ethelstas? What? She was shocked. He continued. It escaped from the former emperor's body, so I figured it would look for another one. Athanasia said. It can change bodies? He replied. Seems so. Athanasia was terrified. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Do you know how dangerous it is right now? Lucas looked away. If it's dangerous, it's only dangerous for you. Ethelstas? Claude was puzzled. Lucas said, Just nab him already. Athanasia replied, He already fled, though. Lucas smirked. If the Leopon family gets dragged into this, it'll be a massive pain. He said, I know exactly where he went. Right now, inside the room, Jeanette was sitting beside Athanasia's bed. What? Jeanette is in danger. I have to go to her right away. Claude asked, What is the relationship between Ethelstas and the former emperor? He continued, Tell me why Ethelstas came here. Secondly, Athanasia explained this matter. Lucas spoke instead. Ethelstas possessed the former emperor's body. If that's the case, then that guy was also affected, right? He looked at the young master of the Leopon family, lying on the ground. Lucas replied, Exactly. Claude asked, Do the two of them have something in common? Lucas shook his head. For the former emperor, you could say it's a bloodline connection, but for the young master, that doesn't apply anymore. He said, I don't think it works that way. Lucas continued, But they share one common trait. Through magic power, I can sense that they both harbor darkness within them. Claude's face darkened. Darkness? Lucas explained. It means having self-destructive emotions like resentment, jealousy, envy, or self-loathing. He continued, Actually, I wasn't completely sure, which is why I didn't say anything earlier. Athanasia was astonished. She said, Emperor Ethelstas was actually incredibly weak, which is why he used black magic to become powerful. Because he hated Lucas, he turned into a demon, and Papa's curse or my stagnant magic power are both because of him. He possessed Uncle's body and did all those evil things. And now he can possess other people's bodies too. After listing a whole sequence, Lucas felt helpless. The more we talk, the more confusing it gets. I see. Claude nodded. Lucas suspected. Does he really understand? Claude said, Grand Magician, answer me. Lucas walked over, leaned down, and placed his hand on his chest. Yes, Your Majesty. What is it? Does he not understand? Lucas thought to himself. Claude asked him. What happens to the soul of the person possessed by Ethelstas? Lucas was quite surprised. He really understood correctly. He said, They probably coexist simultaneously. The young master of the Leopon family said, Only knowing how to be a coward, whispering behind people's backs. Anastasius gritted his teeth. Don't mock me! How dare you! He clutched his bloody chest. His eyes gradually flashed with a deep red gleam. Papa, hurry up! What if Ethelstas does something to Jeanette? Papa asked, why do you protect and help that girl so much?
Ethelstas froze. What do you mean? He continued. You're only treating her well and being soft-hearted toward her. Athanasia hesitated. It's because she is just like me. He asked, just like you? In what way? Both of them looked at her. Athanasia said, never knowing her mother's face and growing up without a father, she changed the atmosphere. As for me, I met Papa when I was 5. Ha 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 ha, that's what I think. But Athanasia urged, let's go, it's very urgent. It almost became a disaster. Lucas looked at her helplessly. Claude went completely silent, his back looking like that of a shocked man. Papa, Athanasia thought to herself. Every time I look at Jeanette, I get homesick and think of my past self, desperately craving affection. At this moment, Lucas said, there's one more troublesome matter. Ethelstas is already dead, so his soul is beyond my ability to destroy. There's no way to kill a soul. Athanasia was shocked. What? Then what should we do? He said. So I'll let him possess the former emperor's body and then seal it away. She was terrified, imagining a scenario in her head of Anastasius lying in a coffin, but Athanasia asked, is there no way to just eliminate the soul? Lucas replied, well, pulling it out is a real pain, and I don't even know if it's possible. Both of those guys are annoying anyway. Wouldn't it be better to just eliminate them altogether? She thought. But he's Jeanette's father, Lucas said. Normally, when humans die, they know the path to return to the world tree. How did Ethelstas escape that order? Your mother's soul could remain because of a lingering attachment, but that guy has his consciousness completely intact, so he carried his magic power and changed bodies. But Athanasia said, you mean if there's someone who fits the conditions to change his shell, he can still continue to run away? He said, of course I won't let him slip away again. Stopping time and sealing him away permanently is the best method. At the mansion, Athanasia was surprised. On the table were eye-catching dishes. Jeanette said, Princess. As expected, Ethelstas had returned to Uncle's body. She wondered, is now really the time to eat? Lucas snapped his fingers. Do you want to delay it? Anastasius said, long time no see, Claude. Claude remained expressionless. His attire gradually changed into a different set. He walked toward a chair to sit down, his royal formal suit gradually materializing. He pulled out the chair. Anastasius sat with his legs crossed on the other side, and Claude sat with his legs crossed on this side. Both sat at the exact same table. The atmosphere right now felt like they were about to step onto a battlefield. Claude said, you've been living quite well, huh? Probably thanks to Ethelstas. Anastasius smiled. Call me Anastasius. Sitting on which side, Anastasius asked her, What's this? I have to sit too. Why is everyone so calm? He asked him, aren't you tired? Hiding from my eyes and living in hiding like a sewer rat. Anastasius replied, it went smoother than I thought, since someone didn't even know I was running rampant in the capital. They locked eyes. The atmosphere right now was tense enough to create sparks of lightning. Athanasia thought to herself, battle aura. She thought, he probably already knows, but why is he still so relaxed? Does he want to throw his hands up and accept being captured? With Lucas and Papa here, he's absolutely no match in terms of brute force. Anastasia said, did you come all this way just to say this nonsense? Claude's face turned cold. Anastasia smiled. Do you want to kill me quickly? You've done it once, so doing it a second time should be easy. Athanasia realized. She gasped. Since he can't beg for his life, does he want to provoke him? Claude looked at the smiling Anastasius. It's a bit of a hassle, but I've always thought this way. Claude unleashed his magic. Anastasius widened his eyes. Boom! He used magic to block Claude's attack, protecting Jeanette from that blow. He said, I have a question. It kept popping up in my head. Anastasius, covered in blood, leaned his head against Anastasius's shoulder. He stepped forward. As expected, he stabbed himself. Anastasius looked at him, his hand still placed on Jeanette's head to protect her. I thought the affection you showed me when we were young only stemmed from your hypocrisy and arrogance, and the change that came after was your true nature, which is why I always loathed you. And I promised myself I wouldn't trust you for another single second. But when my hopes were shattered once again because of this cursed bloodline, I finally dabbled in black magic and let myself go. Then something extremely precious to me appeared. But a crack appeared in my heart, shifting from calmness back to madness. So at my brother's final moment, I asked the question I've had for so long, but and the glaring difference in magic power also kept provoking me. Claude said, "You sound like a madman who wants to die." Anastasius frowned. He continued, "I personally saw you draw your last breath, so I thought you were already dead." As time passed, I always asked myself, did you really fall and die by my hands? Or was there some other purpose? Claude said. But when you came back to life, it seems something didn't go according to my wishes. Anastasius felt dizzy. Athanasia fell silent, thinking about Claude's words. Or was there some other purpose? But when looking at you coming back to life, just a moment ago he was protecting Jeanette, but now he's... Anastasius said, Claude, actually, I didn't want to be at odds with you like this either. It was all because of the evil spirit's temptation. Claude was surprised. Anastasius cast his eyes down. Actually, I wanted to compete with you, but I still cared for you because you are my younger brother. However, the evil spirit kept constantly attacking me, so I gradually went mad. Anastasius recalled. No way, Claude didn't say that. He held his head. Claude remained silent. Athanasia was a bit surprised. Anastasius continued, Can you forgive me now? A deep red hue suddenly appeared in Anastasius's eyes. Athanasia stood frozen, and Jeanette was grabbed by him. Boom! Suddenly an explosion occurred. Athanasia cried out, Papa! Papa! Dust flew wildly across the room. Athanasia called, Papa! Papa! Lucas said, this guy is completely insane. Lucas stood shielding everyone. It seems he wants to kill everyone. Why did it turn out like this? Does he want to abandon Jeanette? He said he wants to use 2 lives as bombs. Lucas glanced at Jeanette sitting on the ground. To force a magic power explosion, he had to sacrifice himself, which is why he brought her along. Even if she doesn't know magic, since she's royalty, there's a specific way to use her. Athanasia thought. He suddenly started talking. So it was like that? Papa turned into a completely different person, just like a stranger. Even now, he still wants to cause harm to Papa and me. Lucas said to Claude, Your Majesty, I'll deal with that thing. Claude replied, All right. That time, thanks to the help of young Master Yahello, we stabbed his vital spot and lured him inside. But now it can't be resolved completely just by ordinary imprisonment. He wanted to kill Jeanette too. Athanasia helped Jeanette up. Are you okay? Jeanette replied. Lucas looked at him. The toxic aura spiked. Anastasius gritted his teeth and looked at them. With his hatred wanting everyone to die with him, if he unleashes all of his own magic power and the magic power he stole from me to explode, it'll be troublesome. Lucas looked at all 3. The Emperor and she will be fine, but if he dies, that kid will probably be very sad. What a drag. Hey, Lucas said to Anastasius. He gently raised his hand. I'm sorry. Anastasius was startled. Impossible! Athanasia was confused. Jeanette stared at them blankly, and Claude remained expressionless. But at this moment, everyone had an exclamation mark over Lucas's action. Flashback to a while ago. Athanasia asked, aside from sealing him, Is there no way to guide his soul to peace? Lucas asked, Guiding to peace? Finish the treatment. Finish the protective magic so he won't be possessed again. Athanasia replied, Yeah, if we want to dissolve the hatred, we can guide the soul to peace. What is that? Both Lucas and Claude turned to look at her. Huh? She thought to herself. You don't know what that is? Well, it's like a shamanistic ritual. I thought since there are souls, there would be things like this too. I read about it in a book. Athanasia scratched her cheek and said, Anyway, if we look back at everything, the reason he went astray was because he was looked down on by you, so he dabbled in black magic to increase his power. Lucas retorted, That guy just went down this path because I looked down on him? Even without me, he would have ended up like that anyway. Why is it my fault? It seems he respected and liked you a lot. If I were in his shoes, I would have been deeply hurt too, Lucas said. Huh? Athanasia continued. So why don't you say sorry for back then and have a proper talk with him? Lucas snapped. Are you crazy? Yep, I knew you'd say that. Having said the same thing too, Lucas stroked his chin. Huh, is that so? Lucas said. If I flatter you like this, you can also vent your anger. If I knew it would turn out like this, I would have taken you as a disciple back then. Athanasia was shocked. Lucas asked, Is that enough? The atmosphere right now was dead silent. Athanasia secretly complained. Is that enough? What the hell are you doing, you psycho? At least change the mood a bit before apologizing. Apologizing like this, what are you trying to achieve? It's just provoking him. At this moment, Lucas turned his head to look at her. He smirked arrogantly. His face clearly red. I did great, right? Or something. Anastasius remained silent. He spoke. It's been so long, he continued. And that arrogant look of yours hasn't changed a bit, has it? Lucas didn't understand. Huh? Anastasius glared at them coldly. Athanasia couldn't help but gasp in surprise. A blanket of silence enveloped everyone. Athanasia secretly asked, "The atmosphere has softened up?" At this moment, Lucas spoke up and asked, "How long do you plan to live in that evil spirit form anyway? You also know that wretched dying body won't be able to sustain you much longer." Hearing these words, Jeanette couldn't stop trembling. Lucas continued, "I promise you, as long as you don't cause trouble in the future, I'll let you off." In his mind, Lucas secretly refuted his own words. That's a total lie. Athanasia suddenly spoke up and suggested, "How about finding the world tree and getting purified or something?" Lucas thought about it for a moment, then replied in a low voice, "But I don't know if it'll be effective." Lucas was trying to persuade him. "Sounds reasonable." Under the indifferent gaze of Anastasius, Lucas cheerfully continued, "If we meet again in the future, I'll take you as my disciple then." Lucas's sincerity seemed to have touched the evil spirit inside Anastasius. The evil spirit was incredibly shocked by Lucas's genuine words. But before the evil spirit could calm down, Lucas continued, "Back then, although you were a bit weak, you weren't a bad person. You didn't want to turn out like this either, right?" After a long period of silence, the evil spirit finally spoke up. The evil spirit painfully covered its face and said, "You're only saying this now? After that day, my life was no different from living in hell." As soon as the evil spirit poured its heart out, a dead silence filled the room again. Lucas thought in shock. Wait, seriously? He harbored resentment just because of a few words I said? Just how salty is he toward me? Could it be that my words back then were too harsh? Athanasia whispered to Lucas, "It seems to be working. Coax him a little more." Lucas replied, "Yeah, all right." He then used genuine words and said, "Stop suffering in that empty shell. Just come to my side." Lucas slowly extended his hand in invitation. "I'll help you feel no more pain." The evil spirit slowly looked up at Lucas with a slight shift in its eyes. Lucas secretly muttered to himself, "What the hell am I doing, coaxing a guy who's hundreds of years old?" At this moment, a black mist flared up. That black mist slowly rose and flew out of Anastasius's body. The moment that black mist left his body, Anastasius immediately collapsed. Athanasia, standing nearby, watched in astonishment as the evil spirit flew toward Lucas. "It worked! It escaped and is coming closer!" Then, Claude looked at the mass of black mist and said, "Just seal it away for now." But before Lucas could do anything, in the very next second, that black mist flew up and radiated a brilliant light. It illuminated the entire room with a blinding glare. Athanasia was startled as she was tightly embraced by Claude. Claude gently called, "Athanasia!" "Flash!" Athanasia asked blankly. "Huh?" That black mist suddenly flew straight into Jeanette's body. Right after that, a series of chaotic events occurred. "Rumble! Rumble! Flash!" Lucas cursed in anger. "Ah, this absolute dog of a guy, seriously!" Athanasia asked in panic. "Lucas, what's happening?" Lucas quickly replied, "He changed bodies." Athanasia anxiously thought of one person. Jeanette. The gloomy black mist enveloped Jeanette's small body. The evil spirit said furiously, "You used sweet words and almost tricked me. Whatever you do now is useless. I will never forgive you. You're the one who made me turn out like this." Faced with the evil spirit's accusation, Lucas couldn't help but feel taken aback. Lucas quickly fired back. "Hey, what kind of absolute nonsense are you spouting? I made you turn out like this? You becoming a pathetic mess like this is entirely your own doing. I've given countless people the cold shoulder, yet you're the only one who ended up turning into an evil spirit." The evil spirit shouted in rage, "Shut up, you didn't just abandon me." Claude saw Lucas's blood pressure spiking like that, so he softly said, "Trying to open your mouth to make a madman understand is simply an impossible task. Let's just restrain him first. Do you need my help?" Lucas said angrily, "No need." Meanwhile, Athanasia looked anxiously at her sister, Jeanette. Athanasia quietly blamed herself. "It's my fault for suggesting to persuade him, so Jeanette." Before Lucas could finish his sentence, the evil spirit used magic to attack them. Boom! Zap! Fortunately, Lucas was quick enough to create a shield to protect the three of them. The evil spirit provoked, "Don't hide anymore! Come out! I will unleash all of this brat's magic power!" Lucas suddenly recalled the scene where Anastasius pushed Jeanette aside and gently comforted her. He said to Athanasia, "No, from the start, his target shifted to the double-headed object. He probably guessed that if he couldn't grab us, we would protect her. Athanasia panicked and suggested, "Create a protective magic barrier." Lucas immediately objected. Doing that won't save the double-headed object. On the contrary, it'll only make him survive in the human realm longer. If we let him run away now, her magic power will run out very quickly and she will die. So we can't do that. Athanasia replied emotionally, "What? We can't." While the two were talking, Jeanette's body was constantly trembling. Lucas turned to ask Athanasia, "Yeah, since you cherish her, you don't want that to happen, right?" Lucas continued, "The best way is to seal her. Then find a way later." Athanasia was utterly shell-shocked. "What? Is there really no other way? A way for Jeanette to escape that black shadow?" Suddenly, Athanasia's body froze. Athanasia stared intently at the gloomy black smoke around Jeanette. "That black smoke. Uncle had it too, didn't he?" Lucas softly asked. "Should I seal her then?" Athanasia was still staring blankly at that black smoke. "Why is she covered in it like that?" Just as Lucas was about to cast the seal, he was startled by Athanasia's shout, "Wait! Stop!" Athanasia looked at the evil spirit in astonishment, then secretly wondered, "It stopped? Could it be?" At this moment, the evil spirit suddenly spoke up and asked, "Does the princess plan to kill me? You've been waiting for this opportunity all along, haven't you?" Right now, Jeanette's consciousness seemed to be returning. Princess! Jeanette tried to clench her arms tightly. Even though it was bleeding, Jeanette didn't feel any pain. "It's not him." The evil spirit angrily cursed, "Jeanette, you absolute bitch!" Meanwhile, on the other side, Anastasius was painfully clutching his heart. Anastasius suddenly thought about Jeanette. Then he slowly uttered a sentence. "That child isn't easy to take advantage of." Suddenly, Athanasia dashed toward Jeanette. Lucas shouted in panic, "Hey, wait up!" Athanasia hurriedly ran over and called, "Jeanette!" Jeanette burst into tears, looking at her. Jeanette called out in a trembling voice, "Princess!" Athanasia rushed in and tightly embraced Jeanette's body. A beam of light suddenly flared up between the two of them. At this moment, Athanasia turned back and called, "Lucas!" Lucas said in astonishment, "Wow, it actually worked?" The evil spirit was furious. "Damn it!" Anastasius looked at the evil spirit with disdain and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! Now you have nowhere left to go, right? Get back here!" That black smoke flew back toward Anastasius. "This time we will die together." But Claude stepped forward, blocking Anastasius, and said, "Do you want to die that badly? I didn't know committing suicide was that much fun." Anastasius looked at Claude in utter shock. Claude called out, "Cast it, magician!" Lucas quickly seized the opportunity. Immediately sealing the evil spirit away, its body contorted in intense pain as screams echoed throughout the room. The black mist gradually became translucent, and slowly, the evil spirit began to fade away. Before completely vanishing, the evil spirit softly spoke, "You're not the only one, Lucas." Right after that, the black mist completely dissipated. Lucas disgustedly brushed off the remaining dust. This guy is incredibly persistent. The beautiful room from before was now reduced to nothing but a pile of rubble. Lucas continued, "The end is turning into dust." Athanasia looked around in shock. "Is it over?" Then Athanasia asked in panic, "Is everyone okay?" But right after that, she froze and her words completely stopped mid-sentence. Athanasia looked at Claude and Anastasius in surprise, while Claude coldly stared at Anastasius, and Anastasius also slowly looked up to face Claude. Their blue crystal eyes locked directly onto each other. Athanasia thought in confusion, what should we do now?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "Your Majesty!" Felix Urbane led the soldiers as they rushed into the room. Athanasia called out in surprise, "Felix!" Felix Urbane hurriedly knelt down to acknowledge his fault to Claude. "Please forgive me for arriving late, Your Majesty." Claude calmly replied, "It's fine." Athanasia looked at the soldiers and secretly wondered, how did he lead the soldiers in right on cue like that? Did Papa order it? The soldiers curiously scanned the area. Some glanced sideways while others peered around the room. They must have found it confusing to see this ruined room. The four of them whispered among themselves, "When did His Majesty recover?" "Everything is completely ruined." "Is that the former emperor?" they said, uttering completely strange sentences. Hearing the murmurs, Athanasia turned to look. At this moment, Claude voiced his command. "Imprison Anastasius. That man plotted to assassinate me and the princess. Arrest him." The soldiers immediately rushed in. "Understood, Your Majesty," as Athanasia watched Anastasius being taken away by the soldiers, she suddenly realized Papa intentionally called them in so they could witness this. After arresting Anastasius, all the soldiers stared blankly at Claude. I heard His Majesty was sick, but he looks perfectly healthy. Athanasia completely understood Claude's intention. It was to thoroughly shut down the ridiculous rumors, and to let everyone in the empire witness the scene of the former emperor being arrested. The next day, looking at the son of Obelia, the recovery of Papa meant he officially returned from his vacation. The nobles took turns asking, "Did you have a pleasant vacation, Your Majesty?" "We don't know why, but we kept wanting to audience you. If fatigue keeps piling up, you'll fall ill, so your choice was truly wise." Athanasia was surprised by everyone's sudden flood of inquiries. The nobles flattered him joyfully, as if they had waited for this exact moment for a very long time. Meanwhile, the stories about the former emperor spread in completely wildly exaggerated ways. They spread rumors saying that when the soldiers entered, the former emperor was already on his knees, and even said the former emperor became an object of mockery, offering no resistance at all while dragging himself to the dungeon. It was filled with humiliating spins like that, just like when they spread the rumors about Papa being sick. A lot of people were gossiping about this matter, but if there was one difference, it was that there was no harm even if this matter was made public. After listening to Athanasia, Claude only indifferently replied, "They are naturally like that. They will bite the neck of the weak right away, finding joy in trampling over those who have fallen, and they are just sycophants flattering power." Athanasia was astonished by Claude's calmness. Before the rebellion could even happen, the leader was captured, so these headless snakes threw themselves into betraying one another. Several noble houses were discovered secretly gathering soldiers for war, and the middlemen who helped were all rounded up. I didn't ask Papa what punishment they received. Jeanette went down to the dungeon every day. We would know if we wanted to listen to what they said, but neither I nor Papa interfered, and the verdict regarding the two of them was coming up. Finally, the day Anastasius was brought to the court of law arrived. The judge announced, "Anastasius de Alger Obelia. It is confirmed that the defendant disrupted the discipline in the palace, plotted treason, and threatened the imperial power. For the above charges, the defendant receives the highest penalty, which is execution, the death sentence for the former emperor." Athanasia secretly thought, but actually, the real ringleader was already executed beforehand, dying by Lucas's hands. According to the rules, he should have been beheaded and his head hung on the city wall. But considering the prisoner's status, it will be changed to hanging after 3 days. As for Jeanette de Alger Obelia, a direct descendant of the criminal based on the evidence submitted, it is difficult to find her under suspicion, so she is declared innocent immediately. The surroundings grew noisy, and everyone started whispering to one another. Jeanette was declared innocent, thanks to her own testimony. Roger Alpheus, by proving that he himself was brainwashed, managed to save his life, though a portion of his family's assets will be confiscated by the imperial family. Thanks to young Master Jekyll, it only ended up like that. Roger Alpheus took responsibility for everything and stepped down from the position of family head, so Jekyll will take over as the head of the house. Anyway, it's a relief that both of them are safe and sound. Midnight on the 3rd day since that event, Claude met Anastasius under a crescent moon. It seemed like there was nothing left to say between the two of them. And then Anastasius was escorted away in the chill of the late night and hanged that very night. The former emperor was executed in silence. When Athanasia called out, "Jeanette!" Hearing that, Jeanette also turned her head and replied, "Princess!" Jeanette's face wore a happy smile. "Did you come to see me off?" Under the night sky full of stars, the two talked to each other before saying goodbye. Jeanette said, "I thought it wasn't necessary to tell you because I was afraid you'd be busy." Athanasia happily replied, "Not at all, Jeanette is going far away after all." "Yes, of course I had to come see you off." Saying that, Athanasia glanced toward the former emperor, Anastasius. She secretly thought, Jeanette will leave Obelia together with her family. Athanasia recalled the moment Lucas had a helpless, expressionless face as he pointed out to her that the thing hanging up there on the beam was just a fake created with magic. What a pain. This made Athanasia couldn't help but admire. "Lucas, looks like he did a pretty good job." As memories suddenly flooded back, Athanasia remembered the day the former emperor was imprisoned, when Jeanette had sought her and her father out, a pair of hands placed on the floor. Jeanette knelt before Claude and Athanasia, pleading loudly,
Please forgive him, Your Majesty. That really wasn't my father's intention.
Jeanette, tears streaming down her face, earnestly begged. I will do anything. I will give up my status as royalty, and I will never return to the imperial palace for the rest of my life. Please, I beg you, save my father. Seeing this, Athanasia immediately stepped forward to comfort Jeanette. She reached out her hand to help Jeanette stand up. Come on! Her father just stood watching without saying a single word. Claude still stood completely motionless, his face and those blue eyes like ice, remaining cold and expressionless as usual. He said, just do whatever you want. Hearing that, Athanasia was a bit flustered. What? Then she hesitated a bit and continued, Of course I hope you will grant her wish, and I also want to live together with Jeanette in the palace. The scene suddenly became silent, without a single sound. Claude turned around to walk away, coldly saying, Then just do whatever you want. Hearing that, Athanasia was deeply puzzled and asked herself, You clearly know Jeanette wants to save her father, so why did you tell me to do whatever I want? But then she thought her own opinion didn't really matter. While thinking, Athanasia held the sobbing Jeanette in her arms and continued to comfort her. There, Jeanette said in a trembling voice. Thank you so much. Athanasia kept persistently comforting her. Don't cry anymore, Jeanette. She recalled, before the final verdict of the case, witnessing the conversation between father and the former emperor made me feel a bit uncertain. It's really hard to conclude that the relationship between those two was solely one of hostility. Father, don't you want to make peace with Uncle? Claude had a contemplative look on his face, as if he was deep in thought. In the pus, under the warm sunlight, Claude and Athanasia sat opposite each other at the tea table. Felix and Lily were also curiously standing outside, watching everything unfolding on the inside. With her jade-green eyes and an expectant face, Athanasia was surely waiting for her father's answer, but she could only feel disappointed. Father didn't say anything at all. Claude just sat there with a pensive look. Papa, Athanasia thought to herself. I thought it would be so good if the two of them could just talk to each other, but until the very moment Jeanette left, Father didn't even take a single step toward the former emperor. Returning to the conversation between the two princesses, Athanasia asked curiously, I wonder when we'll be able to see each other again, huh? Jeanette replied with a joyful face. It won't be long. I'll write a letter to you when I arrive. Athanasia thought to herself with regret. Father allowed Jeanette to stay in the palace, but she decided to leave Obelia anyway. She said, Uncle has already prepared a place to stay, right? At the port city, there will surely be plenty of things for you to see. Jeanette radiantly took Athanasia's hand. But I will come to see the princess from time to time, and if not, the princess can come to see me. But Athanasia felt relieved inside and exclaimed, This makes me feel so at ease. Her eye color is so beautiful. Then she asked, Jeanette, do you have any intention of returning to Obelia? Yes, Jeanette had a gentle face that carried a hint of wordless emotion, but she still softly replied, Yes, of course. The former emperor sat inside the carriage, his gaze drifting aimlessly toward the night sky. Athanasia said to herself, Jeanette asked me to help her one last time, which was to dissolve her topaz eyes. Originally, the topaz eyes were created from an inherent magic passed down through the imperial family, so severing and dissolving them was handled cleanly by Lucas. Athanasia, looking a bit melancholic and downcast, thought, As expected, she's leaving because she doesn't want to affect Father and me. She even left all her jewelry behind. Jeanette said, When I was little, I thought these topaz eyes were the only thing that could prove I had a family. She continued, But actually that wasn't the case. Even without them, the truth of the affection between me and the princess won't change. Hearing that, Athanasia was a bit surprised, her face going blank for a few seconds. Jeanette gave a bright, friendly smile that could melt any heart. Of course it won't. Then she suddenly leaned forward and hugged Athanasia tightly, catching her completely off guard. Tears streamed down Jeanette's face as she sobbed. I was so worried, but I'm so glad everyone is safe. You must stay healthy, princess. See you again. Athanasia was still in a daze, not knowing what to do, and then her eyes began to well up with tears. The two stood there, tightly embracing each other with deep affection. Athanasia said, You too, Jeanette. Bright moonlight streamed through the glass windows of the palace in the night sky. Athanasia's voice kept echoing in Claude's head. He thought, reconciliation. Reconciliation, huh? Claude had a cold face, lost in thought. Is such a thing even possible? Then he suddenly remembered a childhood memory. Claude had a high fever and had to lie in bed. His older brother gently approached to check on his condition. A gentle, warm hand softly rested on young Claude's head, which caught him by surprise. His brother's carefree, smiling face appeared. I thought it was absolutely impossible to go back to the relationship we had before. The scene of the two meeting again appeared. Claude and his brother suddenly froze, looking at each other without knowing what to say. Claude's eyes became filled with sadness, as if carrying many heavy thoughts. What else do I need to confirm? On the table, wine bottles lay scattered around in a mess. Returning to the farewell between Jeanette and Athanasia, the driver reminded them. If we want to cross the border, it's about time we start heading out, Athanasia said. Be sure to contact me when you arrive. The former emperor sat in the carriage, looking outside. He flinched in surprise, as if seeing something unexpected. Turned out it was Claude. All three of them were surprised by his appearance here. Jeanette's eyes went wide as she stared blankly, while the former emperor was so stunned he couldn't form words. Athanasia blurted out, "Oh, father!" Then the former emperor stepped down from the carriage, puzzled and asking himself, "Why is he here? What is he thinking?" Then he said, "What is this? Are you guys regretting not killing me, right?" The two stood facing each other. The former emperor continued with a provocative, cynical tone. I'm standing right here. I'm standing right here. What a perfect opportunity, isn't it?" But Claude just stood there, keeping dead silent without saying a single word. Seeing that, the former emperor felt a bit bewildered and confused. Claude coldly and briefly said, "Step aside." This left the former emperor a bit flustered. "Do you want to reconcile?" Claude's words left all three of them, Athanasia, Jeanette, and the former emperor, utterly shocked and stunned. But unexpectedly, he added another sentence. "My daughter asked that question." This made Athanasia jump in surprise. "Ah!" The former emperor and Claude stood facing each other. Claude voiced his question, "Do you want to reconcile?" Hearing this, the former emperor was surprised and didn't know what to say, but he asked back, "And what about you?" Claude, with an annoyed face, said, "I've never thought about it." The former emperor followed suit and replied, "Neither have I." Athanasia, đứng cạnh hoang mang, lo sợ nghĩ tới để gây lớn, sao lẽ nào sẽ kết thúc như thế này? "No," Claude said seriously. "However, since it's my daughter's wish, I want to consider it." Athanasia felt frustrated and confused inside. "Why do you keep using me as an excuse, huh?" Hearing this, the former emperor was once again completely frozen, totally speechless. A loud voice echoed, "Do you want to reconcile with me?" Jeanette looked out from inside the carriage and thought, the princess must have said that. She hesitantly spoke up. I also hope the two of you can reconcile with each other." Hearing this, the former emperor was a bit startled and turned his head to look at his young daughter. Under the starry night sky and the rustling wind, the scene was awkwardly quiet. The four individuals just looked at one another without saying a word. The former emperor spoke up. "If that's the case, then I will consider it too." Hearing that, Jeanette's face lit up with pure joy. The former emperor also smiled faintly, glancing toward her. Athanasia stood there dazed, not knowing what to say. The driver spoke up to remind them again, "We can't delay any longer. We must leave right away, or we won't make it on time." The former emperor turned around, stepped onto the carriage, and replied, "Got it." Athanasia thought to herself, "It looks like the relationship between the two of them might actually turn for the better. Should I intervene?" Confused, she thought further. "No, it's best if I just stay put. The things that happened in their relationship aren't simple enough to be resolved just like that. Let's just let time pass and let it change naturally." Claude stood there, watching with an expressionless face. Janet's voice rang out. "Then I shall be off, princess." Athanasia also replied, "Have a safe trip, Janet." Janet stepped onto the carriage, and it began to move. "Hia!" Athanasia and Claude stood there, watching the carriage drive away. The carriage had already traveled quite a distance, but the clip-clop of the hooves could still be heard. Claude turned his back and coldly said, "That's enough. Let's go back, Athanasia." Under the night sky with a crescent moon and countless stars, Athanasia lingeringly pleaded, "Wait a minute, Papa. We have to see them off until they're further away. They've already gone that far. What's the point of watching anymore?" Athanasia cheerfully grabbed Claude's hand and pulled him along, leaving him a bit puzzled. Inside the carriage, the former emperor exhaustedly covered his face, leaving Janet confused as she asked, "Father?" Janet glanced at the former emperor with an unutterably puzzled expression. She blankly asked, "Are you crying, father?" Hearing this, the former emperor flinched and yelled, "Who's crying?" Janet looked bewildered and shyly said, "I thought you were touched because His Majesty personally came to see us off." The former emperor's face turned serious as he fired back, "On the contrary, he completely leaves me speechless." Hearing this, Janet felt confused. He continued, "He's been on the throne for over 10 years, yet he still does such foolish things. I thought after experiencing the palace struggles, he would have become colder." The former emperor rested his chin on his hand, leaning his head to look out the window as he muttered to himself. "He's still as impulsive as ever, sparing a rebel's life, and on top of that, letting him leave completely unharmed like this, and even personally coming down to see him off. It's unbelievable that these words are coming from the very person who survived because of that. And yet he even mentioned considering a reconciliation." Janet suddenly spoke up, asking, "Do you want to reconcile, father?" Hearing this, the former emperor asked in surprise, "What?" "Clearly just now, Papa said he would consider it," Janet continued. "Could it be that it was a lie? When we were in the dungeon, you promised you wouldn't lie to me anymore." Hearing that, the former emperor froze as if something was stuck in his throat, making him confusedly stammer, I get it. I'll consider it, all right?" Hearing this, Janet felt relieved and smiled happily. The former emperor leaned his head back against the carriage window, his face showing a hint of sad contemplation. Janet looked at her father affectionately, thinking, "I'd rather father just say it out loud if he's worried." But anyway, the former emperor let out a faint smile. "Father looks very happy." As night fell, the sparkling stars blended with the bright moonlight, creating a beautiful scenery in the night sky. Footsteps went click-clack up the stairs. Athanasia and her father stood on a tower, looking out. The city view at night in their kingdom was brilliantly illuminated by yellow lights. Athanasia gasped, "Ah, over there!" The clip-clop sound outside the carriage window made Janet feel a bit surprised, and she curiously looked outside. Athanasia looked radiant and beautiful under the dark night sky. She smiled happily. Standing on the tower with Claude, Athanasia happily waved her hand. Janet and the former emperor looked out of the carriage. She joyfully gasped, "Ah, it's the princess! And His Majesty is there too." The towering structure stood tall against the night sky. Athanasia and Claude were still standing there waving. The former emperor sat in the carriage, looking toward them with a critical and suspicious gaze. What kind of ridiculous things are they doing? Maybe because he has a daughter now, it's easier for him to do such warm things. Janet pleaded, "Father, you should wave too." The former emperor shyly refused. "What? No, I'm good." As if noticing something, Athanasia said to her father, "Papa, Papa, Uncle is waving too." Hearing this, Claude looked down with a serious face to check. Inside the carriage, the former emperor awkwardly and reluctantly raised his hand to wave. Seeing this, Claude instinctively let out a chuckle. "Yeah, I see it." Athanasia was also surprised and let out an, "Oh!" Claude covered his mouth, laughing as he said, "Now that he has a daughter, he really has become strange." Athanasia explained, "It's not strange, it's just a greeting." Janet leaned half her body out of the carriage window, happily and enthusiastically waving. Seeing this, the former emperor nearby reminded her, "Janet, it's dangerous, don't lean out like that." Up on the tower, completely different from his usual cold and aloof self, Claude was still holding his stomach, laughing heartily. Athanasia playfully grabbed his hand to wave along. Inside the carriage, Janet smiled brightly and cheerfully, while the former emperor looked a bit flustered and awkward. The carriage drove further and further away into the night, which was filled with starlight, moonlight, and the happy laughter found in dreams. A little girl with brown hair and big round eyes appeared, her face joyful, innocent, and playful. Then she was suddenly picked up by her mother, and right beside them was her father, the picture of an incredibly happy family. Athanasia woke up from that dream in the morning as a maid softly called her, "Princess, it's morning." Athanasia sleepily woke up and said, "Good morning, Lily." The new maid approached Athanasia's bed and asked, "Princess, did you have a good dream? I saw you smiling the whole time." Athanasia nodded and said, That's right, a very beautiful dream." Hearing this, Lily felt a bit regretful and said, "No wonder, I should have let you sleep a bit longer." But Athanasia didn't blame her, only gently replying,
No, I have to get up anyway. Father said I should arrive early in the morning.
While changing the princess's clothes, Lily noticed she was still very drowsy, her eyes blinking, unable to keep them open. Seeing this, Lily said,
Princess, you can't even open your eyes.
After getting fully prepared, Athanasia headed to the palace. Everyone in the palace who saw her greeted her politely with an incredibly positive attitude.
Good morning, Princess!
Athanasia instinctively replied, Did everyone sleep well last night? After Anastasia's vanished and Janet left the city, everything returned to how it was before, looking as if nothing had ever happened. It felt just like waking up from a not-so-good dream, right? Yes, Athanasia then went to her father's office. She said, Father, good morning. The emperor saw his daughter arrive, lowered his face, and said, You're late, princess. Athanasia explained, I came here right after I woke up. Well, Emperor Claude didn't bother arguing with his daughter. He then handed her a stack of papers and instructed, Here, the order of ceremonies and everything for today. Memorize it all for me. Athanasia gently took the stack of papers and read. The sound of trumpets from the imperial palace signaled the start of the ceremony. With reverence, the nobles and soldiers must kneel and wait. When the trumpets blare, the ceremony begins. The crown princess will appear before the parliament, and the emperor will declare her succession to the throne in front of everyone. After reading, she was both confused and felt it was incredibly complicated. Hearing that, the emperor said, Do you think appointing the crown princess of a country is an easy matter? Sooner or later, the high officials will choose an auspicious day through prayers. So as for the date, picking it then will still be in time. We also need to calculate the budget for the coronation ceremony, and there are still many things to arrange, so hurry up and gather the documents. Yes, Athanasia replied. However, a moment later she hesitated and said, Actually, never mind. Athanasia thought to herself, Father plans to officially appoint me as the crown princess. I thought it was a given, but why do I feel a bit uneasy? In truth, she felt that she wasn't ready enough to take on that role. Moreover, the emperor would also share the court affairs with her, so she would definitely be very busy if she accepted the position. But right after that, Athanasia reassured herself. I could even handle being the emperor's assistant, so what's impossible? One must level up their thinking to have a future. But while Athanasia was having a monologue inside her head, a voice suddenly called out, Princess! Turns out it was Ezekiel. He greeted her. Are you doing well? Seeing him, Athanasia said, Young Master Ezekiel? Ah, no, Duke Alpheus. Ezekiel shyly replied. I'm still not quite used to this title. Sometimes when I'm called Duke, I think someone is looking for my father, Princess. Athanasia then inquired, Is your father doing well, Lord Duke? Ezekiel replied, He's still the same. Ezekiel had become the next Duke, Alpheus of the Alpheus family, after his father, Roger Alpheus. Athanasia then mentioned, I heard that recently a few bottles of fine wine were stolen from his place. Hearing this, Ezekiel immediately knew the culprit was Anastasius. Athanasia then shook Ezekiel's hand to congratulate him. Hearing that he's doing well is a relief. Ezekiel continued. Although it's a bit lonely, my father and Janet still write to each other often. On the other side, Duke Roger Alpheus thought to himself, It really is quite dull just staying around the house. I should have paid more attention to Janet. A moment later, Athanasia realized Ezekiel was holding her hand. She gently pulled her hand back, and Ezekiel apologized. I'm sorry, Princess. Athanasia then asked him, So, how are you doing now, young master? Hearing this, Ezekiel happily asked back, Are you worried about me, Princess? Athanasia replied, Of course I am. Right after that, Ezekiel suddenly collapsed and coughed violently. Seeing this, Athanasia immediately called for Lucas to come down and check on the young master. Lucas said with a cold face, Don't worry, he won't die. A magician with mana in their body isn't as fragile as a normal human. This is just the after effects kicking in. Ezekiel had collapsed in pain after suppressing the former emperor, because the magic crest was engraved directly into his body. While Athanasia and the others were facing Anastasius, he was still writhing in that pain. After that, Ezekiel still appeared perfectly radiant in front of Athanasia and said, I've completely recovered. As you can see, Princess, I'm very healthy. However, Athanasia wanted to ask Ezekiel for a favor, though she was afraid doing so wouldn't be right. Seeing Lucas, Ezekiel greeted him. Hello, Lord Magician. Lucas was surprised by this. With a cold face, he asked Ezekiel, What? How did you know I was here? Ezekiel politely replied, Well, you're standing right there in plain sight, so how could I not know? Lucas was still puzzled and thought to himself, I remember I didn't leave any traces. Why are so many people strike up a conversation with me after discovering my identity? Has the mana effect on this guy completely worn off? Should I verify it or do something about it? Let's just change the subject. Lucas then questioned Princess Athanasia. You said you didn't have time, so are you planning to chat with him forever? Athanasia shyly replied, well, it's true that I don't. I don't even have time to relax, look at flowers, or drink wine anymore. Hearing this, Ezekiel said, so I've bothered the princess, haven't I? Athanasia immediately countered, Not at all, I wanted to chat with you too, young master. Hearing this, Ezekiel politely kissed Athanasia's hand and said, I feel very happy. After that, Ezekiel spoke up. Then next time, I'll visit the palace again. Standing nearby, Lucas felt a bit angry hearing this. He thought to himself, this kid is pretty arrogant. Should I just finish him off right now? Waiting for Ezekiel to leave, Athanasia spoke up. Then I'll be going too. Lucas angrily called out, Hey, wait! A few days later, Lucas gifted Athanasia a blue rose. Athanasia accepted it and asked in surprise, Do we have these in the garden too? Then Lucas performed a magic trick, conjuring a super large and super beautiful bouquet of flowers, which left Princess Athanasia incredibly surprised. Lucas then explained, You said you were so busy that you didn't have time to look at flowers. Just put it in your room. Athanasia accepted the massive bouquet and blankly thought, Those were the words I said a few days ago, so that's why he brought me flowers. I didn't expect this kind of magic trick to exist. After that, Lucas said goodbye to the princess. All right, then I'll be off. At night, Athanasia reflected. It seems Lucas likes me more than I thought. The maids who were getting her ready heard this and said, Did you just realize that now? There's also the fact that Duke Alpheus has feelings for you, princess. Athanasia immediately shouted, interrupting those girls. No, I know everything. But Athanasia opened up, saying, The thing is, why is it that I can easily tell through the way the young master treats me gently and politely, but Lucas always criticizes everything, calling me a dummy and ugly? The maids replied, That's obviously saying the opposite to cover up his hidden feelings. And if he were speaking the truth, it just proves he has no eye for people. I mean, since you were little, His Majesty used to criticize you all the time until your cheeks were about to burst, right? You were too little back then, so you don't remember, right? Back then, the princess was like an angel, very, very good and gentle, even though we know not all children are like that. Normal kids wake up every 2 hours to cry and throw up, and it's the same during feeding time. Dressing them up is like a battlefield. Working actually feels more relaxing. No baby is as good and gentle as the princess was. And back then, we were all still single. It's not like we had experience. One of them had an idea. Speaking of which, why don't we pull out the magic films from when the princess was little and watch them? Hearing this, everyone agreed. That's a great idea. Let's pull them out and watch, girls. Only Athanasia wanted to hide that horrific truth. While she was getting her dress ready, someone came to inform her, Princess, there's a letter for you from Yetta. Athanasia replied in surprise, Ah. Then she thought to herself, Mieta is the name of the capital city where Jeanette is living. She joyfully said, This is the third letter. They're still safe and healthy. The specific content of the letter was Jeanette asking after the princess and telling her about life there. While reading the letter, Athanasia felt both happy and a bit nostalgic remembering Jeanette. Although the time Jeanette lived at the manor seemed very complicated and troublesome, now she was finally spending her days filled with positive energy. Athanasia also wanted to visit Jeanette once. The maids outside eavesdropping had to crack the door open to see what the princess was reading, especially Hannah and Cess. One of them curiously asked, I wonder who it is, the person from Mieta who sent the letter. The other replied based on her guess. The princess must be missing Lord Lucas, and Lord Ezekiel too. Then the first countered, Hey, one look and you can tell it's a girl's handwriting. Seeing this, Lily could only shake her head and remind Hannah and Cess to stop eavesdropping and focus on their work. On this side, Emperor Claude was calculating and discussing matters with a very serious face. We need to spend about half a year to prepare for the coronation ceremony. Hearing this, Princess Athanasia froze and asked, That long? How big are you planning to make it, father? The emperor explained to his daughter, The time it takes for foreign delegations to arrive and the time to send word to the local nobles.
There are many things to do, and time is tight. Being of royal blood, if you don't go through a coronation ceremony, there will be a lot of gossip. We must hold the grandest ceremony possible.
Hearing the emperor speak, Athanasia thought to herself, Father, this looks so magical. Father is someone who bypassed all procedures and ceremonies to ascend the throne, so naturally he didn't have a coronation ceremony of his own. The preparation phase will surely face many difficulties. I will definitely do my best and do everything to help Father complete it successfully. Father, please do what you want. Yes. After that, Athanasia made a suggestion to her father. Then after the ceremony, can we go to Mieta for a vacation? Hearing this, Emperor Claude asked in surprise, Mieta? And Athanasia explained to her father, Yes, that's where Uncle and Jeanette are staying. Emperor Claude replied, I see. Yes, after that, Athanasia remembered something and told her father. Jeanette sent a letter. In the letter, she said she wants to invite us over for a visit. Hearing this, the emperor asked, Anything else? Athanasia opened her eyes wide and replied, Huh? Anything else? Uncle is also very healthy. Hearing that, Emperor Claude casually said, So he's still alive. Princess Athanasia thought in confusion. What else did you expect? You were the one who saved him and even went to see him off. There he goes again. His tone sounds just like a teenage girl. After wasting a few seconds of his life thinking, Emperor Claude finally agreed to his daughter's proposal. All right, just going to Mieta is no big deal. Hearing this, Athanasia joyfully shouted, Wow! Then she looked at her father and thought, Ever since he returned from meeting Mother, Father's mood has been much better compared to before. In the past, Father used to sleep on the sofa all day, but not anymore. Stories about anxieties gradually vanishing when finding a peaceful place are common in books. But news of a benevolent king is also more frequent, which truly puts me at ease. Father used to absolutely hate letting me leave this palace. While she was lost in a sea of incredibly happy thoughts, the emperor suddenly asked the princess, This is the first time we're traveling far together, right? Athanasia replied in surprise, Huh? Father, you're coming along too? Emperor Claude casually said, What were you thinking, that I'd let you go alone to a strange and dangerous country? Athanasia shyly said, Well, Father, leaving the palace behind isn't quite ideal either. Hearing that, the emperor replied, It's not like my secret royal inspections or anything new. It's just that this time it's a bit further away. Hearing this, Athanasia thought, But Lucas is coming along too, and Lucas is a powerful magician. However, seeing her royal father's slightly annoyed expression and face, Athanasia immediately said, I'd love to. Let's go together. Accompanied by rapid nods. Athanasia thought to herself, Father's nature is just being overprotective, isn't it? Regardless, I've never gone on a trip with Father before. This is great. A while later, in Athanasia's room, Lucas rested his chin on his hand and asked her with a serious face, When will you be done being busy? Seeing Athanasia holding a brush pen writing something, Lucas advised, You can just hand this stuff over to your subordinates. As royalty, that's how it should be done. Hearing this, the princess said, Regardless, the people in charge of the tasks have done everything already. I only need to review and sign. Lately, Father has also been wanting to teach me how to do these things. Lucas thought with an annoyed face, Just dump the work on the subordinates, and when a problem arises, just turn around and punish those guys. Then it's settled. And what the heck is an apprenticeship anyway? Hand that over to those guys too. Making up this diligence and honesty stuff is just exhausting. Suddenly, Athanasia asked Lucas, But lately your outfit looks pretty flashy, doesn't it? While adjusting his hair with his hand, Lucas asked Athanasia back, You don't like this style, do you? However, Athanasia replied, Of course I like it, it's super cool. Seeing that the princess seemed to like this style of dressing, for the next few days, Lucas dressed very stylishly. Dashing and immaculate from his clothes to his hair, he then invited Athanasia to go for a walk together. Yes, Athanasia also accepted the invitation. A while later, while the two were walking, Athanasia suddenly asked Lucas, Lucas, you don't need the world tree anymore, right? Lucas wondered, The world tree? Athanasia then said, Yes, back then you said you would need it. Lucas then replied, But I've used it all up. If it could be saved, I would have wanted to save it myself, but I just don't know how to find that species of tree anymore. So whatever, it doesn't matter. I achieved my goal anyway. Originally, that tree was meant for you to use. Athanasia was surprised by those words from Lucas, and she asked, So you left it for me to use? Lucas admitted and replied, Yeah. Although it wasn't enough to move your father, you did say you wanted to live for a very long time with him anyway. Since you directly received the world tree, make sure you live a really long life. Hearing Lucas say that, Athanasia suddenly thought, people who possess magic naturally age at a much slower rate. Just how long is this long period of time that Lucas is talking about? Although she was a bit curious, because her concern was quite high, Athanasia decided not to ask any further. Lucas then said to Athanasia, besides, touching the world tree is a real hassle. It keeps making me want to do this and that. The princess heard this and asked, commanding you? Lucas replied, yeah, telling me to go to places with infectious disease outbreaks, then to places with natural disasters and riots, because it's such a pain it deserves to be looked down on. But Athanasia said, could that mean going all over the place and saving people? Lucas said in protest, why should I do that? It's annoying as hell. Suddenly, Athanasia became curious. I've had this thought before. What on earth is this guy anyway, since everything from his appearance to his abilities is so different from others? So she asked Lucas, what were your parents like? Hearing this, Lucas replied, I don't have those things. I've never thought about it. Athanasia said, but you said you were born in Obelia. After that, Lucas told her, from the very beginning, my memory only contains the magician's tower. For someone like me to look at myself every day and ask about the meaning of being born is just too ridiculous and philosophical, isn't it? After that, Lucas asked Athanasia, you seem pretty curious about me, don't you? As if her mind had been read, Athanasia excitedly replied, yes, I'm insanely curious. It's like exploring the deepest hidden secret in the world. Or maybe you're the child of a god who suddenly appeared in the world. Hearing this, Lucas said, meaning I'm even more miraculous than the gods? The princess heard this and said, hey, blaspheming the gods like that is not allowed. After that, Athanasia asked again, but how did you end up protecting Obelia? Lucas explained, because the people in the imperial family annoyed me, I was planning to blow up that city. Then they knelt down, promised to behave, and begged me to stay, and they even wanted to sign a treaty. Hearing that, Athanasia remarked, you really lived a comfortable and carefree life, didn't you? Athanasia then saw Lucas adjusting the strap around his neck, so she spoke up and asked, what's wrong? Lucas replied, this thing makes it too hard for me to breathe. I just wanted to rip it right off. How can you wear this all the time? Then the princess offered to fix it for him. Hey, pulling it like that will tear it. Let me see. I'll undo it for you, Athanasia said. Just tucking it inside the collar is fine. Suddenly, Lucas's heart skipped a beat. Looking from his perspective, Athanasia looked incredibly beautiful and radiant, making him unable to control himself. After fixing it for Lucas, Athanasia softly said, there, all done. When she raised her head, she accidentally locked eyes with Lucas. The two of them were standing in an incredibly intimate position, Lucas and Athanasia quietly looking at each other for a few seconds. Then the princess spoke up. Why are you looking at me like that? Lucas gently leaned closer to her and asked, you like my long hair, don't you? Being asked in such an intimate position, Athanasia immediately pushed Lucas away and shouted, what? Why are you suddenly saying something so weird? Lucas continued to tease Athanasia, making her blush. Or do you like my face? Athanasia was teased by Lucas until her face turned red. She shouted, are you narcissistic or something? Stop saying strange things. I'm very busy, so you should leave quickly. Then she ran away as if someone was chasing her. Lucas casually said, but what about my ribbon? Athanasia was so embarrassed that she got angry. She threw the ribbon backward without daring to look at Lucas's face. Lucas at that moment was still completely innocent and clueless about what was happening. After that, he followed Athanasia. Seeing this, the princess spoke up and asked, why are you following me? Lucas held out the ribbon and explained, there's no mirror here, so you tie the ribbon back for me. Athanasia thought to herself, you can just use magic to tie it, yet you're making up excuses. Even though she thought that, her hands still tied it back for him. After finishing the knot, Athanasia gave Lucas a smack and asked, done, all right? Having achieved his goal, Lucas smiled happily and replied, The next day, while Athanasia was sitting and diligently writing something, Yahello arrived. He spoke up, Princess, I have arrived. And Athanasia joyfully replied, Duke, please come and take a seat. Because the statistics this time don't seem to match the records, that's why I called you here. I don't really understand the section on buybacks, then the new leases, and the detailed asset declaration contents either. Hearing this, Yahello explained, that's from the previous incident. Those plots of land have been returned to the imperial palace. Hearing this, the princess understood immediately. So that's how it is. Then Yahello spoke up. It must have been my oversight. I will request more appropriate documents from the Emperor's palace. It seems you are overworking yourself a bit, King. Regardless, these matters don't need to be resolved urgently. You don't have to go that far. But Athanasia just smiled and replied, I'm just taking advantage of my focus to finish it ahead of time. Besides, I also want to help His Majesty reduce the burden of management. Duke Ijekiel felt more at ease hearing this. He made a request. So that's why. Then could you spare me a bit of time? Hearing this, Athanasia immediately agreed. Of course you can. Then let's have a cup of tea together. After that, the two actually went to have tea. Athanasia poured the tea, inviting Ijekiel, and asked, Lord Duke, have you ever been to another country? Ijekiel politely replied, Yes, I have. I went to study abroad, and after that, I traveled here and there. Hearing this, the princess was delighted, and she asked further, Then surely you've been to Mieta too, right? Ijekiel replied, Yes, I've been there before. The princess is also planning to visit Janet, right? Athanasia honestly replied, That's right, I plan to go after the coronation ceremony is over. Hearing this, the Duke began to tell her, I heard that place is full of vitality right from the early morning, the smell of the ocean, the cries of seagulls, the sound of waves. It's the most radiant city in the morning. The market is also built very big and wide. You can freely go check out the wholesale products sold there. I think you will love that place. For someone who had never been out of the palace like Princess Athanasia, just listening to Ijekiel's storytelling made her so excited as she imagined the beautiful scenery of the port city. After hearing the princess speak, Ijekiel opened his eyes wide and asked back, Never left the palace? Athanasia admitted and replied, That's right. The Duke then smiled and said, So that's how it is. You haven't stepped out of the palace even once? The princess also politely replied, Yes, that's right. Hearing this, Ijekiel made an invitation. Then sometime, please drop by the Alpheus Manor for a visit. Even though it's not as beautiful as the Emerald Palace, I would be very happy if you visited just once. Then the Duke began to tell the princess, Behind the manor, there's a very beautiful flower garden. If you spend time there alone, it's incredibly peaceful and quiet. Occasionally, something even falls from the sky. While listening, Athanasia sweated profusely on her forehead in fear. Seeing this, Ijekiel quickly asked, Could it be that I've said something to make the princess uncomfortable? Athanasia immediately thought in her head, If you already knew that, why did you say it? However, on the outside, she still executed a friendly tone. No, it's nothing. Hearing this, he smiled happily and said, Then that's a relief. When he smiled, it was as if there was an extra aura around him. The princess then thought, If he were Lucas, I would have told him straight out to stop joking around like that. However, she only said, I didn't expect the Duke to enjoy joking around so much. Hearing this, he opened up. Ever since I was little, everything had already been arranged for me. So without realizing it, I used to think this life was quite dull just like that. For the first time, I have a secret that belongs only to me. I didn't do anything wrong, but I feel as nervous as if I had. Hearing this, Athanasia asked, And then? The Duke replied, Every time I share another secret with you, it makes me forget my position and feel fluttery in your presence. No matter how generous you are, my actions are crossing the line. I apologize for being disrespectful. Athanasia didn't hold it against him and politely replied, It's okay, Duke. Don't worry about it. Athanasia then reconsidered, realizing that for a long time, she thought everything that happened was just a coincidence, so she momentarily forgot that Duke Ijekiel's feelings were naturally like that all along. After that, the Duke spoke up. I don't feel uncomfortable, Princess. Thank you. When he said this, his whole body radiated a sparkling, blinding light like the sun, making the princess swoon. A moment later, Athanasia sat in her room alone and pondered. When it comes down to it, I'm still the same, no matter what. I don't seem to be good at interacting with handsome guys. But outside, Felix was helping Lily clean the palace. He said, Leave this to me. It's all right. It's not heavy. Lily said, No, I'm just changing positions to check things for a bit. The princess sat from afar, saw the two of them, and remarked, Felix looks handsome, too. It seemed like he heard that. Felix was startled and turned toward Princess Athanasia. The princess realized she looked a bit awkward, so she said, I'm sorry, Felix. I'm sorry. I just blurted it out. I didn't mean to. Felix blushed and said, "Thank you, Princess. That is my honor, but please don't compliment me like that in front of His Majesty." Athanasia nodded and said, "I know, Lily." Lily, standing nearby, saw this and joined the conversation. She asked, "By the way, Princess, is something the matter again?" Athanasia replied, No, I was just looking around and thought Felix looked handsome." Lily covered her mouth to hide a laugh, and the maids were quick to chime in. "That's right, Felix is a total hunk around here. You're not married, right?" Felix shyly replied, That's because I'm busy with night duties, so I don't have much time to meet women." The two maids heard this and found it strange, thinking, Sir Robert is that type of guy? He's clearly good at talking and very refined, too. Well, usually the most generic answers are the most likely to mean they already have someone they like. Even though they wanted to ask more, they were afraid they'd be heartbroken. After that, the maids spoke up. "Look at that! The ladies who are aiming for Sir Robert will be very disappointed, you'll see. There must be someone who feels delighted and happy when they are by your side, right?" Someone else agreed. "That's right, that's the most important factor. So, do your best, sir." Felix heard this and scratched his head, laughing. Princess Athanasia also instinctively realized, so, the time spent by someone's side that makes one feel happy is the most important thing. That evening, the father and daughter sat together. The princess asked her father, "Father, what do you like most about Mother? Do you like being with Mother?" Emperor Claude was reviewing documents and found it strange when his daughter asked that. He asked her, "Why did you suddenly ask that?" The princess didn't say anything, but just looked at her father with a cute face. After a few seconds of thought, the emperor finally replied, "What do I like? Well, there are a few things. Your mother was always optimistic and radiant like the sun. But why are you asking about that?" The princess was busy listening when she was asked back. She was startled and explained, It's because of the thing called dating. That's why I asked." Athanasia looked at the expression on her father's face and thought, It's over. He definitely realized it, 100%. However, Emperor Claude didn't suspect anything. He just said, I see. So you like to gossip?" Then he handed the princess a stack of papers and said, "This is the detailed information on last year's budget execution. Because of the drought in the north, we must quickly establish a budget for food aid. During times like these, the place that needs forecasting is..." Yes. After that, the emperor told his daughter, "Just do this much, then get some rest." The princess happily replied, "Yes." Suddenly, the emperor called her name, Athanasia. "I will send the remaining documents to the Emerald Palace, so please reorganize the entire settlement part." The princess heard this, and her face went blank. "Huh? All of it?" The emperor nonchalantly patted her head and walked away. Before leaving, he reminded his daughter, "I'm very busy, and you look very free, so please take care of it all." But Athanasia felt it wasn't fair. She thought it must be because of what she asked earlier. That is the face of my annoyed father. So much for being enlightened. It's just overprotective, that's all. A while later, after returning to bed, Athanasia thought, I've been enjoying more peace lately, so I've been curious. And about what the cute little princess I once knew was like. First of all, I'm sure this isn't the world from the book. The author couldn't have built such detailed plans. Father loves and protects me so much. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Athanasia. I don't know why, but seeing the princess worried because His Majesty cares for you so much makes me very happy. Athanasia was startled and looked behind her. It turned out to be Lily. The princess thought to herself, did I just blurt that out? Lily continued to smile and said, His Majesty and the princess returning to being a deeply affectionate family makes me very happy. Athanasia replied, I'm happy too, but it feels like Father doesn't want to give me much free time. In reality, the princess meant dating time. After hearing Athanasia's confession, Lily covered her mouth and giggled. Actually, I can understand part of the reason. I also worry that one day someone will come and take the princess away. But Athanasia didn't understand why Lily would know that. She intended to interrupt, but suddenly Lily continued. Of course, the choice still lies with the princess. After that, Lily gently reminded her, It's late, princess. Please get some sleep. His Majesty assigned work to you, but you don't necessarily have to finish it on time. I'll turn off the lights now. Even though the lights were off, Athanasia remained lost in her own thoughts. She hadn't fallen asleep yet. Reflecting, she realized. It wasn't long ago that on this very bed, she had dreamed of Obelia sinking into a sea of fire and trembled with anxiety.
I also feel happy when I work, so I have that feeling of hesitation, huh? As long as I run a little, I can meet father at any time. At that time, the emperor's palace seemed close, but it was actually very far. Father is doing better too. Father has also met mother. Jeanette doesn't have to live in hiding anymore. Father and uncle have gradually reconciled the conflicts of the past. The vision the world tree showed was the future where the most cruel events happened. It's fortunate that the end didn't turn out like that. Moreover, I also realized what my previous life was like. Even though I have many questions about the cute princess, let's leave it at that. Starting with the fact that I was reincarnated twice, it's already confusing. Lucas said my magical power can interfere with time and dimensions. Because of me, the world before and after reincarnation could appear with two different scenarios, right? I've seen it in movies before, like opening a closet and appearing in this world. If you play a game and roll the dice, it connects to that world. In the first life, I thought Jeanette was like the princess in the book, so in the second life, I remembered the previous life in the form of a book. Yeah, that's very likely. After that, Athanasia slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, she told Lucas about this. He told Athanasia, it's highly likely that's the case. You know how to use your brain, too. Perhaps your will. To return for the first time and want to start over appeared in your subconscious and caused the reincarnation to repeat. You activated an ability that you yourself weren't aware of, then caused it to take a form that could exist. If both dimensions were truly connected to each other, it would be difficult to handle. So in the end, this world was adjusted to be in the form of a book. Athanasia found it strange and asked Lucas, how could I have done those things? Lucas shrugged and replied, well, maybe when you were born, you were already destined for that duty. After that, Lucas offered to invite Princess Athanasia to dinner with him. Athanasia heard this and asked back in surprise, huh? Suddenly inviting me to dinner? After that, she checked her schedule to see if she could go and then announced to Lucas, all right, if I do it quickly, I'll be done by evening. Lucas heard this, nodded, and replied, I know. And then he disappeared immediately. Athanasia didn't understand why Lucas had to leave in such a hurry. In the evening, Lucas took Athanasia to dinner at an incredibly luxurious place with a very eye-catching decor. That looked stunning. On the dining table, it was packed with all kinds of gourmet delicacies. Lucas stood there and gently greeted Athanasia. You're here? At first, Athanasia was a bit dazed, but then she felt like something was off. It seemed like he had a hidden motive for preparing all of this. On the red carpet, the princess walked through unknown sparkling lights and radiant flowers. The meal had already been served. Lucas, waiting at the bottom of the stairs, saw Athanasia walking down, so he held out his hand for her to take and said, Princess, this way, please. In Athanasia's eyes right now, Lucas looked incredibly handsome in a mischievous and mysterious way. But Athanasia still reached her hand out toward him. Lucas politely took her hand and showed his affection by saying, Thank you for accepting my invitation, Princess. But Athanasia found this atmosphere to be quite unusual, almost as if something was possessing Lucas. He still gently led the princess to the banquet table that night. As she sat down at the dining table, Athanasia couldn't help but gasp. Did you prepare this entire place during the time we didn't see each other? Lucas politely replied, Yes, Princess. What was even crazier was that Lucas even complimented her, saying the princess looked beautiful today. Athanasia found it bizarre because he kept using honorifics and was acting extremely weird. Suddenly, light and wind effects fluttered around just like in a novel, making Athanasia look incredibly dreamlike. Seeing that scene, Lucas smiled and said, So beautiful. Your eyes look just like a precious jewel. Athanasia heard this and replied, Is that so? After that, the atmosphere between the two suddenly became unusually quiet. Athanasia thought to herself, Should I reply that it is a precious pair of eyes? What should I say? Or should I just say thank you? However, Athanasia asked Lucas, Are you copying Duke Alpheus right now? Hearing this, Lucas's face went completely blank. Athanasia continued, Have you lost your mind? Isn't it because you're suddenly acting completely different from usual? So, Lucas stopped the princess from speaking further, interrupting her. Oh, as expected, it doesn't work. Then Athanasia saw Lucas start to revert back to his usual self. Then the princess suddenly noticed a book. It was the exact romance novel she had read before. Seeing that, Lucas spoke up. Don't you like romance? That's why I tried my best to endure that cringe. Athanasia completely didn't expect this. She asked, You followed this book? Then she laughed very heartily. So that's why Lucas looked so much like Yahello. Personally, becoming the male lead of a romance novel actually has its cute side. But while laughing, Athanasia said, You don't need to do that to look cool anyway. Feeling embarrassed and angry, Lucas snapped back, What? Stop laughing. Although she still found it hilarious, Athanasia stopped teasing Lucas. The two sat down to have dinner together and chatted happily against the incredibly beautiful backdrop. When she returned home, before going to bed, Athanasia went out to the balcony to look at the stars. The sky that night was incredibly beautiful, with thousands of stars twinkling brightly before her. She suddenly thought of Yahello and Lucas. She was torn, not knowing what she should do. Those two didn't seem to have any intention of hiding their feelings, to the point that even the maids knew. Seeing that it was late and Athanasia still hadn't gone to bed, Lily reminded her, "Princess, you'll catch a cold. Please come inside quickly." Hearing this, Athanasia went straight inside. However, she wondered what it was about her that Lucas and Yahello liked so much. The next morning, the sky was clear and blue. The emperor and his daughter sat outdoors, reading books together. Suddenly, Athanasia asked her father, "Papa, you said someone liked you, right?" Reading his book, the emperor replied, "You're still way too young." Athanasia was still annoyed because her father refused to tell her the truth. The emperor felt that Athanasia was still just a kid, a long way from being grown up. Athanasia was furious because her father wouldn't tell her. She saw that Papa wouldn't listen to her at all. As expected, there was no choice but to face it herself. No sooner said than done. Athanasia immediately jumped up to find a solution. She called out to her father, "I'll be going now." Emperor Claude watched her run off in confusion, and Felix, standing nearby, saw this scene too. He softly said to the emperor, "The princess has really grown up now, hasn't she? After her figure became as beautiful as a fairy, it didn't take long for her to reach the age to worry about love. In the past, she didn't seem to care much about the opposite sex. But recently, she's shown special interest in Alpheus and the magician. I wonder who the princess will choose." Hearing this, the emperor instantly flared up. He stormed over to Felix, grabbed him by the collar, and snapped. "Stop talking nonsense and get to work right now," Felix replied. "My duty is to assist your majesty." Before walking away, the emperor said, "For some reason, I let you stay by Alpheus's side again. You useless guy, you can't even shoo a fly away." Felix felt wronged upon hearing this and said, "How could I stop the princess's lover, your majesty?" Emperor Claude snorted coldly and walked away. First, Athanasia went to find Lucas. She looked at him from afar and thought to herself, "I don't know how I should ask him. If I ask, 'Why do you like me?' it'll sound like I'm looking for a fight." While she was lost in thought and not paying attention to her surroundings, the princess was accidentally spotted by Lucas. He flashed a bright smile, looking at her. "Athanasia." At that moment, she was captivated by his mischievous, yet incredibly handsome smile. She wondered what Lucas and the other person were doing over there. Suddenly, Lucas yelled out, "Hey, beat it! Go away and stop bothering me!" The other person immediately obeyed in fear, saying, "Yes, I'm sorry." A moment later, Athanasia approached Lucas and said, "You should have looked into that matter. Why did you drive him away?" Lucas replied, "He would have just asked again later anyway." Then he asked her, "Is something wrong? You keep staring at me like that." Athanasia's mind was red, but on the outside she still appeared completely calm. "Ah, it's nothing. I just realized you're quite popular," Lucas proudly replied. "It's only natural for magicians to respect me." Athanasia then asked further, "You don't seem to like humans, yet you treat them kindly?" Hearing this, Lucas explained, "What? The thing I hate most is those greedy nobles who act like blind, starving demons, even in political disputes. Just looking at them makes me sick, so I absolutely despise them." Hearing this, the princess looked downcast and thought, "So that's what he thinks. But if that's the case, then I'm also..." Then she pointed at herself and asked him, "I'm royalty too." However, Lucas replied, "I'm not talking about you. Even if you are a noble, it doesn't matter. If that's what you want, then it's fine." Hearing that, Athanasia immediately thought of his words. "Even if it's you, it doesn't matter. Suppose you said that I am different from the others. I would start thinking that I'm special and different from regular nobles again." Lucas suddenly brought his face close to the princess's and asked, "Why is your expression so ugly?" Athanasia snapped back in protest. "Why do you call me ugly every single day? Fine. It's great that you're so beautiful." After saying that, Athanasia turned around and walked away, leaving Lucas standing there dazed. Seeing this, Lucas quickly called out, "I was only joking." The princess, having walked only a few steps, stopped and asked upon hearing that, "So, am I beautiful? Don't just stare. So you like me because I'm beautiful?" Hearing this, Lucas froze for a few seconds, not knowing how to reply, but Athanasia continued, "I'm just curious. Why do you like me?" Lucas then shyly replied, "It's just, I don't know either. You're the only thing I want to protect. Being by your side makes me happy and full of life. I was so nervous when you invited me to dinner.
You look so beautiful. But after hearing Lucas pour his heart out, Athanasia said, because until now, I still thought we were just good friends. If I have to give an answer right away, it's a bit difficult. If you treat me like a real lady, I'll pay closer attention from now on. After saying this, Athanasia blushed and shyly looked down. Seeing that Lucas didn't make a move, she spoke up. Going to the village together in the past was really fun. Let's go again next time. Before the princess could even finish her sentence, Lucas replied, okay. And then Athanasia told Lucas, now you should head out. Lucas asked in surprise. Then when can I come back? The princess casually said, that's enough for now. On Ejekyl's side, the princess had sent a letter to him, and Duke Roger Alpheus gave it to his son to read. Ejekyll took the letter and asked his father, did something happen at the imperial palace? Has the emperor arrived at the imperial palace yet? His father didn't answer but just asked, are you still longing for the princess? Ejekyll replied, as you know, it's very hard to understand one's own heart. I know that, but Ninja, our family's position is facing issues, but that doesn't mean my heart will do what I want. Hearing his son say that, Roger Alpheus thought in annoyance. And here I thought I raised him well. All right, the princess is still very young anyway. Let's put this marriage on the back burner for now. Even if things go well between Ejekyll and the princess, I really don't want to get involved with the imperial family. I just hope this child won't get hurt. Lucas later went to pick flowers to give to the princess. As he entered her room, he spoke up, I'm here. However, he saw the princess scratching her head, deeply lost in thought at her desk. Hearing Athanasia's voice, she looked up and said, what's this? Lucas, you're here? Ah, the flowers are beautiful. Thank you. Then she happily accepted the big, beautiful bouquet. But out of habit, Lucas went back to teasing her. Is that ugly face again? No, you don't look so good today, do you? Got a lot of work, huh? Seeing Lucas correct his way of speaking, the princess felt a bit happier. Then she replied, it is a bit much. There's something I have to remember, but I just can't recall it. It's the world tree's revelation. Then the princess shared, I think I directly heard the voice of the world tree before. I remember it that way. Hearing this, Lucas asked in surprise, what, the voice of the world tree? You really are the first fool to forget a sign from the world tree. Then he gently asked, you still haven't remembered it? Athanasia explained, at that time my mind was in a mess and chaotic with many things. I didn't know if I had made the right choice, and I myself had vanished. Then the princess secretly blamed herself. Because I only cared about my own happiness and safety, everything turned out like this. If I had been upfront with Jeanette, would it have been better? I thought I would be happier this time. Did I make the wrong choice? Seeing this, Lucas spoke up. Maybe it's because you spend all day thinking about depressing things that you don't give yourself any breathing room. After hearing Lucas say that, Athanasia focused her thoughts again. After meeting the world tree, I came back to life. There's no way the world tree would say something bad. If only I could remember. I memorized documents so fast, so why can't I remember this? Come on, brain, remember it. Athanasia was deeply lost in thought, which made Lucas uncomfortable. He gently told her, not remembering won't kill anyone. No need to push yourself too hard. It'll make you look ugly and get your hair all messed up. Athanasia felt extremely annoyed, both because she couldn't think of the world tree's words, and because Lucas was criticizing her. She was about to mess up her hair further, but he quickly grabbed her hand and planted a kiss on it. Athanasia, who was preoccupied with her thoughts, was caught completely off guard by this kiss. In her mind, she screamed, what on earth is this? Then Lucas made an offer. If you haven't eaten yet, have lunch with me. After that, Athanasia regretfully replied, I already have a lunch date with Papa. So Lucas asked the princess out for dinner instead. A moment later, Athanasia sat there thinking about Lucas. She realized that after having that conversation a few days ago, her feelings toward Lucas had changed a little bit. She felt that Lucas was very handsome, not disrespectful, and actually quite subtle. Suddenly, the emperor walked in and asked his daughter, what are you thinking about? Without thinking, the princess blurted out, Lucas! Only then did she realize she had let it slip, so she quickly explained, it's nothing. Hearing this, the emperor could only sigh and say, no need to be so concerned. Even though you're still young, I don't forbid anything you want to do in this world. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Athanasia was deeply moved by those words from her father. However, the emperor felt like he was speaking through gritted teeth. But Athanasia felt happy because Papa respected her thoughts. Still, the emperor reminded his daughter, "Of course you're still too young, so there are things you don't need to worry about. Now get ready for the coronation with me." The princess smiled happily and replied, "Yes, father," and as time flew by, the day of the coronation finally arrived. The princess was still calculating everything. The formal attire was well prepared, and the guest list had been double-checked. That's all of it. The emperor, standing nearby, heard his daughter's presentation, nodded and said, "All right." Then the princess determinedly said, "Now I must rest and prepare well." However, Emperor Claude was staring intently at his daughter at this moment, causing the princess to ask her father, "What's wrong?" The emperor didn't give a specific answer, but just said halfway, "It's a bit of pity, isn't it?" Then he stood up and left. Before leaving, he told his daughter, "Now go to sleep. Tomorrow you must prepare for the coronation early." He also told Felix to escort the princess back to her bedroom. Felix obeyed and replied, "Yes, your majesty." While returning to the palace with Felix, Athanasia asked him, "Felix, why did Papa look so sad?" Felix found this question a bit amusing. He replied, "Please ask him directly tomorrow." The next day, everything in the imperial palace was decorated. The preparations were extremely meticulous and thorough, looking absolutely beautiful. Princess Athanasia was also dressed up gorgeously. Her maids couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful, princess." Only Lily adjusted the crown for the princess and asked her, "Princess, is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Athanasia immediately replied, "No, there isn't." Then she said to everyone, "Then let's go." Just as they were about to leave, the emperor suddenly arrived and called his daughter, Athanasia. He looked incredibly dashing and handsome in his outfit that day, causing the maids to stare with their jaws dropped. He looked absolutely radiant. And Athanasia also greeted her father. "Papa, you look really cool today too." The emperor also complimented his child. "You look very beautiful too." Athanasia replied, "Because today is a very important day, so I..." Then the emperor held out his hand to his daughter and said, "Then let's go. The guests have probably all arrived." Athanasia politely replied, "Yes." The guests arriving at this coronation were all full of praise. "Wow, this scale doesn't look like a succession ceremony, it looks like an emperor's coronation. The Emperor of Obelia highly values the princess. Just now, I heard from the people below that grand food and wine will be served later." Then they began to gossip. "I wonder what the princess is like. I heard she has a flower-like beauty, but isn't weak." The emperor threw a tantrum, but instead of backing down, she fought back with magic. "I heard the princess is very beautiful. I heard she's also the genius of the century. There's also the story of how adorable she looked sleeping on the beach." Lucas, popping out of nowhere, overheard that conversation. He thought to himself, "Her image is a bit weird, huh? The princess who ran away from home to get the emperor's love, sharp yet beautiful, cute yet a genius." It seems rumors like that are widespread. I was planning to mess with people's memories if I heard anything bad. But given that level... Meanwhile, the father and son duo of Roger Alpheus were looking around at everyone in the banquet. Suddenly the father called out to him, "What are you doing? Ezekiel, over here!" Hearing this, Ezekiel replied, "It's nothing. I just want to see the princess for a moment before the ceremony begins." Duke Roger found his son a bit silly. The ceremony was going to start anyway. And while walking with her father to the banquet, Athanasia asked him, "Father, yesterday you said it was a bit uncomfortable. What did you mean by that?" The emperor looked at his daughter for a few seconds before replying, "Because you broke a promise. I told you to forget it." But Athanasia refused to give up. She still tried to persuade her father. "What is it about? Please tell me," the emperor. Claude then decided to speak his mind. "That tiny little thing who followed me with clumsy steps feels like just yesterday, but now. Suddenly you've grown up so much that you're about to have your coronation. In just a moment, you'll become an adult, meet a life partner, and live a free life. Perhaps it will be a bit lonely, and I imagine there will be some emotions from time to time." The emperor then apologized to his daughter for saying such unnecessary things on an auspicious day like today. And Felix, standing behind them, heard the entire conversation and clearly felt the love the emperor had for the princess. He thought to himself, "Your Majesty, you have changed so much." He used to be someone who hated showing weakness to the point he'd rather die than do so. Yet today he expressed his deepest thoughts and apologized. The emperor then spoke up. Felix, go call all the maids of the Emerald Palace here. Then suddenly the princess burst into tears out of emotion. Seeing this, Felix said in a panic, Princess, please don't cry like that. It will ruin your makeup and the coronation is starting soon. While her father and Felix were comforting the princess, both Lucas and Ezekiel walked over, and the two crossed paths from afar. Lucas approached Ezekiel and checked in. What's going on? Why are you here? Ezekiel didn't hesitate and bluntly replied, I came to admire the princess for a moment. Do you have a problem with that? In the end, this is a very awkward situation. Claude looked down. I didn't know Papa had those thoughts. Lucas and Ezekiel stared at Claude. I am Papa's only family, yet I didn't even realize it. Then Athanasia cried and said, Papa, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. She ran over and hugged him tightly, asserting, I will try my best so Papa won't feel sad like that anymore. Things like marriage, I don't need them anymore. Athanasia's words surprised everyone. They wondered what was happening right now. Her eyes shifted and looked to one side. Lucas froze when he saw Ezekiel smiling. Lucas's eyes darkened. So that's how it is, what? Lucas questioned. What's with that expression? This isn't the time to smile. Ezekiel smiled and replied, Of course it is. Lucas countered, Why are you smiling when the mood is so tense? I thought there was absolutely no hope, but hasn't a chance appeared now? What are you talking about, you kid who won't even live for 100 years? As long as I'm alive, I just need to keep trying. You persistent leech. Lucas and Ezekiel bickered back and forth like two kids, line for line. Felix saw this and wondered, Is that just how their personalities naturally are? How strangely disrespectful. Claude comforted her. All right, stop crying. Even if it's just words, thank you, Athanasia. Felix turned around and smiled, thinking to himself, so cute. Compared to her age, the princess seems more mature. But she also has innocent moments like this. Athanasia replied, No, Papa, I really don't need to get married. Felix, who was standing by the door at that moment, whispered to the guard, Call the maids of the Emerald Palace over. Felix then glanced toward His Majesty. Even though the princess said that with an innocent heart, His Majesty was clearly very happy. Claude's words made all three of them, Felix, Lucas, and Ezekiel, freeze. All right, if you think so, then there's no other choice. Claude smiled, placed his hand on Athanasia's shoulder, and told her, Just do as you wish. His mood is even better than I thought. He's actually smiling. Claude went down on one knee and gently said, I understand your heart, so stop crying now. The coronation is about to start. Hearing him, Athanasia wiped away her tears. Suddenly, a loud shout startled Lucas and Ezekiel. Ah, princess! Felix turned around. Lily quickly covered Hannah's mouth, leaving her completely confused. Huh? Lily whispered. You mustn't interrupt royalty. The princess's makeup. Claude said. Take care of the princess immediately. Lily and Hannah rushed over to Princess Athanasia, startling her. The two led Athanasia away. Princess, please head to the waiting room quickly. Sir Magician and Lord Ezekiel. Felix spoke up. Perhaps you should return to your seats now. Lucas and Ezekiel asked for permission. Your Majesty, we shall take our leave. Claude quickly nodded in agreement. Claude watched Lucas and Ezekiel walk away, while bickering loudly. What a sight to see, Your Majesty, ha ha. Felix gave a stiff smile upon seeing Claude's expressionless face. The makeup tools were laid out on the table, and a voice rang out. It would be great to take this opportunity to drive away those annoying flies. Why call them flies? Hannah gently touched up Athanasia's makeup. A moment later, it was done, making both of them happy. Claude walked in. Athanasia happily showed off to him. Papa, it's all done. Claude silently looked at the happily smiling Athanasia. It really is impossible to keep holding her in my arms forever. Hearing this, Felix looked confused. Claude said, Atta, in my eyes, you are still a child. Athanasia was confused and stammered. Yes, father. Felix, standing nearby, wondered in a daze. During the crown princess's coronation? What? Claude hummed. Then Claude respectfully extended his hand to invite his daughter. Let us go, my princess. Athanasia looked at the outstretched hand in a daze. But very quickly, she smiled brightly and replied, Yes, father. The image of the father and daughter radiated brightly in the room as the doors slowly opened to a blinding light. Inside the cathedral, the choir was singing alongside the guests who had arrived. The young ladies were filled with joy. Athanasia walked into the cathedral looking magnificent and splendid. accompanied by everyone's blessings. The priest happily blessed Obelia. With her hands clasped together and her eyes tightly shut, a voice echoed, "We shall now officially hold the crown princess's coronation for Obelia." In this magnificent cathedral, a voice rang out. "It is an honor to hold the crown princess's coronation on such a beautiful day. We have lived in peace for hundreds of years since our founding, and all of this is thanks to the reign of the great emperor of Obelia." People gossiped. This is the first time seeing her at an official ceremony since her debutante ball, right? She feels more mature than before. She looks just like a fairy. Magnificent Athanasia clasped her hands and knelt on the steps to perform the ritual. How can she be so overflowing with royal dignity? Look at how sparkling her eyes are. Those are the jeweled eyes that symbolize Obelia. I wonder what she's thinking right now. Athanasia was in a daze. The congratulatory speech hadn't ended yet. May the gods look down upon Obelia. A brilliant civilization is blooming, and the cultural heritage of the great Obelia is built into an empire ruling over many kingdoms on the continent. Great leaders felt grateful for avoiding disasters and droughts. In any world, congratulatory speeches are equally boring, just flowery and lengthy sentences. In short, it boils down to thank you, but it takes forever anyway. A voice called out, bringing Athanasia back to reality. Next, the great emperor, Claude de Alger Obelia, has designated the next successor who will carry on the glory of Obelia. Claude's face at that moment was expressionless. Everyone was standing nearby. Athanasia was the one holding the crown. A voice rang out, "Begin the coronation ritual for the crown princess." Claude then stood up. Claude approached Athanasia, reached out to remove the crown from her head, and set it aside. The crown meant for the crown princess was sparkling brilliantly. Claude picked it up and placed it gently on Athanasia's head. Everyone witnessed that beautiful scene, and everyone was filled with joy. Claude hugged Athanasia tightly and patted her gently to encourage her. Claude extended his hand and announced, "I declare that from this moment on, Athanasia de Alger Obelia officially becomes the crown princess of our empire." As soon as he finished speaking, loud cheers erupted. "Whoa! Welcome the son of Obelia! Long live His Majesty the Emperor!" Everyone clapped their hands enthusiastically and cheered loudly. "Whoa, whoa! Long live Her Imperial Highness the Crown Princess!" Athanasia couldn't hide her happiness. She smiled brightly upon hearing the words of her subjects. "Long live Her Highness Athanasia! Long live, long live!" Yahello and Lucas clapped their hands to congratulate her, and the young ladies smiled and gave their blessings. The weather was perfect and clear as they stepped onto the balcony. Confetti was shot into the air to celebrate Athanasia. The citizens cheered joyfully, "Whoa, long live, Her Imperial Highness, the Crown Princess! Enjoy the glory, long live!" A gentle breeze blew, making Athanasia's hair flutter. She looked at the scene before her in awe, with countless citizens gathered below to congratulate her. Claude asked, "Aren't you scared? You were so nervous at first." "Yes," Athanasia recalled that scene from before and stammered, I'm okay." Claude breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, but if there's any discomfort, just let me know. I'll have all the remaining ceremonies cancelled." Right, Athanasia thought about cancelling at this point, when foreign delegations had already arrived despite months of preparation. She quickly replied, "No need, Father. I don't find it uncomfortable at all." Athanasia looked down happily and said, "Everyone has gathered to congratulate me, after all." Being blessed by so many people like this, there was still a lonely, lost, and sad empty space in her heart. Perhaps the emotions she had harbored from her past life. Claude's eyes were always fixed on Athanasia. She thought to herself happily, "Papa is also by my side right now. The hard things that seemed like they would never disappear are melting away in the warmth, vanishing without a trace before I knew it." Athanasia closed her eyes tightly and said happily, "I'm really happy." This sentence caused Claude's eyes to widen, showing how astonished he was. Claude coughed, turned away in embarrassment, and said, "Then that's good." The sky was clear, along with the cheers celebrating Athanasia. "Whoa!" Claude said, "If you say so, then all right." The ribbons always used for celebrations were hooked onto the surrounding buildings. The atmosphere was loud and bustling. People whispered and asked each other, "Has the princess arrived yet?" "No, not yet. Why does it seem so crowded today?" "Does this person not know the news? Today is the coronation ceremony of the crown princess, the princess." "Ah, His Majesty the Emperor highly values the princess, right?" The image of a gorgeous Athanasia sitting in the carriage with Papa happily waving to everyone. Everyone admired in awe. Whoa, she's so beautiful. Upon seeing Athanasia, everyone welcomed her warmly, tossing confetti and cheering, "Look here, princess! Long live the princess!" The carriage rolled on a long parade route. Both sides of the street were heavily guarded to ensure the safety of the royal family. The citizens shouted loudly, "Long live!" Claude's eyes were soulless. Surrounding them were words of admiration. His Majesty is still as beautiful as a sculpture by Porter. How can he be so devastatingly handsome? Everyone shifted their focus to Felix, giving him a start. Ah, that red-haired guy, that bloodhound knight. Athanasia turned around and said to Claude, "Papa, did you hear that? Everyone is praising how handsome you are." Claude countered, "They're talking nonsense." Athanasia teased, "Ha ha, Papa is embarrassed, right?" Athanasia looked around and said, "Everyone seems to respect Papa so much. It's like they're showering the city with flowers." Claude countered, "This is for you." Athanasia spun it in a positive direction. "But because Papa has ruled the country so well all this time, everyone is happily celebrating like this. Princess, congratulations! Congratulations on becoming the son of Obelia." Claude praised, "You're getting too good with words." Suddenly, Athanasia's eyes widened in surprise because a hand reached out to offer her a flower. That person was trying to stretch upward to give her the flower. When Athanasia froze, she then reached out her hand and stood up to grasp that flower. That person smiled very brightly while handing over the flower. Even though the carriage had already passed by, Athanasia still turned her head back to look. Immediately, Athanasia turned around and said, "Papa, just now." Claude thoughtfully replied, "Yes, I know." Athanasia looked at her father in a daze, and then Athanasia wondered, "Did Papa do that for me?" The scene shifted to that flower-giving girl who was wearing a hood and standing with 3 men. Then the girl turned toward her friends. Suddenly, one of them raised a finger, and quickly a pink glow appeared around them out of nowhere. A thoughtful Athanasia pondered. After many reincarnations, it was only in this lifetime that I learned a truth. Family isn't just an external shell. The truth is, family affection doesn't just naturally arise. No matter how close you are, no matter how long you've been together, if you don't understand each other, it'll only get worse. The bond of blood and soul. I've learned that the time spent together is also a necessary process to become a family. That's why even without speaking, we can still understand each other and care for each other. Papa, thank you. Glowing objects fell from the sky, making the citizens wonder. What is this? Snow? No way, it's not winter yet on the continent. People reached out their hands to catch them. Are these paper flower petals? Why are they glowing? Those glowing things drifted around. Someone touched one and exclaimed, it disappeared. People gossiped noisily. We can't touch them? What could it be? Lucas pointed his eyes toward everyone, shouting, Ah, look over there! From Athanasia's hands at that moment, a glow emanated. Everyone stared intently at her as those glowing objects kept falling continuously. Athanasia looked up with her jeweled eyes. As those glowing objects fell, a tree gradually manifested. A world tree. Light enveloped Athanasia. She wondered, is there something the world tree wants to tell me? The life she had always been curious about concerning the world tree. The light illuminated the entire area. Athanasia admired. He wasn't wrong. Keep walking down the path you believe in. The image of the world tree was reflected in Athanasia's jeweled eyes. Athanasia was comforting herself and wondering, did I make the wrong choice? The light illuminated Athanasia's entire body, which left all the citizens astonished. They gasped with open mouths. The crown princess has received the grace of the gods. Look at this divine light. The citizens took the opportunity to cheer even louder. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Lucas said, this will be a scene worthy of future generations, an unforgettable sight. Everyone shouted loudly, leaving Athanasia amazed. Long live! Long live! Lucas glanced over at Ezekiel and said, it will be called the beginning of the great empress. Ezekiel looked away to avoid him and dismissed. Don't talk to me. The chimera has returned. You should beat it too. Lucas then said, I'm only looking at the princess. This spot has the best view. Athanasia shed tears of happiness. Athanasia stood up and waved to the citizens under the cheers of, Long live Her Imperial Highness, the Crown Princess. Long live, long live. The image of the girl sitting in the carriage, smiling and waving to her citizens. Once upon a time, there was a princess who had a pair of jeweled eyes. The pages of a book fluttered in the wind. At that windowsill,
The sunlight was warm and a gentle breeze blew the pages of the book, making them rustle. The princess was kind and wise, and everyone loved the princess. The brave princess showed her wit and saved the world by defeating the villain who wanted to harm the emperor. Not long after, she ascended the throne as the emperor of the empire. She became an empress who left her mark on history. The wind blew gently, and the pages of the book followed along with its momentum. But right after that, the book snapped shut with a click. The title of the book was Lovely Princess. The book lay neatly on the table. The princess and all the people who loved the princess lived happily ever after in the land of beautiful and radiant spring and summer.